In 1998, Malibu, California, the first rays of dawn filtered through the Pacific, illuminating the master bedroom of Luke Chen's 270-degree ocean view villa. Upon awakening, Luke surveyed his surroundings with satisfaction. It was indeed a pleasure to rise in a villa spanning over 1,000 square meters. After admiring the breathtaking ocean vista from his window, he rose and proceeded to the washroom. Gazing into the mirror, he beheld a mixed-race visage that rivaled even Keanu Reeves in allure, complemented by muscle contours reminiscent of Michelangelo's David. Inwardly, Luke marveled, "Truly, I am extraordinarily handsome." At that moment, a girl's voice echoed from downstairs. "Luke, are you up? Breakfast is ready. Hurry, we still have a journey ahead." "I'm up and washing up. I'll be there shortly," he replied. The voice belonged to his younger sister, Angela. 3 days prior, Luke had graduated from Stanford University in California. Following the graduation ceremony, he and his classmates, along with teammates, celebrated with a wild prom and graduation party before returning to their ocean view villa in Malibu. This villa was a graduation gift from his grandparents. Though Luke hailed from a lineage of affluence, he was also a time traveler. His previous life had been quite legendary. Originally, he was a carefree second-generation rich kid, until a malevolent uncle and his family coveted the family fortune, leading to a tragic demise for his kin except for him, who escaped while studying abroad. Driven by vengeance, he endured humiliation and ultimately returned to confront his uncle's family, resulting in mutual destruction. When he awoke again, he found himself reborn as an infant. His grandfather was a bona fide Chinese immigrant who arrived in America seeking fortune before World War II, while his grandmother was of Italian descent. His mother was the eldest daughter of the Dutton family, the twin sister of John Dutton, the heir to the Yellowstone Ranch. Luke had initially believed that he could lead a comfortable life as a quiet third-generation heir. However, at the age of 6, while perusing the newspapers, he stumbled upon news concerning Stark Industries. His heart nearly halted for several seconds, and cold sweat broke out as he read. How could he afford to remain idle in such a perilous world? Just as he was contemplating whether to emigrate back to his homeland, an individual appeared seemingly out of thin air. While Luke was still processing the sudden appearance of the striking middle-aged man, the figure snapped his fingers, and the environment around them transformed instantly. Surveying his surroundings, Luke quickly realized he had been transported to a different realm. It featured over 300 square feet of land, a fruit tree, a central spring, and a wooden cabin. The middle-aged man extended a glowing finger and tapped Luke's forehead. Before he could react, Luke succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, the man spoke. "I have left a message for your family. For now, you shall cultivate here. When your skills are fully developed, you will understand my identity." With that, the man vanished. Luke found himself in a state of utter helplessness, left with no recourse but to follow the teachings that had been implanted in his mind. Quenching his thirst with the spring water and satisfying his hunger with the fruits, he diligently practiced. As he reached the second tier of his cultivation, he was abruptly expelled from the realm, returning to the familiar confines of his bedroom. When his family discovered him, they were taken aback, for a year had elapsed. Initially, they believed that Luke had been abducted, yet despite their exhaustive search, not a single clue could be found. Ultimately, they could only conclude that he had been taken by a mysterious adept. Luke had departed from Yellowstone Ranch. Thus it was not long before the Dutton family and the Chen family convened. Upon realizing that Luke was in perfect health, they began to inquire about his experiences. Luke recounted everything truthfully, albeit describing the ethereal spring space as a mere valley. All this sounded utterly implausible. However, when the 7-year-old Luke punctured the inch-thick oak table in the Dutton study with a single punch, everyone was convinced. Thus, Luke balanced his studies with assisting his family in advancing their business, leveraging his knowledge from another era. With the advantage of the first level of his cultivation technique, Ling Tai Ching Ming, his memory and cognitive abilities were remarkably sharp. Consequently, during his 3 years at Stanford, he obtained doctoral degrees in chemistry, physics, and biology, fields he had already studied in his previous life, making the endeavor remarkably effortless. The technique Luke practiced was known as Juzhou de Ri Ding Yang Gong, a name that implies it is imbued with vigorous yang energy. Luke had mastered the 6th level but had yet to make any progress towards the 7th. The first 6 levels were as follows. First, Ling Tai Ching Ming. Second, Qi Introduction. Third, Muscle and Bone Transformation. Fourth, Qi Refinement into Essence. Fifth, Yin Yang Circulation. And sixth, Qi Manipulation. In addition to the foundational technique, there were 4 combat styles: Dragon Playing with Phoenix, Mountain Shaking Technique, Great Auspicious Body Technique, and eye of insight. These techniques were primarily combat-oriented, while Ding Yang Gong resembled an internal cultivation method. Until he reached the 5th level of yin-yang circulation, Luke was unable to engage in dual cultivation, leading his girlfriend in the first year of high school to believe he harbored unspoken secrets. Even after Luke explained his reasons for practicing Chinese martial arts, the girl, who was the school belle and Luke's first love-evoking memories of the elven girl from his past life, sadly parted ways with him and transferred from Hellgate High School, the nearest high school, to Yellowstone Ranch in Missoula, Montana. Regrettably, the girl left Luke, and it was not until 6 months later that his cultivation technique advanced to the 5th level. The first 3 levels significantly enhanced Luke's physique, establishing him as the core running back of the high school football team, wherein the quarterback orchestrates the offense while the running back strives for scores. The 4th level ensured that Luke need not worry about unexpected progeny, and upon reaching the 5th level of yin-yang circulation, he finally embraced his manhood. Thus, Luke acquired numerous nicknames: Montana Stark, Hellgate Poseidon, Cheerleader Terminator, and with the school's involvement in national competitions, his monikers evolved. Initially dubbed Field Lightning and Stanford Bulldozer for his participation in the team, he gradually garnered titles such as California Casanova, National College Cheerleader, Collector, and Stanford Stark, among others. However, Luke remained unfazed, for he relished the dual benefits of enjoyment and cultivation. The technique of Dancing Dragon and Phoenix was originally intended for acupressure, grappling, and subtle maneuvers. However, it possesses the ability to vibrate at high frequencies. The Shaking Mountain technique fortifies the spine and strengthens the core, endowing one with the endurance to sprint a marathon, leading to a saying among his female companions: "No one can engage in battle with Luke for an entire night," and in addition to facilitating swift movements on the court, running, breaking through defenses, and scoring, the Great Luck Body method allows Luke to maintain a deep stance, as not everyone can endure being held aloft for extended periods. The Eye of Insight is designed for X-ray vision and night vision, yet it does not merely penetrate fabric, rather, it offers a direct view through clothing and skin, revealing the intricate structures of the human body and objects. Thus, as Luke engages in physical activity, he activates the Eye of Insight, unlocking the door to a new realm of possibilities, augmenting its peculiar applications. The martial arts practiced are indeed legitimate, albeit the practitioner's approach may be somewhat unconventional. Nevertheless, Luke's methods garner no disdain, not even from his former lovers. His charm, wealth, and generosity often bring them romance and surprises, ensuring that even after parting ways, there remains no bitterness. Luke frequently declares, "I am a wild stallion, yet your heart knows no pasture." One must ponder, is this truly the language of a sensible person? Who among the sane would yearn for a pasture above their heads? It must be acknowledged that Luke has mastered the essence of being a charming sea king. Chapter 2: Departure. After tidying up, Luke made his way to the dining room downstairs. Observing his family gathered around the 5-meter-long dining table, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. His parents busied themselves in the spacious open kitchen, preparing breakfast, while his younger siblings frolicked in the 100-square-meter dining area. At that moment, Luke longed to express his sentiments. However, his reverie was interrupted by the voice of his father. "Luke, I've prepared the ingredients. I'm just waiting for you to cook." With a resigned smile, Luke accepted the apron his mother handed him and entered the kitchen to begin preparing breakfast for the family. Ever since Luke embarked on his journey of cultivation, he had acquired the ability to master any task at first glance, exhibiting remarkable finesse. Thus, whenever he returned home during his vacations, he took on the role of head chef for breakfast and dinner, earning unanimous praise. This culinary skill also endeared him to countless young ladies. As Luke cooked, he couldn't help but ponder. Perhaps it was a mixed blessing. While it may be tiring, it was certainly a hassle that consumed time. Nonetheless, any chef would feel a sense of fulfillment when witnessing their creations devoured by eager diners. Luke's family was no exception. After breakfast, the young men and women began packing their bags, preparing for their holiday at the Yellowstone Ranch in Montana. Luke held a deep affection for the ranch. Having attended school in Montana before high school, he only returned to Los Angeles during vacations. Now a student at Stanford, he would return home every weekend and head to the Yellowstone Ranch during breaks. Perhaps due to his cultivation, Luke had developed a fondness for nature. Accompanying him to the ranch this time were Jamie Dutton, the second son of John Dutton, his adopted brother Rip Wheeler, his sister Beth Dutton, and his own younger sister, Angela Cheen. They planned to travel while having fun, so Luke prepared a fortified, bulletproof Dodge Ram Mammoth. Indeed, it was the Dodge Mammoth. Having demonstrated his genius early on, Grandpa Chin had purchased Dodge Motors, allowing Luke to unreservedly unveil the design concepts for vehicles 20 years into the future. The outcome was lucrative, far surpassing General Motors and Ford. Luke's father, Drake Chin, helped Jamie and Rip load the trunk with luggage and outdoor supplies. Angela and Beth approached the vehicle with their packed bags. Luke had little to carry, just a backpack with a change of clothes, as everything else was already at the Yellowstone Ranch. After a moment's thought, Luke ventured to the basement. When he emerged, he was carrying a large, elongated travel bag. By the time he reached the vehicle, the luggage was already stowed away, and Luke personally placed his sizable bag in the corner of the trunk. Then, glancing at his father, he quietly inquired, "Dad, is there beer in the fridge?" Old Chin exchanged a knowing glance with Luke, who understood immediately. With a smile, he patted Luke on the shoulder and said, "Drive safely on the road and take good care of your younger siblings." Luke's mother, Elsa, stood at the villa's entrance, sending off her 10-year-old twins as they departed. "Call if anything arises," she reminded them. Luke waved his hand, leading his younger siblings into the car as they set off. Among the 5 passengers, only Luke and Jamie possessed driver's licenses. This year, Jamie had successfully gained admission to Yale Law School. 15-year-old Rip and 14-year-old Beth and Angela were still too young to obtain their licenses. However, all 3 could drive, having often accompanied Luke on leisurely excursions around the ranch during holidays. Their planned journey would take them from Los Angeles to Las Vegas, followed by a visit to Salt Lake City, a night of camping in Idaho, and finally reaching Yellowstone Farm in Montana, covering an approximate distance of 1,800 kilometers. This marked the first time these young adventurers would embark on a long-distance drive. The affluence of the Chin family was undeniable, with 8 private jets at their disposal. Their close ties with the Dutton family, coupled with their business ventures together, had expanded Yellowstone Ranch significantly, with Nick Ranch, owned by the elder Chin, now as their neighbor. The 2 families had positioned their homes at the boundary of their properties, and the elder Chin had entrusted John Dutton with the management of the ranch. Consequently, the children from both families enjoyed a carefree existence on their shared land, engaging in horseback riding, fishing, camping, and hunting, skills they all mastered, though Luke always excelled beyond the rest. As the 5 young companions munched on chips and sang, they traversed California, arriving in Las Vegas, Nevada. While still on the road, Luke received a call from his uncle, his grandmother's nephew, welcoming them warmly as they entered Nevada. In his childhood, Luke had always believed that his grandfather Chin had built his fortune from scratch in America. However, as he matured, he realized how remarkably discreet both his grandfather and grandmother, Mariana, truly were. Luke had never heard of his grandfather's background, yet he understood it was far from simplistic. After all, it was inconceivable to amass a fortune exceeding $1 billion within the predominantly white, mainstream American society without substantial connections. What surprised Luke the most was the revelation that his grandmother, who always appeared gentle and amiable, actually possessed the most significant background in the family. Only as he grew older did he learn that Mariana, before marrying his grandfather, was a Luciano, the inspiration behind the character Charlie Luciano from The Godfather. As the youngest and only girl in the Luciano family, with 3 older brothers, she was treated like a princess within her clan. Marrying someone of such esteemed lineage implied that his grandfather was no ordinary man. He simply chose not to disclose it, and Luke never inquired further. In any case, Luke Chin, a 3rd-generation affluent heir, was content to embrace a leisurely life. Returning to Las Vegas, the Luciano family stood among the 5 prominent families of the city, with their extensive enterprises spread throughout. Thus, the 5 young travelers were graciously entertained by Mariana's nephew in a luxurious 5-star hotel, indulging in exquisite cuisine and various legal performances. Although they could not enter the casinos due to age restrictions, they spent a delightful afternoon and evening reveling in the vibrant atmosphere. The following morning, under the warm gaze of their uncle bidding them farewell, the young adventurers resumed their journey. After a little more than half a day, they reached Salt Lake City, with a stop at the Bonneville Salt Flats racetrack along the way. This is a straight-line racing track located in Salt Lake City, USA, a veritable paradise for automobile manufacturers and enthusiasts of modified vehicles. Luke's fortified, bulletproof Dodge Mammoth has become the centerpiece of admiration. On the vast, boundless salt flats, Luke allowed 3 unlicensed youngsters to experience the power of this enhanced machine, boasting an impressive 100 horsepower and an 8.4-liter supercharged engine. Amidst the joyous squeals of the young ones, the day concluded as they returned to the Hilton Hotel in Salt Lake City. It is noteworthy that the Cheen family has shares in Hilton. The Hilton family once sought to arrange a marriage alliance with Luke, but was politely declined by Old Master Cheen. In his own words, "I have no regard for that Richard fellow. Having such a father-in-law would undoubtedly be a blemish on your reputation." Luke concurred, suggesting that occasional friendly outings between the sisters might be acceptable, but bringing one home as a wife was out of the question. After departing from Salt Lake City, they planned to find a suitable spot for camping while traversing Idaho. Thus, they replenished their supplies in Salt Lake City, sent a message home to assure safety, and 5 young adventurers set forth on their journey. Chapter 3 Arrival 5 young individuals continued to munch on chips and sing as they ventured into the state of Idaho. After departing from Salt Lake City and traveling over 100 kilometers north, they altered their course in Elwood. While the normal trajectory would have led them towards Montana, their destination was Walcott Lake, necessitating a turn northwest for over 100 kilometers. The entire journey spanned approximately 300 kilometers. As they neared Walcott Lake, they encountered a traffic jam on the highway. Due to the towering stature of the Dodge Mammoth, Luke was able to spot the extensive line of vehicles from a distance. He decisively exited the highway at a nearby ramp. Jamie picked up the map and remarked, "Luke, this detour can also lead us to Walcott Lake, although it requires quite a lengthy diversion. We'll need to pass beneath the highway and then head northeast." Luke parked the vehicle by the roadside, took the map from Jamie, and glanced at the distant traffic jam before stating, "All right, let us aim to reach the lakeshore by noon. I'd rather not have lunch in the car." Luke's suggestion received unanimous approval from his siblings, prompting him to start the vehicle and delve deeper into the dirt road. This unpaved route was narrow, barely wide enough for 2 vehicles, with the Dodge Mammoth occupying more than half of the space, compelling Luke to drive with utmost caution. Upon navigating a sharp turn, he spotted a camper stalled in the middle of the road, accompanied by several young individuals who appeared to be enjoying an outing. However, Luke was far from naive. He was acutely aware of the sparse population in America. Consequently, he swiftly maneuvered around the stranded vehicle and, after driving a short distance, came to a halt. Observing through the rearview mirror, he noticed the young people approaching them, waving. Luke opened the glove compartment on the passenger side, retrieved a handgun, and handed it to Jamie. Jamie and the others in the vehicle stared in astonishment as Luke produced another firearm from beneath his seat. After inspecting it and loading the chamber, he tucked it behind him. "Jamie, take this, you know how to use it, right?" "Yes, I can." "Don't panic. We must remain vigilant towards strangers while out here." Growing up on a ranch, the young boys and girls were naturally bold, and Luke's words alleviated their tension. Luke did not turn off the engine and cautioned them before exiting. "Stay in the car. That's the safest option." Jamie and the others nodded, understanding that they were in a bulletproof vehicle, and watched as Luke stepped out. Once outside, Luke observed the approaching individuals and activated his perceptive instincts. Confirming that they bore no weapons, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The first to approach was a young girl who, upon noticing Luke's cowboy attire and striking presence, seemed somewhat flustered. "I'm sorry, our vehicle got damaged by some barbed wire on the road. Could you assist us?" she asked. "Hey, buddy, that's a really cool truck. Earlier, I observed that you drove over a barbed wire fence. Did your tire sustain any damage?" The individual speaking next to the leading girl was one of the only 2 men among the group. This ensemble comprised 5 individuals, and it was evident that 2 couples were present. Only the one who initially conversed with Luke was the sole singleton in the group. Luke nodded at the 4 people behind the girl, then adjusted his shirt to conceal the handgun tucked at his lower back, uttering, "Shall we take a look? How many tires have been punctured?" The first man replied, "It seems like 2. I saw one still leaking air, while the other is completely flat, devoid of air." The second man queried, "Didn't you just drive over it? Aren't you going to check your tires?" Clearly, the second man's inquiry piqued the curiosity of the other 4. Luke cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, "My tires are special. They are puncture-proof." The first man exclaimed, "Wow, that's impressive. This vehicle must be quite expensive." Luke was disinclined to engage with the two boys, who appeared to be mere recent college graduates, and their chatter was rather intrusive. Meanwhile, the three girls were quietly assessing Luke. Today he donned a quintessential American outfit: a beige cowboy hat, sunglasses, a red and black plaid shirt, jeans, and hiking boots. Such attire is commonplace among Americans, rendering him seemingly ordinary. However, Luke's striking features and towering height of 6 feet 3 inches distinguished him from the crowd. Though his clothing bore semblance to that of an average American, the brands were of high caliber, investments from Grandma Chin's fashion label. The girls' attention was particularly captured by the exquisite watch adorning Luke's left wrist, valued at $48,000, also a product of Grandma Chin's holdings. As the two boys rambled on about the Dodge Mammoth, the girls' perceptions of Luke began to shift, especially the girl among the couples, who glanced at her boisterous boyfriend and then at the composed and handsome Luke, couldn't help but wonder if she had been blind to his allure initially. Luke examined the situation and noted that one tire was ensnared by the barbed wire while the other was merely punctured. As long as the object remained, the air would escape slowly. Observing the group, Luke inquired, "Do you possess any tire repair tools?" The young individuals exchanged perplexed glances, evidently unfamiliar with Luke's terminology. Realizing that this group was likely inexperienced in such matters, Luke reluctantly stated, "My repair tools are incompatible with your type of tire. However, I can assist you in calling for roadside assistance." They exchanged looks once more, and it was the girl who had first engaged with Luke who spoke again. "We intended to go to Walcott Lake. If we summon assistance now, we likely won't be able to enjoy our outing, and we still have to consider our return time. So," Luke regarded the girl and asked, "So what do you wish to do?" The girl cautiously inquired, "Are you also headed to Walcott Lake?" Luke nodded affirmatively. Seeing Luke nod, the girl exclaimed with delight, "Could you assist us in handling the barbed wire and then tow our vehicle to the lakeside? If we depart together tomorrow, could you take us to the repair shop? Rest assured we shall compensate you." Luke pondered for a moment but did not acquiesce to the girl's request. "I need to consult my companions," he replied. The girl appeared somewhat disheartened and said, "All right, we shall wait here for you. Please, you must help us. We have traveled from afar. I implore you." Observing the girl's pitiful expression, Luke displayed a smile that had once captivated countless young maidens. "I will do my utmost to persuade them." With that, Luke returned to his vehicle. Upon seeing Luke return, the anxious younger siblings exhaled in relief. Their eyes filled with curiosity as they awaited his explanation. The group had suffered 2 flat tires, rendering their vehicle beyond repair. They were in dire need of a tow. However, they were also en route to Walcott Lake and sought our assistance to tow their vehicle, intending to leave with us the following day. What do you all think? The young men and women exchanged glances, and it was Beth who spoke first. "You decide, Luke. We trust your judgment. After all, you are the wisest among us." The others nodded in agreement. Luke contemplated for a moment and said, "I believe these individuals pose little danger. They are merely young people seeking merriment. What do you say?" The group responded in unison. "Agreed. That sounds splendid." Chapter 4. Camping with the support of his younger siblings, Luke disembarked and approached the group of young individuals. "Well, my companions have acquiesced to your request." Upon hearing Luke's affirmative response, smiles of joy illuminated their faces. "Wow, that's fantastic. We won't have to delay our journey." The young people could not help but cheer. Luke turned back to the vehicle, calling out, "Jamie, come down and lend a hand." Upon hearing Luke's summons, Jamie glanced at the firearm in his hand and handed it over to Leap. "Leap, keep an eye on it. Don't let it discharge accidentally." Leap chuckled. "Don't worry, Jamie. I handle this much more adeptly than you do." Jamie exited the vehicle and joined Luke's side. Without the intention of introductions, Luke directly instructed Jamie, "Jamie, please retrieve the toolbox from the compartment. I require a large pair of wire cutters." He then addressed the young individuals. "Let us proceed to deal with that wretched barbed wire." Luke led the group back to their vehicle. They inspected the barbed wire entangled beneath the tires, ultimately discovering that it had been fastened to the roots of a tree by the roadside. Observing the situation, Their expressions turned to frowns. Luke assessed the scene and remarked, "It appears this was deliberately set." The first young man sighed, "What bad luck." The others began to voice their grievances as well. At that moment, Jamie approached with the toolbox in hand. Luke interrupted their complaints, accepting the wire cutters that Jamie handed to him. "Thank you, Jamie. Please check if any other tires are flat." He then instructed the others, "Look around to see if there is any leftover barbed wire on the road." After issuing these commands, Luke returned to the side of the vehicle and began to sever the entangled wire from the wheel. The young individuals merely wandered around within a few meters before returning. By then, Luke had finished addressing the damaged tire. Jamie shook his head at Luke after his inspection. Luke instructed, "Go fetch the tow rope." He then told the group, "Take out the spare tire. This one is utterly ruined. The flat tire can wait until tomorrow for inflation. It should hold until we reach the repair shop." Luke, accompanied by the inexperienced group, successfully replaced the tire, while Jamie prepared the tow rope. Luke then clapped his hands as if to brush away non-existent dust and declared, "Get in, we're off." Upon hearing these words, the young individuals cheered joyously once more. Luke and Jamie returned to the vehicle, started the engine, and began to move forward slowly. The earlier barbed wire incident made Luke particularly vigilant regarding the road surface. Although their Dodge Mammoth was equipped with puncture-resistant tires, the vehicle behind them could not withstand another blowout. Fortunately, the journey continued without incident. Half an hour later, after navigating a steep curve, the group finally arrived at the shores of Walcott Lake. Gazing at the crystalline blue waters, the distant mountains, and the serene forests, the picturesque scenery lifted everyone's spirits. After Luke parked the car and unfastened the tow rope, he adjusted his vehicle slightly, positioning the front ends to form an elegant angle, 5 meters apart. Upon exiting the car, the young individuals began to unload their luggage and set up tents. As Luke secured his vehicle, his younger siblings joyfully joined him outside. It was then that the young people noticed that one boy and 2 girls were underage. Approaching them, Luke observed their intention to erect 2 tents and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Will these 2 tents accommodate 5 individuals?" The bespectacled boy replied, "Jesse will sleep in the car, while Francine and I will share 1 tent, and Carly and Scott will occupy the other." It was from this exchange that Luke became acquainted with their names. The girl who greeted him first was named Jessie, the sun-kissed Jewish girl was called Carly, and the girl with the fiery red hair was Francine. The curly-haired boy was Scott, and the bespectacled lad was Evan. Luke regarded them and said, "My younger siblings are still minors, so please be mindful of your volume while engaging in adult activities." "Thank you." His words rendered the young people somewhat awkward. However, the girls, undeterred by Luke's earnestness, responded confidently, "We 3 will share 1 tent, and they too will have the other. Rest assured, nothing untoward will transpire." In light of their assurances, Luke returned their sentiment with a charming smile, replying, "Thank you," before turning away from the boys' embarrassed expressions to fetch supplies from the car. The children from the Dutton and Cheen families were well versed in the art of camping and tent assembly, having engaged in such activities since childhood. In no time, Jamie and Leaf had erected a spacious tent, as they opted for a single large structure. Luke arranged for Beth and Angela to sleep in the car, as the back seat of the Mammoth was quite roomy. A specialized inflatable mattress sufficed for the 2 14-year-olds. Once the tent was completed, Luke assigned tasks. He instructed the young individuals to gather dry firewood, while Jamie and Leaf set about constructing a fire pit and stove. Beth and Angela took ropes and a rain tarp to fashion a makeshift restroom. With the arrangements in place, Luke prepared the grill and food. Given the abundance of provisions he had brought, the presence of the young people posed no issue. Shortly thereafter, everyone returned to find Luke already grilling. Jamie and Leaf excitedly retrieved beers and beverages from the car fridge. Meanwhile, Beth and Angela flung open all the doors of the Mammoth, selecting their favorite music CDs and cranking the volume to the maximum. Thus commenced the revelry belonging to the youth. Initially, the young people had not prepared much in terms of food, merely some snacks and bottled water. However, upon witnessing the lavish spread of food and drinks that Luke had laid out, they felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, once the beer and barbecue began, inhibitions faded, and everyone relaxed. The The girls, having indulged sufficiently in the feast, were the first to don their bikinis in eager anticipation of swimming in the river. Luke, however, cautioned Beth and Angela against venturing too far, assigning the sober Leaf to keep watch from the shore. In truth, the girls need not rely on Lip. They merely descend for a brief interlude of 10 minutes before returning to the shore. Once back by the central bonfire, they seize the opportunity to flaunt their figures before Luke. It must be said that the physiques of these three young women are truly remarkable, each surpassing the last. Not only does Luke indulge his gaze, but even Jamie and Lip frequently cast their eyes in their direction. However, Lip is often jolted by Beth's playful jabs beside him. A gathering of youthful souls, in the wilderness, by the lakeside, feasting on barbecued delights and singing merrily. What a harmonious tableau! Yet, Luke remains far from at ease. The conspicuous presence of a man-made barbed wire fence keeps him perpetually vigilant of his surroundings. The scene before him evokes a sense of unease, a group of young people in the wild under the cloak of night, with a grip on a plant. Is this not the quintessential setup for an American horror film? At that moment, Luke suddenly catches a whiff of an unusual odor. Chapter 5 Chaos. Following the scent, Luke spotted Evan and Scott seated near the campfire, sharing a cigarette. Beside him was Jamie, while a few girls and Beth's shadow, Reap, were engaged in cheerful chatter. Luke approached the two boys, seized the cigarette from their hands, and crushed it underfoot. With a fierce glare, he declared, "I have mentioned before, my younger siblings are minors. If I see this again, I shall ensure you experience the force of a cowboy's fist. I assure you." Without acknowledging their terrified expressions, he turned on his heel and returned to his seat. The girls, witnessing the scene, fell into a hushed silence. The two boys, chastened, retreated to their tent. Meanwhile, the girls resumed their conversations, mostly attempting to extract stories from Beth and Angela, their words laced with curiosity about Luke. Beth and Angela were well versed in this routine. Luke had had numerous girlfriends throughout his life, and such matters were second nature to these two sisters. As Luke shared insights about university life with Jamie, he tuned in to the girls' discussions. There was little of substance. These young people were university students, entering their senior year. They eventually delved into various campus gossip, relaying tales to the two middle school girls, Beth and Angela. One must admit, the bonds of friendship among girls can be quite peculiar. At that moment, the five girls appeared as if they had been friends for years. Eventually, glancing at the time, Luke noted it was 11 p.m. and felt compelled to interrupt them, urging them to retire for the night. He instructed Reap and Jamie to sleep, as he intended to keep watch, reminding them not to remove their clothes. They did not protest. Luke's authority had long been established, and they had always heeded their older brother's words. After Reap and Jamie returned, Scott and Evan approached Luke. "Luke, we are sorry about earlier. Please forgive us. We were merely curious, you know how it is in college." Luke did not chastise them. He was well aware that such behavior was commonplace in university life. However, his aversion to such matters seemed ingrained in his very being. He waved dismissively and said, "I simply do not want my younger siblings to see or smell this. They are minors. As long as you refrain from smoking in our presence, I shall not concern myself with your actions elsewhere." The two boys offered only awkward smiles in response. Noticing they had not left, Luke inquired, "Is there something else?" "Well, we would like to help with the night watch, if you don't mind." Luke waved his hand again, saying, "No need, you two should rest. I can manage on my own. Reap and Jamie will rise early to relieve me." Scott and Evan, eager to redeem themselves, attempted to impress Luke, but he offered them no opportunity, swiftly drawing a pistol from his waistband, which sent them away in defeat. By midday, everyone had gathered ample firewood, ensuring a brilliant blaze for the evening's campfire. From time to time, Luke tossed a few pieces of dry kindling into the fire and intermittently rose to stretch his limbs. In truth, his physical condition and prowess were such that a few days without sleep would bear little consequence. However, he understood that, in the realm of ordinary society, one must comport oneself like a typical individual, lest one be deemed an anomaly. And anomalies often meet with unfortunate fates. Thus, Luke's demeanor was that of a robust, albeit slightly stronger, human being. Yet, His body had already reached the pinnacle of human capability. A mere breakthrough to the next tier of cultivation would elevate him beyond the confines of humanity altogether. The seventh level of his cultivation technique, known as the condensing chi and refining pills, was the fabled golden elixir stage, an ultimate transcendence. Yet, Luke had been stagnating at this juncture for over a year, making no advancement whatsoever. After taking a stroll around the camp, Luke returned to the warmth of the bonfire, still pondering his cultivation techniques, when he caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. It was not the scent of the hemp plant, but rather a foul stench that began faintly and grew increasingly pungent. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air, hurtling towards Luke. Reacting swiftly, he conjured a barrier of chi in the direction of the noise and focused his gaze. An arrow was flying toward him. With a quick motion, he swatted the arrow from its trajectory. Instantly, he activated his insight eye. In the thicket, over 20 meters away, shadowy figures stirred, one of which peeked out from behind a tree and continued to loose arrows in his direction. Just as Luke was about to draw his firearm, the sound of numerous footsteps echoed around him. 7 or 8 humanoid creatures of varying heights were assaulting the camp. Without a moment's hesitation, Luke prioritized the safety of Leepu and Jamie, forsaking the young ones in the process, knowing Beth and Angela were secure in the vehicle. Upon witnessing 2 of the creatures wielding clubs and axes advancing toward Leepu and Jamie's tent, Luke promptly drew his gun and fired. The sharp report of gunfire shattered the tranquility of the night. "Jamie, Leepu, wake up," he urged, followed by a few more shots. Meanwhile, the group of young people also found themselves under attack, the gunfire dispelling their peaceful slumber. Focused on rescuing his brother, Luke paid no heed to the other side. He aimed at the 2 creatures threatening his tent, initially targeting their limbs. However, the impact of the 9mm rounds on their extremities proved ineffective. The monsters seemed impervious to pain, pausing only momentarily before resuming their advance. Fortunately, Jamie and Leepu, having slept in their clothes, awakened at the sound of gunfire and scrambled out of the tent. Just as they exited, the 2 creatures struck the tent with their axes and clubs. Had Jamie and Leepu not fled, the consequences would have been dire. On the other side, the young people were engaged in combat with the monsters, but their sluggish reactions and lack of weaponry quickly placed them at a disadvantage. Observing that targeting the limbs bore no fruit, Luke unleashed a more lethal barrage upon the 2 creatures pursuing Jamie and Leepu. Employing the Mozambique shooting technique, he delivered 2 shots to the torso and 1 to the head. After 6 shots, the 2 monsters collapsed. Just as Luke began to breathe a sigh of relief, shrieks from Beth and Angela inside the vehicle pierced the air. It turned out that another creature was attempting to force open the car door to attack them. Fortunately, the vehicle had been locked, a precaution Luke had insisted upon before they retired for the night. This precaution ultimately safeguarded them. The 2 creatures were utterly incapable of opening the car door, resorting instead to striking it with wooden sticks. To assault an armored vehicle with mere sticks, how absurd. Then came the sound of 6 gunshots, leaving 2 monstrous corpses sprawled on the ground. After reloading his weapon, Luke glanced back towards the young individuals. Apart from the chaos strewn about, no one was in sight. He reassured Beth and Angela before handing the gun to Jamie. "You all stay in the vehicle and do not move. There are handguns, ammunition, and a satellite phone inside. Call for help immediately." With that, Luke leapt onto the bed of the pickup truck and unzipped the large black travel bag he had brought along. He retrieved a Remington 870 shotgun and tossed an ammunition pouch to Leap. "Guard the vehicle, do not exit." Then, he extracted an automatic rifle, a handgun, a tactical vest, and a thigh holster from the bag. Finally, he equipped himself with magazines and passed the remainder to Jamie. "I must follow. I cannot stand idly by." The younger siblings nodded in compliance, showing no hesitation, though they cautioned Luke to act with prudence as he departed. Luke solemnly acknowledged them before dashing into the woods. His motivation to rescue those young individuals was not born from a sense of altruism, but rather a consequence of his recent triumph over the creatures, which had led to a breakthrough in his abilities. Chapter 6. Carnage. Luke gazed at the panel before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet, this was not the moment for contemplation. He grasped his rifle, activated his insight eye, ensured his surroundings were secure, and began to organize his gear. Although firearms were rampant in America, It was not common for civilians to roam freely with weapons. So why could Luke? This was due to the partnership established by the Chin family alongside the Luciano and Joyce families in founding a light arms company. In his youth, Luke was aware that Stark Industries also manufactured weapons, but those were high-end products. Thus, he adopted various light weaponry from the future, understanding that volume sales were the true path to profit. As the prodigious darling of the Chin, Luciano, and Dutton families, Luke had established his own account at an early age. Presently, his design firm boasted over 1,000 patented technologies, all licensed to his family enterprise. The Q Light Arms Company was a collaborative venture among the four families: the Chin family, the Dutton family, the Luciano family, and the Joyce family, the family of Luke's second uncle, including Luke himself. Each family held a 20% stake. The company remained private, eschewing public listings and external financing, while also securing exclusive military contracts. In addition to the wealth and connections gained by each family, Luke himself was granted the title of weapons designer and tester by the Department of Defense, allowing him to carry firearms freely. In his possession was the newly designed ACC Honey Badger assault rifle utilizing 300 BLK ammunition, 7.62 by 35 subsonic rifle rounds. This rifle was specially crafted for special forces, intended to replace the German-made MP5 SD submachine gun. As he set out, Luke harbored concerns about potential hazards on the road. While his martial prowess ensured his safety, he was also responsible for his younger siblings, compelling him to consider their security. Consequently, he packed a Remington M870 Special Forces variant alongside the ACC Honey Badger into a large travel bag. Luke diligently observed his surroundings while tracking the group of creatures. The evidence they left behind was unmistakable. Aside from the bloodstains from the young victims, the most significant clue was the scent. Luke possessed remarkably acute senses. Even in the absence of blood trails, he could follow the monsters solely by their odor. Activating his insight eye, he cautiously pursued the creature's traces. After more than half an hour, he finally emerged from the woods into a clearing. This open space was littered with numerous abandoned vehicles. After a quick inspection, he determined that there were no threats or traps, so he ventured into the midst of the wreckage. The area contained over 20 assorted derelict cars, many still bearing dried bloodstains. Luke quickly surmised that these were likely remnants from previous victims. Convinced that the area posed no danger, he pressed on. Navigating through the parking lot, he turned sharply along a narrow path and soon encountered several wooden cabins. The largest of these structures was illuminated, accompanied by the faint sounds of commotion. Luke cautiously examined the other houses and ultimately determined that all the monsters were confined within the largest two-story wooden cabin. His insight revealed the presence of 9 humanoid creatures actively moving inside, alongside 3 that were motionless. Judging by their sizes, Luke surmised that the 3 still figures were the young women. There were no other creatures in sight, suggesting that the 2 young men were likely in grave peril. After conducting his reconnaissance, Luke formulated a plan and prepared to stealthily enter through a window on the side of the room. This was the very place where the 3 young women were held captive, guarded by merely 2 monsters. For more were in the hall while 2 were upstairs, and 1 occupied a room adjacent to the hall. Having devised his strategy, Luke quietly lifted the window and slipped inside. The 2 monsters stood with their backs to him, seemingly engaged in an argument. The 3 young women lay unconscious on a mattress before the creatures. Without hesitation, Luke drew his silenced pistol. After all, a silenced handgun is far quieter than a silenced rifle. With a muffled pop, he dispatched the monsters with precision. Confirming their demise, he approached the 3 young women, who appeared to have been rendered unconscious. Their bodies bore various bruises and scratches, and there were traces of blood on their heads. It seemed they had been struck on the head, leading to their unconsciousness, and had sustained additional injuries while being transported through the woods. He reached out to check for breathing and pulse. Both were normal and there were no life-threatening wounds, indicating that they were, for the moment, out of immediate danger. Yet, Luke now faced 2 choices. The first was to awaken the 3 young women and quietly lead them to safety while the monsters remained unaware. The second option was to leave them behind and venture out to eliminate the remaining creatures. Ever since embarking on his cultivation journey, Luke had been imbued with confidence. The 6th level of his cultivation technique had bestowed upon him the limits of human capability. Thus, he chose to awaken the young women and confront the monsters directly. Although he was uncertain of the specifics regarding the breakthrough of his technique, eliminating monsters could only be beneficial. Luke gently nudged Jessie. As she groggily awoke and instinctively prepared to scream, he swiftly covered her mouth. He gestured for silence, and Jessie quickly regained her composure. She blinked at him, and he gradually released his hand. In a hushed tone, he instructed, "Wake them quietly. Do not make a sound. I will deal with the other monsters." Upon hearing Luke's intention to face the remaining threats, Jessie immediately grasped his hand, tears welling in her eyes as she shook her head in protest. Luke offered a reassuring smile and revealed his assault rifle from behind him, signaling her to remain calm. "Wait here," he said, bestowing her with a confident and charming smile. Without waiting for her response, he turned and departed with an elegant and professional demeanor. Moments later, faint gunfire echoed through the air, followed by the sounds of monstrous cries, gunshots, and the cacophony of objects being smashed. Then, silence enveloped the area. Jessie felt a knot of anxiety tightening within her. She was utterly tense, afraid to awaken her companions, pressing her hand tightly against her mouth to stifle any sound within the wooden cabin. Apart from Jessie and the three girls, there was nothing alive that could move. Luke remained vigilant, concerned that certain entities might elude the detection of his insight. After observing for a brief moment, he returned to the room where Jessie and the others were. "Jessie, you are safe," he declared before fully entering the room. Upon seeing Luke return unscathed, Jessie sighed in relief and clung to his leg, weeping profusely. Luke, feeling helpless, endeavored to comfort Jessie while simultaneously attempting to awaken Carly and Francine. Soon, another girl roused from her stupor. Upon seeing Luke, she reacted as if he were an angel sent to rescue them, embracing him and sobbing just like Jessie. After a considerable amount of soothing, Luke finally led the three girls out of the cabin. His alertness remained high, and he continued to employ his insight as they cautiously advanced. Passing through the hall, the three girls were overwhelmed with grief and nausea upon encountering the remains of Evan and Scott. On the way back to the camp, Luke marked the trees to facilitate the police in locating the site later. After nearly an hour, Jamie and the others finally spotted Luke returning safely with the three girls. Beth and Angela approached with a medical kit to tend to the girls' wounds, while Jamie and Leap maintained a vigilant watch, guns drawn. Luke then examined the four creatures he had dispatched on the spot. As dawn approached, the group heard the Chapter 7. Disguised Luke and his companions remained gathered around the flickering campfire, while Rip busied himself brewing coffee. The young women leaned against one another, weary from a night of restless exertion, unable to find solace in sleep, their only comfort coming from mutual support. Two full-size Dodge SUVs arrived near the campsite and came to a halt. These vehicles, inspired by the Cadillac Escalade of the future, had gained immense popularity since their launch in 1996. Today, the presidential limousine had been modified from this very model, and Dodge had become a strategic partner of the U.S. government thanks to Luke's design. As Luke observed 8 figures clad in black suits disembark from the vehicles, a frown creased his brow. However, the men displayed no signs of alarm despite Luke and the two boys pointing their weapons at them. The leader, a man with a receding hairline and glasses, stepped forward, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. "Young man, do not be alarmed. We are FBI agents, and we received information from the police department that brought us here promptly." Luke, however, remained vigilant and replied loudly, "Produce your credentials. Slowly, please. I need to see clearly." The bespectacled agent did not seem offended by Luke's caution. Instead, he smiled appreciatively. He slowly retrieved his identification from his coat and presented it to Luke. After a brief glance, Luke displayed no outward reaction, but internally he had already concluded that this group was not genuine FBI. Nonetheless, verification was necessary. Luke nodded and stated, "I'm sorry, but I need to make a phone call for confirmation." The agent acquiesced with a nod. "Please proceed." Luke stepped back a few paces, still firmly gripping his rifle, and called out, "Jamie, hand me the satellite phone." Jamie approached with the device. Luke drew his handgun, pointing it at the agents, then passed the rifle to Jamie. He took the satellite phone and dialed a number. Instead of the FBI, he dialed his father, Drake Chin. On the other end, the elder Chin, still drowsy, mumbled, "Who is it? So early?" Luke had no intention of pleasantries. "Hello, is this FBI headquarters?" Although the inquiry seemed puzzling, Mr. Chin recognized Luke's voice and immediately became alert. Before he could respond, Luke continued, "Please verify agent number XXXXXXXXXXX. Thank you." The elder Chin memorized the digits promptly. From the other end, Luke's voice came through again. "All right." After approximately 2 minutes, Luke's mother, Elsa, returned with a serious expression and quietly informed Old Man Chin, "This is an agent named Marvin Borges from headquarters, and the system indicates he is on leave today." Old Man Chin immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and hurriedly relayed Elsa's message to Luke over the phone. Luke, smiling, expressed his gratitude before ending the call. At that moment, the couple found themselves somewhat at a loss. Ultimately, it was Elsa, familiar with her son, who said, "Trust Luke. I will call John." They left Salt Lake City yesterday and should now be in Idaho, which is relatively close to John. Old Man Chin nodded in agreement. "It is still early. Is it wise to wake your father?" Elsa remarked, "Given how much your father and I adore Luke, if you refrain from waking them now, they will certainly express their displeasure later." Thus, Old Man Chin reluctantly dialed his father. There was no alternative. As the saying goes, the youngest son, the eldest grandson, the old man's lifeblood. The Chin family had begun to mobilize, while Luke remained remarkably calm. Placing the phone behind him, he smiled at the bespectacled man and said, "Thank you, Agent Borges." The bespectacled man also smiled, but his expression quickly froze. Luke instantly ceased smiling, raised his gun, and shouted, "Raise your hands, quickly. I want to see your hands in the air." Immediately, Jamie and Leap swiftly found cover and raised their weapons, while Beth and Angela, along with several girls, took refuge inside a vehicle. The agents exchanged glances, turning to the bespectacled man, who reluctantly raised his hands in surrender. Minutes later, 8 men in black suits knelt on the ground, hands clasped behind their heads, facing away from Luke and the others. However, Luke showed no intention of disarming them. He merely watched them from a distance before calling John Dutton. Realizing they shared a common thought, Luke figured that this location was closest to his uncle's home, just a few hundred kilometers away. Dutton and the Nick Ranch boasted several helicopters, allowing them to arrive within an hour. After speaking with John, Luke recounted the situation, from the camping trip to the nighttime assault and the subsequent report to the authorities, only to find the supposed FBI was a sham. John advised Luke before setting off. Subsequently, 3 Bell 407 helicopters and 1 Bell 525 took flight from the ranch. Meanwhile, the bespectacled man attempted to persuade Luke, saying, "Young man, I'm not sure where you placed your verification call, but it certainly wasn't to our headquarters." Luke scoffed, "Ha, be quiet. Your headquarters is undoubtedly filled with your own people. Don't think we are easily deceived just because we are young." Under Luke's discerning gaze, the heads of these individuals bore red question marks, while his siblings were marked with names in blue. The 3 girls were indicated in green. Clearly, Luke had more faith in his own judgment. The bespectacled man, unwilling to relent, sighed and admitted, "All right, I confess, we are SHIELD, not the FBI." Luke's lips curled into a slight smirk, astonished to discover that these individuals were from SHIELD, a group of notorious agents from Hydra and SHIELD had indeed arrived. However, Luke, the illustrious actor Chin, mockingly remarked, "Heh, do you really think I'm foolish? The federal law enforcement agency simply does not encompass SHIELD. I possess 3 doctoral degrees. Attempting to deceive me is nothing short of a delusion." The bespectacled man, growing increasingly impatient with Luke's obstinacy, felt his irritation mounting. Sensing their frustration, Luke issued a stern warning. "Do not move recklessly. I am quite capable of firing a weapon. The state police will arrive shortly, and you can provide your explanations to them." With that, he discharged a shot, narrowly missing the bespectacled man. Instantly, the agents regained their composure. Over an hour later, the sound of helicopters filled the air. Yet, Luke remained unfazed. Observing the Agents Res Chapter 8. Misunderstanding. John arrived with 4 helicopters, opting to land on the lakeside marsh behind Luke. One helicopter descended, another hovered in the distance, while the remaining 2 circled above. Jamie and the others could clearly see that all the aircraft doors were ajar, with cowboys, ranch agents, and sheriffs brandishing firearms directed at the ground below. John descended alongside the second helicopter. It was evident that he had received prior notification from his sister, Elsa. The agents he brought swiftly apprehended the 8 men in black suits. Before John could exchange words with Luke, Beth rushed over. Dad, seeing that his daughter and the other young individuals were unharmed, John exhaled in relief. He patted Luke and his own 2 sons with a sense of pride. Well done. It was apparent that old John rarely offered compliments, and this unexpected praise caught Jamie and Leap off guard, though they managed to respond with awkward smiles. Once during our journey, we encountered a group of university students who had also come to camp here. However, their vehicle had suffered damage to its tires, presumably inflicted by those monstrous beings. Old John furrowed his brow as he gazed at the lifeless bodies and remarked, "They appear to be deformed humans. Yet there is something peculiar about them." Luke nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, it is strange. Typically, the deformed are either intellectually challenged or physically stunted, yet they still qualify as human. However, through our combat experience yesterday, it seems they exhibit a remarkably low response to pain. Ordinary harm fails to impede their movements." After a brief pause, Luke continued, "We must strike their hearts or heads to halt them, and I have observed their cannibalistic tendencies." 2 young men accompanied us. One is deceased while the other has been dismembered. John nodded thoughtfully, fixing his gaze on Luke for a protracted moment before expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Luke." Luke understood John's implication. Without his intervention, Jamie and Leap would have undoubtedly struggled to manage this dire situation, thereby placing Beth in grave danger. Consequently, Luke responded with a smile, echoing the well-known PUA adage, "We are family." Old John patted Luke on the shoulder, remaining silent. The individuals John had brought along were the town's law enforcement officers, livestock patrolmen, and ranch cowboys. These men were well acquainted with Luke and his companions, and during their leisure time, they came to examine the bodies of the deformed beings, exchanging greetings with Luke and his group. Jamie, accompanied by Leap and Beth, prepared coffee and offered some cookies to the cowboys, recognizing that they had risen early and flown in to assist them, thus deserving of hospitality. These younger individuals were significantly influenced by Luke, particularly in matters of social etiquette. Luke's favor among the 3 esteemed families, the Chin, Dutton, and Luciano, stems not solely from his intellectual prowess but predominantly from his emotional intelligence. Beyond providing lucrative advice in the realms of technology and financial investments that have greatly enriched these families, Luke advocates for collective prosperity, urging the Chin and Luciano families to establish a foothold in their ancestral businesses, thus ensuring a safety net for his own lineage. Consequently, in the early 1990s, the Chin family commenced investments in the interior, albeit through overseas intermediaries. The ingrained racial prejudices of the Anglo-Saxon populace are well known to Luke, who is acutely aware of their shamelessness in future generations. Hence, he encourages early strategic positioning for the family. For the Dutton family, maintaining control over Montana suffices, as the ability to sway the electorate and political leanings of an entire state secures their enduring prominence. Luke's astuteness is further evident in his orchestration of the Chin family's political stance. The Duttons have steadfastly aligned with the Republican Party, while the Lucianos harbor animosity towards it, firmly supporting the Democrats. The elder Chin, however, remains indecisive, allowing both factions to curry favor with him, knowing that whichever party ascends to power will earn his endorsement. This dynamic fosters a rapid ascent for the Chin family alongside the other 2 clans and several vassal families. Luke acts as a catalyst, guiding the Chin family towards innovative product development and future growth, thereby transforming them into a formidable consortium with far-reaching commercial interests. Returning to the scene, after leaving 2 aircraft behind, John's entourage has departed. An hour following John's arrival, the wail of sirens filled the air as state police and the actual FBI arrived. Upon encountering the genuine FBI agents, the bespectacled man exhaled a sigh of relief, hastening to inform the authorities of his affiliation with S.H.I.L.D. Luke is aware that this group will ultimately face no repercussions, though they will undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. After the lead FBI agent conferred with his superiors, the group was released. The bespectacled man, eager to pursue the case further given the involvement of mysterious entities, was met with resistance from the FBI's leadership, despite S.H.I.E.L.'s considerable reputation. As Luke noted, they possess no law enforcement authority within federal jurisdiction, akin to the CIA. This often leads them to impersonate FBI agents, which is a source of considerable irritation for the latter. At least the CIA maintains a semblance of camaraderie, sharing intelligence to some degree, whereas S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives exhibit a distinct lack of decorum, seizing opportunities without offering any information in return. In colloquial terms, they are simply inconsiderate. It is evident that S.H.I.L.D. personnel fail to navigate the intricacies of social conduct, prompting the FBI to turn a blind eye most times. However, if caught in the act, they face severe consequences. Once the S.H.I.E.L.D. matter was resolved, the FBI supervisor and state police chief approached Luke. He recounted the events in detail, earning the admiration of the state police chief, who recognized him as a true stalwart for daring to venture alone into the nocturnal wilderness to rescue others. The head of the FBI's eyes sparkled with interest as he handed over his business card. "Young man, would you be interested in joining the FBI?" Luke merely smiled politely, and old John, rather unabashedly, accepted the card, saying, "Thank you." It was then that they noticed John and his companion. The state police chief recognized John, but the FBI agents did not. "Who are you?" they inquired. "I am his mother's brother. Should you wish to understand his identity further, you are welcome to visit the Dutton Ranch in Montana." The FBI supervisor, having come from Salt Lake City, was unfamiliar with the Dutton Ranch in Montana, so he suppressed his thoughts and focused on the case at hand. Consequently, they each left a portion of their team behind and followed Luke toward the lair of the creatures. Upon arriving at the abandoned parking lot, Luke remarked, "You should be able to trace the missing person's information through the vehicle's license plates." When they reached the creature's cabin and pushed open the door, the scene that greeted them was profoundly unsettling. Most of the individuals were retching. It was utterly tragic, horrifying. Chapter 9. Home. Luke recounted to the FBI agent the sequence of events leading to his intrusion into the cabin, earning the admiration of all present. The FBI supervisor began to regard Luke with increasing favor. Due to limited personnel, the supervisor called for reinforcements and took statements from Luke and the others, leaving them with little to attend to for the time being. Upon returning to the camp, Luke instructed the ranch hands to drive the vehicles back. He then accompanied his siblings and 3 young ladies via helicopter, following old John back to the ranch. Upon their arrival, Luke's parents, siblings, and grandmother were all there to greet them. The elderly gentleman, Cheen, was unable to join them as he had to attend a conference abroad, but he had called Luke to check in. Seeing the children unharmed brought a collective sigh of relief. The reassurance of a phone call could not compare to the solace of witnessing their safety in person. Old John's residence was sufficiently spacious to accommodate everyone comfortably. Evelyn thoughtfully summoned a doctor to tend to the girls' wounds. The injuries were minor abrasions, primarily exacerbated by the shock they had endured. Beth and Angela bore no psychological scars, thus leaving the young ladies behind while they informed their families of their well-being. The adventure had fostered camaraderie among the youths. Lee and Jamie took the opportunity to introduce them to the cowboy lifestyle, riding horseback and herding cattle daily. The breathtaking scenery of the Dutton and Nick farms proved to be both beautiful and healing. Gradually, the 3 girls began to emerge from their emotional shadows, aware that they could not linger for too long. Once their injuries had sufficiently healed, they would need to depart. 3 days after Luke and the others returned to the ranch, FBI agents arrived at the Dutton farm, accompanied by personnel from S.H.I.L.D. Old John and Luke welcomed them. The FBI representative primarily sought to update them on the case, while S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were there to extend apologies and explore the possibility of recruiting Luke. To Luke's surprise, the agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. All bore green names, with Agent Coulson, whose hairline was still quite subtle, leading the group. The FBI expressed their gratitude towards Luke. Investigations had unearthed over 50 skeletal remains near the residence of the mutant creatures, and they had identified the owners of the vehicles involved, linking them to approximately 65 missing persons over the past 7 years. This case was deemed a significant breakthrough. Such incidents occurred across the nation, often going unresolved due to the absence of surveillance cameras, rendering the pursuit of justice nearly impossible without manual investigation, ultimately leading to cold cases. Luke had inadvertently provided them with a monumental breakthrough. The FBI supervisor still contemplated recruiting Luke, but, recalling his superior's previous admonition, refrained from making the suggestion. After reporting to his superior about Luke, he had been interrupted. "Anthony, do you know who he is? Do you understand why I sent you?" Anthony, bewildered, replied, "Is there a problem, boss? I was awakened early in the morning by a phone call from the Attorney General. This young man is the heir of the Hex Group, a family with assets exceeding $1 trillion. Why would I be in a position to admire him?" Anthony's already dark complexion appeared even darker in astonishment. He had not anticipated the magnitude of this young man's background. However, he found it perplexing that someone so affluent would be wandering about. The behavior of the wealthy often eludes understanding. Nevertheless, Anthony's talents were greatly valued by his superior, who reassured him, stating that establishing a good rapport with this family would be advantageous for him. "This case could very well lead to our promotion. Would you be interested in going to New York?" Upon returning to the farm, Anthony's supervisor left a business card for Luke, saying, "Upon the completion of this case, I may be transferred to New York. Should you encounter any difficulties there, do not hesitate to call me." This time, old John did not intervene to stop Luke. Observing the courtesy extended by Anthony's supervisor, Luke presented him with a bottle of wine from his family vineyard. Upon seeing the price tag of over $3,000 on the wine, Anthony decided to keep it for himself, reasoning that if he were to give it to his superior, the old man would never share it with him. After Anthony's supervisor departed with the FBI, Agent Coulson offered an apology to Luke. "My apologies for my subordinate." Luke promptly interrupted him, saying, "There is no need for you to apologize. I am not acquainted with your S.H.I.E.L.D. You possess no law enforcement authority, and we have nothing further to discuss. Any issues should be communicated with the FBI." Seeing Luke's brusque demeanor, Coulson could only manage a resigned smile and said, "We wish to extend an invitation for you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. I am aware of your triple doctorate from Stanford University. Our agency is equipped with the world's most advanced research facilities, and you may select any project you desire." Luke shook his head and replied, "You lack law enforcement authority within the federal framework. I have researched this, and it appears that in most countries globally, you possess no legal enforcement power. You are merely an intelligence agency." As Coulson attempted to speak further, Luke interrupted again. "I apologize, but if I wish to pursue research, you are aware that, given my family background, I possess ample resources to conduct any research I desire." Coulson's motivation for recruiting Luke stemmed from valuing his research and inventions rather than the display of force demonstrated in this incident. Since childhood, Luke had been known for appropriating products from the future for his family's enterprise, resulting in a multitude of patents under his name. S.H.I.E.L.D. sought to recruit him primarily for his research and development capabilities. However, Luke had no desire to become entangled with S.H.I.E.L.D., particularly given the unjust reputation of the Hydra division. Ultimately, Coulson departed in disappointment, though Luke did present him with a bottle of wine identical to that given to Anthony. Luke understood the nuances of social etiquette. After Coulson left, he remarked in the car, "Boss, what's your take on this?" A deep, resonant voice of a middle-aged man responded through Coulson's earpiece, challenging. "This young man's family is quite formidable. We cannot compel him through illicit means. Let us maintain surveillance. Such affluent offspring are bound to err, and when they do, we can leverage that to our advantage." "Very well, my friend. I perceive that this young man possesses a kind heart, yet for reasons unknown, he harbors some animosity towards S.H. But let us set that aside for now. Assistance is required in New York, so we shall defer this matter. John and Luke watched the vehicle disappear into the distance before turning to each other. Have you yet decided on your course of action? Luke pondered for a moment before responding. In truth, I find myself quite intrigued by Supervisor Anthony's proposition, as I have little interest in my previous accomplishments. Old John offered Luke a bottle of beer, and after taking a hearty swig, he remarked, I understand. The first act of taking a life carries a distinct sensation. Do not allow the thirst for blood to govern your actions. Luke took a generous drink as well and assured him, Rest assured, my resolve remains steadfast. John glanced at a group of girls riding in the distance and advised, Enjoy the festivities tonight, but take care of your health. Luke nodded, clinking his bottle against John's, sharing a knowing smile that only men understand. Tomorrow, 3 girls would depart. Thus tonight the ranch would host a bonfire party in their honor. However, this gathering would be exclusive to the children, devoid of parents or cowboys. Luke's parents and grandmother, reassured that the children were safe, planned to fly back to Los Angeles the following day. Meanwhile, Luke's youngest fraternal twins remained, along with old John's younger son, Kes, and his elder son, Lee. Thus, the evening's revelry promised to be quite boisterous. With only Lee, Jamie, and Luke reaching adulthood, both old John and Luke exchanged knowing smiles that spoke of their shared understanding. Chapter 10. The Master at dawn the following day, Luke awoke from his slumber. The previous night had been a rather late affair due to a spirited card game. Although the evening had been filled with merriment, it had extended far beyond the intended hour. Returning to his room, Luke intended to delve into the study of his techniques when a knock resounded at the door. Upon descending the stairs, Luke encountered only Jamie. A glance around the kitchen revealed no one else was present. After a moment of contemplation, he discerned that the other inhabitants of the house were absent, leaving only the 3 young women, himself and Jamie. Where is everyone? Luke inquired. Jamie shrugged and replied, I brought you breakfast ingredients. Everyone else returned to old John S. last night. Surprised, Luke raised an eyebrow at Jamie. They went to old John S. at such a late hour?
Jamie sighed,
Gazing imploringly at Luke. If it weren't for the ruckus of your card game, we wouldn't have felt compelled to go to old John S. Luke fell silent, merely shrugging in response. Jamie, accustomed to Luke's nonchalance, turned to leave. I'm heading back now. Don't forget the girls have a flight this afternoon. After bidding farewell to Jamie, Luke opened the refrigerator, preparing breakfast for himself and the 3 young women. The card game had indeed kept him awake until the early hours, and thus he set about serving breakfast to the ladies, ultimately rousing them from their slumber. The delightful aroma of the meal soon captured their attention. What's cooking? It smells divine, Luke. You are simply too thoughtful. Indeed, I hardly want to leave, Jessie remarked, only to be met with immediate dissent from Carly and Francine. This vixen cannot monopolize Luke. We must depart together once breakfast concluded. The young women clustered together for a brief chat before resuming their slumber. However, Luke found no need for rest. 2 hours of sleep sufficed for him, ensuring he remained invigorated. After vanquishing the monster the previous day, Luke's techniques had advanced. Not only had his foundational technique, the Peak Yang skill, progressed, but his auxiliary methods had also seen improvement. However, Luke's primary focus was not on this but rather the panel that materialized before him. Alongside a foundational technique and 4 auxiliary methods, a progress bar appeared, accompanied by an option for other skills. Upon selecting that option, a list unfurled before him. Surprisingly, the highest-ranked skill was Procreation LV Max, leaving Luke somewhat speechless. Other skills varied in level, revealing to Luke that the pinnacle for these skills was level 5. The distinctions were as follows: LV 1, Initial Understanding, LV 2, Proficient Mastery, LV 3, Advanced Proficiency, LV 4, Transcendent Mastery, LV Max, Extraordinary Enlightenment. Each skill, upon reaching LV 3, Advanced Proficiency, would acquire additional attributes, and achieving LV 5 Max, Extraordinary Enlightenment, would confer a unique innate attribute. The additional attributes of Luke's dual cultivation technique are as follows: LV 3, a 75 chance to cause the target to lose resistance, LV 4. A 50 chance to induce significant dehydration in the target, and LV. Max. A 25 chance to trigger muscle spasms in the target. The ultimate level grants a permanent reduction of the target's maximum hatred towards him by 50, an increase in the target's favorability by 50, and a 100 chance to mildly enhance the target's physique and appearance. This is quite extraordinary. If Luke's ex-girlfriends were to discover this talent of his, they would undoubtedly go to great lengths to confine him in a basement. Luke resolutely decided that he must keep this ability a secret from all women. Moreover, what delighted Luke the most was a statistic displayed on his panel, namely the order points, which currently stood at 6,760. Although he was uncertain of their potential applications, he was sure they held significance. These points were accrued from the 14 monsters he had defeated, perhaps supplemented by the rescue of 3 girls. The 14 monsters also conferred additional benefits upon Luke. Initially, he lacked the skills for jungle and mountain combat, but they manifested after he vanquished those creatures. Though initially hesitant, he soon realized that upon entering the jungle and mountainous terrains, certain instincts kicked in. Ultimately, Luke confirmed that defeating targets might yield further rewards, such as acquiring their most potent skills. After meticulously examining this attribute panel, Luke couldn't help but sigh, mentally berating his cheap master. Nonetheless, he embraced a leisurely lifestyle, allowing his horse to roam freely in the southern mountains. His days were filled with exercise, fishing with his younger siblings, horseback riding, herding, camping, and engaging in idle banter with cowboys. Occasionally, he would assist the former subordinates of Old John, the livestock officers, in performing good deeds, such as locating lost livestock and resolving ranch disputes. This was merely an experiment for Luke concerning his order points. Despite his numerous activities over the past half-month, the increase in order points was frustratingly minimal, only rising by single or double digits. That evening, after once again lamenting his cheap master, Luke prepared to rest. However, just as he was about to drift into slumber, he sensed a change in his surroundings. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself back in the spiritual spring space where he had first met his master as a child. The area had transformed significantly, now resembling several thousand square meters of circular land. The central spring remained, and the solitary fruit tree stood as before, but the thatched hut had evolved into a 2-story wooden cabin. Reclining on a chair at the entrance was none other than Luke's frugal master. "Kid, your skills have finally shown some promise. I thought I would have to wait another 10 or 8 years," he remarked. "Master, I know you have many questions. Do not fret, I shall provide the answers." After a brief moment of contemplation, Luke inquired, "Master, may I know your name?" The middle-aged man in the reclining chair did not meet Luke's gaze, appearing to rest with his eyes closed, yet his speech continued uninterrupted. "A name is merely a moniker. You may now refer to me as Baljed. However, I prefer to be called Neil Wood," Luke said with a hint of resignation. "I shall continue to address you as master." Their dialogue was conducted entirely in Chinese. Yet, as Luke gazed at the figure reclining in the chair, legs crossed, clad in a classic 3-piece British suit, complete with a pocket watch, he felt an unsettling dissonance. Particularly striking was the fact that his master bore a striking resemblance to a Westerner, yet it was evident that he was of mixed heritage. With his black hair and dark eyes, adorned by a sensual mustache, he bore a remarkable similarity to the legendary footballer Roberto Baggio, embodying the essence of a distinguished middle-aged gentleman. Chapter 11. The Legend of the White Snake. Luke had a multitude of thoughts he wished to convey to his master, yet upon meeting him, he found himself at a loss for words. Perceiving Luke's hesitation, Baal said, "We cultivate the way, which is in harmony with the heavens and nature. There is no need for entanglement or mental fatigue. Simply pursue what you desire and understand your true heart." After pondering this, Luke inquired, "But what if one were to commit wrongful deeds?" Baal responded with a sly smile, "The heavens will impose their own retribution." With a sigh, Luke remarked, "I understand what I must do, master." Baal nodded affirmatively, stating, "I do not misjudge people. You performed admirably in your past life. Every cause yields its effect." This revelation left Luke utterly speechless. Rebirth was his greatest secret, yet his master had unveiled the truth without reservation, leaving Luke in a state of astonishment. "Master, Do not overthink it. This is your opportunity, including in this life. Now that you have embarked on the path, do not dwell excessively, Ball said calmly. Luke found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Rising, Ball patted Luke on the shoulder, saying, "This alternate space shall be yours. I will also designate a personal storage area for you. The rest is up to you." Upon finishing, Ball snapped his fingers. A voice echoed in Luke's mind. "Ding, you have received new items. Please check." Luke promptly accessed the interface, noticing an envelope icon in the upper right corner, accompanied by a prominent exclamation mark. Upon opening it, a dialog box appeared. Personal storage space, 8M times 5M times 3M. Luke could instantly perceive this space in his mind. 8 meters in length, 5 meters in width, and 3 meters in height, roughly the size of a garage. Satisfied, he retracted his awareness, only to discover that Ball had vanished. Surveying his surroundings, he confirmed Ball's departure. However, at that moment, he heard Ball's voice resonate again. "Little apprentice, I am leaving. Cultivate diligently." Luke felt a surge of urgency. Although his power level had surpassed the limits of humanity, he was acutely aware of the formidable adversaries that lurked in this world. He hastily exclaimed, "Master, what if I encounter a powerful enemy?" Ball's voice echoed once more. "No carbon-based life form can withstand the current range of firearms. If they do, it suggests your firepower is inadequate. And what if the adversary is non-carbon-based?" Luke pressed, "Child, do not quibble. You are practicing authentic Taoist immortality. Focus on your cultivation." "Master, do we not possess any magical artifacts in our cultivation?" Luke asked. Upon his query, a system message appeared. Upon opening it, he received 2 revolvers. The slightly larger weapon was a matte ivory white. The other appeared in a matte bluish-gray finish. The ivory white revolver bore a striking resemblance to a Colt Python, while the bluish-gray one was slightly smaller, comparable in size to a Colt Cobra, 6-inch barrel, 357 caliber, adorned with an array of Taoist symbols. The gun's body gleamed with opulent elegance. The white grip was encrusted with transparent gems resembling diamonds, revealing a coiled serpent motif when viewed from various angles, its eyes crafted from rubies. Similarly, the grayish-blue variant featured dark blue gems with ruby eyes as well. Luke was astounded as he read the item's description within the system. Weapon name, White Serpent Legend by Sujin, sealed 99. Attributes. Basic design, 8-inch barrel, 44 caliber. Infusion of spiritual energy activates the reload free mode, ammunition deducted from personal space. Additional damage to malevolent beings, including spiritual entities. Rate of fire 50, power 25. Weapon name, White Serpent Legend Shaoqing, sealed 99. Attributes. Basic design, 6-inch barrel, 357 caliber. Infusion of spiritual energy activates the reload free mode, ammunition deducted from personal space. Additional damage to malevolent beings, including spiritual entities. Rate of fire 50, armor-piercing capability 25. The attributes and appearance of these firearms were nothing short of a dream weapon. Both guns closely resembled the Colt Python revolver series, yet were crafted with far greater finesse. It is noteworthy that the Colt Python series is often hailed as the Rolls-Royce of handguns. However, excitement was swiftly replaced by calm contemplation for Luke. Although he possessed a firearm permit, he was not a law enforcement officer. He could carry a weapon for self-defense in emergencies, yet could not brandish any firearm without cause. Luke was lost in thought, scarcely allowing himself the pleasure of admiring the 2 exquisite guns, until he was jolted back to reality by the raucous chatter of 3 girls upstairs. With a sigh, he resolved to send these lively ladies home before delving into a quiet study of his newfound treasures. After enjoying a heartfelt lunch prepared by Luke, the 3 girls reluctantly boarded their private plane back home. Determined to focus on the present, Luke set aside future considerations to thoroughly explore the 2 guns in his possession. He meticulously recreated blueprints of the firearms at a 1:1 scale and dispatched them to his family's weapon manufacturing company, requesting the swift replication of the 2 masterpieces. The staff, initially taken aback by the designs, engaged in extensive discussions with Luke before confirming the production of the firearms. The diamonds adorning the grips were supplied by Luke's grandmother's jewelry company. A week later, an 8-member transport team from his weapon company arrived. Given that Luke Chin, the affluent benefactor, had invested over $3 million in diamonds and gems, with the metallic components crafted from titanium alloy, a security team was essential for the delivery to Dutton Farm. Upon seeing the finished products, Luke was thoroughly pleased. The security supervisor couldn't help but smirk at Luke's reaction. After all, these 2 firearms are adorned with gemstones on both the front sight and the rear sight, a detail that undoubtedly captivates women. However, upon learning of their exorbitant cost, one can only express a sense of awe. Subsequently, Luke commenced his daily practice at the shooting range on the ranch, diligently familiarizing himself with his new weapons. He discreetly stored the replicas, ensuring that no one was aware of their true nature. Meanwhile, he kept the genuine pieces close at hand, carrying them every day. To accommodate this, he even commissioned a custom belt and holster, maintaining an air of opulence. The belt was crafted from the finest calfskin, hand-stitched, featuring a rose gold buckle, with gemstones intricately designed in the form of 2 serpents in white and turquoise. Thus, Luke practiced daily at the range, ultimately mastering the attributes of both guns. Without infusing them with his spiritual energy, their properties remained akin to ordinary firearms, though their power and rate of fire were still evident. However, when empowered by his energy, these 2 guns could fire without the need for reloading, drawing upon Luke's personal storage space and ammunition. Once his supply ran out, the firearms would cease to function. This characteristic brought Luke immense satisfaction, effectively compensating for the revolver's most significant drawback. Now, he longed to cradle these 2 guns in his arms as he slept. After more than half a month of practice, Luke was greeted by a sound that filled him with delight. Chapter 12. American Aido. The seal on the white snake legend has been lifted. The first layer of the seal is now undone. Luke observed the attributes of the gun, which had undergone a transformation. The weapon's name changed from Sealed 99 to Sealed 89. Aside from the unchanged original attributes, Bai Sujin's abilities had notably increased. Paralysis. Striking a target would cause it to be paralyzed by poison for a duration. Shao Qing's attributes also gained an additional enhancement. Bleeding. Inflicting a wound would exacerbate the target's bleeding condition. These new attributes were a delightful surprise. The original attributes were already formidable, and with the addition of these 2, Luke felt almost euphoric. He took a moment to assess his current state. Ranch attire, cowboy hat, revolver, and holster. All quintessential elements of American Aido. Thus, Luke resumed his training in quick-draw shooting, American Aido. Before Luke could revel in his newfound joy for long, his sisters Angela and Beth came to find him. At that moment, Luke had just prepared lunch. A hearty stew of potatoes, radishes, and beef, accompanied by pasta. The 2 young ladies, initially hesitant to interrupt, soon set aside their reservations and indulged in another bowl. Observing his sisters sprawled across the sofa, Luke decided to brew some hawthorn barley tea for them to ease their appetites. After tidying the dining table, Luke seated himself opposite them and inquired, "What brings you to me? Is your allowance insufficient? Have you seen something splendid that you wish to discuss?" The 2 young ladies exchanged conflicted glances in response to Luke's question. It was Beth who finally broke the silence. "Luke, I'm pregnant." Luke's eyes widened in shock as he activated his insight eye, directing his gaze towards Beth's abdomen. Through the lens of his insight eye, he indeed discerned the small life nestled within her. Retracting his gaze, Luke's expression darkened as he cursed, "Damn it, is it that reckless fool, Lip?" Beth and Angela remained silent, but Luke gleaned the affirmative answer from their expressions. Sensing Luke's rising anger, Beth implored, "Luke, please." Seeing his bold and lively cousin in such a state, Luke could only exhale a sigh. "Love? How perplexing." He then turned his gaze towards his own sister, Angela. She instantly understood the implications of Luke's look and raised her hand, declaring, "I swear, I have no boyfriend." As Luke observed Beth in a state of utter disarray, he couldn't help but reflect once more on the melodrama of Lip and Beth's romance. How utterly kitsch. However, since Beth had already sought out her most esteemed elder brother within the family, it was imperative for Luke to orchestrate matters appropriately. Regrettably, among the Dutton family's contemporaries, Lee was a taciturn soul lacking initiative, while Jamie was an intellectual incapable of shouldering responsibility. Thus, Luke found himself tasked with this duty as the eldest cousin. With this thought in mind, Luke turned to Angela and instructed, "You and Beth should gather your belongings and take the private plane back to Los Angeles." He then addressed Beth, "I will speak with old John about this matter once you have departed. Rest assured, I will ensure Lip's safety. But you must promise not to engage in such activities again until you reach adulthood." Beth had no alternative thoughts and could only nod vigorously in agreement. Luke then spoke to Angela, "Upon your arrival in Los Angeles, I will have Mother arrange for Beth's care. Please look after her, as this ordeal could have severe implications for a young woman's well-being." Subsequently, the two girls swiftly returned to pack their essentials before Luke saw them off. Once the plane was airborne, Luke placed a call to his mother, Elsa, requesting her to make the necessary arrangements for Beth. Elsa, upon receiving the news, exhibited little emotional shift. After all, Beth was not her own daughter. Nevertheless, she complied with Luke's wishes and prepared the hospital. The Cheen family possessed a private hospital in Los Angeles, so once Beth arrived, Luke would be free from concern. The remaining task was to soothe old John and Evelyn while safeguarding Lip's life. Although Beth's words may have been slightly exaggerated, there was no doubt that old John would not take Lip's life, but he would certainly face some hardships. Upon returning to the ranch, Luke searched high and low for Lip but ultimately resorted to following his dog, relying on its keen sense of smell to locate him. Eventually, he found Lip by a small creek on the ranch. Upon seeing Luke, Lip maintained a composed demeanor and remarked, "Luke, are you here to fetch me back?" Luke did not respond, instead approaching Lip with a complex expression as he regarded the 15-year-old boy who was striving to appear calm. "Will I be able to see Beth again before I die?" Lip's voice trembled slightly. Luke let out a resigned sigh and reassured him, "Do not dwell on such thoughts. Old John will not harm you. Promise." Hearing Luke's words, Lip exhaled in relief. "I'm just afraid he might beat me to a pulp." Luke gently patted Lip's head and admonished, "Young man, do you realize the extent of harm you have inflicted upon my sister by getting her pregnant?" Lip appeared somewhat bewildered and could only muster a feeble, "I'm sorry." Luke shook his head and replied, "That apology should be directed at Beth. Now, come with me to face old John and Evelyn. We must confront what needs to be confronted." Upon arriving at old John's villa, Luke instructed Lip to wait at the door while he entered the house alone. In the living room, old John was engrossed in the television. Luke retrieved a bottle of wine from the cabinet and poured a glass for himself and old John. Then he shouted for Evelyn to come downstairs. Old John looked somewhat perplexed, but Luke remained silent until Evelyn joined them in the living room. Upon their arrival, Luke straightforwardly declared, "Beth is pregnant, and it's Lip's doing." The reactions of the couple were starkly contrasting. Old John's expression shifted dramatically, and just as he attempted to rise, Luke firmly restrained him, knowing he was likely headed for a firearm. Meanwhile, Evelyn, with a look of concern, inquired, "Did you arrange for Beth and Angela to return to Los Angeles?" Luke nodded, reassuring her, "I asked my mother to look after them. Rest assured, Beth will be fine." Upon hearing Luke's words, Evelyn sighed in relief. However, old John remained silent, his face still dark with displeasure. Luke continued, "John, I understand your anger, yet you must recognize that two young lovers can lose control. It is not solely their fault." Both Evelyn and old John gazed at Luke, puzzled, eager to discern his intentions. Luke added, "At least half of the blame lies with you, or rather, with you both. Do not rush. Allow me to elaborate." Old John suppressed the urge to strike out, remaining seated to hear Luke's explanation, which ultimately served to calm their tempers. Chapter 13. Family education. Once Luke observed that the two individuals had calmed their emotions, he spoke with gravity. "You have faltered in your approach to educating your children. This is your responsibility. Evelyn, have you imparted any knowledge on this subject to Beth? Old John, have you done the same for Leap?" Evidently, Luke's words struck a chord with both old John and Evelyn. He continued, "I understand that you hail from a ranch family, inheriting the indomitable spirit of cowboys, yet education transcends such notions. Look at Lee and Jamie. They have grown under the weight of your authoritative guidance, but what has become of their characters? Do they truly embody the essence of a cowboy? Among the younger siblings, I find myself particularly fond of Leap. He is courageous, resilient, and not timid or fearful. He is a fine young man, largely unaffected by your educational influence. Since you have chosen to adopt him, it is essential that you care for him diligently. His actions were indeed misguided, but primarily due to the absence of guidance on how to navigate such situations. I am merely their brother. You are their parents. Luke's words left the couple speechless. Noticing their contemplative silence, he felt it was time to summon Leap, who had been waiting at the door. The couple regarded the somewhat apprehensive Leap with mixed emotions. Luke's remarks had clearly illuminated the underlying issues, yet Leap had indeed made a mistake. Leap, you have caused Beth harm. As her brother, I require you to pledge your unwavering loyalty to her as a knight would to a princess, vowing to protect her. Can you commit to this? Leap's expression turned serious. He shed his previous timidity and asserted earnestly, John, Evelyn, I deeply regret what has transpired. However, my love for Beth is genuine, and I swear that no matter the circumstances, I will remain steadfast in my loyalty to her, even if it costs me my life. Old John and Evelyn gazed at the solemn Leap with complex feelings, unable to utter any words of reproach. They had watched Leap grow up. Once they regained their composure, they considered that perhaps Beth being with Leap was not such a dire outcome after all. It was certainly preferable to her seeking the company of some unreliable young man. Evelyn rose and embraced Leap, saying, Child, this is our oversight. You need not apologize to us. I only hope you can keep your promise, for I do not wish to assume the role of a grandmother before you both reach adulthood. After planting a kiss on Leap's forehead, she exchanged a knowing glance with old John and ascended the stairs. I must check on little Kess to ensure she is sleeping well. The ensuing conversation is now in your hands, gentlemen. Once Evelyn departed, Luke turned to old John and said, In truth, I have contemplated this matter for quite some time. The situation between Leap and Beth is merely a pretext. Old John took a generous swig from his glass, and Leap, displaying keen insight, hurriedly refilled his father-in-law's drink. When old John cast a scrutinizing glance in his direction, Leap could only offer an awkward smile. Luke continued, Lee's temperament is overly reserved. Jamie is too feeble, and John, you and Evelyn are too domineering in your approach to educating the children. You impose your will upon them without ever considering their own thoughts. If this continues, who will you trust to inherit the Dutton Ranch in the future? Old John finally spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. What are your thoughts? Seeing that old John was receptive to his words, Luke pressed on. Let Lee join the military for discipline. Allow Jamie to gain experience at my father's firm after graduation, and let Beth attend school in Los Angeles with Angela. As for Li Pu, both John and Li Pu looked at Luke with some apprehension. Let Li Pu remain at the ranch. If he and Beth manage to gain admission to college together, it would indicate that their bond is still intact. However, during their schooling it would be wise to keep them apart. After a moment's contemplation, old John nodded in agreement. Yet, Li Pu felt somewhat disheartened. Old John and Luke understood all too well the difficulty of separating young lovers. Nevertheless, Luke's suggestion was sound. The two families had always shared a close relationship, and Beth attending school with Angela in Los Angeles seemed advantageous. Jamie had 4 years until graduation, but the primary concern was their eldest son, Lee, who was disinterested in further studies after high school. He had been managing the ranch alongside old John, but his disposition remained overly somber, lacking emotional intelligence. Sensing his concerns, Luke continued, Lee is good in every aspect aside from his temperament. It would be beneficial for him to gain some experience. My grandfather has connections in the military, ensuring his safety. Ultimately, Luke managed to persuade old John, leaving the final decision to Lee himself. Although old John initially intended to make a direct decision, Luke encouraged him to alter his approach to parenting, suggesting he have a heartfelt conversation with Lee to inquire about his views. After leaving the villa, Luke embraced Li Pu, saying, Work hard, Li Pu, and don't hesitate to let me know if you encounter any difficulties. Thanks to Luke's intervention that evening, Li Pu narrowly escaped the fate of being severely punished by old John. At that moment, Luke appeared immensely admirable in Li Pu's eyes. Brother, you are truly my elder brother. I am at a loss for how to repay you. In truth, Luke's conversation with old John and Evelyn that night stemmed from genuine feelings. In his childhood, he had altered the tragic outcome of Evelyn's horse riding accident. Now, He was changing Beth's future regarding her fertility. The next step was to prevent the recurrence of subsequent tragedies. Old John, the rugged cowboy, posed no real issues. It was the children of the Dutton family who required attention. With Li Pu as a steadfast knight, Beth would likely avoid drastic personality changes due to her fertility concerns. Although Jamie was an adopted son, as long as he did not have to choose between the ranch and his future, he would be fine. The youngest, Case, would probably be less rebellious due to the influences of old John and Evelyn. Now, only the eldest's situation remained. He was far too honest and withdrawn, and it was essential for him to gain experience in society or the military. Luke believed that the military would be more suitable, given its relative simplicity compared to the complexities of society. Once he completed his service, he would be better equipped to adapt to the world beyond. Thus, Luke recommended that Lee join the military for personal growth and transformation. That evening, old John, unable to confront Lee in a timely manner, opted instead to have a heart-to-heart conversation with him. Lee did not respond to old John immediately, choosing instead to seek out Luke the following day. Luke recognized that Lee had long been overshadowed by the harsh, cowboy-style upbringing imparted by old John and Evelyn. Consequently, he devoted considerable time to guiding Lee, ultimately encouraging him to venture beyond the ranch and explore the world outside Montana. That evening, Luke accompanied Lee to meet old John and Evelyn once more. With Luke's encouragement, Lee bravely articulated his thoughts. Though old John and Evelyn felt a pang of regret, they acknowledged the shortcomings in their parenting approach. Perhaps during sleepless nights, the couple engaged in extensive discussions, leading them to resolve to respect their children's opinions. Meanwhile, Luke prepared to depart the ranch for Los Angeles. He instructed Lee and old John to await further news, as he intended to consult with old Master Cheen to leverage his military connections and secure a promising future for Lee. Thus Luke departed, filled with the gratitude of old John's family, aboard his private jet back to Los Angeles. Chapter 14. Soup. Upon his return to Los Angeles, Luke did not head to the grand seaside villa in Malibu but instead made his way back home. He first called his parents and grandparents to extend his greetings. Luke had always been exemplary in his conduct towards his elders. Regardless of the occasion, a simple call to inquire about their well-being brought joy to them. However, since he arrived close to noon and found the house empty, he had to contact the steward of old Master Cheen to arrange for a car. This vehicle was a Dodge SUV, a replica of the latest armored Cadillac Escalade, which Luke insisted must be bulletproof as all family vehicles were. The car was delivered by old Master Cheen's steward and bodyguard. Luke was somewhat surprised to see the steward, Uncle Chun, who was in his late 50s, a slender, slightly stooped old man with an air of vitality, his head full of black hair untouched by gray. "Uncle Chin, what brings you here personally?" he inquired. The elderly gentleman, dressed in a traditional black tang suit, smiled warmly at Luke. "It's been a while since I last saw you, young lad. I heard you encountered some danger during your travels?" Luke shrugged nonchalantly. "It was nothing too perilous. After all, I had a gun with me." Uncle Chun nodded wisely. Sometimes a firearm is not the ultimate safeguard. One must also be mindful of oneself. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall for his own safety. Old Master Cheen had significantly instilled the essence of Chinese culture into his family. Although the current generation, including Luke's father, was of mixed heritage, Mandarin remained the language of choice within the Cheen household. Even if sons-in-law and daughters-in-law were not proficient in speaking, they were expected to comprehend it. Luke's exceptional command of Chinese, surpassing even that of his grandfather, was another reason for his favored status among the younger generation, as he could effortlessly articulate classical Chinese. However, the juxtaposition of his Western mixed-race visage speaking Mandarin often struck an incongruous note. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the affection his grandparents held for him, for Luke was equally proficient in Italian. Both the Italian mafia and the Chinese community place immense value on family ties. Even as the Luciano family extended its branches, their connections remained unbroken. Moreover, old Master Cheen had been instrumental in fostering lucrative opportunities, with Luke providing invaluable guidance and insights for prosperity, creating an unassailable alliance. Uncle Chin gestured towards the newly delivered black Cadillac Escalade. "This is the enhanced bulletproof version that Mr. Cheen just ordered. I will finalize the paperwork for the transfer shortly." "Thank you, Uncle Chin. Please come in for a cup of tea before you leave, Luke offered. With a gentle shake of his head, Uncle Chun replied, No, thank you. Seeing you safe is enough to ease my mind. We shall have tea another time. He then departed with the bodyguards, as their homes were not far apart, with Luke's grandparents residing atop Beverly Hills and his family at the base. Luke opened the car door, wrinkling his brow at the lingering scent of a new vehicle. He would need to request improvements from Dodge's production department. He intended to visit Beth at the family hospital and had arranged to meet his mother there for lunch. However, before heading out, Luke took the opportunity to prepare a pot of soup using ingredients from their refrigerator, a nourishing concoction intended to bolster Beth's health. It is significant that Luke added a few drops of the miraculous spring water. He has thoroughly understood the nature of that ethereal space. The spiritual fruit resembles a plump, crimson apple, perfectly round yet devoid of seeds, its flesh akin to that of a crystal pear, neither hard nor lacking in juiciness. After extensive experimentation, Luke concluded that a ratio of 1 part fruit juice to 2 parts spring water yields an extraordinary elixir. A dosage of 10 milliliters, while not visibly transformative for the healthy, promotes well-being. For those gravely injured, as long as there remains a flicker of life, 10 milliliters can sustain them for at least 6 hours, after which vitality will gradually diminish. Luke conducted numerous experiments with small animals, yet he had yet to test it on humans. Thus, he decided to add 10 milliliters to the soup. Beth, for the sake of the family's health, you shall serve as a test subject just this once. After all, this concoction brings forth only benefits, devoid of any detriments. Luke had previously survived for a year within that realm, relying solely on these 2 precious elements. It was not that he was reluctant to share them with his family sooner, but rather that the ethereal space had only reopened to him after vanquishing those monstrous beings. The actual effects of the spring water and spiritual fruit required time to ascertain. Overly effective remedies could attract unwarranted complications. Once the soup was prepared, Luke stored it in a large thermos, anticipating that his mother, Elsa, and his elder sister, Angela, might partake as well. They set off directly to the Cheen family's hospital, a private institution established through the family's charitable foundation, located in Burbank, nestled near the northern slopes of Hollywood Hills, with a picturesque environment. Upon arrival, they proceeded to the ward where Elsa was already present. Seeing the 3 engaged in conversation on the sofa while watching a soap opera, Luke greeted Beth first. Hi Beth, you look well. Beth rose to envelop Luke in a warm embrace. Thank you, Luke. Angela stepped forward to take the flowers and thermos from Luke's hands. Wow, Beth, you're in for a treat. Elsa, seated on the sofa, smiled at Luke and remarked, I heard you gave old John a lesson. I had no idea you possessed such talents. Luke shrugged and replied, It is thanks to the excellent upbringing from you and Dad. Angela discreetly acknowledged Luke's flattery with a nod. Satisfied with his response, Elsa shifted the conversation. What did you bring? A rich soup made from pork and chicken, beneficial for Beth's recovery. The entire family held Luke's culinary skills in the highest regard. Angela eagerly opened the thermos, and a rich aroma filled the room. The 3 of them, unable to contain their excitement, began to clamor for the soup. Beth, being in a weakened state, found herself overwhelmed and nearly in tears. This is for me, you are being too much. The mother and daughter exchanged knowing glances and said in unison, Let Luke prepare more for you and bring it over. With words escaping her, Beth urged, Hurry, drink the soup. Yet, this single batch was insufficient for 3. Elsa cast a discontented glance at Luke and said, Why didn't you bring more? Luke sighed, taken aback by the unexpected popularity of his enhanced soup. The pantry was not abundantly stocked, yet having what little there was felt satisfactory. The soup was hot, and after the 3 of them consumed an entire pot, they began to perspire lightly. It was then that Luke detected an unusual scent. Noticing the lack of reaction from his companions, he inhaled deeply. Suddenly, they too caught a whiff and exchanged anxious glances before sniffing themselves. Ah! How could such a strong odor emanate? No, it cannot be, with just this little sweat. How could it smell so potent? Consequently, they all dashed towards the bathroom. Luke realized immediately that this was the consequence of the added ingredients, a detoxification reaction. He promptly opened all the windows in the house. At that moment, Elsa called out to Luke from the bathroom, Luke, Please fetch us some change of clothes. Oh, for heaven's sake, this outfit is ruined. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Luke shouted back, I'll step outside for a moment. Mom, should I go home to get some? The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom as Elsa responded, Just step out for now. I'll call you. Reluctantly, Luke exited and closed the door behind him, settling into the car to await Elsa's call. Before long, her phone call arrived, instructing Luke to retrieve the clothes from her favorite custom leisurewear boutique, which she had already contacted. Thus, Luke drove to the store in North Hollywood. Chapter 15. The true outlaw Luke arrived in North Hollywood, parked his vehicle, and called the boutique to request delivery. The car remained stationed outside, as he refrained from entering the custom women's clothing store, where men were not permitted. Soon, the store manager called back, asking Luke to wait a moment. Although the boutique had Elsa's measurements on file, they did not possess the dimensions for Beth and Angela. Consequently, the seamstress was busy altering existing garments for them. Luke, therefore, settled back in his car to meditate. However, it wasn't long before he was startled by the sound of numerous sirens. Yet, this commotion did not surprise him. The LAPD, in pursuit of a suspect, often arrived in droves, akin to a swarm. Luke remained reclined in the driver's seat, but soon, the sharp crack of gunfire pierced the air. How delightful, he thought, as a spectacle unfolded. Before he could rise, he was startled by an entirely different kind of gunfire. Goodness, had he stumbled upon a terrorist incident? This is the sound of an AK. Luke immediately rose to survey his surroundings. His vehicle was parked by the roadside, to the north with its front facing west. Across the street, diagonally opposite, stood a bank, approximately 100 meters away from him. The sounds of police sirens and gunfire emanated from that direction. Several police cars were stationed on the roads to the west and north of the bank. However, the officers were armed with QH-917s, which were utterly inadequate for a counterattack. Although they wielded 9mm handguns produced by Luke's family's weaponry company, they were powerless against the assault rifles. It was evident that they were facing heavily armed robbers. Luke could not help but worry for the LAPD officers, but fortunately, he discerned that only 2 AKs were firing. After all, his vehicle was bulletproof. He could merely enjoy the spectacle. Due to his vantage point, Luke could not see the southwest entrance of the bank, as he was positioned to the northeast. Meanwhile, the LAPD officers were confronting the robbers at the southwest door of the bank. To call it a standoff was an overstatement. They were the ones being suppressed by the overwhelming firepower, unable to lift their heads. Luke couldn't help but exclaim, the firepower of these bandits is truly formidable. Could they be from the Middle East? Increasingly, the sirens of police vehicles resonate in the vicinity. Luke has already observed officers in the distance cordoning off the scene, yet he has not seen the SWAT team arrive. Instead, it is the television station's helicopter and broadcast vans that have come first. Indeed, it is the media that arrives at the scene of the incident, rather than reinforcements, a telling reflection of the American way. Luke remains seated in his car, watching the unfolding drama. The LAPD officers appear to be under severe duress. The vehicle doors, which should have been bulletproof, now seem as fragile as paper. Luke quickly realizes the gravity of the situation. The assailants are armed with armor-piercing rounds. Such criminals are rare. Their audacity in attempting a bank heist suggests a level of professionalism not typical of ordinary thieves. However, engaging in direct confrontation with the police is not something just any lowly criminal could accomplish. Luke listens intently to the sustained gunfire. The assailant's AK appears to be equipped with a drum magazine rather than a standard clip. The intensity of fire is comparable to that of a machine gun, making it improbable for the LAPD's handguns to contend effectively. Consequently, Luke immediately picks up his phone to call his grandfather. Grandfather, a bank robbery has occurred in North Hollywood. The assailants, armed with AKs, have left the LAPD unable to raise their heads. After this incident, we must promptly send our representatives from the arms company to promote our products. With a single statement from Luke, Old Master Cheen understood immediately. Very well, I shall make the arrangements. Luke, are you on site? Indeed, within the confines of the armored vehicle, the distance provided a sense of security. Hearing that Luke was unharmed, Old Master Cheen felt a wave of relief wash over him. He promptly disconnected the call and instructed the personnel from the weapons company to mobilize, preparing to liaise with various police departments. One cannot help but admire Luke's maneuver, which encapsulated the very essence of the unscrupulous capitalist. Setting down the phone, Luke cast his gaze toward the scene. To his astonishment, the two bandits were clad in heavy bulletproof vests, advancing and firing in tandem. Yet, Luke noticed that despite the LAPD officers being at a disadvantage, some were still attempting to rescue the injured civilians. This revelation struck Luke profoundly. The American officers bore no obligation to save the populace. However, he witnessed one officer braving the hail of bullets in an effort to reach an injured civilian. Despite his valiant attempts, fate was unkind, and he was struck down by 2 bullets. At this distance, the 7.62 by 39mm M43 armor-piercing rounds fired from an AK-47 would cause penetrating injuries. Yet, even as mere penetrations, the damage inflicted by rifle bullets remained considerable. The officer, with immense effort, crawled to the shelter of a tree to evade the gunfire. His shoulder and leg had been perforated, and he struggled to apply a tourniquet to his thigh. Alas, the wound on his shoulder continued to bleed profusely, and the other officers, suppressed by the assailants, could not reach him for assistance. Nevertheless, his bravery resonated deeply within Luke. Observing the bandits retreating from the southwest entrance of the bank toward the northern side, Luke made a resolute decision. He started the car. The officers confronting the robbers were positioned to their west and north, while Luke found himself to the northeast of the assailants, a distance of over 100 meters. He awaited the opportune moment, hoping the 2 bandits would align favorably. As one of the assailants paused to reload, Luke seized his chance. With the accelerator pressed to the floor, the 6.4-liter supercharged engine of the Dodge Charger roared to life. All the officers widened their eyes in disbelief, while reporters from the television station gasped in astonishment. My goodness, a black Dodge has surged forth. Could it be an accomplice come to aid the 2 bandits? Yet amidst the bewildered and perplexed gazes of all present, the vehicle continued to accelerate with a thunderous roar, charging relentlessly toward the criminals. The scene was a cacophony of gunfire, shouts, and the deafening whirl of helicopter blades. The outlaws only discerned the engine's furious growl when Luke had closed within 30 meters. Those positioned at the rear turned their heads toward the source, and without hesitation, they opened fire. All prior suspicions were dispelled in an instant. This black Cadillac Escalade was no ally of the robbers. Now it resembled nothing less than a valiant knight, charging alone into the enemy's ranks. The crowd, the officers, the journalists. None could bear to witness the inevitable, tragic conclusion. Even the viewers watching the live news broadcast on television couldn't help but pray for the driver of that black Cadillac Escalade. Luke had absolute confidence in his vehicle's quality control. Even armor-piercing M43 rounds couldn't penetrate his bulletproof Escalade. The bandits' bullets sparked against the Escalade's reinforced frame, leaving concentric cracks spiderwebbing across the windshield, yet failing to breach its defenses. The 30-meter distance gave the assailants barely over a second to react. Bang, one AK-47 fell silent. Less than a second later, another shot rang out. Then silence. But Luke knew that, at just over 100 meters, the Escalade's speed alone wouldn't be enough to fatally strike the gunman. After ramming through 2 assailants, he accelerated past them, executing a flawless 180-degree drift in front of the LAPD patrol cars. He realigned the vehicle's trajectory directly toward the stunned robbers. Though the impact hadn't been lethal, their heavy body armor absorbed most of the damage. The sheer audacity of charging through AK-47 gunfire left them humiliated. Never in their wildest dreams had they anticipated someone would dare assault them head-on under such heavy fire. By the time Luke completed his maneuver, the 2 dazed gunmen were struggling to regain their footing and resume their attack. This time, however, Luke wouldn't grant them another opportunity. With a thunderous roar, the Escalade surged forward once more. Chapter 16. The big shot, the distance from which Luke embarked this time was brief, and he was still pressing the brake. The tires of the armored Cadillac roared to life, producing a piercing sound accompanied by a plume of white smoke. The Cadillac surged forward once more. The robbers, still incapacitated, had no means to evade the oncoming vehicle. Luke intended to exploit the over 3-ton weight of the bulletproof Cadillac to crush the assailants. The 2 criminals could only watch in wide-eyed horror as the roaring black beast bore down upon them, leaving them with a final struggle to grasp their AK-47s. The familiar crack of gunfire erupted once more, only to cease almost immediately. After rolling over the two robbers, Luke executed a swift 180-degree drift. However, he could not move again. The assailants lay unconscious, having lost their capacity to resist. Any further action on Luke's part would constitute murder. Moreover, at least a dozen media cameras were trained upon him. Yet, Luke did not turn off the engine nor exit the vehicle. The LAPD officers had already approached to assess the condition of the robbers, tending to the injured civilians and officers, leaving Luke unbothered. Activating his insight, Luke discerned that both assailants suffered ruptured organs and severe hemorrhaging. Their survival was but a fleeting hope. He inspected the vehicle's condition. While the front was damaged, the hood and windshield bore numerous bullet marks. Upon closer inspection, he noted that none had penetrated, which was quite fortunate. Seizing the opportunity while he remained unobserved, Luke promptly called his grandfather. "Grandfather, I have struck down the robbers. Ensure this bulletproof vehicle is preserved. It serves as exceptional promotional material. The armor-piercing rounds of the AK are ineffective against it. Have the factory work overtime." Hearing Luke's voice, his grandfather sensed he was unharmed, yet the matter of colliding with robbers was no trivial issue and could lead to complications. "I understand. Do not act. Do not speak. I will have your father contact you. Do not worry." "All right, I understand, grandfather." As he hung up, Luke felt a rush of exhilaration, for the system had awarded him 2,000 order points. Although the calculation mechanism remained unclear, it was a substantial sum. He was nearing 10,000 points. The LAPD officers had established control over the scene, and it was at this moment that some began to recall Luke. They were filled with gratitude for his courageous actions, for they had been at a standstill against the robbers for so long, unable to make any headway. Without Luke's intervention, the number of their injured colleagues and civilians would have been far greater. The two robbers, having moved towards the north side of the bank, sought to flee. Yet, the officers could only watch, powerless against the assailants. No police vehicle could withstand the onslaught of the AK's armor-piercing rounds. Consequently, both passers-by and those who had come specifically to witness Luke raised their thumbs in appreciation. They refrained from approaching him as they awaited the arrival of higher authorities. Soon, a figure clad in LAPD uniform, adorned with the rank of lieutenant, accompanied by an individual in plain clothes, approached Luke's vehicle. Luke did not exit the vehicle, nor did he turn off the engine. He simply kept the window rolled down for ease of communication. "Good day. I am Chief Tyler from the North Hollywood Precinct." He introduced himself. "Frank, from the Detective Bureau's Major Crimes Unit." Luke greeted them with a smile. "Hello, I am awaiting my attorney. Clearly, this situation is a predicament for me." Chief Tyler nodded with a smile, expressing, "I appreciate your cooperation. On behalf of all officers, I thank you for your assistance. This is certainly not a burden for you, I assure you." Luke shrugged in response. "Then I can only say thank you. I imagine you have more pressing matters at hand. Rest assured I will remain here. Thank you for your understanding. Frank will be here shortly to assist you with everything. Young man, you shall be fine." Detective Frank approached Luke to exchange contact information before departing with Chief Tyler. Not long after their departure, Luke heard the sound of a helicopter overhead. It wasn't a media or police aircraft, as they would not fly at such a low altitude. He then spotted the helicopter landing on the road not far from him. It was his family's, undoubtedly indicating their arrival. It seemed his mother and others would have to wait a bit longer. Indeed, the person who disembarked from the helicopter was his father. Meanwhile, the police approached the helicopter to disperse the gathering crowd. After signaling the pilot, Luke's father engaged in discourse with the officers. Chief Tyler and Detective Frank, who were nearby, also approached, speculating that a significant figure had arrived. Clearly, anyone capable of arriving by helicopter directly to the scene must be of considerable importance. Luke could only observe from a distance as his father conversed with Chief Tyler, who received several phone calls during this time. Eventually, his father waved to him, prompting Luke to exit the vehicle and join the three men. His father called out, "First, go fetch your mother's clothing. We are heading back to the hospital. The Dodge Company will send someone to handle the vehicle." Nodding in acknowledgement, Luke proceeded to the clothing store. The staff at the store had witnessed the unfolding events and were captivated as Luke approached. However, upon opening the door, he hesitated to enter, for a sign reading "No entry for men" hung prominently. The reason for his reluctance was not merely the sign but the ravenous gazes of the employees through the glass door. Familiar with such attention, he resorted to announcing, "I am here to collect the garments reserved for Ms. Elsa Cheen." Fortunately, the store manager, a seasoned and composed woman, promptly instructed the staff to retrieve the packaged clothing for Luke. In total, there were 4 large tote bags. With a tinge of regret in the staff's eyes, Luke carried the bags onto his family's helicopter. After exchanging pleasantries with Chief Tyler, his father joined him on the aircraft, heading directly to their St. Mariana hospital. Upon reaching the hospital floor where Beth was located, Luke found a nurse and entrusted her with the task of delivering the clothing, then engaged in conversation with his father in the corridor. "Has Grandpa spoken to you?" the old man remarked with satisfaction as he gazed at his son. "That car will serve as our promotional tool from now on. You need not worry about these matters. Your grandfather will arrange for someone to handle everything. Someone from the police station will come shortly to take your statement, and I will take care of the rest. You should attend to your own affairs." Luke shrugged and replied, "I haven't had much to do lately, though I do have some ideas. I'll discuss them when Grandpa returns." The elder Cheen felt a mix of pride and concern for his exceptionally intelligent and independent son. His brilliance left the father feeling somewhat devoid of accomplishment. In contrast, Elsa took great pride in having brought forth such a prodigy as Luke. Before long, Cheen's phone rang, and after answering it without uttering a word, he hung up. Without waiting for his father to speak, Luke turned and made his way towards the hospital room. His keen hearing had already detected his mother's voice. She had changed her clothes and was ready to go in. Chapter 17. Decision. As Luke stepped into the room, the playful banter of Beth and Angela reached his ears. "Luke, why do you have little notes with phone numbers in your bag?" Yes, and not just one, but 7 or 8. Reflecting on the glances exchanged by the store employees earlier, Luke had already surmised the implications. He shrugged, but before he could offer an explanation, Grandpa Cheen's voice resonated through the air. "Today our Luke has become a great hero." The 3 of them looked at Grandpa Cheen with puzzled expressions. Let him tell it himself. It should be in today's headlines. Under the scrutinizing gazes of his mother and 2 sisters, Luke reluctantly recounted the day's events. His narration was rather unremarkable, yet coincidentally, the news broadcast began to replay the scene from earlier. Grandpa Cheen was not entirely informed of the details either. He merely noted how everyone's perception of Luke transformed after seeing the news. His sisters gazed at him with admiration. However, the expressions of Grandpa Drake and Grandma Elsa were far more complex. Sensing their concern, Luke smiled and reassured them. "Hey, it's all in the past now." Grandma Elsa, still somewhat reproachful, remarked, "How could you be so impulsive?" What if Grandpa Cheen comforted his wife, saying, "Luke is already an adult. You didn't voice such complaints when he shot those creatures at Walcott Lake last time. He had a gun then." This time is different. Noticing his parents leaning towards affectionate banter, Luke hastily explained, "This is precisely why I insisted on having our family in an armored vehicle. After all, in the land of the free, gun violence occurs daily." Soon, the arrival of the police brought an end to this inconsequential debate. In the presence of his parents and sisters, Luke narrated the incident in its entirety. The officers were courteous, expressing their gratitude before and after taking his statement. Any subsequent inquiries would be handled by Grandpa Cheen's law firm, so Luke would not need to intervene further. That evening, Luke received calls from other members of the Cheen family, including his second aunt's family and his little aunt's family. Later, he and Grandpa Cheen visited the old patriarch's residence. Grandpa Cheen returned to the Grand Cheen Manor just before dinner. The atmosphere during the meal was warm and harmonious, with Luke primarily engaging in conversation with his grandmother and discussing global economics and family business strategies with his grandfather. Throughout the dinner, Grandpa Cheen remained an unobtrusive presence until after the meal, when the 3 generations of the Cheen family, eldest son, eldest grandson, gathered in the study of the old patriarch. The ambience was congenial, with most business matters settled at the dining table. The remainder pertained to family affairs. Luke was the first to speak. "Grandpa, I have spoken with old John and Lee, We have agreed to send Lee to the military for some training. This will require your connections at the Pentagon. Grandpa Chin contemplated for a moment and replied, that is not an issue. It largely depends on his own wishes. The Air Force is the least demanding. The Navy offers good benefits but may require overseas deployment. The Army is rather average and is not advisable. The Marine Corps provides the most rigorous training but is also the most perilous. Luke stated without a moment's hesitation, let him join the Navy. Your uncle can help keep an eye on him. The old gentleman shook his head and replied, your uncle is still going through his rebellious phase. He hardly ever calls me throughout the year, and your grandmother has always been concerned about him. Luke, wishing to avoid this discussion of familial piety, could only respond, then perhaps the Marine Corps, though I fear the possibility of war, as the Middle East has never been at peace. In truth, while Luke feigned concern for Lee's safety, he understood that, in this world, even the lowest ranks of American forces often produced extraordinary individuals. That environment would undoubtedly hone Lee's skills further. If not for his privileged upbringing, he would have considered trying it himself. As for Luke's apprehensions, Old Chin dismissed them nonchalantly, saying that is not the issue. The key lies in his own will. Thus, Luke promptly picked up his phone and called Old John. After inquiring about Lee's thoughts, he confirmed the decision for the Marine Corps, and Old John personally expressed his gratitude to Old Chin over the phone. Consequently, Lee's future was entrusted to Old Chin. Now it was Luke's turn to voice his desires. Grandfather, I wish to join the FBI. Old Chin's eyes widened in surprise at his grandson's ambition. However, he regarded Luke attentively for a moment, asking, are you truly certain? Luke nodded affirmatively. I am sure. Old Chin sighed, you have made a decision that goes against our ancestors. The weight of Old Chin's words nearly prompted Luke to exclaim in disbelief, yet he stifled the urge. Old Chin continued, you have grown. It is time you learned certain truths. Our Chin family shares profound ties with the Hongmen. My mother's surname is Situ. At this revelation, Luke was genuinely astonished. But, isn't the Situ family's influence based on the East Coast? Aren't the Hongmen on the West Coast their sworn enemies? Old Chin gazed deeply at Luke and replied, that is merely a fade for outsiders. The Hongmen have always been one family. In that instant, Luke grasped the implication. When it comes to strategy, we Chinese truly excel. The games played by Westerners are but remnants of the tactics our ancestors devised. Luke pondered for a considerable time in silence. Old Chin remained unhurried, aware of his grandson's intelligence and insight. Finally, Luke articulated, a power must maintain both face and substance. I aspire to be our family's Avenger or a strategic nuclear asset. Old Chin fell silent. Luke pressed on. You may not comprehend the lineage of my martial arts or the techniques I practice, which enable me to transcend human limits, reaching the realm of earthly immortals. With that, Luke activated his ability to manipulate objects with his chi, causing all items on the table in the study to levitate. Observing the astonished expressions of Old Chin, Luke asserted, Grandfather, I know you command a formidable armed force, but there are feats they cannot achieve that I can. Additionally, I need to establish connections within law enforcement. Upon concluding his words, all the floating objects returned to their original positions, as if the preceding events had merely been a dream. The usually reticent Old Chin finally spoke up. Luke, I may lack a talent for business, yet my connections within the legal realm are indeed substantial. Old Master Chin nodded in agreement with his words. Luke interjected, once I attain the realm of a terrestrial immortal, no one shall dare to threaten our family. In the end, Old Master Chin regarded Luke and inquired, what is it that you desire? How can our family assist you in reaching this pinnacle? Luke smiled faintly, seemingly having successfully convinced both the elder and his father. I require federal law enforcement authority to enact justice and stabilize my moral compass. Beyond this, I cannot divulge further secrets, he continued, skillfully persuading them. Only by achieving a steadfast heart can everything else fall into place. Old Master Chin appeared poised to speak again, yet Luke anticipated his intentions. I cannot afford any blemishes. I must not engage in any illicit activities, at least not within the confines of the Federation. Chapter 18. The fear of insufficient firepower. After much contemplation, Old Master Chin ultimately acquiesced to Luke's proposition. He advised Qin to refrain from leveraging his connections hastily, suggesting that it would be prudent to wait until genuine difficulties arose before making any arrangements. However, regarding his employment, he must converse with his classmate. Qin understood to whom the elder referred, and before he could respond, the elder continued. It was fortuitous that this individual had recently assumed office. Having an ally would facilitate his endeavors, wouldn't it? Luke observed the pair exchanging cunning smiles reminiscent of a fox. How clever it is to insinuate oneself under the guise of offering assistance in a time of need. Old Master Qin elucidated further. My senior, a fraternity recommender, has recently been appointed as the Attorney General by President James Marshall, who is also the head of the FBI. Luke marveled internally, reflecting on the impressive network his elder possessed. The elder's subsequent words interrupted Luke's reverie. Child, you must return to Little John in Montana. Your identity requires some concealment. I will arrange for someone to speak with him. While others referred to him as Old John, it was perfectly acceptable for Old Master Qin to call him Little John. Given the Dutton family's influence in Montana, it would be more convenient to mask your identity there. California is far too intricate and troublesome. Luke obediently accepted the arrangement. All right, grandfather, I understand. From that point onwards, Luke was not involved in the ensuing discussions, which were solely between Old Master Qin and his son. Thus, after a mere day back in Los Angeles, having inadvertently killed 2 robbers, Luke found himself dispatched back to Montana by the elder. However, this return was for the purpose of enlisting Lee into the military. The Qin family's private jet transported Luke back to Montana, subsequently retrieving Lee and Luke's youngest fraternal twins, Henry and Jessica. As the school year approached, young Case Dutton watched forlornly as his peers departed. Meanwhile, Luke engaged in horseback riding, hunting, and imparting various combat techniques to Lee. Luke's physical prowess had transcended that of an ordinary human, and in this world, the pinnacle of human capability was likely epitomized by Steve Rogers. Some may perceive Luke's Golden Core stage as feeble, but this is merely a matter of differing narrative frameworks. It is unnecessary to dwell on it. The protagonist is not a brutish figure reliant solely on brute strength. True powerhouses understand that strength is merely a foundation, with intellect playing a more significant role. Thus, it can be said that Luke had completely surpassed Captain America's physical attributes. With this foundation, whether firearms or hand-to-hand combat, posed no challenge. It was merely a matter of acclimatization. Of course, he also practiced American Aikido with his 2 pistols, White Snake and Little Green. Luke had now achieved a remarkable rate of 6 shots in 1.4 seconds with Little Green, while it took 2 seconds with White Snake. The disparity in firing rates was quite evident, yet the difference in power was incomparable, given the variance in caliber. In addition to these 2 firearms, Luke had also prepared 2 handguns of his own production. The QH-917, a 9mm pistol modeled after the P320 design, has become the standard issue among various federal law enforcement agencies. This firearm has entirely supplanted the M9 and other 9mm handguns, effectively ousting Glock from the American market. Luke employs its derivative model, the QH-412, which utilizes the .45 ACP cartridge, the same ammunition as the M1911. Its notable feature is its significant stopping power. Although it has a lower initial velocity, when equipped with a suppressor, it exhibits exceptional silencing capabilities. Another variant is the QH-55, specifically developed for the 5.5x21 ammunition, distinct from the 5.7x28 cartridge used by FNSP-90 submachine gun. The ammunition for the QH-55 is quite similar to FNS 5.7, both capable of penetrating level 3 body armor. However, the QH-55 offers a more favorable handling experience, with a structure akin to the P320, allowing for the interchangeability of many parts, thus making it popular among specialized law enforcement agencies. Due to regulatory restrictions and pricing, it cannot circulate among civilians, leading many tactical law enforcement teams, such as the Navy SEALs and various SWAT units, to adopt this weapon as standard issue. Luke not only designs firearms but also various accessories, having patented the Picatinny rail ahead of time, now referred to as the QTC rail. The QH-55, intended for military use, is Luke's primary sidearm for daily law enforcement activities, featuring special competitive-grade modifications, a long barrel, a light trigger, a 21-round magazine, and the ability for fully automatic fire. Seizing the opportunity, Luke has stockpiled 50,000 rounds of assorted ammunition in his spatial storage, 20,000 of which are designated for the White Snake mission. Additionally, he possesses a considerable array of other firearms and accessories, and has personally crafted 100 kilograms of C4 explosives. The spatial storage is ample, and if insufficient, he also has access to the Spirit Spring space. The distinction between these two spaces lies in the fact that Luke must personally enter the Spirit Spring space to retrieve items, which must be inanimate and synchronized with external time. Conversely, while the personal storage is smaller, time within it is static, allowing for the retrieval of items at any moment. Albeit live creatures cannot be stored there. Since he heeded his master's counsel, Luke has likely developed a heightened anxiety regarding inadequate firepower. Within a week, Luke received the dossier from the bodyguard of Old Master Cheen. Luke Cheen has transformed into Luke Dutton, the adopted son of Old John. He is a graduate of Montana State University, holding dual bachelor's degrees in chemistry and biology. The remainder of the document boasts Luke's extensive life experience. Essentially, his educational journey from elementary to high school mirrors reality, while his university experience is entirely fabricated. His social connections are solely with the John family, presenting no issues. Old John has also informed his family about this matter. Now, everything is in order, awaiting the commencement of the Spy Academy. At this juncture, Luke recalled an important matter and promptly called his grandfather. "Grandfather, I require a larger basement or workspace at the Malibu villa. Something sturdy." "Understood. I will arrange for it to be done. After reviewing your identity information, remember to destroy it. I will have the relevant documents sent to you." After a moment's reflection, Luke added, "Grandfather, I plan to reside at the Malibu villa permanently. I believe I will need a steward." Old Master Cheen sighed and said, "I will make the arrangements. Watching you grow up has truly tugged at my heartstrings. Do not worry, Grandfather. I shall visit you and Grandma often. Please provide me with an encrypted phone. I have ways to ensure I remain untraceable." After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Old Master Cheen, Luke ended the call. Having received various documents, bank cards, and other essentials delivered by the old man's bodyguard, Luke proceeded to pack his belongings. The old John family appeared quite normal, with the only one feeling a sense of loss being Lip. Early the next morning, Luke rode in Old John's car to the airport. After embracing Old John, he boarded his private jet without looking back. Although the flight attendants, captivated by their handsome young master, felt a surge of desire, their professional integrity restrained them from pursuing any further actions. They understood that a fleeting affair with Luke would come at the cost of their lucrative positions. Thus, Luke awaited the plane's descent with ease. Upon disembarking, he realized, to his bewilderment, that this was certainly not Los Angeles. Just as he stood there in confusion, his phone rang. Upon answering, he heard the voice of Old Master Cheen. "Luke, your mother is attending a gala in San Francisco. She has brought you some things, and tomorrow you will take a commercial flight from San Francisco to Washington." "Understood, Father." Chapter 19. A true reflection of father and son. Upon concluding his phone call, Luke exited the airport only to encounter Elsa's bodyguard. The two were acquainted, having established a degree of familiarity. Elsa had specifically dispatched the bodyguard to receive him. Their destination was the Marriott Hotel, a venture in which the Luke family held significant shares, even surpassing their stake in Hilton hotels. Years ago, before Marriott had ascended to prominence, Luke's father had heeded his son's counsel and invested in the Marriott Hotel Group, providing timely support. With the backing of his father's capital and industrial chain, Marriott flourished, acquiring numerous hotel brands along the way. As a result, it eclipsed Hilton in the realm of American hospitality, prompting Hilton to hastily invite the elder Cheen to invest, even seeking a potential alliance. Luke harbored a disdain for Hilton, perceiving the Hilton family as overly frugal. In stark contrast, the founder of Marriott exhibited generosity, ensuring that every luxurious hotel housed a presidential suite reserved for the Cheen family. Even in the absence of such a suite, the finest room would be allocated to them. This gesture of goodwill was something the Hilton family could never match. However, the Hilton family's influence extended beyond the hotel industry, with their long-standing legacy still holding considerable sway. Upon arriving at the Marriott's banquet hall, Luke found the expansive space, spanning hundreds of square meters, to be sparsely populated, with only a few dozen individuals present. Yet, it was evident that these were all business elites. Elsa, as the chairwoman and president of a California investment bank, commanded considerable respect in social circles. Wherever she went, people approached her with enthusiasm, eager for conversation. Despite being a local bank, its reputation resonated throughout Wall Street, largely owing to Luke's foresight as a time traveler. Although many companies had yet to emerge in this world, Luke possessed knowledge of future developments, allowing him to guide investments toward rapid ascendance. Even if a company faltered, it would be wholly acquired, and Luke would provide precise direction for its resurgence. Upon Luke's arrival, Elsa warmly embraced her eldest son and bestowed a gentle kiss upon his forehead. However, Luke appeared somewhat ill at ease. The attendees were all members of high society, clad in tailored suits and exquisite gowns. Elsa, in her custom-made dark red dress and jewelry, though not necessarily the most beautiful, was undoubtedly the most opulent. In contrast, Luke's casual denim attire felt jarringly out of place. Yet no one dared to mock him, for he was the son of the president of a California investment bank, which boasted assets in the tens of billions. Elsa did not seem inclined to introduce her son to others. However, coincidentally, two individuals stood nearby as Luke arrived. Out of courtesy, Elsa proceeded with the introductions. One was an elderly Asian gentleman, a Japanese-American named Yoshinobu Aoki, and the other was a Caucasian elder, the governor of California. Luke regarded them with indifference, merely offering polite greetings. The two gentlemen, recognizing Luke's attire, understood that Elsa had matters to discuss with her son and graciously excused themselves after a brief exchange. At this moment, Elsa found herself alone, and anyone with discernment would certainly refrain from interrupting the mother and child. Your father arranged for the vineyard staff to deliver a bottle of fine vintage, which you are to take to Washington to visit the Attorney General, who happens to be an esteemed alumnus of yours. Luke, puzzled, turned to Elsa and inquired, "You know him from Yale, right? He must also be your senior." With a hint of exasperation, Elsa replied, "I am not particularly fond of them. You know how wild we were during our school days." Upon hearing this, Luke's curiosity was piqued. "And then what happened?" he asked. Elsa lowered her voice, cautioning, "Just don't let your father know I told you." Luke nodded eagerly. Elsa continued her tale. "Your father was the one who recommended him for the fraternity. As you know, joining requires certain prerequisites." Luke was aware of the fraternity's reputation, yet he had looked down upon them during his university years, opting instead to use his wealth to assert his disdain, which nearly led the institution to mistake it for a terrorist act. His conduct at school had made him a target of malevolence. Consequently, the task assigned to him for fraternity initiation was to kidnap a rather attractive female teacher. However, Luke was not one to grant them such an opportunity. He devised a plan. He discreetly informed the principal and the teacher in question. Thus, when the fraternity brothers gathered to witness the spectacle, they were greeted by Luke's malevolent grin. A cadre of individuals clad in black suits and sunglasses, armed with submachine guns, swiftly abducted them, shoving them into an SUV. These were the bodyguards Luke had summoned from home. Luke, accompanied by the female teacher, followed closely behind. The bodyguards whisked everyone directly to the airport, where they boarded a decommissioned military transport plane, each assigned a parachute instructor. In a cacophony of desperate screams, they were unceremoniously ejected from the aircraft, while Luke, embracing the female teacher and holding a glass of red wine, observed their descent. Thus, Luke successfully gained entry into the fraternity. As for Old Cheen's initiation requirement, it involved swimming with Elsa in the school's lake during winter. The fraternity members were eager to witness Elsa, a fiery girl, in swimwear. It is worth noting that Elsa, having grown up on a ranch, possessed the spirited temperament and agility of a cowgirl. Not only was her temperament fierce, but her physique was equally striking. Perhaps it was Old Cheen's refined demeanor combined with the allure of his mysterious mixed heritage that captivated her. Consequently, this renowned thorny rose of Yale was claimed by Old Cheen, inciting envy among many. However, given Old Cheen's background as a second-generation elite and his strategic acumen derived from his heritage, he deftly outmaneuvered the others, much like Luke, who was similarly a target of disdain during his school years. Yet, old Cheen was astute enough to prepare 2 sets of diving equipment for this endeavor, taking Elsa for a nocturnal swim in the lake during late autumn. They plunged into the water, surfacing on the other side to warm up in a prearranged vehicle. For 3 hours, they stood shivering in the biting cold, merely spectators drawn to the spectacle. Despite this, Elsa succumbed to a cold and fever that plagued her for an entire week. During this week, the meticulous care and unwavering affection of old Cheen finally won her heart. Consequently, Elsa harbored no fondness for those belonging to the Brotherhood. Upon hearing Elsa's account, Luke felt a sudden realization that his mother had been ensnared by his father's cunning for over 2 decades, having borne 4 children while remaining blissfully unaware. Thus, Luke resolved to exploit this situation to extort his father. However, when he attempted to put his plan into action, old Cheen imparted a lesson that made Luke acutely aware of the adage, "The older the ginger, the spicier it is. Your father will always be your father." Chapter 20. The emergence of the California Sea King Elsa did not keep Luke for long before he took his leave. He selected a bottle from the inaugural batch of 1992 from the Screaming Eagle Winery, valued at over $10,000, and its price was still on the rise. This winery was also acquired by Luke's family, which only sold 200 cases annually. However, within the Cheen family, only Old Master Cheen and Luke had a distaste for wine. Old Master Cheen preferred Huangjiu and rice wine, while Luke favored spirits and beer. Luke had long since developed a tolerance, remaining sober regardless of what he drank. Yet, he still relished the spiciness of spirits and the refreshing taste of beer, with a particular aversion to the acidity of red wine. After packaging the wine carefully and placing it in his luggage, Luke contemplated a leisurely stroll. Since Elsa's business was nearly concluded, it would be inappropriate for him to intrude. With an early flight scheduled for the following day, Luke decided to drive to a rustic bar he frequented during his school days. This establishment often hosted country bands, offering a peaceful ambience without the clamor. Upon entering, Luke found the crowd sparse. Clad in his signature cowboy attire, he felt perfectly at ease, lacking the sense of dissonance he experienced in the Marriott banquet hall. In the past, Luke would often visit this bar alone to unwind, never engaging in casual encounters here, thus remaining unrecognized by the bartender and regulars. He settled at a table near the stage, ordered a light meal and 2 bottles of beer, and began to enjoy the band's performance. The lead singer was a short-haired girl, accompanied by 3 others, 2 men and another woman. The second girl, with her flowing brown hair, grew increasingly familiar to Luke. Evidently, she too recognized him, her surprise causing her to miss several notes on her guitar. This brown-haired girl was one of Luke's former girlfriends. As the song concluded, she eagerly approached and sat beside him. "Oh my God, Luke, didn't you graduate?" Luke smiled warmly, handing her a bottle of beer. "I'm back to handle a few matters. I have to fly to Virginia for training early tomorrow." At that moment, the other members of the girl band joined them. "Hey, Annie, why not introduce this handsome guy?" Luke remained courteous, greeting them. "I'm her ex-boyfriend. I happened to pass through San Francisco and thought I'd grab a drink. I never anticipated running into her here." Luke then requested the bartender to serve drinks for the group. Annie introduced Luke to the others. Their acquaintance had blossomed during a college football game. Annie was a cheerleader at UCLA, and Luke had led the team to victory, securing the attention of the opposing team's leading cheerleader. In turn, Annie had captured the heart of the rival team's star player. Ultimately, both parties felt satisfied, believing they had come away unscathed, a mutual gain. However, it must be noted that Annie possessed a truly remarkable figure, with ample curves in all the right places. Why do students gravitate towards cheerleaders? It is due to their grace and agility. Only through intimate interactions does one truly appreciate the advantages of such qualities. Every pose comes easily, and every movement flows seamlessly. The conversation revolved around gymnastics, as one might expect among the youth. They quickly found common ground, yet being part of a resident band, their chat could not linger for too long. They had a performance to prepare for. Thus, Luke awaited Annie's shift to conclude, and amidst the envious gazes of his companions, he drove his bulletproof Cadillac back to the Marriott. Annie, having graduated this year, aspired to form a band with friends and venture forth, which led her to San Francisco to test the waters. However, Luke perceived that their singing abilities were rather mediocre, a sentiment he chose to withhold from Annie. demonstrating his emotional intelligence. Once comrades, they reunited once more. In the early morning, Luke rose to depart. Observing Annie still in a stupor, he felt it inappropriate to leave without a gesture, so he placed her in the bathtub, allowing her to soak in warm water. He then summoned room service to tidy the bedroom. After completing these tasks, he returned to the bathroom to find Annie had calmed. He dried her off and carried her back to bed. Luke treated himself to a refreshing shower, and before leaving, he penned a note for Annie along with a stack of cash for her to settle the hotel bill upon her departure. With a clear mind, he drove to the airport, parking the Cadillac, which would later be retrieved by Elsa's associates. With only a backpack and a travel bag, Luke boarded the earliest flight to Washington, D.C. The morning flight was notably sparse, especially since it was a Sunday. Luke, having access to the VIP lane, boarded the aircraft before any other passengers. Although his assigned seat was by the window, the row contained only 2 seats, and preferring not to be confined, he opted for the aisle seat. Soon enough, a few passengers trickled aboard. First, a young man with a shaved head and scruff took the seat next to Luke across the aisle. Shortly thereafter, a stunning Indian woman approached, glancing at her ticket and then at Luke's seat number with a frown. "Sir, you are in my seat," she stated. Luke flashed a charming smile and produced his ticket. "My apologies, miss. My seat is inside, but given my height, sitting in there feels a bit cramped. Would you mind if we switched?" That irresistible charm left the young woman momentarily speechless, and she nodded, offering Luke a smile in return. Luke stood to relinquish his seat. Curiously, despite the numerous vacant seats on the plane, it seemed fate had drawn them together. Luke broke the silence first, introducing himself to the girl. "I'm Luke, traveling to Washington to visit family." "Alex, a doctor with M. Deccan Sans Frontières, transferring through Washington," she replied. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the young man with the shaved head, who interjected, "Ryan, just returned from service in Manila." Luke and Alex exchanged glances, and their dialogue resumed, flowing effortlessly. Their connection was so harmonious that Luke could have conversed with Alex for the entire day, if not for Ryan's frequent interjections. However, Luke and Alex's attention was solely focused on each other, offering only perfunctory responses to the soldier Ryan. Initially, Ryan managed to interject a few comments, but as he noticed the two were increasingly ignoring him, he ceased to contribute and instead listened intently to their lively conversation. Upon disembarking from the plane, Luke promptly retrieved the car that had been sent to his residence in advance from the airport parking lot. This time, Luke opted for a more understated choice, selecting an ordinary gray Dodge Ram pickup, albeit still armored. Alex accompanied Luke closely. Once inside the vehicle, Alex eagerly threw himself into Luke's embrace. "Not so fast, sweetheart. We must find a suitable place to truly savor this moment." Although Alex was somewhat impatient, he gazed at Luke with longing and said, "Isn't this place suitable? I find myself quite eager." Luke flashed a devilishly charming smile and replied, "In a moment, you will understand why we cannot indulge here. I, Luke Aquaman of California Chin, have arrived." Chapter 21. Enrollment. At the sound of Alex's exclamation, Luke propelled his Dodge Ram, equipped with a 6.4-liter V8 supercharged engine, into motion with a defiant roar. "You're impressive, artillery king, so high and mighty. Just don't sully my vehicle, of course." Luke was oblivious to the truck's unspoken sentiments. An hour later, in Washington, D.C., at the Marriott Hotel, Luke tenderly kissed Alex's forehead as she lay in the bathtub, departing the hotel amidst her forlorn gaze. He drove to an upscale neighborhood in Washington, surveyed the house numbers, and parked. The moment he alighted from the vehicle, he felt several pairs of eyes upon him, clutching a bottle of wine devoid of any packaging. Save for a brown paper bag, Luke was aware that his earlier phone call had preempted the scrutiny he had encountered. At the entrance stood none other than Jack Doherty, a senior of Chin Laudad, and the current federal attorney general. The first impression Luke had of him was that of a university professor, slender, tall, bespectacled, and lacking in physical robustness. However, he emanated a warmth that Luke found reassuring. They embraced briefly before entering the villa, which, though modest in size, exuded an air of elegance, with books scattered about in a manner that appeared effortlessly organized. "Uncle Doherty, this is from my father for you," Luke announced, retrieving the exquisite bottle of wine from the paper bag. Without glancing at it, Doherty handed it off to an aide or secretary behind him. Luke sensed the presence of at least 6 other individuals in the room. Though his purpose was merely to make an appearance, Doherty engaged Luke in friendly conversation, particularly remarking, "Your mother, Elsa, must have had plenty of unflattering things to say about me, right?" At this, Luke's spirits surged, and he swiftly adopted the persona of Luke, the acclaimed actor. "You know my mother?" he inquired, feigning confusion. "She has never mentioned you." With both intelligence and emotional insight, Luke was well aware that Elsa harbored a dislike for Doherty. Thus he refrained from fabricating any flattering anecdotes about her. Instead, he chose to remain silent on that matter, striving for authenticity. The older gentleman chuckled amiably and led him further inside, proceeding to share insights regarding the FBI Training Academy, detailing various important training programs. Doherty spoke with remarkable thoroughness, elucidating the content of each significant training initiative. Despite having only recently assumed his position, it was evident that he possessed considerable expertise, as he articulated the program details with such clarity. It was no wonder he had ascended to the role of Attorney General. His dedication was unmatched by the average individual. His ability to provide such comprehensive explanations suggested that the connections of Luke's father and the influence of Doherty played a vital role in this exchange. Seizing the moment, Luke responded earnestly, "Uncle Doherty, your insights have proven invaluable. I shall henceforth consider myself your student and look forward to seeking your guidance on further legal matters. I hope you do not find me burdensome." Doherty smiled warmly at Luke and remarked, "Long before you were born, I aspired to be your godfather, but Elsa disagreed. Moreover, your family, the Cheens, does not practice any religion, so the matter was left unresolved." Luke chuckled in response, "Though I may not have you as my godfather, being a teacher holds equal significance. In our culture, there is a saying, 'Once a teacher, always a father.' It implies that a good teacher is akin to a father figure, profoundly influencing a child's life." This sentiment elicited hearty laughter from Doherty, who playfully patted Luke on the shoulder. "A fine young man. Study diligently, and should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out. I shall have my assistant exchange contact information with you shortly." Luke, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Rest assured, Teacher Doherty, I will surmount any challenges and will not cause you inconvenience. My excellence must be proven through my own efforts." Doherty bestowed upon Luke a knowing glance and cautioned, "Having confidence is commendable, yet timely communication with me is essential. Some matters may appear trivial, but when they involve high-level negotiations, you may find yourself ill-equipped to handle them." Luke nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that adaptability is a commendable trait, at least on the surface. Doherty continued, "Certain pieces in this game may be sacrificed. Fear not, you shall not be among them, I assure you." While Luke outwardly expressed gratitude, internally he remained skeptical. One cannot take a politician's words at face value. However, considering the relationship between Doherty and the Cheen family, he was certain that, unless the stakes were extraordinarily high, Doherty would not relinquish his own interests, as the repercussions would be too grave. Upon departing from Doherty's residence, Luke drove away from Washington, D.C., heading towards the Quantico military base, located over 100 kilometers to the south. Meanwhile, Alex, trembling with trepidation, exited the hotel. Damn that Luke, but it felt exhilarating. After settling into his rented vehicle, Alex also set off towards Quantico. Luke had long been aware that Alex was also a trainee at the base, having seen the enrollment notice among Alex's belongings, an essential document for every trainee, which Luke possessed as well. Alex had evidently concealed his background, while Luke had not. He spoke only the truth, albeit with scant information. Indeed, he was a cowboy from Montana, as his new records indicated. There was no issue in visiting an elder. He had indeed paid a visit to his new instructor, Doherty. Attending a government training program was also factual. The FBI is, after all, a governmental agency, and agent training qualifies as training. After parking in front of the training headquarters, Luke entered the building. Following registration, he proceeded to the multimedia classroom as directed. Arriving early, he found the room sparsely populated, taking a seat in a corner where only a handful of individuals occupied the vast space. Before long, a lively young man sat beside him. With a friendly demeanor, he extended his hand and introduced himself. "Hi, I'm Brian O'Connor, from Los Angeles." Luke reciprocated the handshake with a smile. Luke Dutton, the cowboy from Montana. As the gathering had yet to reach its full capacity, the two individuals engaged in conversation. Primarily, it was the young man with the tousled yellow hair, Brian, who spoke, while Luke listened intently. Luke found this spirited youth rather intriguing. At the very least, he did not find him disagreeable. It was evident that Brian possessed a certain innocence, far superior to that of the bald, stubbled Ryan from their flight. As the other participants began to arrive, Alex made her entrance. She scanned the room and, upon spotting Luke, was taken aback and felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, Luke remained oblivious to her presence, his attention fully captured by Principal Miranda as she outlined the pertinent details of the training academy. In truth, Luke had noticed her arrival long before, as well as that of the bald Ryan. Luke sensed that Ryan's interest was directed towards Alex, yet due to his own unexpected presence on the flight, Ryan hardly warranted attention. Chapter 22. The spirited youth. Once everyone had gathered, the ceremony of oath-taking commenced. The formalities of the professional institution involved pledging allegiance to the Constitution and the nation. Following this was the inaugural address by Principal Miranda. Luke deemed it to be rather conventional. Nevertheless, it resonated deeply with the over 50 students present. Most attendees were recent university graduates, their eyes reflecting a certain naive clarity. Particularly striking was the bright-haired Brian, who exuded an unmistakable spirited charm. The classroom boasted numerous attractive individuals, yet it was Alex who truly captivated Luke's attention. Despite having had several ex-girlfriends, Luke was selective, embodying the refinement expected of a seasoned connoisseur. Undoubtedly, Alex was the belle of the class, complemented by a lovely blonde who, though appealing, lacked the physique that Luke found appealing. Once Miranda concluded her speech, Instructor Liam O'Connor assumed the stage, guiding the class through various important details, the distribution of equipment, and an introduction to the facilities of the academic building. Although he bore the title of instructor, his role resembled that of a homeroom teacher, with each subject having its own instructor, akin to a college advisor. At this juncture, students began to seek out their kindred spirits among their peers. The students received a uniform comprising a gray-blue t-shirt, yellow trousers, a holster, a notebook, and other essentials, albeit excluding footwear. They were also issued student identification cards and training model firearms. Upon examining his weapon, Luke was astounded to find it identical to his own QH-917, both in appearance and weight. However, it lacked a firing mechanism, and its grip was a striking crimson. Pondering the possibility of suing the FBI for infringement, Luke was interrupted by Brian, who approached him, evidently looking to form a partnership. The dormitory accommodations were double occupancy rooms, and Brian's intent to team up with Luke was clear. Luke welcomed this, as he held no aversion to Brian. Having a spirited companion would undoubtedly enliven the otherwise monotonous academic life. Brian was particularly delighted to discover that the dormitory housed both male and female students. However, this did not imply cohabitation. Rooms were designated for same-gender occupancy. In this era of America, gender distinctions were still quite pronounced, rendering such separations necessary. Moreover, romantic relationships among students at the Joint Training Academy, the abbreviated form of the Federal Bureau of Investigation Training Academy, were strictly prohibited. Yet, this regulation was seldom adhered to, and the institution rarely enforced it, for these were impassioned youth, and spontaneous romances were not uncommon. Given the rigorous and often stressful nature of their training, a modicum of emotional reprieve was deemed beneficial, and the academy could not impose excessive restrictions. After arranging his room, Luke stepped outside only to encounter Alex. The corridor was sufficiently wide that avoiding eye contact was not an option. Seizing the moment, Luke initiated the conversation. "Agent Miss, it appears you've embraced your role since receiving your notice." This was a clear reference to the fabrications Alex had uttered earlier. Alex appeared utterly unperturbed, exuding an expression that seemed to convey the sentiment. "As long as I am not embarrassed, it is others who should feel the awkwardness." He remarked, "You nearly made me late. Just 6 hours ago we were sharing the same bed, so everything else pales in significance, does it not?" At this moment, Many students had already emerged in the corridor. Witnessing the two seemingly on the verge of flaunting their affection, they swiftly dispersed. Luke could only shrug and leave the dormitory area. After assembling downstairs, their homeroom teacher, Liam, announced the first task. Laid out on the table before him were the files of all the trainees. These documents contain the records of every one of you, information vetted during your FBI application process. One detail in each has been altered. The CIA deals in intelligence, we investigate. The minutiae within intelligence are crucial. They help us track down criminals, terrorists, bomb sites, and more. They play a pivotal role. Now pair up with your training partner. Within 24 hours, identify the missing piece in each other's files. Fail and you're eliminated. After explaining the requirements, Liam spread his hands and said, "Good luck," then stepped aside. Luke had already set his sights on Alex's file and snatched it before Ryan could. Brian, quick-handed, grabbed Luke's file and shot him a smug look. Only for Alex, even quicker, to snatch it away. Luke could only shrug at Brian, whose expression froze as he was force-fed a mouthful of affection, clearly in a foul mood. However, the next morning, when classes began, everyone realized there was no time to investigate their partners. The schedule proceeded as usual. Yet Luke had already discerned several things Alex had concealed. More than one. After much deliberation, he settled on an obscure detail to use as his cover. Well-versed in human nature, Luke knew everyone had secrets. When exposed, they either faced social ruin, unbearable awkwardness, or worse, actual danger. This round was bound to be unpleasant. Someone was destined to be eliminated. Though his own file had been altered, during their conversations, Luke had inadvertently revealed enough for Alex to spot discrepancies and pass. He considered warning others not to dig too deep into their partner's secrets but ultimately stayed silent. Reflecting on Doherty's training content afterward, Luke found it laughably elementary, hardly beyond high school level. As for practical combat, even simpler, deciding it best not to stand out, he resolved to maintain a position in the upper tier without drawing attention. This, however, spelled trouble for the spirited Brian. Many exercises required sparring between roommates. Initially, Brian had taunted Luke, "I've brawled in the streets. No one at school dared mess with me, watch yourself." Luke found his gaze amusing, a blend of clarity and sheer foolishness. With a smile, he turned his back with one hand and, reminiscent of the elegance of Ip Man, extended the other hand to beckon. Witnessing Luke's audacity, Brian felt a surge of blood rush to his head, prompting him to unleash all his strength against Luke. This insolent fellow cannot continue his pretense. I, Brian, am destined to be the most handsome man in the class. The spirited Brian erupted in fury. He had accumulated his rage. His expression was fierce. He charged forward. Oh heavens! Dear God! He fell. He rose again. Goodness! He fell once more. He did not rise again. Indeed, Luke had outdone himself in his act. While everyone else was engaged in their respective duels, the commotion caused by Brian was too great, and Luke's arrogance overwhelmed him, striking Brian down to the ground. All eyes turned to observe Luke and Brian. Luke reached out to help Brian up, but Brian stubbornly refused. No, I shall not rise unless you teach me. Faced with such a brazen demand from Brian, Luke could only sigh and reluctantly nod, saying, "Very well, just don't cry." Brian eagerly grasped Luke's extended hand, exclaiming, "You must not keep this to yourself." Luke replied, "I have been practicing since I was 6, and you still have a long way to go." At that moment, some onlookers could no longer bear to watch. Chapter 23. The act of pretentiousness in this class. Luke was not the strongest, yet his physique was undeniably perfect. Consequently, several self-proclaimed combat-experienced male classmates sought to challenge him. In Western culture, subtlety is often overlooked. When it's time to demonstrate prowess, one does so without hesitation. Particularly among students, they believe that showcasing their abilities can attract the opposite sex, which they deem quite impressive. Luke resolved to teach those brash individuals a lesson. A robust African-American student approached Luke, smiling as he said, "I've come to spar with you. I hope you'll take it seriously." His implication was clear. He wanted Luke to engage fully rather than feign effort with one hand behind his back. However, Luke was not one to indulge him, extending his arm with a single hand. The student immediately adopted a serious demeanor, cautiously approaching Luke and delivering a right hook. For an ordinary person, facing such a powerful puncher would be daunting, as his strength and speed were above average. Yet, in Luke's eyes, the flaws were glaring. With a swift sidestep, a grab, a pull, and a trip, Luke executed 4 fluid movements, causing his opponent to tumble to the ground. Next, the onlookers were rendered speechless, thinking, is this charade never ending? The student, believing Luke was merely toying with him, attempted to rise and strike back, but at that moment, Instructor O'Connor arrived. Hey, you are here to train, not to spectate, he admonished. It was only then that the crowd dispersed, revealing the African-American student, still thwarted, and Luke, who remained in his pretentious stance. Instructor O'Connor stepped into the center of the gathering and inquired, what transpired here? Luke shrugged and remarked, it's merely a routine practice session. However, I possess a slight edge over them, which has left some feeling disgruntled. His words were met with disdainful glances from his fellow trainees, who found his arrogance rather irksome. Nevertheless, Instructor O'Connor observed no injuries and thus commanded everyone to continue with their training, subsequently summoning Luke for a private discussion. Listen, trainee Luke, I am unconcerned with your past experiences. Here, you must adhere to the rules diligently. I do not wish to encounter a repeat of this situation. Do you understand? Luke could only nod and say, all right, Instructor O'Connor. This minor incident quickly faded away. However, Luke's cheerful disposition endeared him to his fellow trainees. He engaged in conversations with everyone, always with a smile and ready to answer any questions. Eventually, the African-American trainee, under Brian's explanation, also apologized to Luke. When it came time for pistol shooting practice, Luke refrained from any pretense. Once was sufficient for such antics. Too much would indeed become tiresome. Nevertheless, during the pistol shooting training, even while holding back, Luke still secured the top score. Over the course of that half-day, everyone recognized that this cowboy from Montana was indeed a skilled marksman. After the class concluded, 2 trainees found themselves in a heated argument. Yet Luke paid it no mind. After all, when certain secrets are uncovered, such disputes are bound to arise. The arrogant newcomer with the bleached hair, however, did not impress Luke. He appeared to be a recent graduate, lacking the tough lessons that life often imparts. Luke stepped forward and gently patted another trainee on the shoulder, saying, everyone harbors secrets. I believe you must muster the courage to confront them. Only then can you become a competent agent. The individual responded with a strained smile, grateful yet visibly troubled. Luke chose not to elaborate further, for ultimately, this was a personal hurdle that one must overcome on their own. With that remark, Luke felt he had fulfilled his role adequately. Alex, positioned behind Luke, also offered some words of encouragement to the same student, while several other trainees extended their goodwill and comfort. The time for the examination finally arrived. Instructor O'Connor had even arranged a dedicated interrogation room. Those being examined were required to wear polygraph devices, while the other students observed the questioning process from a multimedia classroom. Many trainees were confronted with awkward and mortifying inquiries, even unearthing their most profound secrets, while others navigated the ordeal with ease. When it was Luke and Alex's turn, Luke permitted Alex to question him first. He answered her inquiries with impeccable precision. Ultimately, Alex managed to pinpoint a discrepancy in their conversation aboard the plane. You weren't the quarterback on the college football team. Luke smiled and replied, congratulations, you were correct. When it was Luke's turn to interrogate Alex, he sought to delve comprehensively into her past. Though Alex told a few fibs, Luke remained unfazed, as they were not particularly private matters. Their exchange felt more like a casual conversation, even bordering on flirtation. Just as it seemed the dialogue might veer into overly sentimental territory, Luke redirected the topic. You deceived your mother, telling her you were pursuing further studies, when in truth, you came for FBI training. She remains oblivious to your true intentions. Alex willingly acknowledged this fact. Following their examination, the next pair was the male duo that had argued earlier that afternoon. The earnest young man entered the room, promptly locking the door and barricading it with a cabinet. He then turned and drew his weapon, shooting the recorder, and aimed it at his partner, who had failed to relinquish his firearm after the shooting lesson. This time, The blonde-haired youth was clearly shaken. Instructor O'Connor and all the trainees witnessed this alarming scene unfold. The instructor rushed to open the door, but the confrontation on the large screen continued, teetering on the brink of chaos. Luke joined O'Connor in his attempt to open the door. O'Connor, in a state of urgency, found the door firmly wedged shut. At that moment, Luke pushed O'Connor aside, asserting, "Stand back," and forcefully kicked the door open. Upon hearing the thunderous noise, the armed trainee did not turn to face Luke. Instead, he aimed the gun at his own head, contemplating suicide. However, Luke acted with swifter resolve, deftly striking his arm before he could pull the trigger. The gun discharged, but fortunately, no one was harmed. Luke seized the weapon but did not restrain the trainee, who, having failed in his attempt to take his own life, clearly surrendered. At that moment, O'Connor rushed in and subdued him, while his partner, the blonde-haired boy, lay incapacitated on the floor. This incident marked a grave occurrence, given that someone had been injured. This time, that little yellow-haired Haas was truly frightened. The injured student, Eric, has been detained. In the evening, Haas sat by the pool, enveloped in gloom. The bespectacled Simon and the slender blonde beauty, Shelby, attempted to console him. Luke also decided to check on him as they were classmates, and these individuals would eventually become his connections within the FBI. After Simon and Shelby had offered their words of comfort, Luke stepped in, much to the surprise of the trio. They had assumed Luke's affability was genuine, but it was merely a facade. They believed that true experts often possess a more aloof demeanor, hence there was little exchange between them. Luke approached Haas directly, stating, "Every individual harbors secrets. This is a hurdle that can only be overcome with the courage to confront it. I advised Eric, the student who drew his weapon, but it is evident that he faltered. This incident serves as a lesson for you. I hope you can grow swiftly from it." Before departing, Luke added, "You are not fighting to prove anything to anyone. You are fighting for yourself. Your family is not an obstacle but rather your support, and that is perfectly acceptable." It remains uncertain whether Haas absorbed these words, but with that, Luke took his leave. The message was succinct. Whether one comprehends it depends on the individual. Nevertheless, Luke's remarks certainly left a profound impression on Simon and Shelby, enhancing the aura of expertise surrounding him. Chapter 24. The following day, a meeting was convened for all. Principal Miranda expressed her profound concerns, yet she urged the remaining students to confront their truths bravely. As anticipated, the student who had discharged a firearm, Eric, was expelled and potentially faced charges of aggravated assault, having injured a teaching assistant. Following his summons by Principal Miranda, Haas did not return to class. Their dormitory had been vacated. However, Luke believed that Haas would be all right, given his family's connections with the FBI. It was likely he would be reassigned to another department for further training. Subsequently, tranquility returned. Training and classes resumed as usual. Despite Luke's efforts to remain inconspicuous, he continued to shine as the most remarkable individual among his peers. Yet Luke noticed something peculiar. An Arab female student in his class appeared changed. After observing her discreetly for a considerable time, he concluded that this student was not the same person he had seen yesterday. She was likely a twin, and the school had orchestrated this arrangement. Simon, the bespectacled boy, seemed to harbor an interest in the female student. However, given that they would be living and studying together for the next 5 months, their secret would surely be unveiled. Thus, Luke resolved to offer her a discreet warning. On their way to class, he stealthily approached the Arab student, Neelma, and softly advised, "If you wish to keep your twin identity concealed, it would be prudent to limit your interactions with others. However, I believe this might not be conducive to your studies. I suggest discussing it with Principal Miranda." As Neelma gazed at Luke in astonishment, he elegantly quickened his pace and departed. This revelation left Neelma in shock, yet she was not Neelma. She was her twin sister, Amina. Overwhelmed, she disregarded her class and hurried to seek out Principal Miranda. Upon hearing Amina's account, Miranda was equally taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, she summoned Neelma. Yet, the sisters were perplexed as to how their secret had been exposed, and they were uncertain if Luke had divulged their secret. Ultimately, Miranda called upon Luke, who anticipated her summons. He candidly shared his observations, noting the distinct differences in demeanor and habits between the two. At that moment, Instructor O'Connor entered Miranda's office and overheard Luke's statement. He inquired skeptically, "Why was it only you who noticed this, while others remained oblivious?" Luke shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "You see, I am a cowboy. I can distinguish between two identical cattle among thousands. This is a skill I honed from a young age." His response was both reasonable and astonishing to those present, prompting them to question the remarkable abilities of American cowboys. Ultimately, Miranda instructed Luke to keep the secret, assuring him that she would disclose the matter at an appropriate time. Luke comprehended the higher-ups' intentions and thus proposed, "If you wish to train them effectively within 5 months, it is imperative that they undergo simultaneous training." Miranda indicated she would contemplate Luke's suggestion before dismissing him. As for how they would proceed with their research on Luke, that was no longer his concern. He continued to train while flirting with Alex and amusing the spirited Brian. The first month comprised solely of adaptive training, conducted in a fully enclosed environment, akin to a boot camp. However, Luke noticed that Instructor Liam O'Connor seemed particularly focused on him, frequently critiquing his training performance. Consequently, Luke discreetly approached Instructor O'Connor and earnestly stated, "Instructor O'Connor, I am uncertain how I have offended you to warrant such scrutiny. Please articulate your concerns directly. There is no need for vague reassurances about your belief in my potential. We are all adults here." Luke, perceiving that his interlocutor had chosen silence, decided not to prolong the entanglement. "Instructor O'Connor, I harbor no desire to instigate trouble. My sole aim is to successfully complete this training. Should you wish to persist in your vexation, I suggest you consult Principal Miranda before proceeding." With that, Luke turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance, leaving O'Connor with a countenance clouded by discontent. Subsequently, O'Connor indeed sought out Miranda. However, she remained oblivious to Luke's true identity, only aware that his letter of recommendation had been delivered by an aide to the Attorney General. Given this connection, Miranda recognized that Luke possessed some degree of influence, though the extent remained uncertain. Nonetheless, it was clear he was not someone she could afford to offend. Thus, she candidly conveyed the situation to O'Connor and issued a warning. In the following days, Luke noted that while O'Connor had somewhat tempered his antagonistic demeanor, he continued to scrutinize him closely. Furthermore, Luke observed O'Connor's keen interest in Alex, who had engaged in several private conversations with Ryan, the brash fellow known for his casual banter with Alex. Luke shared this revelation with Alex, who wrestled with her thoughts for a considerable time before finally divulging the truth. It turned out that, after the death of her father, Alex had discovered his credentials as a federal agent and had subsequently enlisted O'Connor's assistance in investigating her father's files. Observing her turmoil, Luke surmised certain truths and, after a moment of contemplation, inquired, "The individual responsible for your father's demise was not your mother, but rather you, was it?" Alex gazed at Luke in stunned silence, his eyes reflecting a tumultuous blend of bewilderment, shock, embarrassment, and remorse. Luke didn't press further. Alex's expression had already spoken volumes. In that moment, the truth paled in significance compared to the solace of a warm embrace. That evening, passion nearly ignited between them, yet both managed to restrain themselves in the end. The depth of Luke and Alex's bond left Brian utterly envious. However, Luke soon discerned Brian's innocence in matters of the heart. That night, Luke imparted his wisdom with such finesse that Brian regarded him with nothing short of awe. Navigating the nuances of romantic relationships falls within the realm of social etiquette. Despite Luke's extensive discussions over several evenings, he still feels that mere theoretical discourse is inadequate. Nevertheless, this does not deter Brian from venerating Luke as a master. With enthusiasm, Brian eagerly set out to select potential romantic interests among his fellow students. Meanwhile, as Luke's bond with Alex deepened, O'Connor began to target him once more. This sensation was akin to the notion that Luke had somehow courted O'Connor's daughter, evoking the unmistakable ire of a disapproving father-in-law. Ultimately, Luke could no longer endure this tension and erupted on the day of the initial major assessment. Early in the morning, the entire class was to participate in the first phase of physical and shooting evaluations. After O'Connor outlined the assessment details, Luke stood up. Before all the instructors and students, he addressed O'Connor. Instructor O'Connor, I am uncertain of your further intentions towards me. I hereby declare that today's evaluation shall serve as a benchmark. Should I fail to surpass everyone comprehensively, I will withdraw. Conversely, if I prevail, I implore you to cease your targeting of me. Under the watchful gaze of all present, O'Connor calmly responded, "This is what you have proclaimed." Chapter 25. Elevating the stakes after O'Connor accepted the wager, an unusual sound emerged from behind the trainees. "Miranda, when did you recruit such formidable students?" Upon turning around, they discovered Principal Miranda, accompanied by several soldiers clad in military uniforms, observing the scene with keen interest. The speaker was a man in army combat attire, a cigar dangling from his lips. Beside him stood a robust figure in Marine Corps garb. To the other side was a black officer, evident from his blue uniform that he hailed from the Air Force. Next to him was a neatly attired naval officer, albeit a bald man, who, regrettably, squandered the elegance of his pristine uniform. Upon seeing the newcomers, O'Connor could not suppress a smile, stating, "Today coincides with the rookie assessment at Quantico, not only involving our institution but also the recruits from the Marine Corps and other academies." Observing O'Connor's barely contained enthusiasm, the others began to fret for Luke. Despite all being new recruits, theirs were merely akin to the training standards of federal agents. The assessment criteria appeared to be decidedly less advantageous than those faced by the military novices. It is worth noting that Quantico serves as the Marine Corps base, housing not just the Marines and the FBI Training Academy but also the SHIELD Academy, Marine Corps University, and the criminal investigative agencies of both the Navy and Air Force. Undoubtedly, the primary military force remains the Marine Corps. Luke, observing O'Connor's exuberance, felt no trepidation. Rather, he was intrigued by the presence of the soldiers. These individuals essentially represented 4 of the 5 principal military forces of the United States, with only the National Guard missing. However, that falls under state jurisdiction, and the federal government oversees only these 4 branches. Miranda proceeded to introduce several officers, clarifying that they were there to observe the assessments. While the purpose of these military personnel's visit was not immediately clear to the group, the officer in army fatigues, who held the highest rank among them, was Major Hannibal from the 75th Ranger Regiment. The imposing figure by his side was Captain Castor from the Marine Corps Armored Reconnaissance Training Camp, the local host. The black officer was Captain Rhodes from the Air Force Special Operations Command, while the naval officer was Captain Waters from the Navy SEALs. After Miranda's introductions, Luke grasped the situation. They were here to scout talent. No wonder Captain Castor appeared so displeased. The rank of 4th-tier personnel held little prestige within the military hierarchy. However, this worked in Luke's favor, as he possessed unwavering confidence, eagerly anticipating O'Connor's potential setback. Thus, all trainees and instructors boarded 2 large buses, heading towards the Marine Corps training base. The distance from the Joint Training Academy to the Marine base was brief, merely a matter of minutes. The facility loomed significantly larger than the academy, bustling with recruits preparing for their assessments, which comprised the same rigorous standards: physical fitness and marksmanship. The physical assessment comprises a 500-yard swim, sit-ups within 2 minutes, push-ups, pull-ups, and a 1.5-mile, 2,414 meters, run. The shooting evaluation includes 10-meter pistol shooting, 100-meter prone rifle shooting, and 200-meter prone sniper shooting. The examination proposed by Luke, of course, is not conducted simultaneously for all participants. However, the Marine Corps has already selected a group of individuals who consistently excel in their training. Recruits from the Joint Training Academy and several other units are also to choose their finest to participate. O'Connor similarly selected a few outstanding trainees. At this moment, Luke noticed several individuals in black suits approaching Miranda. The leader among them, Luke recognized at a glance as Agent Coulson from SHIELD. Perhaps it was mere coincidence, or perhaps they remained undeterred, but Luke paid them no mind. The elite participants in the assessment had gathered together, numbering approximately 40, with more than half being Marines. After Captain Frank outlined the assessment criteria and scoring standards, Luke raised an objection. Stepping away from the crowd, he approached Captain Frank and stated, "We are all elites here. I believe that a standard assessment holds little significance for us. Why not elevate the stakes?" As the crowd expressed confusion, Luke continued, according to regular standards, there would be rest periods between each evaluation. Therefore, I propose we eliminate those breaks and incorporate the shooting assessment amidst the physical evaluations. This would be more reflective of real combat, would it not? Having spoken, he turned his gaze towards the chief examiner, Lieutenant Frank. This fellow maintained a perpetually sullen expression, as though every individual around him owed him a considerable sum of money. Nevertheless, after a moment's contemplation, he acquiesced to Luke's request. It must be said, Lieutenant Frank was indeed formidable. He not only consented to Luke's demands but also escalated the difficulty. The challenge comprised 100 sit-ups, a 25-meter shuttle run, followed by 100 push-ups, and a sprint of 100 meters. Subsequently, there were 20 pull-ups and another 100-meter sprint. Participants were then required to engage in 10-meter pistol shooting, along with assembling a QH-917 pistol, using 10 rounds of ammunition. Following this, they would dash 400 meters and swim 500 yards. Afterward, they would run 400 meters to the shooting range, assemble an M16 rifle, and conduct a standing shot at 100 meters, utilizing 30 rounds. Lastly, with a 20-kilogram load on their backs, they would run 1.5 miles directly to the shooting range, assemble an M40 sniper rifle, and execute a prone shot at 400 meters, firing 10 rounds. Upon the announcement of these rigorous requirements, every face in the vicinity shifted in color, save for Luke's. The physical fitness test posed no challenge to these elites, but the arduous shooting examination following intense exertion was a different story. Particularly daunting was the final task. Assembling the M40 sniper rifle was simpler than the M16, yet the crux lay in the calibration of the scope after assembly. The precision of a sniper rifle, which necessitates exceptionally accurate aiming devices, hinges critically on the proper calibration of the scope. Unfortunately, this assessment afforded no opportunity or time for such calibration. However, Luke was unfazed. He could achieve precise hits in the bullseye area of a half-body target from over 800 meters using a scope. Thus, he sighed, thinking to himself that it would be impossible to remain low-key. He was destined to be the most dazzling figure in the crowd. Although Captain Frank was formidable, he still afforded everyone a 20-minute preparation period. In truth, this time was also utilized by him to strategize the venue and provide logistical support. Once everyone had lined up, Captain Frank reiterated the competition route to all participants. Each segment would be monitored by at least 6 judges recording the scores, and the entire event would be documented through photography to prevent cheating or disputes regarding the results. After confirming that everyone understood the competition rules, Captain Frank drew his pistol and fired a shot into the sky, shouting, "Begin!" While everyone was momentarily bewildered, Luke had already reclined on the ground and commenced his sit-ups. In regular training, sit-ups were performed with someone pressing down on the legs, but Luke required no such assistance. As the assessment commenced, Captain Frank had already set a formidable tone for everyone. The absence of leg pressure during the sit-ups significantly escalated the challenge. Chapter 26. Bold theft. As everyone stood in a daze, Luke exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. He promptly reclined and commenced performing sit-ups. His speed was extraordinary, a testament to his relentless training and perseverance. Typically, the evaluation for new recruits is categorized into 3 tiers: good, excellent, and outstanding, each further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower levels. Achieving 100 sit-ups or push-ups within 2 minutes is deemed the pinnacle of excellence. Captain Frank held the highest standards for assessment, and Luke managed to complete 100 sit-ups in just 1 minute and 51 seconds. He then executed a return run, finishing 100 push-ups in 1 minute and 49 seconds, while the slowest contender had only just begun their push-ups. Completing 20 pull-ups took 26 seconds, placing him far ahead of the second competitor. Captain Frank's expression remained grim, yet the other officers appeared more animated. Miranda's lips curled into a smile, one that was nearly impossible to suppress. The observing trainees also began to cheer for their classmates and comrades. Upon reaching the shooting range, Luke assembled the QH-917 pistol in a mere 7.83 seconds, leaving the evaluators in sheer astonishment. Amused by their bewildered expressions, Luke reveled in the knowledge that he had designed every component of the firearm, and no one could surpass his speed. With 10 rounds, Luke didn't even take the time to aim. He simply raised his hand and fired, each shot following the last in rapid succession. The results were staggering. The bullet dispersion on the target measured no more than 3 centimeters. This meant that at a distance of 10 meters, aiming for the heart, all 10 shots found their mark. The evaluators had witnessed skilled shooting before, but never like this from a recruit. With less than a third of the competition completed, Luke's performance rivaled that of elite soldiers. The officers ceased their whispered conversations, fixated on Luke as he proceeded to the next challenge. Following the 400 meters was a 500-yard swim. Upon arriving at the poolside, Luke surveyed his surroundings, removed his shoes, and dove into the water, beginning to swim forward. Clearly, Captain Frank had laid a trap. Luke had not prepared swimwear. Swimming in clothing creates substantial resistance in the water, and the added weight from absorbed water significantly increases physical exertion. Nevertheless, Luke astounded everyone once more. Generally, the best times for this event hover just above 8 minutes. But Luke completed it in a mere 7.5 minutes. After donning his shoes, he sprinted toward the shooting range. The rifle segment posed no challenge for Luke. The M16 series, developed from the AR-15, is renowned as America's standard infantry rifle. The improved variants currently in military use boast exceptional quality and shooting precision, easily accommodating distances of 100 to 400 meters. Luke again achieved a perfect score, with a bullet dispersion of approximately 6 centimeters, just over 2 MOA. Upon arriving at the training ground, Luke donned a 20-kilogram backpack and commenced a 1.5-mile run. In truth, the weight was not limited to the backpack. Having just emerged from the pool, the water clinging to his clothing added an additional 3 kilograms. Although Luke felt physically at ease, he feigned a struggle. Nevertheless, during this final assessment, he maintained an impressive lead, far ahead of the competition. The first tier, ranging from second to several others, remained ensnared in their struggles in the pool. This particular event was conducted unencumbered, without any additional weight, with an outstanding performance benchmark set at under 9 minutes. Luke, however, completed it in approximately 7.5 minutes, as if the added burden had no bearing on his performance. At this moment, the cheers from the spectators diminished significantly, as most were captivated by Luke's prowess, forgetting even to encourage their comrades. The expressions on the faces of the officers grew increasingly solemn, exchanging furtive glances, as if wary of something. Instructor O'Connor's countenance darkened progressively, and even Miranda's smile faded. Luke's victory was unequivocal, even if he were to score 0 in the final shooting segment. Yet, was that even a possibility? After adjusting the scope and calibrating it according to the parameters provided by the on-site instructors, accounting for wind speed, direction, temperature, and humidity, Luke made slight modifications. His first test shot yielded an 8. With further adjustments, the remaining 9 shots all struck the 10 ring, with the dispersion maintained within 9 centimeters, less than 1 MOA. Ultimately, Luke completed the entire assessment in 22 minutes and 25 seconds. Although he had never encountered such a test before, it was evident that the first tier, led by the second-place competitor, had only just begun their 1.5-mile run, indicating that Luke was ahead by at least 10 minutes. Predictably, the second-place finish clocked in at 33 minutes and 11 seconds. Following his successful completion of the test, Luke was met with a fervent welcome from his classmates. Before the celebration could conclude, Major Hannibal pushed his way through the crowd. "Young man, congratulations on your victory. Are you interested in joining the Rangers? It is the Army's most elite unit." Captain Rhodes followed closely, grinning as he said, "Our Air Force offers exceptionally generous benefits. The 724th Special Operations Squadron would be delighted to have you." Captain Waters of the Navy, having finally ceased his disdainful demeanor, forced an awkward smile and remarked, "Join the SEALs, we are the best special forces in the world." As the surrounding classmates gawked at this astonishing scene, the frustrated voice of Captain Frank echoed from a distance. "Damn it, we agreed to invite him for a fair competition, and you all abandoned me." Having to oversee the assessment, he was dismayed to see the older officers disregarding their agreement in favor of Luke, neglecting his own responsibilities. "Young man, don't be swayed by their boasts. They claim to be formidable, yet weren't they thoroughly bested in Somalia?" The onlookers stared in disbelief as Waters, Hannibal, and Frank exchanged barbs and insults. Only Rhodes stood to the side, chuckling quietly. As Rhodes seized the opportunity during the trio's mutual disparagement to approach Luke, they collectively addressed him with a tone of disdain, declaring that the Air Force held no prospects. Indeed, the air bases were situated in remote locales, merely places for gathering sand. Moreover, what combat capability could a transport squad possibly possess? Ultimately, it was the stern-faced Principal Miranda who intervened to halt this brazen attempt to poach, though her countenance was already quite grim. Nevertheless, it was evident that her mood was far from favorable, and the instructor O'Connor behind her wore an expression of profound despondency. Major Hannibal was the first to speak, suggesting, "Since you hold this young man in such low regard, why not relinquish him to us? Why not inquire about his own opinion?" At this juncture, Miranda found it difficult to object, given the multitude of spectators. Thus, upon the completion of Major Hannibal's statement, all eyes turned to the central figure of interest, Luke. Chapter 27. Ease with a cheerful smile, Luke waved at Alex, leaving everyone puzzled about his intentions. However, Luke took his backpack from Alex and extracted a stack of business cards, each bearing only his name and phone number. Under the gaze of his peers, he distributed the cards to the officers like a seasoned salesman. "I appreciate your interest, but I would prefer to make my decision after completing the Academy's program. If I remain with the FBI, perhaps we shall have the opportunity to collaborate in the future." Luke's response was tactful and commendable, leaving all parties satisfied. Even if the military were to recruit him ultimately, his graduation from the Academy would undoubtedly enhance his credentials. The atmosphere turned pleasant and joyful, with the exception of Instructor O'Connor. True to his word, O'Connor refrained from troubling Luke further, even ignoring him altogether. As the coursework deepened, the usual rigors of basic training for the new recruits began to ease. The Academy had established a simulated town, designed to replicate various environments for case handling. Tasks were typically distributed among the class, requiring collaborative efforts to complete. During this period, a testing scenario unfolded where Luke once again showcased his prowess. The entire class found themselves locked within a classroom equipped with an electronic lock, and to complicate matters, the power went out. The only way out was for Luke to employ his extraordinary abilities to force the door open, as it could not be done through conventional means. The rest of the class embarked on a quest to uncover the source of the problem. Luke chose to observe rather than participate actively, adopting the role of a spectator. Alex, displaying commendable skill, with the assistance of classmates, ultimately identified the issue: a timed bomb concealed beneath the podium. Simon, the class's electronics expert, examined the device for an extended period but found himself unable to disarm it. Eventually, Luke intervened. For him, dismantling a bomb was a trivial task. Regardless of the bomb type, its structure invariably consisted of the explosive core, ignition mechanism, control center, and power source. The challenge for an ordinary person lay in understanding the intricate relationships among these critical components. However, once Luke activated his discerning vision, the task appeared as simplistic as a child's drawing. Consequently, the timed bomb that had confounded everyone else was disarmed by Luke in under a minute. Originally, this test aimed to evaluate the class's performance in the absence of a feasible disarmament solution. Following Simon's conclusion that the bomb could not be neutralized, the morale of the class plummeted, yet no one retreated. Each cohort of recruits underwent this test to assess their temperament, attitude, and psychological resilience. To Miranda's dismay, however, this particular group included a prodigy like Luke, who managed to disarm a bomb that had never before been successfully neutralized. Yet, during the disarmament process, Luke discovered that while the bomb was indeed real, it would not actually detonate. Regret washed over him for showing off, but with the hopes of his classmates resting squarely on his shoulders, Luke felt compelled not to disappoint them. This situation certainly gave Miranda a headache. Upon the dismantling of the bomb by Luke, Miranda indeed made her appearance, elucidating the essence and significance of the assessment. All present expressed their gratitude towards Luke, save for Miranda, who bore a countenance of palpable discontent. The subsequent exercise left her utterly speechless. The entire class was tasked with simulating the formation of tactical units to infiltrate a building and rescue hostages. Luke, with his keen insight and overwhelming firepower, single-handedly eliminated the majority of the assailants. Remarkably, not a single hostage was harmed, and the assailants fell victim to precise shots to the head, all while Luke had barely exhausted a single magazine. Furthermore, he successfully neutralized a hidden assailant among the hostages, thereby sparing Alex from a potentially fatal lapse in concentration. Through these incidents, Miranda discerned that there were likely higher-ups who had orchestrated Luke's entry for an undercover operation, though the specifics of the objective remained elusive to her. After much deliberation, Miranda summoned Luke to her office. With a grave demeanor, she addressed him. "I am indifferent to the motives behind your arrival, but for the remainder of the course you need only to participate. All assessments will be credited to you as perfect scores. Henceforth, you shall observe the activities without engaging." Luke, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Why?" To which Miranda retorted with a disapproving glance, "Your presence among them during training serves merely as a disproportionate advantage. With you resolving the challenges, what opportunity remains for them to develop?" Upon hearing this, Luke comprehended that his prowess had inadvertently placed him in a position of undue advantage. Consequently, he cheerfully acquiesced to Miranda's stipulations. With the cessation of intensive training and evaluations, Luke spent his time enjoying the spectacle of others' efforts, and whenever possible, sought out Alex for physical training. Thus, as the Christmas holiday approached, Luke prepared to return home, while Alex chose to remain at the academy, intending to celebrate with fellow students who also opted not to travel home. Alex, an independent spirit, acknowledged that her relationship with Luke would likely remain confined to their time at the academy. Once they graduated, their paths would inevitably diverge. While romantic relationships were permissible during their studies, the regulations of federal agencies prohibited couples or spouses from working within the same unit post-graduation. This necessitated either a transfer to a different agency or resignation, both of which implied a separation that rarely sustained emotional ties in American society. Thus, both Luke and Alex cherished their current connection. Following his conversation with Miranda, Luke became somewhat of an invisible presence among his peers. With the shadow of his exceptional abilities lifted, his classmates began to strive to become the most distinguished among them. Alex undoubtedly stood out as a frontrunner, yet she faced fierce competition from another individual, whose rivalry had taken on an almost adversarial tone. This girl not only aspired to outshine Alex academically but also sought to surpass her in personal matters, particularly in winning Luke's affection. Despite Luke's history of numerous ex-girlfriends, he had never engaged in infidelity. He only pursued new relationships after the conclusion of a previous one. Confronting Alex's rival, Natalie, Luke chose to engage her in conversation. "Do you understand why I am so resolute?" he queried. Natalie, intent on seducing Luke, momentarily paused at his words. Luke continued, "It is because I never concern myself with who stands before me. My sole focus is on surpassing the person I was yesterday." Observing Luke's earnest demeanor, Natalie fell into contemplation. Seizing the opportunity while she was momentarily distracted, Luke added, "Each individual is inherently unique, possessing their own strengths and talents, which cannot be compared." After this, he gently patted Natalie on the shoulder and then remarked, gazing at her chest, "I hold affection for Alex, but I cannot pursue you." With a chuckle, Luke swiftly fled just as Natalie raised her hand in indignation. Ultimately, Luke's audacious remarks left Natalie both vexed and amused. Although his words did not alter Natalie's initial intentions, they did temper her aggression, diminishing the animosity in her rivalry with Alex. This left Alex suspicious of Luke for several days. In the end, Luke candidly shared the truth with Alex. Chapter 28. Blind date. Thus, with Alex's reluctant gaze lingering behind him, Luke gracefully turned and departed from Quantico. He chose not to visit Doherty, instead boarding his private jet back to Los Angeles. While aboard the aircraft, Luke placed a call to his mother. It was Christmas Eve, with the official holiday commencing the following day, followed by a week-long celebration, including New Year's, a cherished tradition. Elsa was still attending a soiree and had prepared Luke's suit in advance. During their conversation, she urged Luke, "It is imperative that you attend. There will be several dignitaries at the gathering, which could prove beneficial for your future connections." Aware that his mother had his best interests at heart, Luke did not decline her request, promptly changing into the suit while in the air. I must say, Luke looked quite dashing in his attire. His mixed heritage, coupled with his perfect physique, only amplified his charm. Meanwhile, a flight attendant found herself in a quandary. torn between her professional duties and the tantalizing prospect of an encounter with Luke. Just as she reached a decision to forgo her work, the plane touched down. Upon his arrival, Luke carried no luggage, and after changing into his refreshing outfit, he made his way to the airport hall. As he surveyed his surroundings, he spotted a young African-American man holding a sign that read Mr. Luke Dutton, Mr. John McClane. With a smile, Luke approached and said, "Hello, I am Luke Dutton. Did Ms. Elsa send you to pick me up?" The young African-American man nodded immediately and said, "Indeed, it is Mr. Aoki's arrangement at the Zhongfu building." After a moment of contemplation, Luke discerned who Mr. Aoki was, the elderly Japanese gentleman introduced by Elsa at the cocktail party prior to their trip to Washington. It was evident that the young man was there to escort the two individuals, prompting Luke to inquire, "When will the other person arrive?" The young man of African descent shrugged and remarked, "I only know the name. He hails from New York." There was no alternative for Luke but to wait alongside the young man for Mr. McClane. Fortunately, Mr. McClane did not keep them waiting for long, as he sauntered into view after approximately 10 minutes, clutching an oversized teddy bear in his hands. Upon noticing the young man holding a sign and the impeccably tailored Luke standing beside him, he paused momentarily. With a cigarette perched between his lips, he approached the pair and said, "I apologize for the wait." He then gestured toward the young man's sign and added, "John McClane." Luke, smiling, extended his hand and replied, "Luke Dutton, are you also affiliated with the Zhongfu Company?" Luke shook his head and replied, "No, I was merely compelled to attend the soiree." Observing McClane juggling a suitcase in one hand and a teddy bear in the other, with a coat draped over his arm, he inquired, "Do you require assistance?" McClane was momentarily taken aback, then smiled as he handed the teddy bear to Luke, saying, "Thank you. This is for my daughter." The three individuals stepped outside and entered a luxurious extended Lincoln sedan driven by a young African-American gentleman. Although it exuded opulence, it paled in comparison to the comfort of Luke's own Rolls-Royce. The driver, named Agile, possessed a certain charm that kept the conversation flowing throughout the journey. Luke scrutinized McClane and remarked, "Given your complexion, it appears you may be experiencing a midlife crisis." McClane looked at Luke in surprise and chuckled. "How did you deduce that?" Luke shrugged and replied, "It's quite easy to infer. You hail from New York, armed, which suggests you are a police officer. Arriving in Los Angeles for Christmas with a dedicated driver indicates your wife likely holds a high-ranking corporate position, enjoying benefits from her employer. If there were no issues in your marriage, you wouldn't have arrived in such a, shall we say, disheveled state." Upon hearing Luke's analysis, McClane was genuinely astonished and curiously inquired, "What do you do?" With a smile, Luke responded, "I am currently undergoing FBI training at Quantico." McClane laughed, "Ah, a future detective in the making." Luke, still smiling, replied, "And you are not just any police officer. You must be with the Detective Bureau, truly a distinguished investigator." At that moment, Agile chimed in, "Wow, I have two detectives in my car. Are you here to solve a major case together?" The two chuckled and replied, "No, we are here to celebrate Christmas." The conversation then shifted to family matters, with Luke and Agile imparting valuable advice to McClane on navigating relationships with women. Avoid reasoning with women. The tactics you employ at the precinct won't suffice. Instead, you must charm them, employing various methods: flowers, gifts, creating romantic atmospheres. As it was Christmas Eve, the roads were remarkably clear, allowing the trio to swiftly arrive at the entrance of the Zhongfu Group's building. While Agile would likely continue to assist McClane after the festivities, Luke had no need for further transport. The driver parked the car and provided both McClane and Luke with his contact number. Upon entering the grand lobby, they were instructed by security personnel to follow the directions displayed on the screen. Luke frowned slightly and pulled out his phone, whereas McClane appeared bewildered, poking at the screen in confusion. Once he grasped the instructions, Elsa's secretary arrived to escort Luke. After greeting security, the secretary led Luke and McClane upstairs. Inside the elevator, Elsa's secretary frequently cast flirtatious glances at Luke, yet he remained oblivious. The last time he had been intimate with Elsa's secretary, she had pursued him in a fit of rage. Ultimately, Elsa, in a somber tone, lamented, "You've tarnished the image of my carefully cultivated secretary. After your encounter with her, I can no longer view her the same way." Luke, without a competent secretary, my workload will increase significantly. Can you bear to see your siblings without proper care? Although Luke was aware that his mother was playing the sympathy card, he couldn't help but fall for it. Family ties were the most cherished aspect of his life, and thus he resolved never to sleep with Elsa's secretary again. Upon arriving on the 30th floor, as the elevator doors opened, a cacophony of noise and music engulfed him. He spotted Elsa amidst the crowd and patted McLean on the back, saying, "Good luck, John." McLean smiled and nodded at Luke, and they parted ways. Seeing her handsome son Luke dressed to the nines, Elsa warmly greeted him with a kiss on the forehead. She then took his hand, introducing him to those around them. Yoshinobu Aoki from the Zhongfu group was the host, a man Luke had encountered before. Another middle-aged gentleman was a California senator, and a mother-daughter duo was the governor's wife and daughter. Observing the situation, Luke understood why Elsa had insisted he come straight from the plane. It was indeed a matchmaking affair. However, while the governor's daughter was undeniably beautiful, the rebellious glint in her eyes left Luke utterly unimpressed. Chapter 29. The return of the Sea King. The gathering commenced with mere pleasantries. Soon, the attendees left Luke and governor's daughter, Lena Kendrick, to themselves. In a secluded corner, Lena and Luke feigned an animated conversation. Lena broke the silence first, stating, "This arrangement between you and my mother is merely that, an arrangement. Do not overthink it, understood?" Upon hearing this, Luke's expression suggested he anticipated such a remark. He responded with a smile, "I acknowledge your beauty and your captivating figure, yet you are not quite my type. Let us be friends, as I must navigate the expectations of my elders. Wouldn't you agree?" Lena scrutinized Luke for a moment before replying, "All right, I can see that you are handsome, but I am quite aware of the nature of our kind. This is not what I desire." After exchanging contact information, Luke concluded, "Wishing you a delightful Christmas Eve, Miss Kendrick." With that, he gracefully joined the throng, leaving Lena in contemplative solitude. Though perceived as the dutiful daughter by her family, Lena yearned to escape her gilded cage. She did not wish to be perpetually orchestrated. Her spirit craved freedom. She recognized the frivolous pursuits of the younger generation in prominent families. Despite their elite education, the substantial influence of their families granted them the liberty to err. They had ample opportunities for trial and error, often achieving success only after their 30s. In this era of entrenched social stratification, the ultimate aspiration for these scions was to safeguard the family legacy. As long as they did not squander their inheritance, the lineage could endure. Consequently, they were acutely aware of their predictable futures, indulging in youthful revelry while society extended its tolerance towards them. Luke understood that Lena envisioned him as a quintessential heir, yet he felt no inclination to clarify. He was not in want of female companionship and had no need to fawn over anyone. However, Lena's confidence was striking. Her gown nearly strained under her form. As he pondered whether to seek an enchanting companion for an impromptu encounter, serendipity struck. "Luke, is that you?" a voice called out. Luke turned in the direction of the sound. "Annie, what are you doing here? Where is your band?" Annie approached him, dressed in a manner befitting a junior employee. "My band didn't quite garner the popularity we hoped for, so we disbanded. I managed to secure a new job. I was just promoted last month. And you?" "I am here because, well, my mother brought me. She is an executive at a California investment bank." Luke refrained from mentioning that she was the president. "Goodness, so the person we've been conversing with is your mother? I had no idea you hailed from such a distinguished background." Luke chuckled. "Hey, didn't you already know that?" Annie's gaze lingered on Luke, her interest piqued. Today, she had styled her hair in an elegant updo and donned black-rimmed glasses. Clad in a chic office attire, Luke, in his tailored suit, appeared remarkably dashing, much to Annie's surprise. In the 1980s and 1990s, suits were typically loose-fitting. After persuading his grandmother to acquire numerous fashionable brands, Luke convened a meeting with their designers. He showcased fashion elements from the future, which indeed astounded these rebellious designers. Consequently, the tailored haute couture suits and gowns from the Qin family became a global trend, eagerly sought after by many. This endeavor proved immensely profitable for Grandma Qin, who always regarded her eldest grandson with a benevolent gaze. Annie glanced around and quietly suggested to Luke, Shall we find a place? Luke, in agreement, winked at her. Annie then led Luke to the 31st floor. This is our conference room, reception area, and the president's office, she explained. Luke examined the surroundings and noted the impressive decor. Let us skip the president's office and head to the entertainment room. It seems to feature an indoor golf course, he proposed. Annie replied enthusiastically, Yes, let us go. I can hardly wait, and she pulled Luke inside. Meanwhile, Officer McLean, waiting downstairs for his wife, Holly, found himself awkwardly fidgeting in her lounge. Initially, the couple had been harmonious, but their conversation soon soured. The cause of their discord stemmed from McLean discovering on the computer that Holly had reverted to her maiden name, abandoning his surname. This revelation left McLean feeling unsettled. Despite Holly's explanations, they ended up in a heated argument. Lena sat alone for a while, feeling bored, and ultimately returned to her mother's side. Noticing Luke had not followed, Elsa expressed her displeasure towards him and apologized to the Kendrick mother and daughter. Fortunately, they did not retaliate. After all, the status of being the governor's family did not equate to much against the authority of a financial tycoon. As Elsa sought out Luke, a group of unidentified armed individuals stormed the banquet, firing shots into the ceiling. The sounds of gunfire, screams, and shouts echoed through the hall. McLean, hearing the commotion, swiftly drew his sidearm and, amid the chaos as the assailants attempted to disperse the crowd, made his way up to the 31st floor through a safe passage. Shortly thereafter, four armed intruders brought Aoki Yoshinobu, the president of the Zhongfu group, to the executive office. The leader of the group, dressed in a suit as if he were a guest attending the banquet, spoke with a refined London accent, though his words carried an unmistakable air of menace. Luke and Annie hid behind the curtains in the golf room, which was dimly lit, making it unlikely anyone would suspect they were concealed there. However, Luke caught sight of McLean hiding beneath a desk outside the office. From the conversation between the suited leader and Aoki, Luke discerned that this gang was after the 640 million bearer bonds stored in the building's underground vault. Aoki, displaying considerable courage, warned the intruders that even with the code, they could not bypass the final electromagnetic lock. His concluding remark resonated with Luke. You seek money? What kind of terrorists are you? As Luke observed the growing impatience on the face of the suited ruffian, he resolved to take action. He could not permit the venerable Mr. Aoki to meet his demise in this place. After all, his mother had brought him to Mr. Aoki's soirees on 2 occasions, suggesting that he was likely a significant client of hers, and it was imperative that he assist his mother in safeguarding this individual. With Annie by his side, it was unwise to overtly employ his extraordinary abilities, so Luke scanned his surroundings. Scattered around were golf balls, an excellent resource, not only for play but also for more strategic purposes. Thus, he procured a basket of the highest-grade double-layered balls. Just as the ruffian brandished his firearm, demanding Mr. Aoki surrender the code, Luke made his move. Chapter 30. Taking action through the open door of the office, Luke could clearly see 3 bandits inside. The one furthest away held an MP5 submachine gun, and due to the angle, Luke was unable to take a direct shot at him. He glanced beneath the table to observe McLean, who was assessing the situation. Without hesitation, Luke launched a surprise attack, forcefully hurling 3 golf balls at the 3 assailants, and shouted, "John, fire!" McLean hesitated for a moment before rising to aim at the distant bandit wielding the MP5. The bandit was momentarily bewildered as 3 white objects suddenly flew towards him, incapacitating both his boss and his comrades. The elderly Aoki, ever vigilant, had also taken cover on the ground. Bang! Bang! John successfully eliminated the bandit. At that moment, Luke stepped out with Annie, first seizing the pistol from the bandit leader's grasp before assisting Annie in lifting the elderly Aoki. The old man was drenched in sweat, his shirt soaked through. "Mr. Aoki, are you all right?" Luke inquired. Aoki, trembling, pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the perspiration from his brow and replied, Thank you, Mr. Cheen." McLean then searched the lifeless bandit for any useful items before approaching Luke. Luke smiled at him and remarked, "Well done." Although they had united to save Aoki, McLean still felt somewhat disoriented. How had his simple visit to celebrate with his family turned into such a convoluted affair? Aoki gradually regained his composure and stated, Thank you, Officer McLean. I believe we should contact the police now. McLean recalled his conversation with Agile in the room about charming women, interrupted abruptly by the realization that this gang of criminals was highly skilled. The telephone lines had been severed, and he wondered if they could even make calls from their mobile phones. Aoki had no phone, while Annie checked hers only to shake her head in disappointment, saying, "There's no signal on my phone either." Only Luke, smiling, produced his phone and dialed without hesitation. "Dad, my mother and I are at the Midfu building where terrorists have taken us hostage. All communication has been cut off. Please notify the Los Angeles Police Department and the FBI immediately. I need to ensure my mother's safety first." After hanging up, the three looked at Luke in confusion, questioning how he managed to make a call despite the lack of signal. Luke shrugged and explained, "Our family has its own satellite. This is a dedicated satellite phone." Aoki replied, "Please be sure to sell me a few of those later." McLean added, "Damn, Luke, what does your family do?" Annie exclaimed, "Luke, you're so impressive." She then bestowed a quick kiss on his cheek. Luke quickly regained his seriousness, saying, "First, we need to secure these individuals. Our next priority is to rescue the hostages." Luke then rummaged through the other two incapacitated bandits, taking away 2 more handguns and several magazines. Upon inspecting the firearms, Luke nearly cursed. "You lot claim to be professionals, and your methods are indeed meticulous. Yet, here I find 3 guns, each of a different caliber, produced by 3 different manufacturers." Luke securely bound the 3 individuals with the duct tape and had procured, dragging them behind the curtain of the darkened golf course room. He handed an unsilenced pistol to the elderly Aoki and instructed, "Mr. Aoki, should they awaken, you must fire without hesitation." The old man hesitated as he accepted the weapon. Despite his American citizenship, he had never wielded such a thing. Eventually, and unable to bear the sight, took it from him and addressed Luke, "Go forth, my knight. I shall await your valiant rescue." With a nod and a smile, Luke departed alongside McLean, leaving the latter inwardly lamenting the overt display of affection. "Quite the fiery companion you found, and so swiftly upon arrival," McLean remarked with a hint of envy. Luke shot him a sidelong glance. "We knew each other in university. Enough chatter, help me move the corpse to the elevator." Though skeptical, McLean complied, dragging the lifeless body as directed. Luke positioned a chair nearby. "I'll scout ahead via the stairs. Arrange the corpse on this chair, we may need it as a decoy." Understanding dawned on McLean. The staged corpse would divert the attention of the hostage guards below, facilitating their ambush. Ascending the stairwell, Luke observed a group laboring over explosives on the rooftop before stealthily retreating to the 31st floor. Descending further, he surveyed the 30th floor. 5 scattered gunmen overseeing hostages clustered in the lobby, their positioning neither too close nor too far from the elevator, ideal for minimizing collateral damage while maximizing distraction. Returning to McLean at the elevator, he relayed his findings. Bombs are being rigged upstairs, likely a trap for incoming police helicopters. The guards below are positioned favorably for our strike. You'll fire from atop the elevator when they investigate the decoy. McLean nodded in agreement. I'll synchronize from the stairwell, Luke added. Once the guards are down, secure the elevator to block reinforcements from above. After a final weapons check, they initiated the plan. McLean ascended the elevator shaft via its vent while Luke dispatched the carriage and swiftly took position in the 30th floor stairwell. The arriving elevator initially drew no suspicion, until a hostage's piercing scream shattered the illusion, snapping the gunman's attention toward it. The sight of a corpse bound to a chair sent a wave of shock through the 5 bandits as they approached the elevator shaft. Only 2 of them ventured inside to inspect the body. McLean inscribed a message on the corpse's clothing. You bastards, brace yourselves. Your father's gun is already thirsting for action. Just as the bandits prepared to report via their walkie-talkie, McLean opened fire. The bullets from the MP5 submachine gun pierced through the ceiling of the elevator, striking the 2 nearest bandits and killing them instantly. Luke, having observed McLean's imminent action through his vantage point, seized the opportunity while the bandits were distracted. He quietly opened the door to the stairwell and made his way to the other side of the corridor. Following the gunfire, as the remaining bandits aimed at the elevator, Luke swiftly emerged. Bang, 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 3 shots, 3 headshots. He then entered the hall, surveying the surroundings to ensure safety before lowering his handgun. "Mom, are you all right?" He then received another affectionate kiss on the forehead from his beloved mother, Elsa. Chapter 31. The inept allies Elsa meticulously examined Luke, and upon finding him in good health, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Luke's recent act of bravery had not gone unnoticed by the hostages, who expressed their profound gratitude towards him. Among them, Lena gazed at Luke for an extended moment, clearly moved. McLean also leaped down from the elevator. Similarly, Holly embraced McLean, showering him with affectionate kisses. Luke turned to McLean and winked playfully. He then picked up the bandit's walkie-talkie and said, "John, you guard this spot while I bring Mr. Aoki down." After McLean nodded, he began to gather the weapons from the fallen bandits. Luke picked up a handgun and handed it to Elsa. "Mom, I'm going up to assess the situation. I've already called Dad." No sooner had he spoken than the wail of police sirens echoed from outside. From the upper floors, a fleet of police cars could be seen approaching the building. Luke quickly cleared his throat and, adopting the bandit leader's tone, asked, "Mom, do you think my accent sounds like that of the bandit from before?" After a moment of astonishment, Elsa nodded and remarked, "It's essentially the same, just a bit more hoarse." Luke then made further adjustments, activated the intercom, and spoke in the voice of the gang leader, "Is the bomb on the top floor ready? The police have arrived." Upon uttering these words, a voice immediately resonated from the intercom. "We are wrapping things up, Chief." Luke then added, "Everyone except for those guarding the hostages, head downstairs to prepare for the police." "Understood, Chief. We shall descend at once." Subsequently, Luke and McLean anxiously fixed their gaze upon the elevator, observing as one descended directly from the top floor to the third, bypassing both the 30th and 31st floors. A sigh of relief escaped them. Luke nodded at McLean before stealthily making his way up the staircase. He first reached the rooftop, where he discovered a multitude of explosives surrounding the helipad, evidently intended to thwart any police helicopters. However, he decided it prudent to first return to the 31st floor to escort the elderly Aoki and Annie downstairs. Upon his return, he found the two individuals composed and reassured them that the hostages below had been rescued. Luke planned to lead them back to the 30th floor before he ventured to the rooftop to disarm the explosives and facilitate the evacuation of the hostages from above. Annie grasped Luke's arm and inquired, "What about the 3 unconscious bandits?" Luke shook his head and said, "There's no need to rush. They won't awaken anytime soon. I must first ensure your safety before dealing with them." He led the two individuals to the 30th floor, where they found McLean observing the scene below. "Luke, the LAPD's capabilities are quite lacking. The on-site commander is a fool." Luke joined him at the window and peered down. Good heavens! The SWAT armored vehicle had just charged up the steps when it was struck and destroyed by a round from an AT-4 anti-tank rocket fired by the assailants. McLean continued, "Just moments ago, SWAT was preparing for a forceful entry into the lobby, but it appears they were ambushed. They intended to use the armored vehicle to rescue those inside." Luke withdrew his gaze and declared, "Regardless of them, we must safely evacuate the hostages. You stay here. I will ascend to the upper floor to disarm the bomb. These scoundrels have placed at least 10 kilograms of C4 on the helipad." McLean widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "Goodness, do they intend to collapse the top floor?" Luke shrugged and replied, "Perhaps they have no intention of leaving anyone alive." Elsa was unaware of Luke's extraordinary abilities. The details of the clandestine discussions among the 3 before Luke's enrollment had remained undisclosed. They were remarkably discreet. Upon hearing Luke's intention to defuse the bomb, Elsa stepped forward with concern and asked, "Luke, are you confident?" Luke smiled reassuringly and said, "Rest easy, mother. Do not forget that I hold a doctorate in physics and chemistry." Elsa embraced Luke and cautioned, "Do not overexert yourself. If it becomes unmanageable, let the police and FBI handle it." Luke nodded amiably, responding, "Certainly I will, mother." At that moment, Annie also stepped forward, inquiring, "Luke, how can I assist you?" Luke shook his head, saying, "Just hold the fort here." Lena, observing the interaction between Annie and Luke, felt a surge of eagerness but quickly realized that her elegant gown rendered her immobile. With a sense of disappointment, she settled back down. Luke had no desire for anyone to accompany him in disarming the bomb. His extraordinary powers were far more convenient when he was alone. Currently, Luke refrained from revealing his extraordinary abilities as the timing was not yet right. It was still early. The true moment to showcase his prowess would arrive when superheroes became commonplace. He did not wish to be seen as an outlier. The wisdom of ancient adages, such as the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, remained profoundly relevant. Once superheroes were ubiquitous, his display of extraordinary power would attract little attention. After all, Luke was not a solitary figure. His family needed him, and he too sought the warmth of kinship to soothe a soul adrift in an alien world. Soon, Luke successfully disarmed the bomb and returned to the 30th floor, carrying a travel bag. The others sighed in relief upon his return. Luke waved the bag at McClane, stating, "All the C4 is here. We will lead everyone upstairs. John, you bring up the rear." After tossing the bag filled with C4 into a corner, Luke said to his mother, "Mother, we will take the stairs to the top floor." "I just called Dad." Elsa and the old man Aoki promptly organized everyone to follow Luke in an orderly fashion up the staircase to the top floor. As Luke ascended, he heard the sound of a helicopter, prompting him to lead the group onto the helipad. Upon reaching the helipad, Luke waved at the helicopter. Suddenly, a sense of crisis enveloped him, and he instinctively pulled Elsa down from the helipad. The spot they had just vacated was peppered with gunfire, the bullets originating from the helicopter. Luke quickly peered out to assess the situation. Damn it, it's an FBI aircraft. They have mistaken him and Elsa for criminals, likely due to the firearms in their hands. He immediately seized his phone and dialed his father. "Dad, the FBI's plane is firing at me and Mom. Brace yourself for her wrath when we return home. Tell those damned bastards to stay away and summon our own aircraft to pick us up. If they dare approach again, I will fire back." A torrent of frantic exclamations from Luke reached the other end, where old Sheen remained silent, promptly disconnecting the call. Meanwhile, the helicopter above sought to change its angle to continue its assault on Luke. Just as it swung around his direction, it seemed to receive a notification, refraining from firing and instead began to approach the helipad. At that moment, Luke's phone rang again. Upon answering, the voice on the other end declared, "I am the on-site commander of the FBI. My name is..." Hearing it was the FBI, Luke erupted in a tirade. "I don't care who you are. You nearly killed the president of California Investment Bank. Have you lost your mind? Who the hell authorized you to fire?" After a minute of unrelenting curses, he concluded with, "Tell your men to get lost, we have our own helicopter." Without waiting for a response, he hung up the phone. Chapter 32. Struggle. The FBI site commander, drenched in cold sweat after hearing Luke's words, was filled with disdain for the agents in the helicopter. The act of firing upon the president of a California investment bank was a grave matter indeed. He was no longer focused on orchestrating the apprehension of the robbers but rather on how to quell the wrath of the Chin family Hex consortium. In haste, he dialed his superior to report the situation. Unsurprisingly, he received a scolding in return. Luke, indifferent to the turmoil of the man, had already spotted several helicopters approaching from the distance, unmistakably from his own agency. Upon the landing of the first helicopter, Luke was taken aback. Old Chin had personally come to retrieve his wife. The old man was evidently filled with a strong desire for survival. After embracing his spouse, he arranged for the governor's wife and daughter to board the aircraft first. The initial group, led by Mr. Chingmu, included Ms. Holly and Annie. Before boarding, they expressed their gratitude to Luke, and seeing that he was accompanying Annie, Luke thought the old man was exceptionally astute and perceptive. The Chin family had mobilized 8 helicopters. After 2 trips, old Chin noticed that Luke showed no intention of departing and inquired, "Why aren't you leaving?" After exchanging a glance with McClane, Luke replied, "We are planning to take action. Such an achievement cannot be left to those incompetent fools downstairs." Aware of Luke's extraordinary abilities, old Chin nodded and cautioned, "Be safe. Once you are done, let me and your mother know you are all right. I will handle the rest." After patting Luke on the shoulder, he acknowledged McClane with a nod. Due to the helicopter's noise, McClane had been too far to hear the conversation and now looked on in confusion as the helicopter took off. Puzzled, McClane asked Luke, "Aren't we leaving?" Luke, with a smile, raised his MP5 submachine gun and racked the slide, saying, Weren't you the one who wrote on the corpses to kick their butts? One must be true to their word. It was no jest. Eliminating these notorious robbers would yield experience points, which were crucial for Luke's current development. Thus, he was in no hurry to depart, bringing McClane along for a convenient cover later. If he were to single-handedly eliminate all the robbers, how could he continue to develop his skills discreetly? This blame must fall on McClane, and the credit should be duly recorded. The bandits downstairs relentlessly suppressed the police with machine gun fire while accelerating their efforts to crack the vault. Upon reaching the third floor, the staccato rhythm of automatic gunfire echoed through the corridor. The two operatives stealthily approached the doorway, where Luke signaled for a halt with a raised hand. He feigned peering through the door's crevice to assess the situation, though his perceptive gaze had already discerned the presence of 4 armed assailants within. With practiced precision, Luke relayed tactical gestures to McClane positioned across the doorway, indicating 4 hostiles. 1 on the left flank, 1 centrally positioned, and 2 on the right. The plan was clear. McClane would neutralize the left and center targets while Luke handled the right. Extending his fingers, Luke silently counted down 3, 2, 1, before pushing the door open. Yet McClane, utterly baffled by Luke's earlier signals, had only grasped the final countdown, interpreting it as the universal cue for action. He abruptly kicked the door open and unleashed a barrage of gunfire, inadvertently striking the 2 right-side assailants. The remaining pair, momentarily stunned, were swiftly dispatched by Luke's precise shots. As the smoke cleared, Luke turned to McClane with a measured tone. "Didn't I assign you the left and center targets?" McClane shrugged and said, "I cannot comprehend the gestures you are making. All I understand is 3, 2, 1. This left Luke at a loss for words. "Are you even a police officer? Don't the New York police provide you with training on this matter?" McClane, with an expression of feigned innocence, remarked, after having a drink, "I returned everything to the instructor." Luke sighed and replied, with your carefree demeanor, "It's no wonder your wife decided to change her ways." Upon hearing mention of his wife, McClane became agitated. "Hey, could we refrain from discussing that matter?" As Luke gathered firearms and ammunition, he turned to McClane and remarked, "John, you can't just sweet-talk your wife with empty words. You need to show her thoughtfulness and patience through your actions. Criminals will never run out, but family should always come before work. Think about it. If you keep pushing yourself like this and something happens to you, someone else will end up sleeping with your wife, disciplining your kids, and spending your hard-earned benefits." At Luke's vivid description, McClane's mind conjured the unsettling imagery, prompting him to cut him off hastily. Stop, enough. After this job, I'm putting in for a transfer to the LAPD. Luke chuckled approvingly. That's more like it. After this ordeal, your wife's career is bound to soar even higher. So why risk your life for a few $1,000 a month, right? McClane nodded in agreement, his spirits visibly lifting as he raised his gun with renewed vigor. Let's move. I can't wait to kick their asses now. Apart from the 4 men suppressing the police on the 3rd floor, there were no other hostiles left. Finally, Luke and McClane descended to the basement level, where the vault and underground parking were located. The moment they arrived, the building plunged into darkness. Only a few dim emergency lights flickered weakly. Luke cursed under his breath in frustration. These idiots, absolute liabilities. Fortunately, the darkness posed no hindrance to Luke, but McClane struggled. Guiding him by the faint glow, Luke instructed, "John, hold on to my shoulder. We'll proceed carefully." Assuming a tactical formation, the two advanced cautiously, one behind the other, until they reached the vault's exterior. Luke halted at the corner, crouching down as McClane peered out towards the vault. For guards stood at the entrance, yet the vault had been breached, with the jubilant shouts of the robbers emanating from within. Luke whispered to McClane, suggesting they act once the robbers had vacated the premises. McClane patted Luke's shoulder in acknowledgement. Moments later, the robbers emerged, dragging several large crates and loading them into the truck. Luke distinctly observed the ringleader taking the passenger seat, while the remaining bandits occupied the rear of the vehicle. Just as the robbers slammed the truck door shut, Luke pulled the trigger. McClane swiftly followed suit. The 2 MP5 submachine guns unleashed a relentless barrage, expending 4 magazines in rapid succession. Luke was certain that no one inside the vehicle had survived. The remainder was left to the LAPD and FBI to handle. Chapter 33. Aftermath. The two men cautiously approached to inspect the scene, confirming that all the assailants had been neutralized before arriving at the vault's entrance. After dialing his father to assure him of his safety, Luke awaited the arrival of the LAPD and FBI. Adjusting his suit, he leaned against the grand door of the vault. McClane withdrew a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to Luke. Although Luke did not smoke, as this substance posed no harm to his body, he contemplated briefly before accepting the cigarette from McClane. The bonds of camaraderie between men can often be peculiar, sometimes forged in conflict, sometimes through shared battles. Having fought side by side, Luke and McClane had become brothers in arms. In his previous life, Luke had devoted himself to study and serving his country, remaining largely untouched by the world of entertainment. He recognized that this reality might resemble many films from his former existence, yet he was only acquainted with a handful of renowned franchises. His knowledge of Marvel was limited, but he surmised that McClane might possess a certain protagonist charm, making him a valuable connection for Luke in the future. John McClane was a man of spirited disposition, and Luke found no aversion towards him. Typically, those named John bore a remarkable presence, such as John Dutton, John Rambo, John Wick, John Connor, and John 117. As McClane lit the cigarette for Luke, he seated himself on the ground, leaning against the vault door. After taking a deep drag, he remarked, "You don't strike me as someone who often indulges in smoking." Luke nodded and said, "I have never been in the habit of smoking. I have always been the leading scorer on the school's football team." McClane chuckled and replied, "Ah, youth is truly a blessing." Luke cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "You must be so consumed by work that you neglect your own fitness. No wonder your wife is dissatisfied with you." McClane retorted defensively, "Hey, kid, I was quite the heartthrob in my youth, and I'm still formidable even now." Luke scoffed, "Ha, you are already exhausted from this little exertion. You're merely deceiving yourself with such claims." He continued, "Holly is a wonderful woman. The fact that she hasn't divorced you after all this time apart indicates that she still loves you. You ought to cherish that." McClane scratched his head and confessed, "I just don't know what to do." Luke shrugged and replied, "It's quite simple. Treat her as you would have pursued a girl in your younger days. Be sincere and let her know how much you care for her and the children." McClane fell silent, merely smoking contemplatively. At that moment, distant footsteps echoed, and Luke recognized it was the LAPD SWAT team approaching. He quickly shouted, "Do not fire. Here are FBI agents and NYPD detectives. The criminals have been neutralized, and the area is secure." The beam of the SWAT team's tactical flashlight blinded McClane, but his disheveled appearance suggested he had just emerged from a fierce confrontation. Only Luke, beside him, still appeared impeccably dressed, resembling a young gentleman who had just returned from a soiree. Once the identities of the two were confirmed, the LAPD commenced their investigation at the scene. Luke and McClane were escorted outside the building, where he was taken aback by the presence of his associate. "Stuart, what brings you here?" Stuart, the husband of Luke's second aunt, Monica Cheen, was a classmate of Luke's father and a partner at the law firm. Although he practiced law, he was quite the athlete, standing at 6 feet 2 inches with a muscular build. Luke worried that a mere exertion might tear his suit asunder. "Your father is comforting your mother and attending to the hostages you rescued, so he sent me in his stead." Under Stuart's watchful eye, Luke and McClane provided their statements to the officers. Shortly thereafter, they were to be taken away when several men in black suits obstructed their path. The leading middle-aged man attempted to explain himself to Luke but was met with a firm refusal. "I'm sorry, but I have no desire to converse with someone who has fired upon me." With that, he entered the vehicle and departed. Luke's father had taken the hostages to their family's St. Mariana Hospital. After conducting examinations for everyone, the Los Angeles police began to take statements from the individuals involved. When Luke and McClane arrived, the process was still ongoing. Some officers present at the scene where Luke had fatally struck the robber even recognized him. Due to Luke's actions and his family's connections, the LAPD treated him with considerable friendliness. Elsa and Drake also spotted Luke as he walked in. Just as Elsa was about to embrace her beloved son, she noticed a figure dart past her. Annie excitedly rushed forward, leaping onto Luke and wrapping her legs around him, eagerly bestowing a fervent kiss. Luke, feeling somewhat helpless, acknowledged Annie's enthusiasm and gently patted her back, saying, "All right, I understand your concern for me. I'm fine." McLean strolled past Luke, playfully giving him a thumbs up. He too was soon embraced, this time by Holly. As Annie disengaged from Luke, she turned to see the amused expressions of Cheen's mother, Elsa, and Cheen's father, Drake. The awkward atmosphere left Annie feeling somewhat flustered. Luke patted her waist and then stepped forward to embrace his mother, Elsa. Drake and Stuart observed the scene with smiles on their faces. Before Elsa could voice her worries, Drake interjected, "Do not fret. Have you forgotten that he is skilled in martial arts? His performance in school has been exceptional. It is said that even the Marines have fallen short against him." Nevertheless, Elsa meticulously examined Luke, saying, "Luke, no matter how talented or formidable you are, you remain my son. Whenever you engage in perilous activities, my concern will always linger." Luke once again embraced his mother, Elsa, reassuring her, "Do not worry, mother. I could never bear to part with you and father. Rest assured, I am aware of my surroundings, and should any danger arise, I shall be the first to flee." After calming his mother, Mr. Aoki, the California legislator, along with the governor and her daughter, approached to express their gratitude to Luke's family. Lena's gaze had been fixed on Luke since his arrival, and upon seeing Annie, a spark of confidence radiated from her eyes. Now, this matter had finally reached a conclusion. The personnel from the Los Angeles Police Department did not depart after taking their statements. Mr. Aoki, indeed an adept host, reserved several floors of a nearby five-star hotel to provide accommodations for the staff. However, individuals of Elsa's stature would not remain. Ultimately, under Annie's reluctant gaze, Luke returned to the Grand Cheen estate in Beverly Hills with his family. The entire Cheen family was present. The children were asleep while the adults awaited the arrival of Luke's family. Chapter 34. The Cheen family, Old Master Cheen and Grandmother Mariana Cheen, have 4 children, each bearing a Chinese name. The eldest is Drake Cheen, whose Chinese name is Cheen Yutong. The second child is a daughter, Monica Cheen, known in Chinese as Cheen Yueying, who is also Luke's second aunt. Her husband, Stuart Joyce, is the second son of the Joyce family from Texas. Aunt Monica serves as the chairwoman of Paramount Group, overseeing more than a dozen companies, including Paramount Pictures and Paramount Television. Their children, a pair of twins, are now in their freshman year of college. The third and fourth children are also twins. The third child is Eva Cheen, Luke's third aunt, whose Chinese name is Cheen Yuling. Eva serves as the president of the Chrysler Group. Thanks to Luke, the Chrysler Group is now vastly different from its erstwhile lackluster reputation. In addition to its existing brands like Chrysler, Dodge, and Jeep, Luke has facilitated the acquisition of prestigious names such as Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Land Rover, Jaguar, Aston Martin, Lamborghini, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and Pagani. Given the Luciano family's extensive interests in Italy, Old Master Cheen initially partnered with them to acquire the Chrysler Group. Numerous Italian automotive brands have been incorporated, although shares in Ferrari remain with another long-standing Italian family who are financially secure and thus unwilling to sell. This was a source of mild disappointment for Luke. However, with such an array of supercars, he felt confident in not being overshadowed by Ferrari. Moreover, Luke provided each brand with a distinct market positioning and crafted a cohesive design aesthetic that is ahead of its time by 30 years. Currently, Chrysler stands as the leading automotive brand in America, with sales figures far surpassing its global luxury competitors. Eva Cheen's husband, Chris Matthew, the youngest son of the Matthew family, is the team leader for Dodge and a retired racing driver. The Matthew family is also a shareholder in the Chrysler Group. They have 3 children and reside in Chicago, returning home this afternoon. The youngest, Jack Cheen, known in Chinese as Cheen Yumming, is Luke's uncle who serves in the Navy as the captain of a destroyer in the Pacific Fleet. He has not returned this year, not due to a mission, but because of the familial bond with Old Master Cheen. This uncle remains unmarried, leading Luke to speculate that the underlying issues between him and Old Master Cheen may be related to his marital status. Nevertheless, Luke has no intention of probing into the truth. After welcoming Luke's family, the large gathering dispersed, with women convening in one area and men in another. Old Master Cheen engaged in discussions about business and politics with his sons and sons-in-law, creating a harmonious atmosphere. However, it was evident that the evening was somewhat brief, and they retired to their rooms sooner than usual. Luke discerned that old Master Qin did not possess the same vigor as before. Upon returning to his room, Luke glanced at his rewards. The progress of his cultivation technique stood at 1. Recognizing the slow pace of advancement, Luke understood that upgrading would not be a simple endeavor. Nevertheless, with a decade remaining until the superhero surge, he felt no urgency. Regarding the enigmatic figure of the Cosmic Bureau of Population Control, Luke harbored no apprehensions. He was well connected. The prowess demonstrated by his rather inexpensive master seemed far superior to that of the cosmic entity. After all, the purple sweet potato spirit lacked the capability to transport his soul to another universe. Although his cultivation progress had only incremented by a mere 1%, Luke could distinctly sense his body growing stronger, his energy reservoir becoming more solidified, and his spiritual clarity sharpening. His order points had surpassed 10,000. However, Luke noticed an intriguing detail. Behind the order points appeared a vibrant, circular pattern reminiscent of a color palette on a computer. After some contemplation, he decided to focus his attention and clicked on it. Thus, a system interface emerged with a prompt. Would you like to spend 10,000 order points to participate in a lottery? Luke finally stumbled upon something entertaining and clicked yes. Instead of a lottery interface, only a notification appeared, stating, "Ding! You have received a new item. Please check." Upon opening the envelope icon, it revealed that he had acquired a hunting knife. Name: Blade of Kindness Attributes. Forged from divine iron, it is extraordinarily sharp. When infused with true energy, it can slice through any material, except living beings, those possessing a soul. The attributes of this item left Luke momentarily speechless. He was indeed in need of a melee tool, yet this was a folding hunting knife, measuring just 16 centimeters when folded, with a blade length of 14.9 centimeters. Remarkably, it fell within the regulations governing restricted blades. While it could serve as a practical tool knife, it was inadequate as a weapon. Not only could it not take a life, but it also could not harm most animals. Luke endeavored to test it with various materials and confirmed its exceptional sharpness, cutting through metal with ease. However, the sturdier the material, the more energy it required to cut, an entirely reasonable limitation. Gazing at the remaining balance of just over 1,000 points, Luke could only sigh, realizing that he needed to strive further. The following day, Christmas, the family gathered at the estate. For the Qin family, celebrating Christmas was merely a formality. The true significance lay in the traditional Chinese New Year. However, since there were no holidays in America during the Spring Festival, the family would only come together for a meal on New Year's Eve before returning to their daily routines. The atmosphere was rather ordinary, yet the children relished it due to the red envelopes they received. Christmas was similarly festive, and being in America, the holiday spirit was palpable. The Qin family spent the day leisurely at home. Luke engaged in business discussions with his aunts and conversed about sports events with his uncles. His third uncle, Chris Matthews, heeded Luke's advice and planned to venture into the F1 racing scene this year. He also had a dialogue with Old Master Qin regarding industrial layout and development trends. This harmonious Christmas passed without incident. After the festivities, everyone returned to their respective homes. The family of his third aunt resided in Chicago but planned to stay until after New Year's Day. The children, under Luke's guidance, ventured to his seaside villa in Malibu. His second aunt even invited numerous Hollywood celebrities to host a party. Annie returned to her hometown of Boston the day after Christmas. Luke held a disdainful view of the Hollywood stars, well aware of the sordid affairs that unfolded within that realm. He perceived most of the actresses as lacking virtue. Consequently, he found no allure in their company. Seated alone on the highest balcony, he sipped his drink, secure in the knowledge that the security personnel below prevented any unwelcome interruptions. However, it was not long before a guard approached to inform him of a visitor. As Luke pondered this unexpected news, his phone rang. "Hello, Luke, this is Rhodes. I apologize for the intrusion." In that moment, Luke recalled Rhodes as the Air Force captain who had sought to recruit him during the assessment at the Joint Forces Academy. Making his way to the hall, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Standing alongside Rhodes was a young man of modest stature, impeccably dressed yet exuding an air of arrogance. Behind him stood a striking blonde, presumably his assistant, elegantly holding a bottle of red wine. Upon Luke's arrival, Rhodes approached him with warmth. Luke reciprocated with a smile, saying, "Welcome. Congratulations are in order. Major Rhodes." "Thank you. I apologize for the unexpected visit. I had no idea the owner of this villa was you. My friend happens to be your neighbor, Tony Stark." Chapter 35. The California Canon Versus. Stark. As Rhodes concluded his introduction, Luke noticed Stark approaching. He smiled and nodded at him, only to be taken aback when Stark extended his hand. Both men stood momentarily in surprise, before Luke hastily reciprocated the gesture. "Apologies, I heard you never shake hands with men," Stark remarked with a shrug. "That's a commendable proposal, Pepper." At that moment, a blonde woman behind Stark presented him with a drink. Stark then handed a bottle to Luke, saying, "I wasn't sure of your preference, so I randomly selected this 1995 bottle of Hawk's Nest Winery wine. It is customary to bring a gift when visiting or attending someone else's gathering, and wine is always a universally accepted choice. Such social niceties are recognized worldwide." With a smile, Luke accepted the wine and passed it to Uncle Chun, the current steward of the villa and formerly the steward of the Great Cheen Manor. When Luke requested a steward from the elder Cheen, he was profoundly touched when the elder sent Uncle Chun directly. Uncle Chun has been in the service of the Cheen family for nearly 2 decades. To Luke's astonishment, he discovered that Uncle Chun possessed martial arts skills, and not just any, but those of internal martial arts, as he sensed the profound energy emanating from his being. After handing the wine to Uncle Chun, Luke turned to Stark with a smile. "Thank you for your fondness for the wines from my estate. Please enjoy a glass of the 93 vintage with Rhodes later." Stark widened his eyes, looking at Luke, and exclaimed, "Your family is indeed quite frugal. You sell so little each year, and yet it's a rush to purchase." Luke chose not to pursue the topic and instead gestured towards the stairs, saying, "Come, let us ascend to a place with a splendid view to enjoy a drink. By the way, Rhodes, when did you attain the rank of Major?" Rhodes glanced at Stark and remarked, "A few days ago I was recently promoted. Tony intended to celebrate with me and happened to pass by your place. His villa is right next door to yours, so he came to visit, not realizing it was your residence." As Stark strolled, he observed the design of Luke's villa and said, "I have just acquired the bay next door and am contemplating a renovation. Who is your designer? Could you kindly recommend them to me?" Seeing Stark's interest in the villa, Luke took them on a tour. "I designed this myself," he remarked. Stark, however, expressed his astonishment, saying, "I heard that this land was purchased by the chairman of Hex Group. I had my eye on this place as well, but unfortunately, I acted too late. I never imagined you could acquire it from him." Luke smiled silently in response. Tony, being astute, glanced at Luke and immediately deduced something. Thus he inquired, "Are you related to that Chinese elder?" This time it was Rhodes who was taken aback. "Is your family truly so affluent? I recall that your profile indicates you are the son of a farmer." Luke continued to smile without uttering a word. Rhodes and Stark fell silent. This Luke is so enigmatic that such an overt profile must surely be a fabrication. However, Luke had already surmised their thoughts and remarked, "The matter of the files is merely to avert some troubles. In fact, the chairman of the Harkness Group is my grandfather." The two were utterly taken aback by this revelation, their eyes widening in astonishment as they gazed at Luke. Yet, Luke chose not to pursue this topic further. Instead, he began to elucidate some design philosophies of the villa. Stark nodded appreciatively, saying, "This concept is quite commendable. I believe I shall incorporate it into my own villa." As he observed the distant revelers and beautiful women, Stark felt a surge of excitement. "Who have you invited to your party today? I believe I spotted a few Hollywood actors." The trio had now reached the top balcony of the villa's main building, and Luke gestured towards the crowd below, explaining, "With the recent holiday, my younger siblings have grown rather bored, so we invited some Hollywood stars for a celebration." Stark, intrigued, inquired, "Whom did you invite? How much did it cost?" Luke shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "No cost incurred. My aunt is the president of Paramount." At the age of 28, Tony Stark was brimming with vitality. Thus his interest was piqued immediately. Luke had a few bottles of fine wine sent over and specifically asked about Pepper's preferences. Noticing Stark's inclination to join the festivities, He cautioned, while it's fine to enjoy a party, I must warn you that many of those Hollywood starlets are quite promiscuous. Tread carefully. Upon hearing this, Luke noticed Pepper casting a glance at Stark. Rhodes, too, was keen to join, but he masked his desire with a facade of nonchalance. Hence, Luke proposed, since we are gathered, let us celebrate Rhodes' promotion here. Cheers. This suggestion received unanimous approval. As they drank and conversed, Luke not only shared some Hollywood gossip but also imparted his theories on romance to Stark. Stark, perplexed, regarded Luke and said, "Shouldn't you be younger than me? Where do you derive all these theories?" Luke swirled his glass, smiling as he responded, "I have been in relationships since high school, never relying on status or wealth." Stark continued to scrutinize Luke with skepticism. Luke pointed to his own face and added, "That is but one aspect. The most crucial element is understanding a woman's heart. Simply throwing money around is no skill." Stark disdainfully scoffed, "I relish seeing them submit. It saves time and hassle." Luke chuckled lightly, saying, "Balzac once stated, money and love intertwined is a monstrosity. Love without sex merely indicates that it is not true love. Sex without love only proves your ignorance of love." This profound assertion left the other three in contemplative silence. Rhodes was also single, while Pepper had long harbored feelings for someone else but feared the vulnerability of expressing them. Noting their introspection, Luke interrupted their musings. "Stark, these Hollywood starlets may appear glamorous, yet they are fundamentally flawed. Next time, I shall invite some respectable young ladies for a gathering." Upon mentioning this, Stark immediately became invigorated. However, Luke interjected, stating, "You may rely on personal charm, but not on wealth or status, for those are fine ladies." Stark inquired, "Which ladies are you referring to?" Rhodes, too, appeared animated, casting a curious glance at Luke, while Pepper remained sullen. Luke continued, "The fashion group under my grandmother's aegis has numerous stores, and the girls employed there are meticulously selected, highly paid, stable, and of refined character. They stand in stark contrast to those Hollywood starlets with their tattered reputations downstairs." Stark promptly declared, "Then it's settled. When shall we host this gathering? I will cover the expenses." Luke scoffed, "Do you think I am in need of your meager funds? Nevertheless, I must first inform my grandmother. Perhaps in a few days, once the holiday concludes." Stark hurriedly replied, "Apologies. I've been a bit hasty." Luke waved his hand dismissively. "No worries. Your visit was indeed sudden, and we lacked preparation. Next time, let us consider it a formal celebration for Rhodes." Rhodes quickly added, "I really appreciate this, too." Luke, with a cheerful smile, responded, "It's quite all right. We have formed a bond of friendship, haven't we?" Thus, the three raised their glasses once more in celebration. Chapter 36. The party Rodus, at such a tender age, had ascended to the rank of major, undoubtedly owing to connections within the upper echelons of the Air Force. Seizing this opportunity, Luke sought to cultivate a closer rapport with Rodus, envisioning a valuable network for the future. As for Stark, Luke found him not to embody the elusive demeanor often ascribed to him. Perhaps Stark was simply too young, yet to endure the harsh realities of life, or perhaps he felt no need to project superiority in Luke's presence. Despite Stark Industries boasting an impressive market value, the Cheen's Hex Group was not to be underestimated. The Cheen family represented a consortium entrenched in various industries, possessing interlocking investments with other conglomerates, while Stark Industries, since Howard's tenure, had preferred to operate in isolation. Were it not for the remarkable technological barriers established by the Stark father-son duo and their robust military connections, they would likely have been devoured by other conglomerates long ago. Thus, Stark found little ground for superiority in Luke's company. Significantly, Luke's villa could be deemed one of the finest locations in Malibu, nestled in a cove and boasting nearly a kilometer of pristine beach and a quaint dock. In contrast, Stark's purchased villa was merely a small hillside by the sea, its area less than half that of Luke's. Although the two families were neighbors, the straight-line distance between their properties exceeded 2 kilometers, granting Luke ample standing to engage as an equal with Stark. The trio conversed for an extended duration, with Stark and Luke discussing women and Hollywood gossip, while Rodus shared anecdotes and jokes from military life, creating a congenial atmosphere. As they departed, they exchanged contact information and agreed on a date for their next gathering before leaving Luke's villa. True to his word, Luke placed a call to his grandmother. Naturally, Qin Grandma was more than willing to fulfill her grandson's request. The gathering was thus designated as a pre-New Year's celebration. Subsequently, leveraging the prestige of his fashion brand, Luke sought assistance from his second aunt to procure a number of newly signed models from various talent agencies. These young women, yet untainted by the Hollywood milieu, possessed a certain freshness, making them ideal candidates for Stark to consider. Dubbed a promotional event for the fashion brand, a mini fashion show was organized, allowing the models to try on a plethora of trendy styles. Should the outcome prove favorable, contracts could be signed at any moment, establishing partnerships. This prospect was undeniably alluring for the newcomers in the talent agencies. Though Luke's attire was not overly formal, he donned comfortable, casual trousers and a shirt. By midday, all guests had arrived, including Rodis and Stark, though Pepper was notably absent. It was likely that she preferred to avoid Stark's frivolous demeanor, opting for a clear line of sight. Nonetheless, Luke could not resist teasing Stark. "Tony, where is your secretary? Why hasn't she joined us? She's feeling a bit unwell. Would you like me to summon a doctor? St. Mariana's Hospital is owned by my family. There's no need. She's simply overwhelmed with work and requires rest. Shall I send someone to bring her over? I have spa facilities and a wellness room here for her to unwind. Why are you so concerned about my secretary?" Luke shrugged and replied, "She's a beauty. Who wouldn't be fond of her?" He then cast a puzzled glance at Stark and remarked, "Surely, you are not one to indulge in the delights found so close to home?"
Stark hastily protested.
"How could that be? She is my most capable assistant. You must not harbor any thoughts against her. She is your assistant, not mine. Why do you concern yourself with her emotional matters? Not possible, it simply won't do." Luke chuckled. "All right, I was just joking." As he observed Annie entering behind Uncle Chun, he flashed a mischievous smile. "It truly is a jest. Look, my darling has arrived." Watching Annie approach, reminiscent of Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, Luke couldn't help but laugh. Before Annie could express her awe at the allure of the seaside villa, Luke embraced her and kissed her. As their lips parted, Annie found no time to voice her complaints. Overwhelmed by longing these past few days, her gaze towards Luke was almost entranced. Luke playfully patted Annie's rear and said, "Let Uncle Chun escort you to my room. I've prepared some attire suitable for the party." Reluctantly, Annie followed Uncle Chun to Luke's Ocean View master suite. After bidding farewell to Annie, Stark and Rhodes gave Luke a thumbs up. The party had commenced, complete with a small runway for the ladies to take photographs. Seizing the moment before anyone else took the stage, Luke ascended and took the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am your host, Luke Dutton. Today, at the behest of the presidents of Paramount Pictures and Venus Fashion Group, I invite you to a joyous New Year's party." He continued, "And I have delightful news. My friend Rhodes, congratulations on your promotion to Air Force Major." The crowd responded warmly, erupting in applause. Luke gestured to Rhodes. "Come on, James, join us for a toast." Despite his shyness, Rhodes had no choice but to step forward under the gaze of the crowd. Thank you, Luke. I hereby declare the party officially underway. However, those wishing to swim at the beach should exercise caution, as the waves are rather strong today." Behind the stage, colorful streamers and confetti burst forth, and the DJ began spinning invigorating music, energizing the atmosphere. Descending the stage alongside the colorful Rhodes, they joined Stark in the adjacent hall. The villa featured expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing a clear view of the lively scene outside. Luke and Stark enjoyed their drinks as they spotted Annie, adorned in a bikini and sheer skirt. Though she appeared somewhat shy, Luke embraced her once more, planting a kiss on her cheek. "Go on and have fun, Annie. Don't hold back." His words instilled great confidence in her, prompting Annie to leap into the crowd, brimming with exuberance. The three men remained in the room, observing the ladies outside as they drank, danced, and swam. Yet, Rhodes still seemed too bashful, weighed down by the burdens of military propriety. Stark was intently observing the young ladies when he was about to beckon Rhodes to join him, but Luke interjected with a timely reminder. "Tony, remove your watch. We agreed no displays of wealth. You appear to be a privileged scion at first glance. Chun, please escort them to change into appropriate attire." "Very well, sir. This way." Gentlemen. Once the two had donned their new outfits, Luke couldn't help but chuckle. They both wore beige shorts, flip-flops, and floral shirts, creating a rather amusing sight as they stood together. As they made their way to the dance floor, Luke's gaze shifted to Annie. Although she lacked the exotic charm of Alex, her mixed German heritage bestowed upon her a striking appearance, characterized by her blonde locks and well-defined features, complemented by an enviable hourglass figure. In contrast, Alex possessed a more harmonious physique, softer facial features, and a smooth complexion, enriched by her Indian roots. Both young women had their unique advantages in stature, standing at just over 1.7 meters. However, Annie's background as a cheerleader endowed her with remarkable flexibility, making her adept at various poses, while Alex's superior physical endurance allowed her to outlast Annie in exertion. Luke mused that having a steady girlfriend was quite agreeable, and his rapport with Annie felt harmonious. Since the connection was promising, he decided to let things unfold naturally, leaving the future to take care of itself. He anticipated that Alex would likely end the relationship once their training at the Joint Coordination Academy concluded. Eventually, Stark and Rhodes returned with a sense of dejection. Luke, with a playful smirk, remarked, "Now you understand the level of your own allure, don't you?" Rhodes sighed, "Charm aside, at least I could rely on money, but I find myself devoid of funds." Tony shrugged nonchalantly, "Well, money tends to resolve most issues, saving time and minimizing hassle." Yet Luke wagged his finger, asserting, "Some individuals remain impervious to monetary influence. You should be able to discern that my girl is a newcomer. I have never resorted to financial allure." Tony retorted, "I don't believe it." Rhodes echoed, "Neither do I." Luke, with a mysterious smile, replied, "Ah, you two are quite feeble. Come, let us head to the pool. Allow me to demonstrate why I am known as the California Cannon King." Chapter 37. Why Neptune? Luke led Stark and Rhodes to the colossal cliffside pool, where the crowd was sparse. Yet the moment he shed his shirt and trousers, revealing swim trunks beneath, the attention of numerous women swiftly gravitated toward him. Luke's physique was nothing short of impeccable, perfect proportions, sculpted muscle definition, a chiseled eight-pack, and those tantalizing Adonis lines. As his clothes came off, gasps and murmurs erupted among the onlookers. "Oh my God! What is that beneath? A man like that. I die, even if it kills me, I try. To be his woman must be heaven every day." The whispers and exclamations drew more and more people to the poolside. Stark and Rhodes could only stare, a pang of envy twisting in their chests. Rhodes even cursed under his breath. "Damn, this guy's cheating." Then, with a glance at Stark's average build and his own lean frame, the bitterness only deepened. After a brief stretch by the water, Luke flashed the surrounding women his most dazzling smile, gave them a casual wave, and dove gracefully into the pool. Instantly, a flurry of women scrambled after him, some even forgetting to change into swimwear. Fortunately, Luke powered through the water in a single breath, reaching the far end before gliding back effortlessly. The soaked fabric of his trunks clung, accentuating the pronounced contours beneath, leaving the women utterly spellbound. But before their gazes could linger, and swiftly intervened, draping a towel and robe over Luke before pressing a possessive kiss to his lips. Even Stark and Rhodes could almost hear the collective shattering of hearts around them. Yet some still lingered, eyes gleaming with determination, waiting for the moment and would step away, having witnessed Luke's magnetic allure firsthand, and now shadowed him relentlessly, casting wary glances at every woman nearby, her expression a mix of adoration and exasperation. Back in the hall, Luke clinked glasses with the two men and grinned. "See now?" Rhodes lamented, "I am nearing 40. At this rate, I doubt I will live to see retirement." Tony, refusing to concede, retorted, "That is unfair. Some talents are bestowed by our parents, and I am powerless to alter that." Luke scoffed, "Why not try finding a steady girlfriend? Those fleeting flings merely drain your energy. Lust devoid of love is akin to the instincts of a beast." He then glanced at Annie, perched on the armrest. "Isn't that right, my dear?" Annie responded with a passionate kiss. However, both Rhodes and Stark wore discontented expressions, having been force-fed a dose of romantic affection, only to be dismissed by the ladies outside. Alas, with Luke present, the women seemed indifferent to the two of them. The two individuals, feeling rather disheartened, indulged in some wine, and engaged in a lengthy conversation about various topics before parting ways. In an effort to console these two unfortunate souls, Luke gifted each of them a bottle of fine wine as a token of solace, somewhat mending their wounded spirits. The gathering concluded before dinner. Mr. Chen arranged for professionals to clean and tidy up, and an hour later, Annie savored a heartfelt dinner prepared by Luke himself. Throughout the meal, Annie gazed at Luke with deep affection, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Were it not for the wretched sense of ceremony, she would have leapt into his arms. As night fell, Annie displayed an abundance of enthusiasm, yet Luke's ex-girlfriends had accurately remarked, no one could endure a night of combat with Luke. No one. You, Luke, how many people have shared this bed? Luke said with a smile, my dear, you are the very first mistress. Do not dwell on the trivial. Allow me to carry you to take a bath. As he gently placed Annie in the jacuzzi, Luke thoughtfully inquired, would you care for a drink? Her voice was hoarse, and Annie had grown too weary to engage in conversation, transforming into a soft-spoken creature, hazily uttering, anything is fine. Luke brought forth a large glass of juice for her, while he himself opted for a bottle of beer. Exhausted, Annie succumbed to slumber, unwilling to awaken despite his calls. Thus, Luke resorted to gently feeding her with his own mouth. It was uncertain whether it was the sugar or the hydration from the juice that rekindled some of Annie's vigor, but she soon felt invigorated once more. The following morning, Annie awoke overwhelmed by thirst. As she propped herself against the headboard, she discovered a cup of water on the bedside table, pleasantly warm to the touch. That insufferable Luke. So considerate, how delightful. She gulped down the entire cup of water just as Luke entered the room. Time to rise and shine for breakfast, my little bear. This reference stemmed from Annie being a cheerleader at UCLA, where the mascot is a bear, prominently featured on the cheerleaders' uniforms. Pouting, Annie requested a kiss from Luke, and upon receiving it, she tossed the covers aside and made her way to the bathroom. Upon noticing Luke's excited gaze upon her unadorned form, she hastily waved her hands, exclaiming, no, Luke, I can't, truly, I can't. Please spare me. Watching Annie flee in a fluster, Luke couldn't help but smirk. That afternoon, he was due to return to the Joint Operations Academy, where his friend Alex awaited him, likely eager for his arrival. After lunch, Luke drove Annie to her apartment in North Hollywood, Los Angeles, not far from the affluent Burbank Tower. Although not situated in a wealthy neighborhood, the establishment provided decent security, thanks to the favorable conditions set forth by Mr. Aoki's company. After a heartfelt farewell with the reluctant Annie, Luke returned home. Although the holiday was not yet over, he needed to depart early, bidding farewell to his family before heading straight to the airport bound for Washington. Just before dinner, Luke finally arrived at Quantico, reuniting with the dearly missed Alex. In Quantico, devoid of five-star establishments like Marriott and Hilton, Luke could only seek the finest inn to alleviate Alex's pangs of longing. This locale, a military base, primarily hosted families and servicemen. During check-in, he encountered a Marine soldier, one who had participated in the rigorous assessment alongside Luke. Upon noticing Luke and Alex's arrival, the soldier cast a provocative glance at Luke, seemingly eager for a rematch. Yet, Luke found himself bewildered by this scrutiny and chose to disregard it. This was not Luke's domain, and fearing a lack of fresh linens at midnight, he exercised utmost tenderness throughout the night. The following morning, as he checked out, Luke again crossed paths with the soldier who had scrutinized him the previous day. The soldier bore a disheveled appearance, and his girlfriend displayed evident dissatisfaction. After completing the checkout formalities, she uttered a simple declaration of their breakup. As they departed, the soldier cast an envious glance at Alex for an extended moment. Alex, perplexed, turned to Luke with a questioning gaze. With a charming smile, Luke remarked, "You screamed for half the night while she only cried for 20 minutes, and that was divided into 3 occasions." Chapter 38. Choices. After spending an entire day in affectionate companionship with Alex, the holiday came to an end. Everything returned to normal, but as soon as he arrived for class, Luke was summoned to Miranda's office. The robbery at the Zhongfu building ultimately garnered accolades for the NYPD, LAPD, and the FBI. However, the contributions of Old Chin were downplayed, minimizing Luke's involvement. Nonetheless, a portion of the credit was allocated to the FBI, albeit credited to the Joint Task Force Academy. Miranda was pleasantly surprised to receive this news. She had reviewed the investigation report, which, although somewhat divergent from the actual events, acknowledged Luke's solitary act of bomb disposal as a fact. She had even leveraged some connections within higher echelons to inquire about Luke, but no one seemed to know his true background. Ultimately, she resorted to questioning the assistant to the Attorney General about this incident. The response she received recommended adhering to standard procedures, advising that any inquiries could be directed to Luke himself. Thus, on the first day of the new term, Miranda called upon Luke with two objectives: to reward him and to extricate him from the class. Luke's exceptional capabilities rendered him an outlier among his peers, offering little benefit to the training of the average agents. Although Luke generously assisted his classmates, including the timid, bespectacled Simon, the spirited Brian, and the Na'vi blonde lad Haas, he regularly led them in rigorous training sessions, which barely enabled them to pass the physical assessments. After being threatened with a firearm by his partner for delving too deeply into the investigation, Haas was reassigned to the intelligence analyst training program. Due to Luke's remarkable performance during the Zhongfu building robbery, Miranda presented him with two choices. The first was to join the FBI's Special Operations Team, a unit within the FBI's SWAT division tasked with executing raids on dangerous criminals, rescuing hostages, and addressing complex criminal organizations. The second option was to specialize in the handling of explosives and hazardous materials, focusing on the disposal of bombs and dangerous chemicals that pose a significant threat, essentially becoming a bomb disposal expert. Miranda initially anticipated that Luke would decline, considering he was currently rather inconspicuous in class, enjoying a leisurely existence. However, to her astonishment, Luke smiled and provided an unexpected response. Children make choices. I, on the other hand, desire both. The more training, the better. Luke found that he could retain information after a single review, and performing tasks once would meet the necessary standards. Given Luke's exceptional learning ability, mastering such skills was a trivial endeavor for him. After all, each additional skill acquired served as an added layer of security. While Luke could gain experience from neutralizing felons, the knowledge he acquired through study was far more stable and reliable. Nevertheless, Luke declined Miranda's proposal for a public commendation, wishing to maintain a low profile, as he did not want to create a rift between himself and his classmates. He casually pocketed the medal Miranda offered him and departed. In the ensuing month, Luke embarked on an intensive journey of skill acquisition. In addition to receiving training from the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Department, Luke also participated in the training of the Special Operations Team, which included skills such as piloting aircraft. His remarkable performance caught the eye of Captain Frank from the Marine Corps, who approached him once again, hoping to recruit him into the ranks of the Marines. However, Luke politely declined the offer. Ultimately, he chose the identity of a bomb disposal expert, a role that allowed for ample free time and minimal daily responsibilities. In contrast, the Special Operations Team was perpetually on standby and frequently engaged in missions with other members. Therefore, Luke found the role of a bomb disposal expert quite appealing. As long as he had evidence and located the criminal, he could confront them directly, delivering his message and clearing his magazine. The subsequent complications of evidence submission and court proceedings were rendered unnecessary, and with his discerning insight, he was confident of avoiding any collateral damage. In this era, the law enforcement procedures were not as convoluted as those in the future, and agents and officers were not required to take administrative leave after discharging their firearms. Although Luke had left the class, he remained in the dormitory, attending lectures with his classmates as usual, albeit in different locations. His willingness to assist others fostered strong relationships with his peers, who were charming, vibrant, and amiable, qualities that enhanced Luke's network. Should any of these individuals ascend to higher positions in the future, it would solidify valuable connections. While Alex excelled in her performance, Luke harbored doubts about her potential to reach such heights. Her stubbornness indicated she would be a competent agent but not an effective politician. Nevertheless, having a friend in a distant place could prove advantageous, and the opportunity for collaboration would be quite pleasant. This is not to imply that Luke was a cad. Rather, it reflects a commonplace American perspective. In the United States, sex and love are typically viewed as distinct entities. As long as neither party is married, such behavior is considered normal. Of course, even within marriage, such occurrences may arise, yet they are deemed immoral, contributing to the nation's high divorce rate. Although Luke had been with many women, the one who lingered in his heart as his first love from high school remained unforgettable. A girl who resembled a fairy. Due to the constraints of his physical condition at the time, young Luke was unable to stand, which ultimately led to her transferring schools. It seems that what men yearn for most are the things they cannot attain. As February arrived, the training at the Joint Commission Academy finally concluded, and an assistant director from the FBI headquarters attended the graduation ceremony. This figure wielded genuine power. Despite the somewhat awkward title, it was entirely distinct from that of an assistant to the director. The assistant director held a significant leadership role within the agency, and while the FBI had 4 deputy directors, there were 10 assistant directors, each commanding a major department. Following the graduation ceremony, Luke was set to depart, while the other trainees would enter a 6-month internship period before being assigned roles based on their performance. However, Luke did not hesitate. He was awarded a medal for his involvement in the robbery case at the Zhongfu building, and his exceptional performance at the academy led to his immediate promotion to a full-fledged agent. Old Chin had already arranged for him to return to the FBI's Los Angeles division. The FBI's California branch is located in San Francisco, while Los Angeles serves merely as a substation. Yet, who could possibly refuse the opportunity to work in their own backyard? The Chin family was not in need of the modest salary provided by the FBI, and Luke knew that whatever he aspired to do, his family would support him wholeheartedly. Before his departure, Luke spent 2 blissful days with Alex. In the end, Alex fell into a deep slumber for a full 14 hours. Upon waking, they parted ways. Though there was a tinge of reluctance, their relationship would not impede their future ambitions. Thus, neither spoke of it, simply exchanging heartfelt wishes for each other's well-being. Upon returning to Washington, D.C., Luke paid a visit to Attorney General Doherty. Their conversation was brief, as Doherty's time was limited. He merely encouraged Luke to familiarize himself with the operations, assuring him that there was no need to rush. Luke felt no urgency. Proceeding step by step meant fewer complications. Consequently, he returned to Los Angeles with a joyful heart. Chapter 39. A life-saving opportunity. Upon returning to Los Angeles, Luke spent a day with his family, sharing amusing anecdotes from the Joint Commission Academy during dinner with his younger siblings. The atmosphere was congenial as he discussed future investment directions with his parents. The following day, he visited his grandparents at the Grand Chin Manor in Beverly Hills. After their meal, it was time for his grandfather's stories. This time it was Old Man Chin Drake who initiated the conversation. He informed Luke that following the robbery at the Zhongfu building, the FBI chief in Los Angeles had been relieved of duty. The new appointee was a sorority sister of Luke's grandmother, Elsa, despite the generational gap. They had met during a school anniversary celebration and maintained a cordial relationship, with their families having business ties. Elsa had already made the necessary introductions, ensuring that Luke would be well looked after upon his arrival. Luke recognized the significance of this gesture. It would be foolish to ignore such advantageous connections. In his previous life, Luke had heard tales of unreliable protagonists wielding superpowers, recklessly committing crimes. To him, such behavior epitomized foolishness and a nouveau riche mentality. In this world, every action leaves a trace. It would be naive to assume that state enforcement agencies are inept. If they truly wish to apprehend someone, they would undoubtedly succeed. In a capitalist society, the nuances of human relationships and interests are paramount. Those who rely solely on brute force are merely pawns in a larger game. Thus, Luke resolved not to engage in illegal activities. He had no intention of tarnishing his reputation. Benefiting from the guise of law enforcement was far more appealing. Luke had no desire to play the role of a superhero, for he was not a solitary figure. The world is vast, and reckless abandon invites consequences. There are always greater forces at play. It is wise to develop cautiously, as excessive ostentation often leads to a swift downfall. Regarding the FBI's operations, Luke had little to say. He preferred to proceed methodically. After discussing recent investment matters with his grandfather, he noted the old man's waning energy and promptly concluded their meeting. However, this sparked Luke's interest in the effects of the elixir of spiritual water and fruit juice he had previously researched. Now it was time to prioritize this endeavor. It wasn't that Luke was unwilling to provide for his family sooner. but rather that his spiritual water space had only recently reopened following the Walcott Lake incident. Thus, he contacted Uncle Chun. "Could you please arrange for a small-scale bottled water filling machine and food capsule production equipment?" After detailing the necessary equipment, he ended the call. With a few days of vacation remaining before reporting back to work, he intended to develop this project. The next day, Luke received a call from Uncle Chun, who did not request delivery to the Malibu seaside villa but instead designated a transit warehouse. By evening, Luke discreetly rented a large cargo van and drove to the factory. Once inside the warehouse, he swiftly transferred all the equipment into his spiritual water space. After completing a circuit around Los Angeles, he returned the van and made his way back to his seaside villa in Malibu. Upon returning to the villa, Luke retreated to his study and entered the mystical realm of the spring, having previously instructed Uncle Chun not to disturb him. 3 days later, Luke rented a truck once more and drove to the transit warehouse, where he deposited 20,000 bottles of mineral water. After returning the truck, he drove back to the Grand Estate in Beverly. Upon alighting from his vehicle, Luke instructed the butler to have someone assist in moving the 480 bottles of water from the trunk. Without offering any explanation, he engaged in conversation with his grandmother, just as he usually did. Later that evening, when his grandfather returned for dinner, Luke called upon Old Man Cheen. In a moment of astonishment shared between the two, Luke conjured 2 bottles of mineral water from thin air. These 450 milliliters bottles, devoid of any packaging, contained the essence of the spring from Luke's mystical realm, which when consumed alone, greatly enhances health. Luke then produced a small box, which upon opening revealed neatly arranged portable syringes, akin to those distributed to soldiers on the battlefield for emergency morphine. Each syringe contained 20 milliliters with a total of 20. Finally, he conjured 2 unadorned vials, equally devoid of packaging. As the expressions of grandfather and grandson gradually settled, Luke began his explanation. The mineral water had undergone special treatment, and frequent consumption offered significant benefits to the body. This is exclusively for family consumption. I have stored 20,000 bottles in the Burbank warehouse, so come to me when you need more, he stated. Pointing to the open box, he continued, "This is what I call Lifesaver 250. As long as there is breath, a single injection ensures 24 hours of vitality." At this revelation, both men gasped, their gazes towards Luke transformed. Luke proceeded, "If the dosage is increased to 100 milliliters, it can cure most ailments and facilitate recovery for severely injured patients within 3 days." Another gasp escaped them. "If increased further to 200 milliliters, you will find yourself rejuvenated within a month." However, this formula must not exceed 250 milliliters for ordinary individuals, as it could lead to fatality through the rupture of blood vessels. Upon hearing Luke's account, both men exchanged solemn glances. Old Man Cheen was the first to interrupt, inquiring, "Who else knows of these substances?" Luke shook his head, replying, "Currently, only the 3 of us. I plan to inform Uncle Chun, as it is essential for him to facilitate the delivery of these items to you." Luke then gestured towards the vials, stating, "This is our sex longevity elixir. 1 capsule daily eliminates the need for meals while providing beauty benefits, delaying aging, and removing ailments." In truth, Luke had dehydrated the pulp of the spiritual fruit after juicing it, grinding it into powder and combining it with the spring water to create these fully sealed capsules. Anticipating his grandfather's forthcoming question, Luke interjected, "Grandfather, I am aware of your concerns. These items are a result of my efforts with my master and are intended solely for family use. The Lifesaver 250 can be distributed in limited quantities." The old gentleman nodded and said, "Leave it to me. Your father cannot handle those individuals." Grandpa Cheen shrugged and remarked, "Your grandfather is right." Luke interjected, "You can retrieve the water and capsules from my Malibu Villa warehouse at any time. I will hand over the remainder to Uncle Chin. Should you need anything, feel free to contact him." The old gentleman promptly nodded, and under Grandpa Cheen's eager gaze, he took 2 bottles of capsules. After the meeting, Grandpa Cheen approached Luke. Before he could speak, Luke produced 2 bottles of capsules and handed them to him, saying, "These are for you and your mother. Once they are finished, seek out Uncle Chin. They must not leak out. Otherwise, our family will be in peril." Grandpa Cheen nodded anxiously. Upon returning to Malibu, Luke summoned Uncle Chun to the study. He then took out a syringe and said to Uncle Chin, "Do you trust me?" Uncle Chun, puzzled, glanced at the syringe in Luke's hand and replied, "Young master, just say the word, and I shall comply without hesitation." Luke smiled reassuringly. "Do not be alarmed, Uncle Chun. This will thoroughly heal your hidden injuries." With that, while Uncle Chun was momentarily taken aback, Luke injected 100 milliliters of the life-saving serum into Uncle Chen's arm. Chapter 40. The past of Uncle Chun after Luke administered the injection. He gazed in astonishment at the transformation of Uncle Chun. Having previously experimented solely on small animals, this was his inaugural attempt to inject 100 milliliters into a human. The sound of cracking bones echoed as Uncle Chun's muscles gradually swelled. The man, who once stood just over 5 feet 7, had now grown to over 6 feet, resembling a muscular old man. This transformation brought to mind a character from an anime Luke had watched in his previous life, the Turtle Hermit from Dragon Ball. The image of the Turtle Hermit was indelibly etched in his memory. With a deep sigh, Uncle Chun expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, young master." Shortly thereafter, Luke heard the familiar cracking sounds from Uncle Chun's bones once more. The bulging muscles deflated like a punctured balloon, and in an instant, he reverted to his former slender self. Smiling, Uncle Chun clenched his fist and said to Luke, "All my hidden injuries have healed. I can live a few more years now." Though Luke was internally astonished, he maintained a cheerful demeanor and replied, "Congratulations, Uncle Chun. You must strive to live longer and help me with the children." Uncle Chun laughed heartily and responded, "I will certainly aim to be around by then." "I imagine you have many questions, young master?" Luke shrugged and replied, "Everyone has their secrets. I do not dwell on the past. All I need to know is that we are family." Although his curiosity was piqued, he felt it necessary to display emotional intelligence. After accepting the bottle of mineral water Luke offered, Uncle Chun settled on the sofa and began to recount his story. In his youth, he had illegally immigrated to America as a Chinese national. After a martial arts duel in his homeland, he had inadvertently offended some powerful figures. Thus, Uncle Chun made his way to Hong Kong and then to America. To make ends meet, he fought in underground boxing matches. Uncle Chen's martial arts background was steeped in the authentic ancient Baji boxing techniques, of which Baji Quan was merely one aspect. It was a genuine internal martial art. His youthful arrogance and pride as a warrior led to conflicts with the organizers of these clandestine events. He was almost beaten to death in the ring, but fortunately, an elderly gentleman named Qin, recognizing him as a fellow Chinese, took pity on him and intervened. From that point on, Uncle Chun became the bodyguard for Old Master Qin. However, as times changed and firearms became ubiquitous, Uncle Chun grew disheartened. After shielding the Old Master from gunfire on one occasion, he was reassigned as the steward, no longer required to face danger. Thus, Uncle Chun served as the steward for Old Master Qin for nearly 2 decades. Upon hearing Uncle Chun's narrative, Luke recognized the genuine struggles faced by the Chinese immigrants in America during those times. It was only due to the Old Master's connections in the underworld that such a vast enterprise was built, standing on the shoulders of giants. In conclusion, Luke embraced Uncle Chun and said, "From now on, you may enjoy your life here in peace." He then conveyed the matters he had promised his grandfather to Uncle Chun. Uncle Chun immediately replied with solemnity, "Rest assured, young master. Even in death, I will not allow these secrets to escape." Luke patted his shoulder and said, "Uncle Chun, these are mere external possessions. As long as you are safe, it matters not if it is divulged. They cannot do anything to me." Uncle Chun shook his head and replied, "Young master, do not underestimate the avarice of humanity. Some may disregard all rules for these possessions." Luke reassured him, "Do not worry. I am not so easily manipulated." After saying this, he demonstrated his ability to manipulate objects with his energy, leaving Uncle Chun astonished. Finally, with a smile, Uncle Chun asked, "Young master, would you like to learn the old man's techniques?" Luke was quite intrigued. Although his own practice was of a celestial nature, he held a deep interest in internal martial arts. Uncle Chun then demonstrated a series of fist techniques while reciting the internal cultivation mantra. Luke observed and memorized it after just one demonstration. Following Uncle Chen's lead, he practiced the techniques and was suddenly met with delightful surprise. A notification appeared. Ancient 8 extremes discovered. Can be merged with mountain shaking technique. Would you like to merge? Luke promptly affirmed. Subsequently, his body resonated with the crackling sounds of his bones. However, he did not grow taller. Instead, his muscles became more defined. His weight, originally 180 pounds, increased to 210 pounds without any change in appearance. After breaking a slight sweat, Luke immediately felt a surge of hunger. After expressing his gratitude to Uncle Chun, he retreated to his bedroom and entered the spiritual spring space, where he indulged in a feast. The spiritual fruits truly quenched his thirst and satiated his hunger. After consuming 5, he felt revitalized. In the following days, Luke continued to produce mineral water, life-saving 250, and longevity capsules in the spiritual spring space. Once he had adequately stocked his supplies, he ventured to the underground warehouse of the villa, leaving a substantial portion of his resources there. After instructing Uncle Chun, Luke set out in his car. While driving, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Hi, my little bear. Oh my, is that you, Luke? Have you graduated?" "Yes, I am back in Los Angeles. Where are you? I'll come pick you up, then we can go out for dinner." "I'm at the Electronics Plaza near Van Nuys Airport. I need to go home and change. Why don't you wait for me at my place?" "All right, dear. See you soon." Moments later, Luke swiftly arrived beneath Annie's apartment. After a brief wait, he spotted Annie hurriedly descending from a taxi, rushing upstairs. Luke was unable to call out to her as he watched her dash into the building. Within 10 minutes, Annie emerged and approached the roadside, just as she was about to call Luke. A gray Dodge pickup truck pulled up in front of her. When she lowered the window and saw Luke inside, she joyfully opened the door and hopped in. Before Luke could utter a word, Annie lunged at him for a passionate French kiss. After parting, Luke chuckled, "Hold on, my little bear. Let us first enjoy a meal." Their dinner was at a lovely restaurant by the seaside in Santa Monica. However, Anne's thoughts were not on the meal. They were entirely consumed by her flirtation with Luke. Upon returning to their seaside villa in Malibu, Anne felt an overwhelming eagerness, yet she restrained herself. She declined Luke's proposal to share a bath for the sake of environmental conservation and entered the bathroom alone. After a brief interlude, she emerged and playfully ushered Luke into the bathroom, whispering, "I have prepared a surprise for you. Please wash up first, as I need to apply my makeup." 10 minutes later, Luke stepped out of the bathroom, utterly astonished by Anne's surprise. She gazed at him with a pitiful expression. Having adorned herself with makeup, fluffy pointed ears, furry limbs resembling claws, and a grand tail flowing behind her. Noticing Luke's stunned silence, and spoke in a tone of feigned despair, "Master, please save the little fox." At that moment, Luke revealed a mischievous grin reminiscent of a wicked overlord. Chapter 41. This is not the Middle East. Early the next morning, Annie remained in a state of sulkiness, utterly refusing to rise. Observing her reluctance, Luke decided to leave her a note and, after a few instructions to Uncle Chun, drove off to work. The FBI's Los Angeles field office is located in the downtown area, not far from the LAPD's Parker Center. Rather than reporting directly to the personnel department, Luke first sought out the bureau chief, Claire Harris, a member of the same sorority as Elsa. As Luke followed the secretary toward Harris's office, he sensed an unusual atmosphere in the surroundings. Upon meeting Harris in person, he quickly understood why. Claire Harris appeared remarkably youthful and strikingly beautiful. Her chestnut hair was elegantly styled in a bun, and she donned a gray suit with a white shirt that exuded professionalism, resembling a corporate executive rather than the head of a law enforcement agency. Upon seeing Luke, Harris did not exude warmth. It was evident to Luke that she was in a rather poor mood. Their conversation was brief, touching only on Elsa and the work challenges Luke was about to face. The FBI headquarters in California was fully staffed, and Luke, having graduated as an explosives expert, found that his potential role here lacked significance. Consequently, Harris decided to assign him the position of a regular agent, yet she did not provide any specific duties. Luke remained silent. While this was somewhat unorthodox, he harbored no concerns. Typically, new agents would be paired with seasoned veterans to facilitate a smoother transition into the job, akin to the practices within the police force. However, it was clear that the Cheen family had already paved a path for Luke, allowing him the freedom to pursue whatever he desired without interference. Luke was quite satisfied with this arrangement, finding it more liberating, and he felt no hesitation in investigating cases independently. After a long moment of contemplation, Harris addressed Luke. I am relatively new here, and many tasks have yet to be fully established. Can I trust you? Luke smiled and replied, You can trust me as much as you trust my mother. Nodding in acknowledgement, Harris instructed her assistant to escort Luke for registration. After documenting his personal information, he received some standard FBI attire, including the characteristic blue jacket and baseball cap. The weapon issued was a standard QH-917 pistol. However, Luke declined it in favor of his modified firearms and additional weaponry. The armory clerk was taken aback when Luke presented a large bag filled with high-end weapons. These items were top-tier, crafted from Luke's adaptations of renowned firearms from the future, surpassing even Stark Industries' offerings. Naturally, Luke did not register the genuine White Snake revolvers but instead documented the two replicas. The armory officer, wide-eyed, pointed at the imitation White Snake revolvers and asked, Do you truly intend to use these in the field? Luke shrugged and replied, A gun is meant for shooting. I senti it? With a begrudging sense of envy, the armory officer proceeded to register Luke's substantial collection of high-end weaponry. This includes the XCAR 762 by 51mm full-power rifle cartridge, the XCAR model 5.56 by 45mm NATO rifle cartridge, and the QACC Badger integrated silencer standard model, designed for 0.300 BLK, the QPKH replica PKM, heavy barrel, lightweight tactical model, 7.62 by 51mm full-power rifle cartridge, and QPKS, replica PKM, short barrel, lightweight tactical model, 5.56 by 45mm NATO rifle cartridge, are also noted. Additionally, there is the QAP-55 submachine gun 5.5 by 21mm special cartridge, and QAP-45 0.45 ACP handgun cartridge, the QXM semi-automatic shotgun, replica XM-1014 12-gauge shotgun, and QAM short-barrel fully automatic shotgun, replica Saiga 12-gauge shotgun are included as well. The QWM bolt-action sniper rifle, replica AWM, lightweight, 8.6 by 70, 338-inch Magnum rifle cartridge, and QSV semi-automatic sniper rifle, replica SVD, modified tactical model, 7.62 by 51mm full-power rifle cartridge, are mentioned. Furthermore, there is the QH-412 handgun, 0.45 ACP handgun cartridge, QH-55, 5.5 by 21mm special cartridge, QBS-1, replica of by Suzhin, 0.44-inch Magnum high-power handgun cartridge, and QBS-2, replica of Shaoqing, 0.357 Magnum high-power handgun cartridge. When Luke finally retrieved the modified RPG-7 rocket launcher and QMG-6 grenade launcher from his bag, the ordnance officer exclaimed in disbelief, Damn it, Agent Luke Dutton. I must remind you that this is Los Angeles, not the Middle East. What on earth do you intend to do with all these weapons? Luke replied with a smile, Just register them, please. I suffer from a severe fear of inadequate firepower. The ordnance officer looked at Luke with an expression of incredulity and ultimately had to call his superiors to report the situation. Eventually, Harris received the ordnance officer's report and pondered for a moment before stating, Proceed with his request for registration. He possesses a special authorization as a weapons tester from the Department of Defense. The ordnance officer reluctantly put down the phone and complied with Luke's request to register the weapons. Consequently, everyone in the precinct became aware that Luke Dutton was a weapons expert. Aside from this reason, it was also because Luke rarely occupied an office. One could only find him at the internal shooting range. Luke became renowned, yet the precinct personnel admired him, for he spent all his time at the range except during meal breaks. While an average person might struggle to lift their arm after firing a few hundred rounds, Luke would shoot all day long, appearing unfazed. Except for the ordnance officer, that is. The officer approached Harris to complain about Luke, who persistently utilized the ammunition from the supply department, firing hundreds of rounds each day. Harris could only comfort the officer, saying that in a few days 3Q Company, QQQ, the Chin family S weapon company, would donate a substantial quantity of ammunition, so he should let Luke shoot as he pleases. What could the ordnance officer do? Naturally, he had to forgive Luke. Thus, Luke indulged in a life of leisure, spending his days shooting targets and his nights in the company of women. While targets were limitless and could be shot at will, the same could not be said for the ladies. After 5 days of impulsive revelry with and at his seaside villa, she ultimately faced the consequences of her choices, arriving late to work each day. Nevertheless, Luke couldn't help but admire the tact of old man Qingmu, who discreetly promoted and deftly balancing Luke's reputation and Anne's feelings. A social grace that left Luke in awe. Eventually, Anne, feeling a sense of guilt over her habitual tardiness, decided to return to her own apartment. Without her companionship, Luke found himself contemplating the dark expanse of the Pacific Ocean one evening, pondering whether to venture out for some entertainment when he received a call from Stark. "Luke, my villa will be ready for renovations next week. I'm throwing a party. Would you care to join?" Without a moment's hesitation, Luke agreed. "Shall I arrange for some young ladies?" "Wonderful. Please find some Hollywood stars." "All right, send me the schedule and I will arrange for those Hollywood actresses." Chapter 42. Bomb extortion. After terminating the call with Stark, Luke dialed his aunt, Monica Cheen. "Aunt, it's Luke. What brings our little genius to call me? Planning another party? My friend Stark, whose villa is next door, is preparing to host a gathering in 10 days and is in need of some Hollywood stars."
Ah, understood.
"Have him contact my assistant to send over the invitation. I shall handle the rest." "Thank you, dear aunt. Do come by my place when you have a moment. I have a few projects I'd like you to review for potential investment." "Perfect, I'm free today. I'll swing by shortly." "All right, I'll be waiting in the office." Upon concluding the call, Luke greeted Uncle Chun and drove to the Paramount building in Burbank. Since his childhood, when Luke began engaging in family investments, he had laid the groundwork in the media sector. This led to the acquisition of Paramount Pictures, followed by numerous small to medium-sized production companies, as well as several small television networks, magazines, and newspapers. These entities have now merged into Paramount Media. Luke was acutely aware of the significance of media conglomerates in the Western world, and thus began his strategic planning early on. Having his own media channels proved immensely alluring to politicians. The media avenue is one of the most critical components of any election campaign. The Cheen family's access to such channels afforded them considerable influence over many politicians, thereby securing advantages for themselves. Directly entering his aunt's office, Monica skipped the pleasantries and got straight to the point. She presented Luke with numerous scripts. Luke sifted through them, not outright rejecting any. Some scripts were suitable for small investments, while others required the right director to achieve the desired effect. After discussing these matters with Aunt Monica, Luke prepared to leave. Upon reaching the elevator lobby, a tremendous explosion reverberated from within. Luke immediately recognized the sound of a bomb detonation and urged his aunt to call the police. He too contacted Harris to report the situation. Monica swiftly arranged for the evacuation of the building's personnel. Luke, meanwhile, devised a way to access the elevator maintenance shaft. Peering into the elevator shaft, one of the elevator's cables had been severed by the explosion, leaving it lodged in the middle. Fortunately, the elevator was equipped with an automatic safety mechanism, preventing it from plummeting. Emergency brakes on either side would halt the elevator on the tracks. After informing Aunt Monica of the situation, he advised her to exit the building for her safety. Monica reminded Luke to exercise caution before departing. On the phone, Harris informed Luke that assistance would be dispatched to him. However, time was of the essence. There were still individuals trapped in the elevator, and they needed to be rescued first. When Luke arrived at the floor where the elevator was stuck, he encountered LAPD officers who had come to address the incident. They were part of the SWAT team. After presenting his credentials, Luke briefed them on the situation. They promptly relayed the information to their superiors. The LAPD had also received a ransom call demanding $3 million be paid within an hour. Half of that time had already elapsed. Luke pondered for a moment and decided to ascend to the top of the elevator to inspect the situation firsthand, as he was indeed a professional in bomb disposal. The two SWAT officers, Jack Trevin and Harold Temp, expressed their desire to accompany Luke on this inspection. Luke did not refuse, and the trio made their way to the elevator maintenance access point on the 32nd floor, the closest to the elevator. Cautiously, they descended to the top of the elevator and immediately spotted the bomb affixed to the hoisting mechanism. Inside the elevator, the passengers were crying for help. Jack and Harold spoke out to reassure the hostages. Luke realized it was too late to intervene. Consequently, he began to assess the bomb's condition. Fortunately, the bomb setup was not overly complicated. After a moment of contemplation, he gestured for the two men to leave. Once they emerged from the maintenance access, Luke quietly instructed them, stating, "Since the perpetrators have threatened," Luke smiled faintly and said, "I'm the FBI's bomb disposal expert. I've already inspected the situation. It's troublesome but manageable with some time. Explosives have been planted on both the ascending and descending elevator gates." After the two men nodded and prepared to contact their superiors via walkie-talkie, Luke stopped them. "No one knows the full situation here yet. If the criminals intercept our radio communications, our entire plan will be compromised. We're running out of time before their deadline." After a moment of silent contemplation, the two replied, "Agreed. We'll stage a performance in the elevator shaft and then explore alternative solutions." "Good." The trio returned to the elevator shaft. The two men exchanged trivial conversation before excusing themselves, claiming the bomb was too complex to dismantle. Luke, however, remained behind and drew his blade of mercy. "This thing can't cut living flesh, but slicing through wires is easier than splitting a hair." With his insightful eye, Luke swiftly traced the bomb's wiring and decisively disabled the explosive on the upper elevator gate. Next, he moved to dismantle the bomb on the lower gate. Meanwhile, Jack and Harold retrieved a hook from a rooftop crane, intending to secure the elevator. Their movements may have alerted the criminal, who hesitated briefly before pressing the detonation switch. Just as the detonator was activated, Jack's hook latched onto the elevator's roof, and Luke severed the fuse in the nick of time. Though the detonator emitted a shrill beep, the bomb failed to explode thanks to Luke's swift action. "Jack, the bomb's disarmed. Get the hostages out now," Luke shouted. Emerging from the 31st floor elevator maintenance hatch, Luke spotted Jack and Harold prying open the elevator doors. Together, the three worked to free the numerous hostages trapped inside. To Luke's surprise, among the rescued was a familiar face. "It is Mrs. Kendrick, the governor's wife." Upon encountering Luke, Mrs. Kendrick exhaled in relief and expressed her profound gratitude. However, Luke, pressed for time, urged Jack and Harold to report to their superiors and arrange for personnel to come and escort the hostages away. If the assailants were monitoring the elevator, they could not be far off, most likely concealed within the building itself. Thus, it was imperative to dispatch a team for an immediate inspection. Luke found himself in a rather helpless situation, as Harris's promised support had yet to arrive. Nevertheless, he remained composed. The bomb had been defused, and the hostages were rescued. He bore no resentment toward the inability to apprehend the criminals, for he was indeed isolated and unsupported. Jack and Harold exchanged brief greetings with Luke before proceeding to inspect other areas. After offering a few words of comfort to Mrs. Kendrick, he sent her on her way, as the LAPD had already arrived. Just after escorting the hostages, Luke followed to the freight elevator area, only to be met with the sound of gunfire, a shotgun blast. Jack and Harold were armed with QAP-9 submachine guns, produced by their own company, resembling a tactical variant of the MP5, yet internally structured like the 79 micro pistol with a gas-operated mechanism, utilizing 9mm parabellum cartridges. It was evident that a confrontation had erupted between the assailants and Jack's team. Chapter 43. Anne's revocation of license. Luke did not hear the sound of submachine guns. He only discerned the crack of handguns and the thud of something heavy crashing to the ground. He hurried to the floor where the freight elevator was located, only to find it ascending to the top floor. Lacking a police radio to call for backup, Luke sprinted towards the upper levels. As he neared the top, the elevator began its descent once more. Cursing under his breath, Luke followed the elevator down. Meanwhile, the SWAT commander below had noticed the elevator's predicament and quickly dispatched personnel to investigate. Activating his insight, Luke discovered that the elevator had halted at the basement level. After cautiously navigating through the fire doors of the stairwell, he arrived at the elevator shaft just in time to hear gunfire. It was the unmistakable sound of QH-917, and Luke proceeded towards the source of the noise. However, mere seconds later, a deafening blast echoed, and Jack was sent flying around the corner of the hallway, colliding violently with the wall. Luke abandoned his pursuit of the assailants and rushed to check on Jack and Harold. Jack seemed relatively unscathed, merely shaken by the force of the blast. Harold, on the other hand, had sustained a gunshot wound to his leg. After administering basic first aid, SWAT reinforcements arrived on the scene. The newcomers nearly mistook Luke for one of the criminals, but upon witnessing him tending to Harold's injury, they refrained from opening fire. Recognizing the misunderstanding, Luke quickly clarified his identity as an FBI agent. Jack was assisted to his feet by his teammates, who confirmed Luke's credentials. The threat alert was lifted, and once safety was assured, the three men descended to the ground floor. Harold was whisked away by an ambulance, while Jack remained behind. At that moment, Luke spotted his backup. Harris had personally arrived, engaged in dialogue with the SWAT team commander. Upon seeing Luke and Jack approach, they ceased their conversation. Jack then recounted the harrowing experience of rescuing the hostages, detailing how he and Harold had ascended the freight elevator to conduct a check, only to be ambushed by the assailants. The elevator cabin was obliterated, and they both fell inside. The assailants, using explosives strapped to themselves, took Harold hostage as they descended to the basement. In a desperate attempt, Jack shot Harold in the leg, thereby freeing him from observing Luke's discerning gaze. Harris realized he could not deceive him inside. "I was just transferred here, and many are dissatisfied, considering I am an outsider." Luke nodded in understanding and remarked, "The head of that group of agents was likely poised for your position. Am I correct?" Harris nodded, feeling disheartened and choosing not to speak further. Luke anticipated this outcome, concluding that he was the key to the case. It was imperative for him to resolve it to prevent them from undermining Harris, was it not? Harris nodded again. "Although I cannot assist you in the field, I can support you with investigations and information gathering within the Bureau," he offered. Luke contemplated for a moment before stating, "All right, let us proceed with that arrangement. One operative in the field is sufficient. As long as I am armed, I fear no one." Harris chuckled and inquired, "Is the condition you mentioned regarding an aversion to insufficient firepower genuine?" Luke solemnly nodded in affirmation. After reaching an agreement with Harris, Luke transitioned into work mode. The personnel at the precinct found Luke's demeanor peculiar. He was not firing weapons but rather engaging in case investigations. Since Jack and Harold had encountered the appearance of the assailants, Luke proposed a collaborative investigation. However, Harris coordinated with the LAPD, only to be met with rejection. It was evident they sought to exclude the FBI from the proceedings. Often, the FBI is not welcomed by local law enforcement. The act of solving a case can be perceived as a battle for credit. There exists a distinction between cases solved solely by the police and those handled collaboratively. Despite operating under different systems, independent investigations and joint efforts are not equivalent. Consequently, local police departments are often reluctant to allow the FBI to take over cases unless they are clearly interstate or beyond their capacity to resolve. In some jurisdictions, even when unable to solve a case, the police may still refuse to hand it over to the FBI, fearing that their own incompetence would be highlighted if the FBI were to succeed. With no visual of the assailants and LAPD's lack of cooperation, Luke focused on reviewing the internal and external surveillance footage of the building. This task was assigned to Harris while Luke proceeded to the crime scene. The LAPD had already conducted a sweep of the area. In the elevator shaft's main control room, a security guard had tragically succumbed prior to the incident. The scene was devoid of any clues. Thus, the remaining focus was on the bomb itself. The bombs were meticulously crafted, unlike the work of amateurish individuals. Luke surmised that the assailant likely possessed prior experience with law enforcement or military operations. While this hypothesis held considerable merit, it was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, given the multitude of such individuals. Since he was extorting the police, it was reasonable to deduce a connection to law enforcement. After discussing this with Harris, they both agreed that Luke's line of thought was valid, albeit the workload was immense. Finally, Luke suggested, "Let us first investigate the local retired personnel." After several days of inquiry, Luke and Harris were left with no leads. After contemplating how to unwind with Annie after work, she called unexpectedly. "Luke, my driver's license has been revoked." Luke was taken aback. What did you do?" There was a long silence on Annie's end as she struggled to find the right words, ultimately confessing. Uncle Chen gave me the keys to the car in your garage. I took the Porsche convertible for a spin and accidentally exceeded the speed limit a few times. Luke had witnessed Annie's driving skills, or rather the lack thereof. Her driving was more a matter of whim than skill. He sighed and reassured her, "It's all right. I will have Uncle Chen take care of the car. Unfortunately, it seems you'll have to wait 6 months before you can apply for a new license." Yes. Let's leave it at that for now. I'll pick you up after work, and we can have dinner together. All right, see you tonight. Chapter 44. A remarkable young lady. Though the FBI does not impose stringent dress codes, it does require uniforms. Agents either don the issued blue jackets emblazoned with the prominent FBI insignia or opt for dark suits. However, Luke defies convention, opting instead for an exquisite deep blue tailored suit, complemented by a sapphire polo tie resembling a rope, and a luxurious outdoor wristwatch valued at $180,000. He accessorizes with a black cowboy hat, sunglasses, and cowboy boots. As a result, he has garnered the nickname the Young Master within the FBI. Luke remains indifferent to this moniker, as his association with Harris keeps the others at bay. He is disinclined to seek their approval, choosing instead to embrace his identity openly. He has upgraded his pickup truck to a Dodge Durango, specifically the bulletproof variant, which is custom modified from a T-Rex chassis, featuring 6 wheels, 2 in the front and 4 in the back. Its armored appearance ensures it attracts attention wherever it goes, boasting a 100 rate of turning heads. This deep gray Dodge Durango retails for $300,000, while an ordinary pickup truck during this era costs merely $30,000. Luke pays little heed to the judgment of others. He has shed the pretense and laid bare his identity as the Young Master. He no longer carries a handgun. Instead, he sports a belt holster containing 2 replicas of the White Snake, valued at over $3 million. The personnel at the Los Angeles Bureau find themselves increasingly envious of Luke, as he embodies a figure of irritation. However, after Luke disclosed his connections with 3Q Weapons Company, which he owns, the perceptions of the procurement and logistics departments shifted significantly. His generosity has proven to be irresistible. The Chin family has made substantial donations to the FBI precinct in an effort to foster a favorable relationship with Luke. Consequently, the procurement and logistics departments now treat Luke with utmost reverence, granting him whatever he desires, ammunition and equipment at his disposal. Over time, the administrative staff in the office have also succumbed to Luke's charm, benefiting from his chain of coffee and fast food establishments, which provide an array of breakfast delights. The adage of reciprocity holds true in all contexts. Initially, they were reluctant, but eventually, they could not resist the allure of Luke's generosity. Their gazes now shimmer with admiration, further amplified by Luke's striking looks and charming demeanor. Before long, the entire Los Angeles division of the FBI, excluding the field agents and special operations team, has aligned themselves with Luke and Harris. Even Harris's secretary gazes at Luke with starry-eyed admiration, eagerly inquiring if he requires any maids for his basement, of the kind that require no more than a yard of fabric for their uniforms. This outcome was unforeseen by Harris, who had anticipated a role as Luke's caretaker. Instead, she discovered that Luke's approach was both direct and effective. As for the remaining proud and arrogant officers, Harris has ample time to refine them. After all, those who have ascended to such positions are not fools, and she did not rely solely on her beauty to achieve her status. That evening, Luke took Annie to a Chinese restaurant in the San Gabriel Valley, where he conversed with the owner in authentic Cantonese, requesting genuine Cantonese cuisine, and then generously tipped $2,000. There is no need to search further. You can choose the dishes, but they must be authentic, as I am of Chinese descent. The owner cheerfully waved his hand, indicating he would take care of everything. With Luke's generous demeanor, the owner proved to be quite accommodating, arranging 8 dishes and a soup, including chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Annie found the meal intriguing, although half of the dishes did not align with her palate. Nevertheless, Luke savored every bite, encouraging Annie to indulge a bit more than usual. After abstaining from alcohol, they returned to Annie's apartment. Upon entering, Annie felt a twinge of embarrassment, as her single-girl living space lacked tidiness. The 1-bedroom apartment, boasting a generous area of over 70 square meters, was devoid of common shared spaces typical in the U.S. The decor was warm and inviting, yet somewhat disordered, with Annie's clothes and undergarments scattered about. Feeling a bit awkward, Annie hurried to tidy up, momentarily disregarding Luke. He glanced around and thought the space felt a bit cramped. Even his room at his parents' house was considerably larger. Recognizing that they both had work the next day, Luke refrained from making Annie exert herself too much. Later, while embracing Annie, Luke remarked, "This place is too small. Perhaps we should consider moving to Malibu." Annie looked at him, her features contorting in a mix of emotions. "Luke, you are extraordinary, while I feel so ordinary. I fear that one day this will all be a dream, and when I awaken, you will be gone." Luke gazed down at this sensitive and anxious woman, then kissed her softly. After their lips parted, he said, "The future is unpredictable. Let us leave it to fate. At least we are happy now, and this is not a dream." Annie playfully hit Luke's chest and replied, "Pa, you're such a scoundrel. I know you don't believe in God." Then she inquired, "So, will you move to Malibu?" Annie shook her head, saying, "Please don't say that, Luke. It makes me feel inadequate, like your pet canary. This isn't what I desire. I am content with how things are now." Seeing Annie's refusal, Luke did not press further and instead asked, "Your driving license has been revoked. How will you get to work?" "Of course I will take the bus," she replied. "Then why don't you buy a car?" Luke asked, immediately regretting his words. Observing Annie's situation, it was likely she was still repaying student loans and couldn't afford a vehicle. Annie noticed Luke's discomfort and smiled reassuringly, saying, "I wish to rely on my own efforts rather than on the charity of others." Such a wonderful girl left Luke at a loss for words. "I am your boyfriend, and your independence makes me feel somewhat inadequate." Annie responded, "Luke, I will strive to be worthy of you." In that moment, all of Luke's unexpressed thoughts coalesced into a sigh. This girl, seemingly gentle and delicate, possessed an inner strength. The following morning, Annie woke up late. Grabbing the sandwich Luke had prepared, she hurried to catch the bus, even declining his offer to drive her to work. The reason? She did not want her colleagues to see her in Luke's flashy armored vehicle. Luke had no choice but to tidy up the house for Annie before closing the door and heading to work. The sandwiches he prepared were originally intended for her lunch, while he had made a traditional Chinese breakfast. After Annie left, he could only indulge in his own culinary creations. As for coffee, he had never been particularly fond of it. However, in America, coffee was ubiquitous. Thus, he had to settle for whatever was available, and when it came to quality, he truly could not discern the difference. Upon arriving at the precinct, ready to continue his investigation into the criminal's background, he received a call from Annie. Her voice trembled with emotion as she spoke. "Luke, I love you. I was wrong, and I never want to ride a bus again." Amidst the noise on the line, Luke quickly inquired, "Annie, what happened? Please, take your time and explain." "Luke, there's a bomb on the bus I'm on." "What?" Chapter 45. Airdrop. Upon hanging up the phone, Luke hurriedly sought out Harris. The assailants from the recent explosion at the Paramount Media building had resurfaced, and now one of them had taken a bus full of passengers hostage, including my girlfriend. "I must rush there at once." Harris quickly inquired, "What support do you require?" After a moment's contemplation, Luke replied, "Send me a helicopter. I need to get there with utmost speed." Harris nodded in affirmation and promptly made the necessary arrangements. Luke stowed away the imitation of the White Snake and armed himself with his 2 standard service pistols. He then proceeded to the rooftop of the precinct, where a helicopter was typically on standby. The pilot was ready, and without delay, Luke leaped aboard. In the aircraft, Luke recalled Jack mentioning that the assailant seemed to be missing a thumb. He immediately contacted Harris. "I've remembered something." SWAT team member Jack mentioned that the assailant appears to lack the thumb on his left hand. "Please investigate along that line." Harris responded, "We have already checked, but there are no individuals matching that description." Luke continued, "Look into those residing in Los Angeles. He may have come from elsewhere. Investigate any military or police personnel who retired due to injury." Harris hung up and swiftly organized a team to verify the information. Meanwhile, and having rushed all morning, finally boarded the bus. However, shortly thereafter, a man in a car began pursuing the bus. Due to the cacophony of traffic, the driver could not hear the man's shouts, and ultimately he resorted to writing a note. There is a bomb on the bus. The man then boarded the bus himself. This individual was Jack, an officer from LAPD's SWAT team. Earlier that morning, after witnessing a bus explosion not far from him, he received a call from the assailant. The criminal wanted Jack to participate in a game reminiscent of the notorious Jigsaw. The bus was rigged with explosives. Should the speed exceed 50 miles per hour, approximately 80 kilometers per hour, the bomb would activate. Conversely, if the speed dropped below 50 miles per hour, the bomb would detonate. The assailant instructed Jack to locate the bus and provided him with a hint. Jack hastily boarded the bus, but one passenger mistakenly believed Jack was there to apprehend him and drew a gun in confrontation. In a fortunate turn of events, a concerned passenger assisted Jack in subduing the assailant, but during the struggle, the criminal's firearm went off, tragically wounding the driver. Consequently, Anne urgently stepped in to replace the injured driver. By the time Luke arrived, LAPD was working to extract the wounded driver. The pilot from the FBI division exhibited remarkable skill, landing directly atop the bus. After giving the pilot a thumbs up, Luke leaped down, executing a roll as he entered through the front door of the bus. Inside, apart from Anne, the other passengers were taken aback by Luke's sudden appearance. Although Jack recognized Luke, the other passengers did not. Luke flashed his badge and declared, "FBI. This operation is now under federal jurisdiction. Your cooperation is required." Jack approached and briefed Luke on the situation. Luke first comforted Annie, steadying her nerves, then crouched beside the driver's seat to inspect the bomb through the maintenance hatch. After assessing the threat, Jack requested Luke's assistance in evacuating the wounded driver, a task executed without incident. However, one female passenger, gripped by panic, attempted to flee. Jack restrained her, warning, "The suspect has demanded no one else leaves, or he detonates the bomb." Yet she thrashed wildly, consumed by hysteria. Without hesitation, Luke drew his sidearm and fired a warning shot into the air. "Remain seated, or I will arrest you for obstruction of justice." His steel tone and the echo of gunfire instantly subdued both the frantic woman and the restless passengers. The unspoken threat was clear: defiance would be met with force. Jack lowered his voice. "The helicopter overhead is monitoring us. The suspect could be tracking our movements through media coverage." Luke nodded grimly. "Not just the media. Last time, he planted listening devices in an elevator. This bus could be rigged the same way. We need to sweep it." As they prepared to search, Annie's tearful cry cut through the tension. "Luke! Luke! The road ahead, it just ends." Luke rushed forward and froze. "Damn it." Before them stretched a gaping void, a bridge under repair, its midsection missing a dozen-meter span, suspended at least 10 meters above the ground. His jaw clenched. What the hell were LAPD thinking? Even such a simple task as clearing the path couldn't be handled properly. Though Jack was also part of the LAPD, he too was in peril inside the vehicle and couldn't voice his complaints. Luke studied the situation carefully before speaking to Annie. "Once we round this bend, accelerate hard. We either break through or perish." "Luke, I'm scared." Luke placed a reassuring hand on Annie's shoulder. "You can do this, brave girl. Listen to me. Floor it. Push the pedal to the metal." Meanwhile, Jack moved to calm the restless passengers in the back. There was no other choice. They were all in this together, their fates intertwined. Now, with everything staked on this desperate gamble, it all came down to how firmly Annie pressed the accelerator. The police helicopter above drew nearer, but the pursuing vehicles had begun to slow. Every soul aboard held their breath. Amidst the collective gasps, the bus lurched forward, barely clearing the broken stretch of the bridge. The speedometer steadied at 53 miles per hour. Luke turned to Jack. "Have your team clear the way toward the airport. I need a straight, unobstructed stretch." Jack nodded and relayed the instructions over the radio. Fortunately, his superior wasn't the obstinate type and approved the request. Now, with nothing more than a shared glance, Luke and Jack began searching for the enemy's surveillance devices. In truth, Luke had already spotted them with his keen perception. Beneath the driver's rearview mirror, the interior of the vehicle was clearly visible. After feigning a cursory search, Luke swiftly located the surveillance device. Without hesitation, he drew his firearm and fired 3 precise shots, obliterating the monitoring equipment. Relieved, Luke urgently contacted Harris. "Harris, I need you to disperse the media helicopters hovering above. If they refuse to comply, arrest them immediately on grounds of providing real-time intelligence to criminals. Understood. I'll arrange it at once, Harris replied. Additionally, we've uncovered the suspect's information. Our team is en route to his residence for apprehension. Luke paused only briefly before cautioning. This man is cunning. He wouldn't leave such an obvious trail. He.S. an explosives expert. Advise your team to proceed with extreme caution. The location is likely booby-trapped. A weighted silence lingered before Harris responded. Noted. Luke. Any further instructions? Call Chief Taylor of the LAPD Valley Division and inform them that I am Luke Cheen, and I require their personnel to heed my instructions. All right, Luke, prioritize your safety. This maneuver has left Jack utterly astonished. Since when has the FBI wielded such authority? Luke smiled with a hint of irony and remarked, No, it is merely the power of the dollar. This statement left Jack utterly bewildered. Nevertheless, the pressing issue of the bomb still needed to be addressed. Chapter 46. A scathing rebuke. Luke seized Jack's walkie-talkie and communicated with the LAPD's on-site command. It was evident that they had received Chief Taylor's directives, and all of Luke's requests were meticulously arranged. They were now merely awaiting arrival at the airport, where they intended to utilize the straight runway to seek an opportunity to defuse the bomb. At that moment, the assailants could no longer discern any information about their vehicle. Consequently, he reached out to Jack to articulate his demands. Meanwhile, the FBI's Special Operations Team dispatched by Harris, alongside the LAPD's SWAT unit, simultaneously converged upon the home of the assailant, Payne. Harris had already cautioned the team leader that the location was a trap. Initially, the LAPD's SWAT team was poised to storm the building but was obstructed by this individual. With brazen audacity, he commandeered the operation, directing his subordinates to breach the premises. This incited considerable ire among the LAPD personnel. However, the FBI's authority in law enforcement within the United States indeed supersedes that of local police, often refraining from direct intervention to avoid exacerbating relations. Yet this individual disregarded such considerations, perceiving the situation as a straightforward mission ripe for accolades. He dismissed Harris's warnings with disdain. But when an explosion erupted, he was left dumbfounded. Although his 8 subordinates survived, they were all gravely injured and whisked away for medical attention. The tumult of his emotions mirrored the precariousness of his career. Dismissal would be a mild consequence, as his actions could undoubtedly be classified as gross negligence. The assailants, clearly aware of this predicament, reached out to Jack. Upon answering the call, Jack was met with Payne's triumphant recounting of the explosion's aftermath, alongside demands for ransom. Before Jack could respond, Luke snatched the phone away. You pathetic fool. What is there to celebrate about a few fireworks? Why not go to the White House to show off? Bombing innocent civilians only proves that your brain has been scrambled by a donkey. Luke relentlessly berated Payne for a continuous 2 minutes, leaving him utterly bewildered. After a prolonged silence, Payne finally grasped the absurdity of the situation. After all, he was the one committing the robbery. Just as he prepared to retort, Luke again denied him the chance. Instead, he discharged several rounds into the microphone and promptly severed the call. He then extracted the phone's battery and handed it back to the equally stunned Jack. Patting Jack on the shoulder, Luke remarked, "We must exert some pressure. We cannot allow him to dictate the pace of this situation. Such passivity is untenable." Jack, perplexed, inquired about the bomb's detonation. With a knowing smile, Luke responded, "He won't dare. His motive is financial. Unless he receives the ransom, he will not take drastic measures. Remember, there are not only police officers in that vehicle but also FBI agents. Unless he desires to flee the country immediately, he knows that if we perish, the police and FBI will move heaven and earth to apprehend or eliminate him." Upon hearing Luke's reasoning, Jack understood. In the United States, it is exceedingly rare for anyone to premeditate the murder of police officers or FBI agents. For this would provoke the collective outrage of both police officers and detectives alike. Such fury would reduce their adversaries to ashes, exemplifying the very essence of united resistance against a common foe. Regardless of internal conflicts, when faced with such circumstances, all differences are set aside in favor of relentless, unified opposition. Hence, few organizations dare to target law enforcement personnel. While isolated incidents may occur, they're typically the impulsive acts of amateurs. Organized crime syndicates rarely engage in such recklessness. Given that the perpetrator was a former police officer, he would naturally be aware of this unspoken rule. However, this particular robber remained oblivious to the fact that he had just targeted the FBI, mistaking them for the LAPD. Thus, Luke remained confident he wouldn't detonate the bomb. After explaining the situation to Jack, the police finalized their arrangements. Luke pressed a kiss to Annie's cheek. "Hold steady, my little bear. You can do this, trust me," he murmured before leaping from the car door onto the police escort's flatbed. Luke intended to maneuver beneath the bus using a small skateboard-like platform to dismantle the bomb. The device would be carefully guided into position beneath the moving bus via steel cables attached to the police vehicle. Once secured in his safety gear, Luke lay flat on the platform and was lowered beneath the speeding bus. A single miscalculation by either driver could drag him under the wheels. As Annie watched Luke draw nearer, tension coiled within her. Noticing her distress, Luke offered a reassuring smile and a thumbs up, easing her nerves slightly. The police driver, a seasoned professional, expertly guided Luke beneath the bus under precise coordination. Upon reaching his target, Luke fastened the platform safety line to the bus's undercarriage before disconnecting the steel cable from the police vehicle. A collective sigh of relief swept through the team. Inspecting the bomb, Luke noted with grudging respect that Payne, despite being a rogue officer, had constructed the device with meticulous precision, hallmarks of disciplined training rather than amateurish improvisation. A specialized mechanism linked to the driveshaft ensured detonation if the rotation speed fell below a set threshold, explaining why the bomb would trigger below 50 miles per hour. Though cleverly designed, posed no challenge for Luke. He swiftly located the detonator's wiring and severed it with a decisive snip of his pliers. The bomb remained inert, device neutralized. "Proceed with hostage extraction," Luke relayed over the radio. Cheers erupted among the relieved officers, frustrated yet blind to the bus's status. Payne could only demand the ransom within a tightened deadline. Seizing the opportunity, Luke infiltrated the bus through a maintenance hatch. Upon hearing Jack relay the robber's ultimatum, he resolved to track Payne personally during the exchange. Once all hostages were evacuated, Luke and Annie leaped onto the waiting police flatbed. The bus gradually rolled to a stop under the watchful eyes of all present, the bomb still silent. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, relieved to have survived the ordeal, and slumped into Luke's embrace. At that moment, police reinforcements, ambulances, and helicopters arrived. Luke spotted a familiar face descending from one of the helicopters, Director Taylor, who was no longer the chief of North Hollywood but had taken the reins of the Canyon Division, one of the 4 major divisions of the LAPD. With a beaming smile, Taylor extended his hand to shake Luke's, saying, "I sincerely apologize for the selfish and reckless actions of my subordinates." The old man displayed remarkable emotional intelligence and humility. What could Luke possibly say in response? Naturally, he chose to forgive him. After shaking hands with Director Taylor, Luke replied, "No need for apologies, Director Taylor. This is not an issue. Our immediate priority is to apprehend the criminal. I trust our collaboration on this case will proceed smoothly?" Taylor smiled. "Absolutely. I have already discussed this with Supervisor Harris, and our viewpoints align. You are now in command and will bear full responsibility." Luke maintained a cheerful facade, yet inwardly he felt exasperated. "So, the mess created by your incompetence must now be cleaned up by me, and should anything go awry, it would be my command errors that are scrutinized, while you deftly evade blame." Chapter 47. The foolish girl. After Luke and Taylor reached an agreement, they swiftly set their plans in motion. The ransom demanded by the bandit Payne was to be delivered in a bustling area, not far from One Eye Airport. Luke's meticulous maneuvers led to the bandit losing control over the situation regarding the bus. Consequently, he called his aunt and instructed the television station to broadcast false information, claiming that the bus was circling the airport while the police were trying to refuel it. Meanwhile, Luke was orchestrating the deployment of personnel, all dressed in plain clothes. The $3 million requested by the bandit had also been delivered by the bank. Luke promptly fashioned a small remote-controlled bomb from the explosives on the bus and acquired a special die from the bank. This die was specifically designed to thwart bank robbers. Upon detonation, all the money would be marked, rendering it virtually worthless. Once spent, These dyed bills would immediately attract police attention, turning them into mere scraps of paper. Luke bundled all the money together with cling film and placed it into a large travel bag. Aren't you the bomb expert? I'll defeat you with magic against magic. Come on, let's hurt each other, he thought. Don't let me catch you, or it will be a magazine emptying session. No court needed. With everything prepared, everyone gathered near the transaction site. Luke surveyed the surroundings with binoculars and communicated via radio. Snipers, conceal yourselves. They are surely monitoring the transaction site as well, so do not reveal any vulnerabilities. Director Taylor stood silently beside Luke, observing his meticulous arrangements. Truth be told, during the last North Hollywood heist, he had perceived Luke as merely a hot-blooded scion of wealth. However, upon encountering Luke again, he found him transformed into an agent of the FBI. Moreover, through his communications with Supervisor Harris, it was evident that Harris held Luke in high regard. This instilled in Taylor a desire to recognize Luke's potential worth as an investment. Even if he could not bring Luke under his wing, establishing a good rapport would undoubtedly yield significant benefits. Unfortunately, the influence of the Luke family was too formidable. No politician could resist the allure of backing from a powerful consortium. Within the LAPD system, his position was no longer considered that of a mere officer. They had become politicians. Therefore, to attain greater power and status, one must have the support of such consortia. Otherwise, progress would be nearly impossible. Luke had returned with Annie, instructing her to remain in the police car while he set up the scene. Feeling somewhat stifled in the vehicle, Annie decided to step out for some fresh air, as they were still quite far from the transaction site. Luke patiently utilized his keen observational skills to scrutinize inconspicuous corners in search of Payne. Just as an officer tossed the bag filled with money into the designated trash bin, Luke immediately sensed something awry. "Damn, that trash bin is suspicious," he exclaimed, rushing outside. As everyone followed in confusion, they witnessed Luke approach the bin and kick it over, revealing an empty space beneath, exposing a large hole. Luke had no time for further contemplation and promptly leaped into the cavern. Hearing footsteps ahead, he swiftly drew his firearm and pursued. As he rounded a corner, upon catching sight of the individual in front, he cursed vehemently. "Damn it! Annie, what are you doing?" Before he could complete his sentence, another figure emerged from the adjacent corner, wielding a remote control. This individual was Payne. Moments prior, Payne had disguised himself as an LAPD officer, deceitfully luring Annie away under the pretense of safety while she was merely stepping out for some fresh air. He had recognized Annie through the surveillance footage on the bus, yet he was unfamiliar with Luke. Although Luke had descended onto the bus, Payne had never encountered him before and was unaware of his intentions. During the incident at the Paramount Media Building, he had only seen Jack and Harold. Now, having taken Annie hostage, he anticipated that Jack would be the one pursuing him. Luke holstered his weapon, and as Payne prepared to unleash a verbal onslaught and threaten him, Luke also produced a detonator from his pocket. "Old man, do you think you can handle $3 million? Given your advanced age, it seems unlikely that you can venture far. $3 million weighs approximately 32 kilograms, or over 70 pounds, which is indeed burdensome for an average person to carry." The old man's complexion was evidently poor, and just as he was about to utter a menacing remark, Luke interjected. "Can you guess what lies within your fortune? How much C4 did you plant on the bus? Care to speculate what specialized dye markers signify?" Payne was utterly bewildered. "Fuck it, let's perish together then." He spat back as Luke engaged in a heated verbal duel with him. Realizing the stalemate with Luke was futile, Payne decided to retreat, intending to let Luke dismantle the bomb on Annie while he made his escape with the ransom explosives. Luke saw through his scheme and continued advancing while hurling insults. Just as Payne began stepping back, Luke subtly activated his telekinetic ability, silently immobilizing the detonator in Payne's grip. Now even if Payne released it, the trigger wouldn't activate. In a flash, Luke lunged forward, his left hand seizing Payne's detonator while his right drew the QH-55 pistol from his hip, flashing Payne a sinister grin. Payne's face paled in horror, but Luke gave him no quarter, firing 5 precise shots at point-blank range. Before the magazine emptied, Payne collapsed lifelessly. Still clutching the detonator in Payne's stiffened hand, Luke turned to the petrified young woman. Hey, hey Annie. Wake up, my dear. Come to my right side. Annie managed to compose herself through Luke's steady reassurances, shuffling to his right flank. Luke had already drawn his mercy blade, expertly assessing the crude explosive device strapped to her. Humph, amateur work, he murmured, cleanly severing the fuse with practiced ease. After helping Annie remove the vest, he tossed it around the corner before gradually uncurling Payne's rigor mortis fingers from the trigger. When no explosion followed, Annie's tension dissolved into trembling relief, her legs buckling from the emotional whiplash. Luke swiftly caught her collapsing form, cradling the terrified girl against his chest. She was clearly shaken to her core. Grateful to have survived the ordeal, she immediately leaned in to place a tender kiss on Luke's forehead. When Director Taylor arrived at the scene with a contingent of LAPD officers, they were unceremoniously inundated with a dose of affectionate spectacle, a veritable feast for the heart. Perhaps sensing the weight of their collective gaze, Annie faltered, shyly burying her head into Luke's embrace. In response, Luke lifted Annie into his arms and addressed Director Taylor. I shall first escort her to safety. You may handle things here, and I will return shortly. With the applause of onlookers resonating around them, he carried the seemingly lifeless Annie away from the scene, returning to ground level. Upon spotting his own chain CF, he entered with Annie, gently placing her down and ordering her a cup of coffee. Perhaps the adrenaline had worn off, or perhaps the coffee worked its magic, but Annie's spirits began to return to normal. At that moment, Director Taylor and several officers stepped into the CAF. Luke extended the QH-55 handgun that had dispatched Payne to one of the officers behind Taylor. This firearm was used to neutralize Payne. Please take it for registration and remember to return it to me upon your departure. Before Director Taylor could utter a word, Luke summoned the CAF manager. Today, I shall treat all officers to coffee and snacks. I will settle the bill tomorrow. The manager responded with a cheerful smile. Certainly, sir. Chapter 48 regrets the officers exited with smiles, eager to share the good news with their colleagues. Director Taylor exchanged a few words with Luke, primarily showering him with compliments while offering some comfort to Annie. Before long, Supervisor Harris arrived, shaking hands with Director Taylor before taking a seat. I heard you shot the suspect? Luke shrugged, replying, it's quite regrettable. In that situation, I had no choice but to fire, or he would have detonated the bomb. Harris inquired further about the specifics, and after Luke responded, Harris addressed him, I've brought your car. Take your girl home. The rest will be handled by Director Taylor and me. Luke accepted the car keys from Harris with a smile, bidding farewell to Director Taylor before departing with Annie. Perhaps Annie was still somewhat shaken, as she sat silently in the car, holding her coffee. Upon returning to their seaside villa in Malibu, Annie headed straight for the bathroom's jacuzzi. Luke, noticing her silence, felt a pang of concern. However, he understood that Annie needed time to collect herself, and all he could do was stay by her side. He went downstairs to prepare some food and brought up a bottle of wine. Yet, Annie remained ensconced in her mood, prompting Luke to join her with dinner and red wine while she soaked in the bath. Uncertain whether Annie was genuinely recovering or simply under the influence of alcohol, she initiated a kiss with Luke. That night, Annie was wild. The following day, Annie intended to return to work, but Luke, worried about her state of mind, personally called old Mr. Aoki to request a leave of absence for her. Thus, for 3 days, Luke accompanied Annie as they explored every corner of Los Angeles, behaving like a genuine couple. Clad in inexpensive matching outfits and driving a modest Dodge pickup, though still a bulletproof version, they dined at numerous restaurants, culminating in a visit to a Chinese restaurant in the San Gabriel Valley on their final evening. The owner warmly welcomed them, demonstrating remarkable hospitality by remembering Annie's preferences. They ordered 8 dishes and a soup, all tailored to Annie's taste, which delighted Luke, prompting him to leave an additional $100 tip. However, Luke sensed that while Annie had seemingly recovered, there was an air of detachment about her. That evening, after her bath, Annie did not rush to embrace Luke but rather lay quietly against his chest. After an indeterminate time, she spoke, Luke, I feel so useless. Luke opened his mouth to offer comfort, but Annie silenced him with a gentle hand. Caressing his lips and cheek, she gazed at him adoringly from his embrace. I know I'm foolish. You are so exceptional, and I don't even know how to keep up with you. I am aware of my own capabilities. My promotion is due to you. I'm your woman. I understand the president's arrangements provide a sense of security, yet I am acutely aware of my own shortcomings. Careless, unrefined, not particularly bright, forgetful, and at times even foolish. Luke, I wish to contemplate alone for a while. I find myself yearning for home. Would you be so kind as to grant me my freedom? I must contemplate my future. Luke sighed, yet he remained silent. Observing the young woman, who planned to form a band with friends after graduation, it was evident that she possessed a strong sense of self. At that moment, Luke felt powerless to speak. Since Annie had made her decision, he could only relinquish control and allow her to find clarity on her own. She was a good girl, albeit too independent, which is a common trait among many young Americans. They have yet to be tainted by the harsh realities of society, their eyes still reflecting a naive innocence. Luke recognized the vast chasm between himself and Annie, leaving her feeling anxious and insecure. However, he found himself unable to alter their circumstances, opting instead for gentle gestures. That night, Luke was exceptionally tender. The following morning, he accompanied Annie back to her apartment. They did not exchange farewells, behaving as they usually did. Luke wished to avoid placing undue pressure on her until he received a call from Annie 2 days later. Luke, I've resigned. I'm going home. After a moment of silence, Luke replied, When will you return? And remained silent for a moment before speaking. I am uncertain and confused. I wish to be alone for a while. Luke sensed the impending loss of Anne and replied, No matter where you are, remember my number. If you need anything, do not hesitate to call me. And responded, All right, Luke, I will. Perhaps tears were streaming down her face, for her voice trembled slightly, leaving Luke at a loss for words. Consider this a time for you to rest at home. We shall not speak of farewells or parting sentiments. Okay, Luke, I love you. We shall not speak of farewells. Once and finished speaking, the call was abruptly disconnected, and it was evident that her last words were choked with sobs. Luke could only sigh in response. The experience of romance in school starkly contrasts with that of the outside world. Perhaps this incident had genuinely frightened Anne. Ultimately, he could only curse that pain had met his end too easily. Luke's mood was far from pleasant, and his thoughts were clouded. At that moment, Stark's call interrupted his contemplation. Luke, don't forget about the party tomorrow night. Yes, I'm aware. What kind of wine do you prefer? I'll bring a few bottles. Just grab whatever. I know you have an excellent selection. I assure you I will surprise you. Despite his dismal mood, having made a commitment to Stark, Luke resolved not to let him down. He did not make any special preparations, donning the same attire he wore to work. He retrieved a case of aged liquor from the Villa's wine cellar and made his way to Stark's residence. After parking, Luke handed the wine to Stark's staff who had come to assist with the party. Pepper greeted him warmly as he arrived. After exchanging pleasantries with Pepper, Luke followed her into Stark's Ocean View Hall, where Rhodes was also present, and the atmosphere was already vibrant and lively. Seeing Stark engaged in cheerful conversation with a group of Hollywood starlets, Luke approached him to extend a greeting. Hey, Tony. Wow, Luke, you made it.
Stark replied.
I've brought you a case of fine wine, produced in the East. Thank you, but allow me to introduce you to. Luke waved his hand dismissively, while the starlets giggled behind their hands. I know them all, no need for introductions. You all carry on. I'm off to enjoy a drink with Rhodes. Nodding at the starlets, Luke departed. He was well acquainted with them, having hosted many parties that they attended. However, while Luke claimed to be heading for drinks with Rhodes, his true intention was to seek out Pepper. Feeling a twinge of irritation, Luke resolved to stir up a bit of trouble for Stark. He procured a bottle of fine liquor from a server and made his way to the bar, taking a seat opposite Pepper. Without preamble, he confronted her directly. You have feelings for that guy, don't you? Chapter 49. Are you joking? Confronted with Luke's directness, Pepper remained silent. Having served as the assistant to 2 generations of the Stark family, her emotional intelligence was sufficiently high. She could sense that something was amiss with Luke today, so she inquired, Why didn't you bring your girlfriend? Luke responded, She left Los Angeles. Pepper chose not to press further. Luke picked up a bottle of whiskey and offered, Would you like to try some? It's a strong spirit made in the East. Pepper took the bottle and examined it. Although she couldn't decipher the Chinese characters, she recognized the number. Upon seeing 72, her eyes widened as she stared at Luke. Luke, are you planning to get drunk here? Luke took the bottle from her hand, poured himself a full glass, about 200 milliliters in a round-bottomed whiskey glass, and downed it in one go. Seeing Pepper's slightly panicked expression, Luke chuckled. Don't worry, I can handle my liquor. Yet Pepper still cast a worried glance at Luke. He flashed a charming smile and said, This is a secret. You mustn't tell anyone. Noticing Pepper's skepticism, Luke opted not to dwell on the matter and shifted their conversation to other topics. With his handsome looks, charming demeanor, extensive knowledge, and emotional insight, Luke was able to engage anyone in delightful conversation, and Pepper was no exception. She was pleasantly surprised to find Luke well-versed in fashion and skincare as well. As they sipped their drinks at the bar, laughter and animated dialogue flowed between them. Occasionally, Luke would share amusing anecdotes and jokes, causing Pepper to stifle her laughter behind her hand. Stark, who had been enjoying lively conversations with various starlets, was on the lookout for new conquests. He couldn't help but notice Luke and Pepper deep in conversation at the bar, which made him feel oddly uncomfortable, akin to a child witnessing others snatch away his beloved toy. After observing them for some time, and seeing their apparent enjoyment, he approached them. Hey, what are you two chatting about that seems so amusing? Let me in on it. Pepper smiled and replied, Luke has been sharing many fascinating cases with me. It's hilarious to learn about the diverse individuals who have been caught. Stark raised an eyebrow at Luke and said, Luke, I just decided I want to sleep with every cover girl from Game Boy magazine. What do you think of that? At this, Pepper ceased to smile. Luke shot Stark a disdainful glance and remarked, Are you serious? Stark nodded. I believe these cover girls align with my aesthetic, and they're all fresh faces. Luke continued, You've made your decision? Stark, surprised by Luke's persistent inquiry, nodded. I already extended invitations. Several directors and magazine editors have heard me. Luke quietly took out his phone and dialed. Chin, I want to acquire Game Boy magazine. Have them seek out unique cover girls. Let's not focus on looks or physique, but rather on sincerity, kindness, and a beautiful soul. I believe that every girl, regardless of her weight or appearance, deserves affirmation, even if she weighs 200 pounds and is not conventionally attractive. After hanging up the phone, Luke smiled at Stark and remarked, You mentioned wanting to sleep with 12 girls. Rest assured, I guarantee they are all good girls. Stark's expression resembled that of someone who had just swallowed a fly. Only Pepper, seated beside him, silently gave Luke a thumbs up. Stark, unwilling to concede, pressed Luke further. You must be joking, right? For heaven's sake, Luke, are you serious? With a solemn demeanor, Luke nodded and stated, I believe that even if one is not outwardly beautiful, an inner beauty deserves to be remembered by many. Tony, you cannot be so superficial, can you? Stark stared at Luke in disbelief. At this moment, Pepper chimed in, Luke, I never expected you to hold such a view. I support you. You are a true gentleman, unlike many others who are so shallow. Stark's expression darkened, and he hastily pulled Luke aside, wrapping an arm around his shoulder, saying, Luke, what on earth are you trying to do? I'm in a bad mood. Have you experienced a breakup? Are you really in need of women? Luke shook his head and replied, You do not understand love. In our ranch, someone like you is merely a breeding bull, ha. Luke's words were far from polite, and Stark's countenance soured further. Hey, Luke, I consider you a friend. Luke then pulled Stark closer, directing him toward the bar, and pointed at Pepper, declaring, She is a wonderful girl, and I intend to pursue her. No way, she is my secretary. What of it? You are not her father, and even if you were, you have no right to interfere in her romantic affairs. You bastard, Luke. What are you planning? Luke scoffed. What am I doing? I'm simply irritated by you. You have such a devoted girl by your side, and yet you fail to appreciate her. Since you do not want her, I shall take her. Observing Stark's increasingly sullen face, Luke taunted, What's wrong? Upset? Want to fight? I could defeat anyone in Quantico. You wouldn't stand a chance even if I gave you a hand. Not convinced? Ha, Tony, you are merely a spoiled child. Your rebellious phase has yet to pass, has it? As Stark's emotions stabilized slightly, Luke continued to stoke the fire. You need to take the initiative. How can you expect a girl to make the first move? You pursue other women daily, yet you expect her to act first? I will give you only one opportunity. If you cannot grasp it, I will take her away. It would be a waste to let such a good girl slip through your fingers. Stark began to grasp that Luke was not merely toying with him. Giving Stark a reassuring pat on the shoulder, Luke was about to depart when Stark grasped the corner of his shirt. Luke gazed at Stark in confusion, and after a moment of hesitation, Stark finally admitted, I don't know how to confess my feelings to her. A smile crept across Luke's face. Stark, this fellow, had always been rebellious during his parents' presence, and now that they were gone, he seemed lost. This man relied entirely on his wealth to attract women, having never experienced a genuine romance, lacking even the theoretical foundation. Luke sighed and said to Stark, "It appears you possess no foundation whatsoever. You must start from scratch." Stark looked at Luke and inquired, "How do I learn?" After pondering for a moment, Luke replied, "I have some free time lately. You can come to my house, or I can visit you." Stark nodded and agreed, "All right, it's settled. But you must not pursue her any longer." Luke chuckled and remarked, "Seeing me chat and laugh with Pepper, doesn't it weigh heavily on your heart?" Stark, with a dark expression, remained silent, but Luke could sense the truth and continued, "Doesn't it feel akin to when other children took away your cherished toys in childhood?" Stark, in a state of discontent, nodded. Luke patted his shoulder and said, "See, this indicates that Pepper holds a significant place in your heart. Indeed, very important. Wouldn't you agree?" Stark contemplated for a moment and then nodded. "Rest assured, I will guide you on what to do next." Chapter 50. The teachings of the California Canon King in the subsequent period. Everything returned to normal. Luke spent his time either shooting at the precinct or teaching Stark the art of wooing young ladies. He provided Stark with a list of youthful campus dramas and films, encouraging him to observe how one interacts with girls. After all, this fellow had entered university at the tender age of 15, leaving him completely inexperienced in the realm of adolescent romance. During his idle moments, Luke also visited Stark Industries to alleviate his boredom with Stark and Pepper, particularly since and had departed, leaving him feeling rather listless. Harris was still preoccupied with reorganizing those brash warriors, thus rarely assigning Luke any tasks. However, after several visits to Stark Industries, Luke began to comprehend why Stark might become somewhat insufferable in the future. Obadiah Stane's demeanor towards Stark was remarkably adept, embodying a destructive strategy known in Chinese civilization as killing with kindness. He was indeed employing this tactic against Stark. When Luke visited Stark, he used his original surname, Luke Chin, which prompted a markedly favorable attitude from Stark, who perceived Luke as a carefree scion of wealth. Luke did not disappoint. He frequently organized parties, albeit primarily for the employees of his grandmother's fashion company. He would quietly observe the young women alongside Stark, later hosting gatherings with Hollywood's elite, thereby illustrating to Stark the concept of a green tea girl. The good news was that Stark, at the age of 29, had not yet been profoundly influenced by Obadiah Stane. Moreover, Luke enlightened Stark about this ancient Chinese strategy of destruction, killing with kindness. Stark listened, momentarily taken aback. Luke refrained from explicitly naming Obadiah Stane, displaying a modicum of emotional intelligence. The relationship between Stark and Stane could be traced back to Stark's parents' time. However, Luke confided in Pepper that only she could truly influence Stark. Observing that Stark could engage with ordinary girls without resorting to his wealth, Luke sensed that the time had come. He began to encourage Stark to gain a comprehensive understanding of Pepper, not merely her personal details but also her preferences and experiences. After reviewing the information Luke had compiled, Stark remained silent for an extended period. The document outlined Pepper's knowledge of Stark, yet Stark himself knew little about her. He was only aware that she was Howard's former secretary. Following Luke's prompt, he now realized he was at a loss without Pepper. Once Luke felt the moment was ripe, he ceased his frequent visits to Stark, allowing him some time to reflect. He had a bold plan in mind. One day, while Stark was engrossed in research at the company, Luke summoned Pepper and Rhodes. In a corner of the restaurant, Rhodes curiously inquired why Stark had not joined them. Pepper, evidently noticing Luke's deliberate avoidance of Stark, chose not to question him, instead awaiting his revelation. "Luke, as direct as ever, posed the question to Pepper. Do you harbor feelings for Stark? Rodis stared wide-eyed at the two, clearly still in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend how they had drifted into such a conversation. Pepper regarded Luke, whose expression was serious, and after a prolonged silence, she nodded. Recently, Luke and Stark had been mysteriously engrossed in some research together, and it left her feeling somewhat uneasy. It wasn't that she feared Luke would lead Stark astray. Rather, she sensed they were conspiring about something significant. Thus, Luke began to unveil his plans, leaving both of them utterly astonished. In the end, Pepper departed with a smile, leaving Rodis in a state of gloom. Luke, why can't I meet such wonderful girls? He lamented. Patting him on the shoulder, Luke offered comfort. This world is ultimately superficial. Don't lose heart. You likely won't find one anytime soon. Overthinking is futile. Rodis felt even more despondent, his heart aching. My friend. Days later, Luke assisted Harris in resolving a case. He had nearly pieced together all the clues, and the clerks had organized the reports and evidence. They were merely awaiting an arrest. However, Harris handed this responsibility over to the unruly field agents. Others bristled on Luke's behalf, but he understood the trap they were stepping into. The criminal had a deeply entrenched family background, with records conveniently concealed. This was undoubtedly orchestrated by their family, and Luke had heard of this individual before. When those agents attempted an arrest, they would likely find themselves in a messy situation, facing repercussions from the family. Harris had certainly led them into a quagmire. Her heart was truly dark. As soon as Luke handed off the case, he received a call from Stark. Luke, Pepper has been kidnapped. Upon hearing this, Luke cursed Wong Defa. Pepper is merely a secretary. Are these kidnappers out of their minds? If they are to abduct anyone, it should be you. Stark's voice came through the receiver, somber. They were supposed to target me, but Pepper insisted I handle other matters, and she took my place. What about Happy? Is he just a decoration as your bodyguard? Happy was injured, but it's nothing serious. He merely lost consciousness during the collision. Where are you now? I'll come over to discuss. I'm at home. Listen, Tony, if you receive a call from the kidnappers, agree to any demands, but make sure to buy time, understood? Got it, Luke. Should I call the police? Luke pondered for a moment before responding. I'll arrange for the police. That will save them the time of going through the ranks. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Luke informed Harris and departed. Half an hour later, Luke arrived at Stark's Malibu villa, where the LAPD had also sent personnel. Among them was a familiar face, Detective Frank, who had become a lieutenant since their first meeting with Chief Tyler. As soon as he entered, Luke bypassed pleasantries with Frank and inquired about Stark. Have the kidnappers made contact? Stark shook his head. At that moment, Luke's phone rang. Upon answering, he heard Harris's voice. Luke, I've dispatched an intelligence analysis team to assist you. I understand Stark is your friend. Do not hesitate to contact me if you require anything. Thank you on Tony's behalf. Harris, Luke replied. Stark gazed at Luke with a puzzled expression as he hung up the phone. Luke turned to him and said, My superior has been informed of your situation and has sent a team of analysts to aid us. He then addressed Detective Frank, stating, Let us collaborate on this case. Frank nodded in agreement, responding, That sounds splendid. The equipment of your FBI analysis team is vastly superior to what we have at the precinct. Before long, the analysts arrived. They promptly collected Stark's mobile phone and the villa's landline to install listening devices, commencing their preparations. Indeed, their operations were quite professional. However, Stark remained seated, visibly distracted. Observing this, Luke approached him and gently patted his shoulder, assuring, Do not worry, Tony. We will work swiftly to rescue Pepper. Just then, Stark's phone began to ring. Chapter 51. Analysis. Stark did not answer the phone but turned to Luke, who in turn gazed at the members of the intelligence team. The leader gestured an OK sign to Luke, who, alongside Frank, donned the headphones and signaled Stark to take the call. This is Stark, came a low, gravelly voice from the other end. We certainly know who you are. The woman is in our possession. Prepare $6 million in cash within 2 hours, non-sequential old bills, bundled. Before Stark could respond, the caller abruptly hung up. The intelligence team members exchanged glances with Luke, who sighed alongside Frank. The adversaries were astutely cautious, providing no opportunity for the intelligence team to trace their signal. Luke addressed Stark. Contact the bank, Tony. Who else is aware of your itinerary for today? Stark pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I'm not sure, but I was supposed to inspect a procurement order in person today. Pepper insisted I continue with my research. She said she could handle those matters. Luke, she was abducted in my place. She's just a girl. Good heavens, I can hardly bear to think about it. Stark's lament was swiftly interrupted by Luke. Hey, Tony, now is not the time for such thoughts. We need to devise a plan to locate the kidnappers. Stark felt powerless, left to await another call from the criminals. However, Luke remarked, the kidnappers have already provided us with information. Both Frank and Stark looked at Luke in confusion. I estimate there are only 23 of them, Luke continued. They recognize your value or that of Stark Industries, but they only demanded 6 million. This indicates their numbers are limited. 6 million in cash weighs nearly 70 kilograms. I suspect there are 3 of them, as 2 would find it excessively burdensome. 6 million divides evenly into 3 portions of 2 million each, making it manageable and easy to carry. Their request for non-sequential old bills suggests they are experienced criminals, not novices. Bundling the cash points to a gang affiliation. Only gangs typically bundle their money. Furthermore, given your notoriety in Los Angeles, local gangs would not target you. Only outsiders passing through would contemplate such a heist. Thus, the information is quite clear. Outsiders, 23 individuals with a criminal background. We can leverage this angle. Luke's analysis left Stark astonished. Initially, he had thought Luke's position at the FBI was merely a diversion, yet he now recognized Luke's genuine prowess. Frank nodded in agreement with Luke and instructed his assistant, activate your informants within the gangs. See if any recent criminals have arrived in Los Angeles or are temporarily residing here. The assistant promptly retrieved a phone to make arrangements. Luke turned to Stark. I have only recently been assigned here and lack informants. We will need to rely on Detective Frank for that. Do not worry. Stark felt helpless. Merely nodding in a rush, he dialed Stark Bank to prepare the cash. Time ticked away relentlessly. The bank personnel arrived with the cash 10 minutes before the agreed time, delivering 2 large bags. As the appointed moment arrived, the assailants made their call.
Stark hurriedly interjected,
insisting, let me hear Pepper's voice, or I shall never pay. This was a prior instruction from Luke, emphasizing the necessity of ensuring Pepper's safety. A voice emerged from the other end. Very well, Mr. Stark. We are not afraid of your alerting the authorities, but do not attempt any tricks. Our sole desire is wealth. Following this, Pepper's voice came through, Tony, I'm unharmed. How is Happy? Happy merely suffered a concussion. He is fine, Pepper. They are. But at that moment the line fell silent. Mr. Stark, we have fulfilled your request. Now please take the cash and drive out. I do not wish to see any police presence. Head to Hollywood Boulevard, and do not forget your phone. With that, the call ended. Hearing Pepper's voice offered Stark a momentary reprieve, and he turned to Luke. The intelligence team had still not tracked the assailants. Luke sighed, saying, they are seasoned professionals. They won't be easy to handle. Drive my car. It's bulletproof. Mike, he called to the intelligence team leader, bring me 2 communicators. Luke equipped himself and Stark with the devices. Testing. Communication is clear, over. Once everything was prepared, Luke reassured Stark, do not worry. We will have personnel shadowing you continuously, and a helicopter is on standby. Trust me. Stark nodded, inhaling deeply before entering the vehicle. Luke had arranged for Frank's team to alternate following Stark, ensuring they remained inconspicuous. Following the assailants' instructions, Stark arrived near Hollywood Boulevard and received another call. Thus, they traversed much of Los Angeles, and by late afternoon, traffic began to thicken. The assailants demanded Stark head straight to the airport. Luke, however, cursed into the communicator. Damn, these guys are crafty. There's air traffic control at the airport, and the helicopter cannot pass. Stark had no choice but to comply with the assailants' demands. Luke trailed behind at a distance. Ultimately, Stark was directed to a secluded hangar near the airport. Here Luke could not follow, as the open terrain would make it too conspicuous. After another curse, Luke advised Stark, Tony, try to stall. Do not act rashly or provoke them. I will be there shortly. Frank interjected, I've called in the SWAT team. Luke shook his head, replying, no, too many people will draw attention. I can handle this alone. Stark reduced his speed and came to a halt at the hangar entrance. There, he beheld a masked robber brandishing a pistol who said to Stark, wow, Mr. Stark, how considerate of you to deliver us an armored vehicle. With a grim expression, Stark replied to the robber, where is Pepper? The bandit turned and beckoned to someone behind him. Stark's expression grew increasingly grave upon seeing the figure. Luke's analysis had indeed proven accurate. There were 3 individuals. Stark had spotted another bandit descending from the rooftop, binoculars in hand. At that moment, a plane approached, prompting the bandits to swiftly conceal themselves. However, it was merely a small propeller aircraft that soon passed by their hangar. Once the plane had departed, the bandits resumed their stance. Stark's heart ached with concern upon seeing Pepper, her hands and mouth bound. They had not released her. The lead bandit remained silent as he stepped forward to open the car door and examine the cash within the bag. Chapter 52. Oscar owes me a little golden man. The bandit leader opened the trunk and began to examine the cash. After a few minutes, he nodded and said, Mr. Stark, you are quite trustworthy. Stark fixed a fierce gaze upon the bandit leader and demanded, release Pepper at once. However, the leader shook his finger and replied, no, not yet. We still need her to evade the police. Stark, seething with rage, insisted, let her go. I will be your hostage. Yet the leader continued to shake his head, stating, Mr. Stark, we are not fools. I will not allow an adult male to serve as a hostage. Moreover, only you can restrain the police. She cannot. With that, he beckoned to the other 2 bandits. At that moment, Stark clenched his fists, suppressing his fury. Just as the 3 bandits congregated, Luke suddenly appeared not far from the hangar door. He fired 6 shots in rapid succession.
In Starks horrified Gase.
The 3 robbers fell to the ground, struck by bullets. Luke rushed forward to check on Pepper, asking, Pepper, are you all right? Pepper, shaken and slightly unsteady from her recent ordeal, was about to falter when she collapsed into a broad embrace. Receiving the military knife from Luke, Stark hurriedly cut the bindings restraining Pepper. She was in a state of distress, tears streaming down her face. As Stark held her close, he gently patted her back, whispering, it's all right, Pepper. We are safe now. Observing the intimate moment, Luke cleared his throat and interjected, ahem, perhaps we should leave this place first. You can embrace later. At that moment, Luke stood behind Stark, and both of them were acutely aware of the 3 lifeless bodies at Luke's feet. Consequently, they hastily parted ways, preparing to depart when Pepper suddenly pushed Stark away in sheer terror. A gunshot rang out, the dying struggle of the fallen bandit. Luke, with no time to ponder, swiftly drew his weapon and emptied the magazine into the bandit.
No.
He heard Stark's anguished roar. Turning around, he beheld Pepper slumped in Stark's arms, blood staining her pristine white suit. Stark wept bitterly as he cradled her. No, Pepper, don't leave me. Blood trickled from Pepper's lips, rendering her speechless. With great difficulty, she raised a trembling hand to caress Stark's cheek, her eyes brimming with love and regret. Stark was already incoherent with tears, repeatedly crying out, Pepper, don't go. Don't leave me. I 1T allow you to depart. I 1T permit you to close your eyes. I beg you. Luke hurriedly shouted into the communicator. Doctor, ambulance, hurry. Someone is injured. Blood continued to flow from Pepper's mouth. Yet she managed to utter, Tony, I like you. I like you too, Pepper. Don't leave me, please. Hold on. The doctor will be here soon. Pepper bestowed Stark with a loving smile, slowly closing her eyes, her arms falling limp. No, Pepper. Stark, in a frenzy, clutched Pepper tightly in his arms, kissing her forehead and caressing her cheek. Luke, wearing a sorrowful expression, stepped forward and patted Stark on the shoulder. Just as Stark was about to let out a wail to the heavens, he heard a sound, click. Bewildered, he gazed at the various corners of the hangar where many people and cameras emerged. Then he noticed Pepper moving in his embrace. Luke also approached to help Pepper up. Stark remained in a daze, his expression one of existential disbelief. At that moment, people gathered around, applauding enthusiastically. Luke then addressed a thin, middle-aged man with a beard. James, how was my performance? The man replied with a smile. It was extraordinary, simply perfect, capturing the image of a wise and astute federal agent who despises evil. Luke's lips twitched, although he recognized it as flattery. He couldn't shake the feeling that it was overly insincere. Did his aunt pay this guy too much? Did you capture everything? The middle-aged man nodded, saying, all of it is recorded. This story is truly touching. If not for the time constraints and the inability to reshoot, I would definitely want to release it. At this moment, Stark understood, glaring at Luke with lifeless eyes. Luke, you scoundrel. Luke merely shrugged, pointing at Pepper. You should be grateful to me. You have acquired a wonderful girl, and that is more important than anything. Isn't it? Seeing Luke's audacity, Stark turned to Pepper, whose face radiated affection. He opened his mouth but found no words to reproach her. However, now that Pepper had finally fulfilled her desires, how could she allow Stark the chance to reconsider? She wrapped her arms around Stark's neck and bestowed upon him a kiss tinged with blood. The good news was that the blood was syrup. The bad news was that the syrup was exceedingly sweet. The crowd witnessed the lovers finally unite. Ahem. Come together, and erupted into applause. Director James, however, in a state of turmoil, asked Luke, do you think if I made a short film for release, Stark would sue me? Luke pondered for a moment before replying. No, it's likely he would want to reshoot as well. You've struck gold, as not everyone can afford Stark. James remained slightly skeptical, but the reality of the situation hit him swiftly. After parting with Pepper with a kiss, Stark pointed at Luke and exclaimed, you scoundrel, I must add some theatrics. You cannot monopolize this performance. Luke shrugged and replied, feel free, though I fear your abysmal acting skills. That expression of yours just now is beyond your current capabilities. Yet Stark, brimming with confidence, retorted, hey, do not underestimate me. Judging by my recent display, I believe the Oscars owe me a little golden statuette. However, Director James interjected, from a professional standpoint, Ms. Pepper Potts delivered the finest performance. Her portrayal of lingering attachment in the face of death and the regret for her beloved truly surpasses that of many Hollywood actresses. Pepper smiled and gave James a thumbs up. Director, shoot well. Should you require investment in the future, come find me. Stark immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Hey, I am the protagonist here. It was evident that Pepper had a superior grasp on how to manage Stark. The two bickered as they prepared to conclude this farce. Do you not think the robbers' acting is the finest? At that moment, Stark noticed the robbers. Happy, Rhodes, and Chief Taylor. Stark gaped at the group, then shot an accusatory glare at Luke. You certainly know how to select actors. Luke shrugged and said, I am the producer and screenwriter. No need for thanks. Just sign the bill later. Damn it, why must I pay? Luke glared at Stark and said, did you think hiring so many actors would come without compensation? Chief Taylor himself is playing a robber, and the FBI intel team has been summoned. Is this something an ordinary person could afford? Stark, with a deadpan expression, queried Luke. How much did it cost? Luke pointed at the bag on the ground and replied, exactly $6 million, $1 million for the crew's wages, $3 million donated to the LAPD, and $2 million to the FBI's Los Angeles division. Perfect. Damn it, Luke, you scoundrel. Chapter 53. Will the missile be dismantled? In the aftermath, Stark sought to reclaim his dignity, yet was dissuaded by Pepper. Unbeknownst to Stark, Luke possessed an extraordinary prowess, a fact Pepper instinctively sensed. Perhaps it was the intuition of a woman at play, as Stark ultimately refrained from orchestrating any plans concerning Luke. Despite his verbal reluctance, his body betrayed him, and he acquiesced to Director James, reshooting numerous scenes. Consequently, James departed in high spirits to commence editing. This round of reshoots was met with the full cooperation of both the LAPD and the FBI, and Stark's performance was indeed infused with genuine emotion, much to James's satisfaction. Following the filming, Luke hosted a gathering at his seaside villa, extending invitations to all crew members, including the officers and agents who participated in the reshoots. However, Luke expressly instructed Director James that all law enforcement personnel were to use aliases, refraining from disclosing their true identities. The party was vibrant, yet Stark had lost his previous enthusiasm. His entire focus was now solely on Pepper. Luke, having sensed this shift, promptly ushered the couple away. Rhodes inquired about the reason, and Luke, with a hint of exasperation, delivered a decisive blow to the single man's hopes. The two were in the throes of a passionate romance, and lingering at the party seemed a futile endeavor. It would be far more enjoyable to retreat and indulge in more intimate pursuits. As Rhodes listened to Luke's explanation, observing him depart with a beautiful woman, his expression gradually contorted in despair. It was a bitter pill to swallow, indeed. However, since Anne's departure, Luke had not pursued any other women. It was not due to lack of desire, but rather his lofty standards. Even the most cunning vixens of Hollywood could not evade his discerning gaze. Though the clock had passed midnight, the festivities were at their peak when suddenly, Luke's phone rang. A glance at the caller ID revealed an unknown number. After a moment's contemplation, considering the high confidentiality of his number, he reasoned it unlikely to be a scam and answered. Upon connecting, a familiar voice resonated from the other end. "Luke, it's Doherty. Doherty, please hold on while I find a quieter place." Luke retreated to a corner of the hall and inquired, "What can I do for you, Doherty?" With a grave tone, Doherty replied, "Listen, Luke, I need you to head to the FBI office in San Francisco immediately. Arrangements will be made for your upcoming assignments, and I must stress the utmost confidentiality." "Understood, Doherty. I am on my way. Is there anything specific I should prepare?" After a brief silence, Doherty responded, "You will need to disarm a bomb. Just bring the necessary tools. Someone will be there to assist you upon arrival." "Very well." Upon hanging up, Luke pondered briefly before retrieving a substantial bag of weaponry from his vehicle. His bomb disposal tools, a good blade and a toolbox were deemed sufficient. After exchanging pleasantries with Uncle Chun, Luke summoned his private helicopter and set off for San Francisco. The distance from Los Angeles to San Francisco was over 600 kilometers, yet the direct flight would take a little over 2 hours, ensuring a swift journey. The aircraft landed directly atop the building of the FBI's California division. The head of the division arranged for someone to escort Luke to the rooftop. Upon entering the office of the division chief, Luke encountered Ernie Payton, the head of the FBI on the West Coast. Even at this late hour, the California division was ablaze with light, suggesting that something significant had occurred. Observing the young Luke before him, Chief Payton addressed him, stating, "Agent Luke Dutton, your performance at Quantico has been commendable. Now, I must ask you, are you capable of disassembling a missile's warhead?" Luke refrained from providing a definitive answer and replied, "Which type of missile?" "The MGM-140A model." Without waiting for Payton to elaborate, Luke began to recite the specifications of the missile. The MGM-140A tactical missile is the earliest variant of the ATACMS, having entered service in 1991 and participating in the Gulf War that same year. This missile can be launched from the M270 rocket launcher, with the Block 1 variant weighing 670 kilograms, and its warhead weighing 450 kilograms, boasting a maximum range of 150 kilometers. The Block 1A variant extends this range to 165 kilometers, both produced by Lockheed Martin. Chief Payton was pleasantly surprised by Luke's response. He had initially presumed that this individual was merely sent by the Attorney General to gain experience, but was taken aback by his evident expertise. Luke shrugged and remarked, "It is quite simple to dismantle. The cluster munitions it employs are housed in separate compartments." Satisfied with Luke's answer, Payton adopted a serious expression and stated, "Agent Luke Dutton, what I am about to disclose must remain strictly confidential. You are not to use any communication devices or leave this building without my permission." Recognizing the gravity of the situation from Payton's demeanor, Luke straightened and replied, "I will comply with your orders, please proceed. Are you familiar with VX nerve gas?" Although Luke nodded solemnly, internally he began to curse. What kind of assignment had Doherty handed him? VX nerve gas was no trivial matter. Though classified as a biochemical weapon, its lethality surpassed that of an atomic bomb. A mere spoonful of VX released over a city could annihilate all living beings within 8 blocks. Imagining the MGM-140A's 450 kilogram cluster warhead filled with VX nerve agent. The devastation it could unleash would far exceed that of a small new. Now they have seized Devil's Island, taking 81 tourists and staff hostage. At midnight, the Pentagon received a call from General Hammer, demanding $100 million be deposited into his designated overseas account within 40 hours. After listening to Secretary Payton's account, Luke found himself engulfed in confusion. Who is General Hammer? Is it possible that an American general is in such dire financial straits? How much does the federal government owe him in salary? After a moment of contemplation, Director Payton resolved to divulge the truth to Luke, as he was, after all, the appointee of the Attorney General and thus had connections that could not be easily overlooked. This situation was indeed quite serious. Although he was affiliated with the current FBI Director Jim Womack, the Attorney General Doherty also provided a safety net. While the military's issues were not directly his concern, the unfortunate reality was that Devil's Island lay within San Francisco, precisely within his jurisdiction. Devil's Island is located within San Francisco Bay, a mere 2.5 kilometers from the coastline, surrounded by steep cliffs and deep waters. It once housed a federal prison, which was decommissioned in 1963. Trouble had quite literally fallen from the sky. With the Attorney General and the President attending a conference in the Asia-Pacific region, the matter had now devolved into the hands of the Pentagon and the FBI. This was evidently a colossal pitfall. If mishandled, both San Francisco and his own career could be irreparably damaged. Thus, he felt compelled to seek an escape route. Luke, at that moment, presented an excellent opportunity for leverage. Given that the Attorney General had assigned him to this situation, it was clear that Luke was either the Attorney General's or the President's man. Chapter 54. The cunning fox. Luke discerned that Payton was somewhat tormented, yet he remained unperturbed and indifferent to the source of his turmoil. His sole interest lay in matters pertinent to the mission. Eventually, Payton recounted the background of the situation. Brigadier General Frank Hammer was affiliated with the Marine Corps and had participated in every foreign conflict undertaken by the federal government since the Vietnam War. The accolades he had earned could adorn his left breast, and he had also been awarded the highest honor from Congress. Damn it, Luke inwardly cursed. With such a formidable record, how in the world was he to seize control of Devil's Island? How would he rescue the hostages? How would he dismantle the missiles? Payton continued, stating that in numerous battles, General Hammer had lost 83 subordinates, including during the Gulf War and covert operations in South Asia. These soldiers were denied appropriate honors and compensation, and even their funerals were not permitted. Consequently, General Hammer leveraged this situation to extort $100 million from the United States government. Director Womack was en route to Los Angeles with a team. After a moment of contemplation, Luke inquired, "What measures are being prepared to address this incident?" Payton shook his head and remarked, "The specific arrangements remain unclear. We must await the arrival of the director to gain insight. However, the fundamental plan involves infiltration and assault." Luke sighed and responded, "This is nearly unfeasible. There is at least a platoon of Marines stationed on the island. Given General Hammer's track record, they are likely elite forces. How many personnel would be required for the infiltration?" Payton shrugged and remarked, "It all depends on the arrangements made by the generals at the Pentagon." Luke shook his head in response, asserting, "If we can think of it, General Hammer surely can as well." Payton, albeit in agreement with Luke's perspective, acknowledged their limitations as mere foot soldiers, bound to follow orders. With little else to share, Payton advised, "You should rest for now. We can discuss matters further when the minister arrives tomorrow morning." He then instructed his secretary to escort Luke to a lounge. Setting down his gear, Luke reclined on the bed, closing his eyes to rejuvenate while contemplating how to navigate the situation to avoid being ensnared. At dawn, Payton's secretary came to summon Luke, announcing that the director was soon to arrive. Thus, Luke made his way to the hall, where he encountered Payton and the newly arrived FBI director, Jim Womack. Accompanying Womack was a young man, Dr. Stanley Gusby, a bioweapons expert from the FBI headquarters. Minister Payton introduced Luke to both of them. Womack shook Luke's hand and remarked, "I didn't realize we had such a young bomb disposal expert in our ranks." The old fellow harbored some discontent regarding Doherty's interference. However, Luke refrained from voicing any objections and merely responded courteously, "I possess 3 doctoral degrees in physics, biology, and chemistry." Womack nodded and directly addressed Paxton, inquiring, Has the prisoner arrived? Piston remarked, we have long since arrived. However, we possess neither his records nor even knowledge of his name. Several individuals conversed as they walked. Explained to a few individuals. This man is named John Mason, an Englishman who was imprisoned on Devil's Island in 1962 and escaped in 1963. Paxton remarked half-jokingly, I thought no one could escape from that place. However, Womack responded with gravity, do not argue. This man has no identity in either America or England. He is, in theory, a non-existent individual, do you understand? Our priority now is to ascertain how he escaped and the route he took. Upon entering the interrogation room, Luke peered through the one-way glass at the man within, long-haired and bearded, said to have been incarcerated for over 30 years. With the information divulged by Director Womack, Luke was convinced that this individual was far from ordinary. It was evident that the director had withheld much information. Womack admitted to knowing him and expressed a desire not to provoke him, hence could not personally conduct the interrogation. He suggested that Paxton begin the questioning, adopting a somewhat brusque demeanor. Clearly, he was playing the role of the tough interrogator. It would soon be necessary for someone to assume the more sympathetic role. Casting a glance at Dr. Gusby beside him, who, despite appearing tidy, bore the unmistakable signs of someone accustomed to an office environment, particularly in a technical capacity, it was no surprise that Paxton emerged from the interrogation with little to show for it. Consequently, Womack instructed Luke to give it a try. Although Luke was reluctant, he recognized that this was the superior of his superior's superior. Thus, he decided to approach the situation with a degree of deviation from protocol. Armed with the document provided by the director, a pardon signed by the Attorney General, Luke entered the interrogation room, pulled up a chair and sat beside Mason. Sign this, he urged, aware that, when needed, it would serve as a pardon. When not, it would be mere waste paper. Mason regarded the youthful and handsome Luke, asking, then why should I sign it? Luke shrugged, just in case you might need it. Without so much as a glance, Mason scrawled his name. Luke then stood, positioning himself behind Mason, cleverly obscuring the view from the one-way glass. Leaning down, he whispered to Mason, I do not care who you are or what grievances you have with the director. I simply wish to fulfill my task. I know you possess the ability to escape from any prison, yet your remaining in America suggests that there are individuals here whom you care about. Do not compel me to act against them. After patting Mason on the shoulder, he exited the interrogation room. Mason pondered for a moment before addressing the mirror. Take me to a suite at the Fairmont Hotel. I wish to bathe, shave, have a haircut, and change my clothes. When Luke returned to the room behind the one-way glass, Womack and the others were intrigued to know what Luke had said to Mason that led to his compliance. Luke shrugged. I threatened him. If he did not cooperate, I would send him to a prison notorious for its homosexual population, and for every encounter he endured, I would grant a day off his sentence. The statement left the others in stunned silence. Ah! How cruel! Where did Doherty find such a ruthless individual? Beneath an innocuous facade lurked a veritable predator. As a few remained ensnared in their astonishment, Mason seized upon the coin that had been carelessly discarded during his interrogation by Piaston. With a swift motion, he shattered the one-way glass with a powerful elbow strike. Upon catching sight of Director Womack, he exclaimed, Womack? I knew it was you, you scoundrel. Immediately thereafter, he was subdued by the guards. Luke observed the visibly perturbed Director Womack, a sardonic smile creeping across his face. This cunning old fox was indeed no paragon of virtue. The silver-haired gentleman possessed remarkable strength. The thickness of that glass was substantial, and it seemed that anyone named John had a propensity for brutality. Best to maintain a safe distance in the future. Subsequently, a group escorted Mason to the venerable Fairmont Hotel in San Francisco, a mere stone's throw from the renowned Fisherman's Wharf, boasting nearly a century of history. Womack allotted Mason a mere 2 hours. Upon departing from the FBI's California branch, Luke received a delivery from the Dodge subsidiary, a bulletproof version of a pickup truck, aptly named the Tyrannosaurus. It is worth noting that Luke was armed to the teeth with an extensive arsenal. Chapter 55. Concern arriving at the Fairmont Hotel suite, Mason busied himself with personal grooming in the bedroom, while Luke sat in the corner, contemplating how to accomplish the daunting task ahead. The challenge was formidable. Even for someone of his extraordinary capabilities, primarily due to the presence of multiple missile launchers. The MGM-140A missile could be launched using the M270 rocket launcher, yet it was more akin to a guided rocket than a conventional missile. With merely a long steel rail, one could fabricate a rudimentary launching apparatus. Furthermore, dozens of elite Marines were stationed on the island, along with hostages, which made Luke's teeth ache at the thought. Dr. Gusby sought a handgun from Director Walmack, who appeared ready to send him back to Washington in exasperation. Recognizing Gusby's somewhat naive demeanor, Luke discreetly retrieved a pistol from his own belongings and handed it to him. QH-917, it should be similar to your usual sidearm, he remarked, also providing him with 2 fully loaded magazines. Luke then returned to his corner to ponder the mission at hand. The agency had even arranged for a barber for Mason. Unbeknownst to him, a lavish feast was delivered to the hotel, and the accompanying agents indulged in various delicacies while enjoying soothing melodies, reveling in the moment. Only Walmack and Dr. Gusby remained on the rooftop. Seizing the opportunity during his haircut, Mason took action. He used the hotel's clothesline to bind his wrist to Walmack's and then pushed Walmack off the balcony, threatening Gusby to relinquish his weapon. Ultimately, Gusby lacked the courage to fire. Mason secured one end of the rope around a chair and, while Gusby called for assistance, made his escape. Chaos ensued, yet Luke showed no inclination to intervene. Understanding Mason's intentions, he elegantly rose and descended the elevator to the hotel lobby. By then, Mason's flight had thrown the hotel into disarray, with Gusby in hot pursuit. Clearly, he was still a novice. Luke entered his car and dialed Harris. "Harris, please look up a person for me. John Mason, Federal Prison, Wolfsburg." Harris promptly began her search on her computer. There's no record of this individual, Luke. Luke pondered for a moment before responding, transferred from San Quentin in February 1976. After a brief flurry of activity, Harris exclaimed, "I have a case file, a Scotsman, but no name. Wait, there's family information. Yes, that's what I need." She hastily opened the file and informed Luke, "Jade Angelo, 32, Stenson Street, San Francisco." "Okay, I'll hang up now." "Wait, Luke. I received a collaboration notice from the California division regarding you. What's going on? This is confidential for now. It's a matter arranged by Attorney General Doherty. I'll explain when I return." "All right, Luke, be careful." "Doherty." "Never mind." Luke hung up the phone, comprehending Harris's implication, yet that was not the crux of the matter. His priority was to locate Mason. Now that the destination was known, Luke felt no urgency. He simply picked up the culprit responsible for the massive traffic jam in San Francisco, Dr. Gusby. Evidently, his driving skills did not match his academic credentials. Once Dr. Gusby entered Luke's vehicle, he urged Luke to hasten the pursuit. However, Luke responded with an enigmatic smile, assuring him, "Do not worry, I know where he is headed." Before long, they arrived at 32 Stenson Street, where they indeed discovered traces of Mason. Luke continued to follow Mason's path to a park situated outside an art museum. It appeared that Mason was waiting for someone, and Luke surmised that this individual must hold significant importance for him. Shortly thereafter, 2 young women appeared. After exchanging a few words, one of the girls departed. Luke chuckled, remarking, "This old fellow must have been quite the charmer in his youth. Just look at his daughter's appearance." With that, Luke patted Dr. Gusby, signaling his intention to exit the vehicle. However, when he saw Dr. Gusby reaching for his phone to report, Luke intervened. Dr. Gusby cast a puzzled glance at Luke, who explained, "Now that we have located his family, he will not flee again. Trust me, this is human nature. We can bring him back without alarming that young girl." Though still somewhat perplexed, Dr. Gusby had spent enough time with Luke to discern that he was not merely a technician like himself. "Why do you?" "Well, it seems you regard him differently than a mere criminal," he observed. Luke flashed a devilish grin, replying, "Seeing the director so anxious indicates that this individual is no ordinary man. Walmart is clearly concealing something, and I must prevent being led astray. This fellow may very well be collaborating with us." Dr. Gusby remained unconvinced, but Luke chose not to elaborate further. Despite the lack of clarity regarding the situation, the more Walmart concealed, the more determined Luke became to support Mason. The fact that Mason had managed to elude the FBI for so long without succumbing spoke volumes of his resilience. Moreover, Luke genuinely admired Mason's escape from Alcatraz. Even with extraordinary abilities, it was no easy feat. This man indeed harbored many secrets. Upon arriving at the park, Luke observed Mason conversing with the girl on a bench. The girl appeared noticeably anxious, occasionally glancing around. Another girl was also observing the two of them. After pondering for a moment, Luke sighed. This young woman was likely meeting her biological father for the first time. Mason, too, exhibited signs of unease and tension. Luke could not help but admire the old man. After breaking out of prison, he managed to find true love and leave behind a legacy. Walmark must harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him to orchestrate such an elaborate trap. As the conversation between Mason and the girl drew to a close, Luke approached them. Both father and daughter noticed Luke and Dr. Gusby behind him, clad in dark suits and sunglasses, embodying the quintessential appearance of FBI agents. Evidently, Luke's attire exuded a commanding presence. The girl confronted Mason with irritation, inquiring, "Did they come looking for you? Have you escaped again? Why have you come to find me?" Mason's expression mirrored a sense of frustration. At that moment, Luke approached them, removing his sunglasses and producing his credentials. "Miss Angiro," he stated, "I am Agent Luke from the FBI. Your father is not a criminal. He is currently serving the federal government." Despite Luke's formal attire and authoritative demeanor, his youthful visage elicited skepticism from Angiro, who questioned, "Is that true?" Luke presented his identification, explaining, "We are about to undertake a highly perilous mission, but due to confidentiality protocols, I am unable to divulge further details." He then addressed Mason, saying, "John, we are short on time. We must depart, as this situation is already a violation of protocol." Mason cast a grateful glance at Luke, rising to regard his daughter. He yearned to embrace her but ultimately settled for a firm handshake. "Let us go, Luke." Gusby, noticing the unfolding scene, hurried to Mason's side, anxious to prevent any further escape. Luke, with a grave expression, assured Angiro, "Your father will be a hero. Trust me." He then presented her with a pardon signed by the Attorney General, departing amidst her astonished countenance. Chapter 56. Seizing the initiative, Mason and Gusby looked at Luke in astonishment. After the interrogation, they had witnessed Director Woolmack tearing up the pardon. Luke offered no response, merely bestowing upon them a cryptic smile. Neither of them pressed further, but Mason was undoubtedly grateful to Luke. He had no desire to offend someone as ruthless as John. As for Woolmack, Luke harbored no fear of him. Did he truly believe that the Cheen family's financial prowess was mere pretense? Gusby, however, voiced a few complaints to Mason, as Mason had struck him during their escape. Mason turned to Gusby and pointed at Luke, declaring, "He is far more astute than you." Upon returning to the hotel, both Mason and Luke chuckled at the sight of the injured Woolmack, his arm in a sling. Eventually, the group arrived at Pier 9 in San Francisco Bay, where a warehouse had been transformed into a temporary command center. In the center lay a colossal model of Devil's Island, meticulously scaled, accompanied by blueprints. The military SEAL team had already arrived. They gathered around the model to deliberate on the infiltration plan. At that moment, Luke directed his gaze towards the SEAL team leader, saying, "Colonel Anderson, how many men do you have?" Minister Payton had already introduced everyone upon their arrival. Anderson looked at Luke, the bomb disposal expert, with a hint of confusion and replied, 10. "Is there a problem?" Luke had already observed the soldiers but sought confirmation. Upon hearing Colonel Anderson's response, he exclaimed, "What the hell? Whose idea was this? Are we being sent to our doom?" The group exchanged glances, taken aback by Luke's audacity to curse in front of such esteemed individuals. However, noticing Woolmack's grim expression, they began to infer the reason behind Luke's outburst. One of Colonel Anderson's subordinates retorted, "Agent, do you look down upon us?" Luke shook his head and replied, "You are soldiers and should understand that the Marines on the island are also elite troops, holding advantageous positions and equipped with superior weaponry. With just the 10 of you, what chances do you have?" Before the soldier could respond, Luke continued, "These 10 men must not only rescue the hostages but also defuse explosives. Isn't that tantamount to a death sentence? You are ordinary men, not superheroes." Upon hearing Luke's words, A hush fell over the assembly. Colonel Anderson addressed Luke. Agent Luke, do you have any suggestions? Luke responded, if I were the commander, I would wish to deploy an entire battalion, but that is clearly unrealistic. As all eyes turned to him, Luke continued, we must determine personnel allocation based on the mission objectives. Task 1. Locate and dismantle the missiles, which will require one team. Task 2. Search for and destroy the enemy command center, necessitating another team. Task 3. Rescue the hostages and await reinforcements, which will call for yet another team, and all tasks must proceed concurrently. Colonel Anderson, upon hearing Luke's statement, remarked, this is impractical. Currently, the closest personnel on the West Coast consists solely of a single team, and we cannot assemble 3. However, Luke countered, we could enlist the FBI's hostage rescue team. They are professionals in hostage situations. Both Anderson and Piaston nodded in agreement, confident that the mission was secured and accolades were assured. Everyone then turned their gaze toward Walmack, who, despite his grim expression, recognized the validity of Luke's assertion. After some contemplation, he addressed Anderson, stating, it seems we will require more helicopters and equipment. Luke nearly erupted in frustration upon hearing this. What? Utilize helicopters? Colonel Anderson proceeded to elucidate the infiltration process, which involved jumping from a helicopter into the waters near Devil's Island and entering through an underwater drainage outlet, necessitating a period of diving. Luke shook his head in disapproval. General Hammer, seasoned in combat, could likely procure radar, but sonar would pose a challenge. We cannot approach Devil's Island via helicopter. Walmack, visibly exasperated, inquired, without helicopters, are we expected to swim there? Luke smiled slightly at Colonel Anderson, saying, we have submarines. Surely you have undergone this type of training. Furthermore, we will need to deploy at least 3 Patriot missile defense systems along the coastline as a precaution. Intercepting in the sea is far less detrimental than striking downtown San Francisco. It would be prudent to have the Air Force and Navy deploy electronic jammers, as the technology for such missiles is relatively rudimentary and should be easily disrupted. At this moment, Walmack disregarded Luke's audacious demeanor as the overall commander. It was evident that Luke's proposal was far more secure. Sending 1 team versus 3 made little difference to him. Thus he concurred with the plan. I will contact the Pentagon immediately. Colonel Anderson, unfamiliar with Luke, assumed him to be merely an ordinary bomb disposal expert. However, it was clear that Luke possessed a far more composed intellect. Luke surveyed the SEAL team members behind him and addressed Colonel Anderson. Colonel Anderson, your weaponry requires an upgrade. With a keen interest in matters of expertise, Anderson was inclined to hear Luke's suggestions, as many preparations were still necessary. Given that our primary concerns are infiltration and close-quarter combat, silenced weaponry is imperative. Additionally, the Marines on the island are likely equipped with bulletproof vests, rendering your 9mm MP5 insufficient in lethality. Colonel Anderson harbored similar concerns, yet felt that bringing assault rifles was impractical. Luke, resembling a persuasive salesman, proposed, I recommend the QAP-55 SD submachine gun produced by 3Q Company. It employs a gas-operated mechanism, making it more reliable. 5mm ammunition can penetrate level 3 body armor, with minimal recoil and an even quieter sound when silenced. Anderson, exasperated, responded that firearm is prohibitively expensive. The Pentagon will not supply us with it. Yet Luke continued to entice. Surely, someone must cover the costs incurred by this incident? With a sly grin, Luke turned his gaze towards Minister Piaston. The minister immediately understood and remarked, the FBI will cover these expenses. Luke nodded thoughtfully and suggested, considering the potential for other fire exchange scenarios, we should also procure semi-automatic shotguns and assault rifles, and perhaps replace the handguns as well. With that, to the astonishment of those around him, Luke retrieved his phone and dialed, Uncle Chun, please have our arms company dispatch some weapons and ammunition from the San Francisco branch. They should be delivered to Dock 9, and I will arrange for the logistics. I need 10 ACC Honey Badger SDL, Integrated Silencer Standard Model, 30 QAP-55 SD, Integrated Silencer, models, 6 semi-automatic QXM shotguns, 4 Xcaris Precision Marksman Rifles, and 40 QH-55 handguns, each accompanied by 6 magazines. Young Master, is there anything else required? Have the accessories company send 40 night vision devices, as well as compatible laser pointers, night vision scopes, holographic sights, underbarrel grenade launchers, and various underbarrel grips. Ensure they are of the highest quality. Expedite the process. Understood, young master. Upon concluding the call, the expressions of those present shifted to one of warmth and camaraderie towards Luke. Such high-end equipment was beyond their means. The Pentagon, notoriously frugal, would be satisfied with merely an MP5. Now, with a grand flourish, Luke had secured it all. They had resolved firmly, once the mission was complete, there would be no returning. Absolutely none. Chapter 57. Insurance. Upon concluding his communication with the Pentagon, Womack returned to find the expressions of those present markedly relaxed yet tinged with confusion. Luke remarked, I observed that the weaponry of these SEAL team members is somewhat inadequate for the current mission. Thus, I have requested a shipment from 3Q Company, which should arrive shortly. Piaston gave Luke a thumbs up and arranged for the guards to await the delivery. Noticing the gradually amiable demeanor of the group, Luke promptly called his chain of restaurants, ordering takeout for all present. Due to the large number of attendees, the general manager from San Francisco, accompanied by chefs and necessary equipment, arrived to prepare the meal on site. Consequently, dinner unfolded in a congenial atmosphere, dispelling the earlier tension entirely. Just after the meal, personnel from 3Q Weapons Company delivered the requisite arms and equipment. Anderson and his subordinates were elated, eagerly seizing the weapons to inspect them. Observing their inexperienced enthusiasm, Luke mused that even the presence of a captivating woman would not distract them from their newfound acquisitions. Anderson's strategy was to select first, taking advantage of the fact that the other two teams had yet to arrive. Before long, the other two teams made their entrance. To Luke's amusement, he recognized a familiar face, the perpetually indebted, bald Captain Waters of the SEALs, who arrived with a total of 8 members. The FBI's HRT team was also in attendance, led by Harold Cooper, an African-American who exuded the demeanor of a strategic thinker, an archetypal commander, leading a contingent of 12. Waters did not engage in pleasantries with Luke, merely offering a nod accompanied by a somewhat unsettling grin. Piaston briefly introduced the teams to each other, after which Luke took the opportunity to present their weaponry. Anderson's group had already made their selections, leaving only Waters and Cooper's teams to choose. 3Q Weapons Company had thoughtfully provided 3 ballistic shields, all of which Cooper claimed. Waters opted for 6 rifles, 1 shotgun, and 1 designated marksman rifle. Luke discerned from Waters' choices that his subordinates were likely formidable individuals as well. The QAP-55 submachine gun, utilizing 5.5mm ammunition, possessed a lower stopping power compared to the 7.62mm rounds employed by the ACC Honey Badger. Once everyone had selected their weapons, Director Womack commenced an overview of the mission. Initially unaware of the specific details, the teams began to comprehend Luke's astuteness following Womack's briefing. None of the teams possessed absolute confidence in their ability to neutralize the elite Marine soldiers stationed on the island. Luke's 3 teams represented the most prudent option, with each assigned to distinct tasks: to search for and dismantle missiles, to raid the enemy command center, and to rescue hostages. It was clear that a single team could not accomplish all 3 objectives. Thus Colonel Anderson felt particularly grateful to Luke. As a soldier, he adhered strictly to orders, yet Luke had, in the presence of Womack, successfully negotiated for additional support. Only Luke was aware that it was Doherty who played a pivotal role. Inside the conference room of Air Force One, soaring above a certain Asian nation, President Marshall solemnly inquired of Doherty, "How confident are your people in resolving this crisis?" This reference to your people could pertain to either Womack or Luke. Doherty replied, "The proposal he has put forth is presently the best course of action. However, we must not halt the countermeasures we initially planned, as they serve as a safeguard." It was evident that Doherty was indeed referring to Luke. After a moment of contemplation, President Marshall stated, "Ensure General Ross is prepared with thermite. We can only observe their performance now." Doherty recalled a private conversation he once had with Luke's father and then addressed the president, saying, "James, my student is exceptional. Please place your trust in him as you do in me." President Marshall regarded Doherty for a considerable time, ultimately nodding in solemn agreement. In San Francisco, at 1930, Within the temporary command center at Pier 9, Mason and Womack found themselves embroiled in a heated argument. The FBI had gathered incomplete blueprints of Alcatraz. Following his escape from the island, Mason learned that it had undergone numerous renovations. Thus, he insisted on entering Alcatraz alongside the task force members. Womack vehemently opposed this. Even Peyton could no longer remain silent. Just as he was about to interject, Luke preempted him. "Director, if you won't allow him to accompany us, then why have him released? Shall we arrange for a haircut, tidy up, and take a portrait?" Womack's expression darkened at Luke's words. Although he was a subordinate of a subordinate, this individual had influential connections. He was directly appointed by the Attorney General, a matter Womack was not fully informed about. However, Doherty, the Attorney General, was a trusted confidant of the President, which likely indicated Luke was either Doherty's man or an operative placed by the Secret Service within the FBI. Such practices were commonplace among various American agencies, with each embedding their personnel within one another's organizations to gather intelligence, an understanding tacitly acknowledged by all. Yet, it was rare to encounter someone as brazen as Luke. Womack, incensed, found himself at a loss for words. However, the age-old adage rings true: one cannot bite the hand that feeds. Both Major Anderson and Captain Waters made their demands known. For the successful completion of the mission, this individual must accompany them. Captain Cooper remained silent, but all eyes were gravely fixed upon Director Womack. Ultimately, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Gusby sought to consult with Luke regarding bomb dismantling, and Major Anderson straightforwardly asserted his intent to participate in the operation. Gusby, momentarily bewildered, inquired about the specifics. The nearby team members chuckled as they explained, causing him to experience a fit of nervous stomach cramps. Observing his distress, Luke approached the restroom to check on him. After Gusby had finished, Luke handed him a tissue. It turned out that Gusby's fiancée was pregnant and en route to San Francisco. At that moment, Peyton also arrived, joining Luke in encouraging Gusby and bolstering his confidence. Now, with everything meticulously prepared, the team equipped themselves and boarded the helicopter, heading straight for the naval base near San Francisco, where 2 submarines awaited. As this was a minor operation, the team members did not carry additional gear except for Luke, who was seen hauling a large bag. Curiosity piqued among the others, Luke briefly explained that it contained bomb disposal tools. Although Gusby was also an expert, he mistakenly assumed it held protective suits. The group embarked on 2 CH-53C Stallion heavy-lift transport helicopters of the Navy. Their destination was to rendezvous with 2 Ohio-class nuclear submarines from the Pacific Fleet, located approximately 150 kilometers southwest of San Francisco, off the coast of Monterey Bay. These submarines had hastily departed from the San Diego Naval Base upon receiving the urgent news. The generals at the Pentagon deemed Luke's strategy to be the more prudent option. The term prudent, as conveyed to the President, referred to the military's countermeasures against VX nerve gas. VX can be vaporized and decomposed at high temperatures, but conventional incendiary devices were inadequate, prompting the military's research into thermite bombs. However, this project remains in the experimental phase, resulting in a rushed preparation by the Air Force. The Navy's Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarines possess land attack capabilities and are equipped with special operations modules, 2 large cylindrical sections on the submarine's back, enabling covert missions for the SEAL teams. They had received orders to authorize Colonel Anderson and his SEAL team to designate targets for the submarines, which would then launch cruise missiles to neutralize these threats. Upon arriving over the submarines, both had already surfaced. The surrounding waters had long been cleared by the Coast Guard. Everyone descended via ropes onto the submarines. For Luke, it was his first time aboard a submarine, and he found the Ohio class to be somewhat more spacious than he had anticipated. However, with so many individuals on board, it felt rather cramped. 3.5 hours later, they reached their designated location, submerged at a depth of 10 meters. Everyone donned their gear, including diving suits and dual-circuit underwater breathing apparatuses. They then navigated through the internal passageways of the submarine to the module on its back. Once all were prepared, the module began to fill with water, and as soon as the hatch opened, they set off in a small submersible. Chapter 58. Unforeseen circumstances at 11:16 p.m. At Pier 9 in San Francisco, the temporary command center was abuzz with activity. The operator reported, "Sir, The submarine has reached the designated position and is releasing the assault team. By 11:49 p.m., the operator continued, "Sir, the task force members have arrived at the northwest corner and are entering the reservoir." Apart from Gus Bay, everyone else seemed to be faring well, as they were all elite operatives. Mason appeared remarkably composed, reinforcing Luke's suspicion that this man had a story to tell. Anderson, serving as the operational commander, maintained a central position while Waters led his team as the vanguard. If there were cameras present, it would undoubtedly capture the iconic scene of an armed team of Navy SEALs emerging suddenly from the tranquil waters. The space was confined and devoid of any occupants, save for the incessantly whirring boiler. With over 30 individuals present, it felt rather cramped. Upon noticing that the exit had been locked from the outside, Colonel Anderson inquired of Mason, "This is a dead end. Where do you intend to take us? We are short on time and must act swiftly." Mason, seated by the boiler's exhaust, gestured toward a narrow passage that could accommodate only one person as he replied, "Here, I will go ahead and open the door." Anderson and the other team members exchanged bewildered glances at the passage beneath the boiler, which was designated for exhaust. It would intermittently release flames, and gears were in motion within. With wide eyes, Colonel Anderson stared at Mason, exclaiming, "Are you serious?" Mason, unfazed, responded, "I remember the intervals. I hope they haven't changed." Anderson cautioned him, "If you are caught by the flames, you will be reduced to cinders." Mason smiled at Anderson and said, "Thank you," before donning his mask and preparing to proceed. Beside him was a SEAL soldier, assigned by Walmark to keep an eye on Mason. Swallowing hard, the soldier addressed Colonel Anderson. "Captain, you instructed me to stay close to him." Naturally, Colonel Anderson would not permit his subordinate to take unnecessary risks, so he replied, "You may remain here." At that moment, Luke handed his backpack to Gus Bay, saying, "Keep an eye on this for me." Then, much to everyone's astonishment, he followed Mason into the passage. This level of danger posed no challenge for Luke. As long as he timed his movements accurately, he would be fine. Even Mason was taken aback to see Luke pass through. You are not an ordinary agent?" Luke offered no reply, merely bestowing upon Mason a mysterious smile before handing him a QH-917 pistol. "Walmark is not truthful. I do not trust him. Complete the mission at your discretion." After a penetrating glance at Luke, Mason accepted the pistol and nodded in acknowledgement. The layout of the building adjacent to the boiler was identical to that of the current one, except for the fact that the passage here was open. Meanwhile, Colonel Anderson remained anxiously awaiting developments. Luke followed Mason, unperturbed by the prospect of being outwitted. Indeed, not long after, the door was opened from the outside. It was Mason who entered, followed by Luke, whose face was adorned with a smile. Taking the package from Gusby, Luke extracted an object resembling a radio. After removing its waterproof covering, he began to assemble it. Waters, standing beside him, inquired, "What is this?" Luke replied, "It is a wireless signal receiver, used to intercept the communications system of the opposing party." "Colonel Anderson, please hold on. I need to listen in on their communications." Thus, the group waited as Luke completed the assembly of the device. It was not large, about the size of two cupped hands, akin to an oversized mobile phone. Once the antenna was attached, Luke donned headphones and commenced tuning. After a short while, the others observed a spark of realization in Luke's eyes. "I found it. There are no issues for now. Let us proceed." The team gradually made their way through the boiler room and into the maintenance passage. Here, 3 pipes were present, and Mason pointed to the leftmost one, stating that leads to the underground tunnel. Consequently, Colonel Anderson instructed his subordinates to open the gate, and one by one, they entered the underground tunnel. After Luke followed suit, he soon began to receive communication messages through his headphones. "Colonel Anderson, the opposing party has detected vibrations in the northern windbreak fence. They have dispatched a patrol team." Colonel Anderson pondered briefly before issuing the command for everyone to conceal themselves. He was a competent commander. Although the patrol squad stood no chance against such a multitude of assault team members, the essence of this incursion lay in maintaining stealth. Premature engagement could expose their position and afford the adversary more time to react and strategize. If they were to launch missiles or harm hostages, it would spell trouble. The patrol team passed overhead, conducting a thorough check, yet failed to uncover anything amiss. Except for Luke, the others emerged from the water. Luke's radio was not waterproof, so he had to seek refuge in a corner, utilizing the shadows to conceal himself. Upon hearing the cessation of their alert communications, Luke signaled Colonel Anderson to advance. Mason also gave Luke a thumbs up, recognizing that his maneuver had undoubtedly tilted the odds in their favor. The group arrived at the entrance to the bathhouse on Devil's Island. The ladder above led directly to the bathhouse, the very place from which Mason had escaped. Observing the manhole cover above, Colonel Anderson prepared to send a surveillance robot to investigate. However, Luke interjected, they detected the vibrations from the windbreak fence. It is certain that they have sensors here as well. The moment that manhole cover shifts, an alarm will trigger. We must find another route. Colonel Anderson contemplated this before turning to Mason. Where else can we exit? Mason shrugged, replying, I am uncertain. This place is like a labyrinth. I escaped from here. Luke gave the old fellow a penetrating look before addressing Colonel Anderson. I need to speak with him privately. Luke pulled Mason to a secluded spot, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on Mason and intoned, Listen, Mason, there are currently 15 missiles armed with VX nerve gas cluster warheads aimed at San Francisco. Without hesitation, Luke unveiled the harsh truth, prompting Mason to erupt in curses. Damn it, Ankiro is also in Los Angeles. Luke maintained a stoic demeanor as he replied, You may not fully comprehend the destructive power of VX nerve gas. A single missile detonating above San Francisco could obliterate a significant portion of the city's living beings, not just humans. Mason fell silent. Luke pressed on. So you must decide. Shall we confront them directly and risk them launching the gas missiles at San Francisco, or shall we execute a covert strike to complete our mission? After a moment of contemplation, Mason sighed and said, Follow me to the morgue. I know the way. Luke chuckled and addressed Colonel Anderson. Colonel Anderson, we will accompany Mason to seek alternate routes. We cannot proceed here. With a sweeping gesture, Colonel Anderson led the other commandos in Mason's wake and quietly remarked to Luke, You were correct, we just checked, and there are indeed sensors atop the manhole covers. Luke smiled, stating, General Hammer is no fool. We cannot treat them as we would terrorists. This is a conflict with an adversary of equal standing, and a single oversight could spell disaster for our operation. Chapter 59. Ambush. Luke followed closely behind Mason, navigating through the chaotic and intricate maze of underground tunnels until they emerged outside. A staircase led up to the balcony overlooking the morgue. Suddenly, Luke, who was walking ahead with Mason, clenched his fist and crouched down, signaling that something was amiss. Except for Gusby, the others clearly understood the gesture and also took cover. Colonel Anderson approached Luke from behind and whispered, Is there a problem? Luke looked at the device in his hand, connected to the listening station, and replied, There is a signal source above, they just communicated. I need to calculate the time interval of their reports. Upon receiving Luke's answer, Colonel Anderson instructed everyone to retreat back into the tunnel, leaving only him and Luke at the entrance. After 10 minutes, Luke once again heard the reports from the other side through his earpiece. He informed Colonel Anderson, There are 2 targets upstairs, reporting every 10 minutes. Colonel Anderson nodded and signaled to the team behind him. 2 team members stealthily made their way up. In truth, Luke had seen the 2 individuals upstairs through his insight, but using the equipment made it appear more legitimate. Colonel Anderson's team exhibited remarkable professionalism. Luke only heard faint sounds of gunfire, without even the noise of bodies hitting the ground. One team member reached the balcony and signaled to his observing teammate. Colonel Anderson then ordered the entire team to ascend. Upon arriving at the morgue, they indeed found a missile launcher. The storage cabinets contained 11 remaining cluster warheads. Luke inspected the area and confirmed the presence of 12 missiles along with corresponding VX gas warheads. Gusby immediately began disassembling the warheads. Next, they prepared to split their actions. Waters would remain with the team to continue searching for the remaining missiles after disassembling the warheads, while Colonel Anderson would lead a raid on the command center. Captain Cooper would take the HRT unit to rescue the hostages. The ground route no longer required Mason's guidance, as the map had long been memorized by all the assault team members. Luke would stay behind to continue disassembling the missiles, so he said to Colonel Anderson, In 10 minutes, if there's no response, they will likely send reinforcements here. This is the storage location for the warheads. and they will probably disbelieve Luke's task was rendered simpler. He needed to disable the ignition device of the missile's rocket engine, thereby preventing its launch. Consequently, his efforts progressed at a far swifter pace than those of Gusby. Within 10 minutes, Luke had dismantled 8 missiles, while Gusby had only begun to disassemble the 4th. At that moment, both Luke's headset and the intercom on the ground emitted a simultaneous call. Blackbird 1, this is Blackbird. Please respond. The request echoed 3 times before falling silent. Luke promptly alerted Colonel Anderson, who confirmed that a patrol had been dispatched to the location. After assisting Gusby in dismantling the final missile, Luke, along with Gusby and Mason, sought refuge in a concealed spot. Soon after, Luke heard the distinct sound of a suppressed gunshot. Colonel Anderson did not disappoint. The opposing patrol of 4 had not even managed to fire a shot before they were all neutralized. Understanding the urgency of their situation, Colonel Anderson nodded at Luke, signaling that it was time to act before their next communication report. He led his team to launch an assault on the enemy command post while Luke, Gusby, and Mason followed Captain Waters to another location in search of additional missiles. 3 missiles had been detected by reconnaissance satellites. One on the first floor of the lighthouse, another on the rooftop nearby, and the last in a small square outside the prison. With the mortuary being closest to the lighthouse, Waters planned to advance in the order suggested by Luke. With Luke's assistance, Waters and his team swiftly dealt with 2 guards. Meanwhile, gunfire erupted from the central building of Devil's Island. Luke remarked to Captain Waters, "Those are the sounds of M16S and M4S. Colonel Anderson is engaged in a firefight. We must hasten our pace." After swiftly dismantling the missile, Luke and Gusby proceeded to the next location. Their area remained tranquil, while the clashes at Colonel Anderson's position intensified, even involving grenades. The second missile was unguarded, allowing Luke to disassemble it rapidly. At that moment, a green flare ascended into the southwestern sky. It signified the successful rescue of hostages by the HRT team. Thus, Luke, accompanied by Waters, hurried towards the site of the 3rd missile launch. Meanwhile, Colonel Anderson encountered difficulties. General Hammer's command was established on the penultimate floor of the tallest building. Anderson needed to traverse a lengthy corridor to reach it, while the other 2 buildings had already been occupied by Marine Corps personnel. Anderson and his team faced a blocked passage and the disadvantage of being attacked from above. Fortunately, their shelter was sturdy enough to withstand the onslaught, allowing them to retaliate. However, they remained under heavy suppression. Luke, listening in on the radio, learned that Colonel Anderson's team had been cornered and that someone was preparing to launch the final missile. Luke urgently informed Waters, "Hurry, they've sent someone to prepare for the missile launch." By the time Luke and his companions arrived at the final missile launch site, they had already observed 3 Marine soldiers operating the missile through the eye of insight. Without hesitation, Luke dashed forward, brandishing his suppressed QH-55, and emptied the magazine. When Waters and the others caught up, they were met with a chilling scene. The missile was powered on, merely awaiting the disarming of its safety mechanism for launch. Luke swiftly shut down the power and dismantled the missile. As everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Luke produced a signal flare and fired it into the air. A green flare, to be precise. At 0:52, cheers erupted from the temporary command center at Pier 9 in San Francisco. Walmack's expression finally brightened. Now, the only signal flare yet to be launched was from the personnel at the command center. However, with the greatest crisis averted, the group felt a considerable weight lift from their shoulders. They were aware of their team members' locations but remained oblivious to the specific circumstances. Before setting out, Luke had informed Walmack of the necessity to maintain radio silence to prevent interception of their communications. Walmack had grown increasingly frustrated with Luke's obstinacy, yet the military personnel unanimously supported this course of action. Thus, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Chapter 60. Dignity. After signaling with a green flare, Luke turned to Captain Waters and remarked, "The gunfire over there has yet to cease. It is highly probable that Colonel Anderson has encountered difficulties. We can launch a surprise assault from the other side. The strategy of surrounding the enemy to relieve the besieged is not solely understood by the Chinese. The Westerners grasp it as well." Waters promptly prepared to lead his team into action. Luke then addressed Waters, saying, "Dr. Gusby and Mason should remain behind. I will accompany you. Let them rendezvous with the HRT team for a coordinated withdrawal later. Subsequently, Luke approached Mason, extending his hand for a handshake, saying, "Thank you, John. It has been a pleasure working with you. I wish you the best of luck." Mason responded with a subtle nod to Luke. He then left Dr. Gusby, Mason, and Colonel Anderson in the care of a SEAL tasked with guarding him. The soldier, observing his comrades engage in battle while he remained to guard a prisoner, appeared distinctly displeased. Nevertheless, orders were orders, and compliance was imperative. Mason led the way, discreetly unfolding the note that Luke had earlier slipped into his hand. It read, "I have placed explosives near the mine cart in the underground passage. The detonator is within the cart. Conceal yourself inside to evade the blast. This will allow you to feign death and escape. The submersible is sufficient for your return to San Francisco." Mason nodded and stated, "Trust me, this is the quickest route." Just after rounding a corner, he cursed, "Damn it, there's a bomb, run." With that, he rolled aside into a nearby mine cart. Luke had indeed not deceived him. The detonator was right there. Without hesitation, Mason pressed the button. A tremendous explosion echoed, and the shockwave hurled Gusby and another team member away. The mine cart Mason occupied plummeted into the ditch below. Aside from a slight ringing in his ears, he was otherwise unharmed. He immediately scrambled to his feet and departed the scene. When Gusby and the other team member regained their senses and arrived to investigate, they found no trace of Mason, only the collapsed entrance from the explosion, which prompted a resigned sigh. On the way, Luke had already devised an escape route for Mason, utilizing his spatial abilities to discreetly place the bomb and detonator. While monitoring communications from the morgue, he stood at the periphery, using his form as cover to write a note for Mason. Everything was well within his control. As Luke followed Waters toward the central building, a signal prompted the team to halt. He retrieved his night vision binoculars to survey distant firing positions and informed Waters, "There are 2 firing points on the north side building, and our front top floor also has one. It appears that Colonel Anderson is pinned down within the building ahead." This was the basic situation. The remainder was left to you. Waters was exceedingly pleased with Luke's assistance. In haste, 2 team members ascended to the rooftop ahead, followed closely by the sharpshooter wielding a precision rifle. Waters' subordinates swiftly eliminated the enemy stronghold on the upper floor, and soon, the firing position on the northern building was silenced by the same marksman. The intensity of gunfire suddenly diminished, and Colonel Anderson realized that Waters had arrived to provide support, prompting him to lead his team in a counteroffensive. At General Hammer's command post, a captain reported, "General, we have received no word from those dispatched to launch the missiles." General Hammer sighed and replied, "Prepare for evacuation. There are helicopters behind the building to the north." A major attempted to voice his concerns but was interrupted by Hammer's dismissive gesture. Meanwhile, 2 captains protested, "General, before we leave, let us detonate the gas canisters, sending these scoundrels and their hostages to meet their maker." Hammer shook his head, stating, "There is no need for that. I merely intend to intimidate the politicians at the Pentagon, but alas, they are not swayed by such tactics. Let us depart." The 2 captains, clearly agitated, insisted, "General, we must show them our resolve. Please issue the order." Hammer, with a serious demeanor, commanded, "Captain, execute my previous orders and prepare for withdrawal." These captains were not originally Hammer's subordinates, but rather mercenaries formed from a group of retired Marines, as Hammer required substantial manpower, which had been arranged by his aide, Major Baxter. At this moment, the captains demanded that the sergeant major disarm General Hammer. As the sergeant major hesitated, Hammer drew his sidearm and aimed it at the 2 men. They urged him to lower his weapon, to which Hammer retorted that they should leave. As the sounds of gunfire outside waned, Baxter also drew his weapon, directing it at Hammer. At that juncture, Luke and Waters had reached the exterior of the command post. Observing the heated argument within, where all present had their weapons trained on General Hammer, Luke signaled to Waters with a few gestures, to which Waters nodded and relayed the same signals to his team. Seizing the moment of heightened tension, Luke fired his weapon. Following suit, Waters and the other team members unleashed their fire as well. With their magazines depleted, Luke swiftly reloaded his QH-55, placing the spent magazine in its original slot. Approaching the scene, he found only General Hammer still alive. While Waters attended to the others, Luke moved forward to support Hammer, propping him against the nearby wall. Previously, Luke had signaled to Waters to eliminate everyone except Hammer, awaiting his signal to engage. However, the dying men had fired back, wounding Hammer in the abdomen. Assessing the situation, Luke noted that there was still a chance for rescue. At that moment, Colonel Anderson arrived at the command post, and all eyes were on Luke as he examined Hammer's injuries, yet he refrained from taking immediate medical action. Luke, with a serious demeanor, supported General Hammer and stated, "General Hammer, I hold deep admiration for your contributions to this nation. However, I cannot condone your actions. Yet, this does not diminish my respect for you." After speaking, Luke rose, retrieved a fallen sidearm from a lieutenant on the ground, examined it, and approached General Hammer. In a subdued tone, he addressed Colonel Anderson and the others, saying, "General Hammer was taken hostage by his subordinates. In the final battle, witnessing the futility of their victory, they resorted to taking the life of General Hammer." Luke's words evidently plunged everyone into contemplation. Without waiting for their understanding to unfold, he turned to General Hammer and remarked, "General Hammer, this is the only thing I can do for you." He then extended the pistol to the general. General Hammer comprehended Luke's intent, smiled at him, and replied, "Thank you, young man." He then softly uttered, "I am sorry, Barbara," referring to his deceased wife. "I have broken my promise. In Western religions, those who take their own lives cannot ascend to heaven." With that, he resolutely aimed the pistol at his heart. The sound of the gunshot echoed. Vivid crimson blood erupted from General Hammer's chest. Luke stepped forward, gently closing his eyes with his hand, and sighed. At that moment, Colonel Anderson and the others grasped the gravity of the situation. He solemnly addressed all the SEAL team members, stating, "Remember this, General Hammer was taken hostage by his subordinates, who, in the final battle, realizing their defeat was inevitable, took his life." Chapter 61. Additional funds. Luke seized the pistol from General Hammer's hand and meticulously wiped away the fingerprints with a small cloth. He then placed the weapon into the grasp of a deceased Marine Corps lieutenant, offering a firm handshake. Rising to his feet, he took a couple of steps back and saluted General Hammer. Although he was not a soldier himself, he held a profound respect for such warriors. In the most fervent manner, he proclaimed to the politicians that even these pawns possessed their own dignity. While Luke felt this gesture might ultimately be futile, it did not diminish his admiration for such individuals. Turning around, he noticed all the Navy SEALs saluting. Upon seeing Luke's gaze, they lowered their hands. With a sigh, Luke patted Colonel Anderson on the shoulder and said, "You handle this. I will signal from outside." Colonel Anderson nodded appreciatively at Luke. The arrangement Luke had crafted was remarkably astute. Defining General Hammer as being taken hostage by his subordinates effectively provided the military with an avenue of retreat. This incident was inherently a military concern, yet the crux of the matter lay in the fact that General Hammer had been awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor, the highest distinction bestowed upon American soldiers. Thus, Luke's maneuver ensured that no blemish tainted Hammer's life, preserving the military's honor while simultaneously safeguarding its reputation. Although Colonel Anderson instructed his team to maintain secrecy, the higher echelons of the military would inevitably learn the truth. At that juncture, the military would owe a significant favor to Luke. When the time was right, leveraging the connections of Old Cheen and the family's enterprises would undoubtedly facilitate lucrative dealings with the military. Luke fired the final green signal flare into the sky. Casting one last glance at the command room, he observed Anderson engaged in hushed conversation with his subordinates. Judging that their discussion was nearing its conclusion, Luke retrieved a medical kit from his backpack. He entered the room, handed the kit to Colonel Anderson, and then departed. Lieutenant Waters watched Luke's retreating figure and remarked, "Initially, I sought to recruit this lad, but alas, he was set on the FBI." Colonel Anderson, after passing the medical kit to his team, also gazed at Luke's silhouette and stated, "This young man is not cut out for military life. The Army cannot retain him." Lieutenant Waters nodded in agreement, acknowledging Colonel Anderson's insight. After Luke discharged the final signal flare, the command center dispatched numerous helicopters and speedboats to the Island of Demons. Gusby and his team member rendezvoused with the HRT group, shortly joined by Director Walmack. "Where is Mason?" Gusby exchanged glances with his teammate before responding. He is dead. The passage exploded. Walmack, skeptical of Mason's demise, promptly sent personnel to the scene. He then proceeded to the command center, where he encountered Colonel Anderson and others. Colonel Anderson recounted the prearranged narrative to Walmack. After a prolonged scrutiny, Walmack eventually acquiesced to the proposed conclusion. This fellow was quite cunning. Anderson's words had clearly conveyed the deeper implications behind the facade. There was no need for him to delve deeply into the matter or to curry favor with the military for future cooperation. Why not seize the opportunity? However, he truly could not fathom that Colonel Anderson would possess such cunning, indicating that the military had some remarkable minds guiding them. Ultimately, he sought out Luke to inquire about the entire operation. Luke had a solid alibi, thus feigning ignorance regarding Mason's affairs, expressing only regret for Mason's demise. Seeing that Luke genuinely had no knowledge of the situation, Walmark chose to forgo further questioning. The only witnesses were Gusby and a Navy SEAL. Even if suspicion lingered, it could not possibly fall upon the two, as they had no prior connection to Mason and belonged to different units, making any collusion to release Mason implausible. After all, the site had collapsed, leaving no evidence to contest the deaths. Once the crisis had subsided, Luke had yet to depart from Devil's Island when he received a call from Doherty. "Luke, I've gathered all the details regarding this incident. I must commend you on a job well done." "Thank you, Professor Doherty. Although it appeared perilous, I was thoroughly prepared. Look, an opportunity for promotion has arisen." They were both astute individuals, fully aware of the implications behind Luke's statement. A pay raise was in order. While Luke's family was financially secure, this was nonetheless a manifestation of personal capability, which was essential. Doherty chuckled. "That old coot Walmark, didn't he give you any trouble? Did he?" Reflecting for a moment, Luke replied, "No, he just seemed rather displeased." Doherty continued, "That old man has been through enough. Do you know why he is so concerned about Mason?" Before Luke could decline to hear confidential information, Doherty divulged, Mason had pilfered a significant amount of top-secret intelligence and had consistently refused to surrender the film he captured. Since Doherty had shared this, Luke felt no qualms about the confidentiality of the information. This man hailed from the SAS, the British Special Air Service, known for being the progenitor of all special forces, and had undergone the most rigorous training, making him one of Britain's most formidable operatives. After digesting Doherty's description, Luke posed a curious question. "Isn't the most formidable one the agent with the code number 00 in MI6? "No, he is indeed the most capable. Yet he possesses no identity in Britain. He is a nonentity." Luke hesitated, suppressing his inquiry. It was no secret that Americans monitored their allies, and Doherty undoubtedly had more insights, yet Luke felt it inappropriate to probe further. Doherty continued, "Take some time to recuperate. You made quite an impression before the president. Rest assured you shall receive what you desire." This was undoubtedly a testament to Doherty's influence, and his words were a reminder for Luke to acknowledge the favor. After expressing his gratitude, Luke ended the call and accompanied Colonel Anderson via helicopter back to the temporary command center. The area had become noticeably quieter, as personnel from the FBI's California division were diligently addressing the aftermath on Devil's Island. After a light meal and a cup of coffee, Colonel Anderson approached. He raised his coffee cup, and Luke clinked his against it. Colonel Anderson expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Agent Luke. We are about to depart." Luke sipped his coffee and replied, "You're welcome. It has been a pleasure to work with you." Colonel Anderson nodded with a smile and added, "Likewise, I hope we have the opportunity to collaborate again in the future. I believe such opportunities will indeed arise." Piaston had arranged a room for Luke to rest, as he was scheduled to record the operational report once more the following day. Considering Luke's circumstances, a civilian staff member was specifically assigned to assist him, allowing Luke to simply dictate his account. The next day, after another long day of exertion, Luke returned to the Malibu villa in the afternoon. All the weapons were left with Piaston, who treated Luke with an affection akin to that of a son. In a bid to take credit from the military, he exaggerated Luke's contributions somewhat. Nevertheless, Luke remained quite modest in his recounting, and the inflated portrayal was largely consistent with the truth. Upon arriving home, Luke took a brief rest to alleviate his tension. In the evening, He stood on the highest terrace of the villa, gazing out over the dark, profound expanse of the Pacific Ocean, and began to ponder the intricacies of life. Chapter 62. Rejecting mental exhaustion, the key point. The events at hand appeared to unfold seamlessly, yet it was undoubtedly Luke's own tenacity that brought this about. Had it indeed been merely the 10 individuals under Colonel Anderson, the outcome would have been akin to courting death. Fortunately, the situation resolved favorably. It was only then that Luke recalled the progress of his cultivation technique and opened his panel. To his delight, the bus bombing incident had awarded him over 3,000 order points, while this missile crisis astonishingly conferred a staggering 20,000 order points. Upon reflection, having saved a significant portion of San Francisco, this award seemed rather modest. Even more gratifying was the progress of his top-tier skill, which had now reached 5%. Clearly, the missile crisis had yielded a greater reward. Luke chose not to delve into the intricacies of the calculations. Why had his master transported his soul from one realm to another? He dismissed such ponderings. As a cultivator, he resolved to reject mental exhaustion, embracing a philosophy of spontaneity and adaptability. However, spontaneity should not equate to recklessness. In this lifetime, he had numerous relatives, and the bonds of kinship were plentiful. Wealth was abundant, and while his circle of friends was modest, he anticipated it would grow in time. Luke was indifferent to whether his friends possessed wealth. After all, none could rival his affluence. With the identity of an FBI agent, he could legally eliminate criminals, thereby advancing his cultivation and accumulating order points. What could be amiss in that? Surely, he could not lurk in the shadows, playing the role of a superhero. Why, given his considerable wealth and lack of childhood trauma, would he wish to operate covertly as a superhero? Batman had his devoted fans, while many others were solitary figures. Even if they had family, their fates were often grim. To Luke, a superhero must be a tragic loner. Otherwise, one need only observe to see who meets a favorable end. Thus, continuing his promising career with the FBI was undeniably prudent. As for extraordinary abilities, the impoverished rely on mutation. With his wealth, could he not harness technology? Reflecting on his status as a Taoist cultivator, his master had advised him to follow his heart and act in accordance with the circumstances. If something displeased him, he would express it. After all, cultivating one's heart and rejecting mental exhaustion was indeed the righteous path. With a master to guide him, he felt assured. Should the sky fall, there would be someone tall to bear the weight. What was there to fear? After all, living this life anew had not been in vain. That evening, Luke spent hours on the rooftop, basking in the ocean breeze. Though his constitution rendered him immune to illness, it was rather foolish not to lie in bed and contemplate matters instead. Thus, Luke fortified his resolve to enjoy life, care for his family, and regard emptying magazines as merely a hobby. The following day, he arrived at the Los Angeles branch invigorated. Noticing the office was empty, he cast a puzzled glance at Harris's secretary. The young secretary, sipping coffee, gestured towards the conference room. Luke smiled and nodded in acknowledgement before making his way to the meeting room. Just as he approached the door, he overheard Harris's furious voice from within. Luke instinctively halted his steps. Harris stormed out of the conference room, his face contorted with rage, only to be taken aback upon seeing Luke leaning against the corridor. In an instant, his expression transformed. "Luke, you're back. Splendid. Collins, accompany me to my office. Luke, you too." Luke glanced at Walter Collins, the supervisor leading the resistance against Harris, and chuckled before following in Harris's footsteps. Upon entering Harris's office, the attentive secretary, Erica, graciously offered Luke a cup of coffee, though none was provided for Collins. Luke refrained from taking any, patiently awaiting Harris. Harris retrieved a document from his desk along with a box. "This is your promotion paperwork. Please sign it. And here is a medal." Luke accepted the document, briefly perused it, and upon finding no issues, affixed his signature before returning it to Harris. He had no desire to even glance at the medal, simply pocketing it instead. Collins observed Luke's actions with a sense of bewilderment. This individual, who was seldom seen and often preoccupied with shooting, had quietly acquired a medal and received a promotion. He could not comprehend the situation. How perplexing it was. Harris, uninterested in clarifying matters for Collins, knew that Luke would remain silent as well. With a serious expression, Harris addressed Collins. The media has begun to take an interest in this case. We find ourselves in a precarious position. When can you provide me with a definitive timeline for solving it? Collins, with an expression of resignation, replied, without leads, I am powerless. Investigating each avenue takes time. Observing Collins's nonchalant demeanor, Harris turned to Luke and said, I apologize, but I cannot grant you any respite. This case is urgent. Intrigued by Harris's statement, Luke felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of seizing the case, especially from Collins. Realizing that Harris intended to assign the case to Luke, Collins hastily protested, I've been working on this case for nearly half a month. You want me to hand it over? Harris shot Collins a sidelong glance and inquired, How soon can you solve it? This question rendered Collins silent. He had initially believed the case would be straightforward, only to discover a complete lack of leads after extensive investigation. Consequently, Harris began to relay the fundamental details of the case to Luke. 11 days prior, in the morning, in the town of Simi Valley, an 11-year-old girl had been abducted. The girl's name was Shirley Blanche, from a blended family. That morning, after her mother, Terry Williams, left for work, Shirley set out for school, walking towards the school bus. A woman emerged from a gray Chevrolet, incapacitating Shirley with a stun gun before ushering her into the vehicle. Shirley's stepfather, Carl Williams, witnessed the entire event unfold. He immediately mounted his bicycle in pursuit, yet was unable to catch up to the car, failing to note its license plate number. Numerous classmates of Shirley also witnessed the incident but could not provide the plate details either. The local police responded swiftly, and Los Angeles media covered the story. The authorities deployed helicopters and search dogs, yet yielded no results. With a fierce glare upon hearing Harris's account, Luke comprehended the reason behind Harris's intense anger. In the majority of nations, children represent an unyielding priority. It is acceptable to fail to resolve a routine case, for there will always be more to choose from. However, when a case involves a child, it must be addressed with utmost urgency. Luke sighed and remarked, Why didn't you tell me sooner? Harris continued to glare at Collins, stating, Some individuals believe themselves to be detectives, yet they are nothing but fools. Collins, with a visibly displeased expression, retorted, Enough. I'll hand it over. He then rose to leave, turning to Luke as he departed. Kid, don't let the illusion of protection inflate your ego. I will be watching how you tackle this case. Witnessing Collins's continued provocation, Harris shouted, Get out! With a resounding slam, Collins shut the door of Harris's office. Luke shrugged and remarked, Your door is rather sturdy. Chapter 63. The little girl is in danger. Harris cast a weary glance at Luke and remarked, I have placed all my chips on you. How long until we crack the case? Luke shrugged and replied, I need to review the case files and conduct a thorough investigation on site. Harris nodded in agreement, saying, Make haste. The sooner we resolve this matter, the better, as it has garnered far too much attention. After a moment's contemplation, Luke added, As for the media, a perfunctory response will suffice. These individuals are of little assistance and can sometimes provide the criminals with additional information. Harris acknowledged, I will ensure that the whole department cooperates with you, excluding those troublesome individuals. The SWAT team is at your disposal. Luke realized that Harris had indeed been diligent during this period, leaving only Collins's team of field agents as the remaining thorn in their side. However, these agents were not a unified front. They merely found themselves ensnared by Collins and his ilk. Harris's methods were sound. Now it was merely a matter of time. Luke chose not to engage further with Harris and headed straight to Collins to request the case files. Upon encountering Collins's sour expression, Luke had no intention of prolonging the conversation, fully aware that Collins would not provide him with any valuable information. Returning to his desk with the case files, Luke passed by his secretary, Erica, and cheerfully remarked, The coffee is utterly dreadful. Erica shrugged and replied, There's little I can do. Our budget is quite limited. Luke flashed her a charming smile and suggested, When you have a moment, consider purchasing a coffee machine. Choose the coffee beans yourself and I shall reimburse you. Wow, Luke, you're incredibly generous. Do you happen to need a maid for your basement? Upon witnessing the situation, Luke swiftly distanced himself from the infatuated admirer. Returning to his desk, He began perusing the case files. The abduction, from the moment of parking to the actual taking of Sherry, transpired in less than a minute. Moreover, the local police and Collins had already ruled out the possibility of an acquaintance being involved. Despite employing lie detectors during the interrogations of Sherry's stepfather, Carl, and her biological father, Kane, no progress had been made. Luke acknowledged their preliminary efforts, having eliminated most possibilities. Thus, it became increasingly evident that these two individuals were likely familiar with the area of Simi Valley, albeit not local residents, potentially having resided there for a period. After some contemplation, Luke resolved to visit the crime scene. He exchanged pleasantries with Harris before embarking in the striking Dodge Ram, heading towards the town of Simi Valley. Upon arriving at the local police station, he identified himself and stated his purpose. The sheriff received Luke without any resistance to the FBI's involvement. On the contrary, they were quite cooperative. The case had garnered significant media attention, making it a hot potato for the small-town police department. Given the limited resources of small-town police departments compared to the more specialized FBI, cracking challenging cases was inherently difficult. The sheriff shared some investigative files with Luke and elaborated on various suspicious aspects. However, all efforts yielded no fruitful results. Luke primarily focused on the testimonies of witnesses and the information regarding individuals with potential motives as investigated by the police. Generally speaking, the prolonged disappearance of a child often indicates a high probability of harm. However, Sherry's mother, Terry, steadfastly believes that Sherry is still alive. Throughout the town, missing person posters featuring Sherry's likeness are ubiquitous, adorned in her favorite color, pink. Pink ribbons drape from the trees lining the roads, creating a poignant tribute. The entire community is enveloped in sorrow, a spontaneous mourning orchestrated by the townsfolk. After poring over the case files for an entire day, Luke, despite the rapid processing of his thoughts, found no discrepancies. As the sun began to set, he realized that the local police department had closed for the day. After declining the sheriff's invitation for a drink, he slowly made his way back. Along the route, Luke remained preoccupied with the direction of the investigation. Suddenly, he spotted several police vehicles ahead, belonging to the California Highway Patrol. Luke halted his car to observe the scene, hoping to clear his mind and ascertain what had transpired. Upon presenting his credentials, the on-duty officer informed him, "Your timing is fortuitous. We've received reports of gunfire accompanied by explosions in this vicinity." Following the officer's gesture, Luke beheld two vehicles, a standard hatchback and a Dodge Vegas SUV, reminiscent of a Chevrolet Suburban. The hatchback's trunk was severely damaged, a large gaping hole where the explosion had occurred, and the glass lay shattered. The vehicle was parked on a dirt road, with woods merely 20 meters away. Luke circled the area, discovering the remnants of an arrow's shaft nearby, seemingly severed by the blast. Additionally, he noticed two sets of footprints, one large and one small, leading towards the woods. After exchanging greetings with the officers, Luke drew his handgun and followed the tracks into the forest. Activating his insight eye, he meticulously traced the path before him. With a surge of speed, he darted forward, propelled by the extraordinary agility of his big escape technique, a euphemism for an impressive escape velocity that left little room for hesitation. Luke soon discerned the sounds of a struggle ahead, prompting him to halt his steps, conceal himself, and cautiously approach the source of the commotion. Before long, he discerned the voices of an adult male and a young girl. "Let me go, you bastard. Stop your futile resistance. Now that you've escaped, you must return with me." Quietly peering closer, Luke observed a grown man kneeling on the back of a little girl, pinning her hands behind her. The girl thrashed violently on the ground, yet her efforts appeared feeble against the strength of an adult male. This perplexing scene left Luke somewhat bewildered. Strangely, both the girl on the ground and the man restraining her bore yellow question marks above their heads. This indicated that, according to the system's assessment, neither of them was deemed a villain. Unable to fathom the situation further, he resolved to rescue the girl first. Thus, with his firearm in hand, Luke emerged from the thicket, proclaiming, "FBI, raise your hands." The sudden appearance of Luke left both individuals momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated the sudden emergence of an FBI agent from the secluded thicket. Observing that the man remained motionless, Luke called out, Raise your hands so I can see them or I will be compelled to fire. Realizing that Luke had ceased his advance and was now aiming steadily at him, the man gradually released his grip on the young girl. She sprang to her feet and dashed to Luke's side. Noticing she bore no visible injuries, Luke reassured her, "Do not be afraid. I am with the FBI." He then pointed at the man and commanded, "Place your hands on your head and lie face down on the ground." The man interjected, "Don't be alarmed. I am also a law enforcement officer." However, Luke chose not to engage in dialogue, insisting that he comply with the order to lie down. Faced with Luke's unwavering stance, the man reluctantly complied. As Luke produced handcuffs to secure his hands behind his back, the man suddenly twisted his body and struck Luke with his elbow. Chapter 64. The dangerous young girl Luke had always maintained a keen vigilance, remaining alert until he had fully subdued his adversary. He was kneeling on the back of a man, who suddenly exerted significant strength to twist away, yet Luke reacted with remarkable speed. Applying slight pressure, he prevented the man from turning over. After evading an elbow strike, Luke seized the opportunity to secure the man in handcuffs. "Congratulations, you now face an additional charge: assaulting a federal law enforcement officer. Prepare to spend some time in prison," he remarked as he hoisted the man up. The young girl beside them stared in astonishment at Luke's actions. It was then that Luke took a moment to observe her more closely. She appeared to be no older than 13 or 14, with shoulder-length hair, delicate features, and fair skin. After witnessing Luke successfully restrain the man, the girl approached him with a smile and said, "Thank you, Agent. What is your name, young lady? How old are you? Where are your family? And how can they be contacted?" Luke inquired. The girl glanced at the restrained man before coming closer to Luke and whispered, "My name is..." Before she could finish, she swiftly attempted to snatch the gun from Luke's possession, but her hand met only air. It was then that she caught sight of Luke's charming smile. Luke usually did not carry his firearm on his person, as a gun weighs approximately 34 pounds and could be quite uncomfortable. Consequently, he had a holster in his clothing but no actual weapon. In that fleeting moment of surprise, Luke pressed 2 fingers lightly between her shoulder and abdomen. The girl's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. What have you done to me? Why can't I move?" The man, witnessing the spectacle, was equally astonished. Luke, with a smile, reassured her, "This is a form of Chinese martial arts. Do not be afraid. It is merely to help you calm down. Come with me to the station." Seeing Luke approach the girl, the man, unsure of how his handcuffs had been undone, launched an attack from behind. However, Luke was quicker still, dodging the man's punch, pivoting, and using his footwork to gently shoulder him away, sending the man sprawling. The girl's eyes widened further. After hitting the ground, the man coughed several times before struggling to rise. Yet, he was now too intimidated to move, as Luke raised his firearm, exuding an ominous aura. "Don't shoot. I'm also with the FBI." After releasing the man, Luke tapped him twice, eliciting a sigh of relief from the individual. The little girl perched on his shoulder gazed at Luke's actions and inquired, "Is Chinese martial arts truly this remarkable? Could you possibly free me as well?" "I'm afraid I cannot," he replied. "I apologize. I had to act against you earlier out of concern that you were in cahoots with him."
Luke smiled reassuringly. "No worries.
"Once we return to the precinct, we will assist you." He then guided the man out of the woods. The patrol officers waiting by the roadside quickly grasped the situation upon seeing Luke with a little girl in his arms while escorting a man. One of the officers approached Luke, stating, "We discovered a set of bows and arrows in the vehicle, along with 2 handguns and a rifle." Luke responded, "This case is rather intricate. I need to take them back to the precinct. Would you kindly arrange for these 2 vehicles to be transported to the California office?" "Thank you." The state trooper nodded and subsequently called for a tow truck. Typically, the troopers dealt with traffic offenders and preferred to avoid cases involving shootings and explosives. With the FBI taking over, they were more than happy to relax. Luke placed the man in the front passenger seat and secured the little girl in the back, fastening their seatbelts. Throughout the journey, the man persistently demanded that Luke check the identification in his pockets, but Luke remained unfazed. He had already contacted Harris, who was still working overtime at the precinct. Upon their return, The duty personnel assisted in escorting the man to the detention room, while Luke arranged for the little girl to stay in the adjacent lounge. After preparing her a glass of milk, he finally released her from her restraints. At that moment, Harris entered the room. Upon seeing the little girl, she paused in surprise and asked Luke, "Isn't this Shirley?" Luke shrugged and replied, "This is an unexpected twist, though perhaps not a pleasant one." "What happened?" Harris inquired. "The man was pursuing this little girl. When I discovered the situation, he was on the verge of committing an indecent act, which I interrupted. He even attempted to assault me." Harris summoned the duty personnel. "You all go interrogate him. I will speak with the little girl." Luke nodded and accompanied a duty officer to the adjacent interrogation room. When they received the man, he had already been searched. Luke asked, "Has his identity been verified?" The duty officer replied, "He possesses FBI credentials, but our checks indicate that he is not the person he claims to be." Upon entering the interrogation room, the man's demeanor was notably calm. Luke wasted no time and stated directly, "Your identification may be authentic, yet you are not the individual it represents. Who are you, truly?" The man remained silent. Luke turned to the duty officer and commanded, "Lock him up and run his fingerprints to check for any criminal records." The officer looked puzzled and asked, "Aren't we going to interrogate him?" Luke glanced at the man. Smirking coldly, he appears quite confident. It seems someone will come forward to reveal his true identity. With that, Luke exited the interrogation room. The duty officer confined the man in a temporary holding cell. Upon entering the lounge, Luke observed Harris, who appeared helpless, exchanging glances with a young girl. She said nothing. Harris turned to Luke and spoke. Luke approached her, crouched down, and gently asked, "Do not be afraid. Please tell me your name so I can contact your family." The girl silently shed 2 streams of tears and replied, "I have no family." "Then what is your name?" Luke inquired. The girl shook her head and said, "If I tell you, you will send me back to the orphanage." It was evident that she was resolute in her decision to remain silent. Faced with the girl's pitiable gaze, Luke stood up and exited the lounge, retrieving his phone to make a call. "Dad, would you mind having another daughter?" Upon hearing Luke's question, Old Cheen nearly threw the phone across the room. "What the hell, Luke? Are you trying to get me in trouble?" "Damn it, Elsa. Let me explain. Put down the knife." Chapter 65. Abduction. With a smile, Luke recounted the earlier events to Old Cheen, who listened with a puzzled expression. "Luke," he inquired, "as far as I know, you are not one to be overflowing with compassion. What prompted such thoughts?" Luke chuckled lightly and replied, "In Taoism, we emphasize acting according to one's whims. If a thought arises, we simply act upon it. There is no need for justification. It all depends on one's mood." Old Cheen sighed. "Very well. I shall prepare myself and we can discuss it further upon our meeting. You might not be aware, but just a moment ago your mother was beside me, slicing fruits. I'll have to settle accounts with you later." At that moment, a duty officer entered to report to Harris that the patrol had brought in the vehicle involved. Harris directed him to collect evidence. Noticing that the young girl was only conversing with Luke, Harris said to him, "I'll fetch her some snacks. Erica has plenty." Luke grinned and remarked, "Once that little hamster discovers the treats are gone, she'll be utterly listless for the entire day." Harris nodded. "You can make it up to her tomorrow." With that, he departed the break room. Luke took a seat beside the girl and grasped her wrist. She attempted to struggle, but hesitated after a brief movement. Luke merely rested 3 fingers on her wrist. Curiously, the girl asked, "Is this also Chinese martial arts?" Luke withdrew his hand and replied, "No, this is traditional Chinese medicine." The girl continued, "Oh, I've heard of it. It's quite marvelous, being able to heal with just 3 fingers, more effective than machines." With a playful smile, Luke queried, "So, which organization did you defect from?" The question instantly caused the girl to tense up, resembling a tightly coiled kitten. "No need to be anxious. It's just the 2 of us here," Luke reassured her. After a moment, he speculated, "It's the Red Room, isn't it?" The girl remained rigid, silent. Luke had already surmised the truth. In fact, he had noticed her condition earlier. While at the scene, he had simply used his perceptive ability to scan her, not out of any perverse inclination, but to ascertain that she bore no additional weapons. However, that glance revealed a troubling detail. The girl lacked female reproductive organs. Such a condition typically indicated affiliation with an assassin organization or a state-sponsored group of assassins or spies. Clearly, only the Russians would operate in such a crude manner. Thus, it was highly probable that this girl had escaped from the Red Room. What remained uncertain for Luke was whether she was the only one capable of fleeing from the Red Room. In his previous life, he had devoted all his energy to vengeance, immersing himself in study. Even with the renowned Marvel Universe, he only grasped a general plot and a few prominent characters. He had certainly heard of Black Widow, yet he was oblivious to the specifics. Before this taut little female panther, Luke displayed what he believed to be his most benevolent smile. Since she had managed to escape, why not allow her the chance to lead a normal life? The young girl gazed at Luke with a watchful expression and inquired, "Why are you helping me?" Luke shrugged and replied, "There's no particular reason. Seeing you reminds me of my sister, who is about your age. If I ever witnessed anyone bullying her, I would undoubtedly intervene without hesitation." Noticing the sincerity etched on Luke's face, the girl relaxed slightly. Luke continued, "Now that you have escaped, do you truly wish to endure such a tumultuous existence?" Observing her hesitant demeanor, Luke realized he had accurately guessed her feelings. He then extended his hand, channeling his energy to levitate a glass of milk from the table. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape, momentarily forgetting to utter a sound. After a brief demonstration, Luke returned the milk to its original position. Seeing her speechless astonishment, he smiled and said, "You see, now you know my secret. You must keep it confidential." The girl, feeling more at ease, nodded mechanically in response to Luke's words. Noticing her newfound relaxation, Luke inquired, "Can you now tell me your name? How about we exchange secrets?" The girl pondered for a moment before softly stating, Natalia Romanova." Luke grinned and extended his hand, saying, "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Luke Cheen, though here I go by Luke Dutton. Dutton is my mother's maiden name." Natalia cautiously shook his hand, quickly withdrawing it afterward. Luke whispered, "Look, now this is our shared secret. Rest assured, you won't need to say anything. My father is a lawyer, and he will handle everything." The girl merely nodded mechanically, her expression betraying uncertainty as she weighed the truth of Luke's words. Before long, Luke's phone chimed, revealing a message from his father. Contained but a single name, devoid of further context. Luke chuckled upon seeing it. It was a girl's name, Lisa Rowland. He turned to Natalia and instructed, "Remember, if anyone asks, you are Lisa Rowland. Do not divulge anything else. I will take care of it." Natalia's expression finally softened. As she began sipping the milk, Luke silently commended his father. This was the comforting essence of wealth and family, truly delightful. Harris entered, bearing a large bag of snacks. Observing Luke and the girl seated closely together, he handed the bag to Luke. Harris watched in astonishment as Luke and the young girl began to share the treats. The girl consumed the snacks rapidly, as if she had not tasted food in quite some time. Harris exited briefly, returning with a large cup of hot milk. After drinking half, the girl ceased eating, patting her belly and declaring to Harris, "I am Lisa Rowland." A flicker of surprise illuminated Harris's eyes upon hearing her speak. With a nod to Luke, she departed, leaving him aware that she was off to gather information. Shortly thereafter, Harris returned, calling Luke outside and presenting him with a dossier. The document contained merely a single sheet, detailing that Lisa Rowland was an orphan from the orphanage in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Abandoned before reaching a month old, she had grown up within the confines of the institution. Throughout her life, she had been placed in 4 foster homes, from which she ultimately escaped each time. The most recent flight from the orphanage occurred a year ago. Luke remained silent after perusing the contents. It was evident that the handiwork of Old John and Master Cheen was at play. After reading, Luke returned the file to Harris and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Harris shook her head, replying, "I can only proceed according to protocol." With a sigh, Luke responded, "I will have my father handle it. We shall discuss it later." At that moment, a duty agent approached them, stating, "Director, individuals claiming to be from S.H.I.E.L.D. have arrived. They wish to take the suspect." Before Harris could respond, Luke scoffed, "Do they think they can leave so easily? They must be dreaming." Chapter 66. Firmness. Luke cast a glance at Harris, and upon receiving an affirming nod from him, instructed the on-duty agent to escort the individual to the lounge. In a hushed tone, Luke advised Harris, "Be assertive. We must extract some benefits from this. This group from SHIELD has a penchant for monopolizing everything." Harris nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Luke's observation. Although SHIELD operates with an air of secrecy, its reputation is not entirely concealed within law enforcement circles. Much like the CIA, which lacks official law enforcement authority yet frequently masquerades as various federal agencies, SHIELD has garnered a notorious reputation for impersonating FBI agents. Consequently, they are not well regarded by other federal entities, including the CIA. At least the CIA recognizes the importance of maintaining some level of cooperation with the FBI, sharing intelligence when necessary. In stark contrast, SHIELD exhibits a blatant disregard for collaboration, preferring to operate in isolation and exploit the jurisdictional void between law enforcement agencies. Luke had a vague recollection of the current situation. Had he not intervened, Natasha might have fallen into the clutches of SHIELD, embarking on a solitary and tragic path. Luke understood that SHIELD would ultimately devolve into a nefarious organization. Thus he was more than willing to thwart their ambitions. At present, Natasha was merely 14 or 15, already suffering the torment inflicted by the Red Room. Given this opportunity, he was keen to witness what the future might hold. The individual who arrived was indeed a familiar face to Luke. Before Agent Coulson could utter a word, Luke, with a grave expression, seized the initiative. "Agent Coulson, I must remind you that this suspect is implicated in charges of kidnapping, assault, and the exploitation of minors. Additionally, he faces multiple counts of illegal possession of various lethal weapons, impersonation of federal law enforcement personnel, resisting arrest, and assaulting federal officers." Seeing the seriousness etched on Luke's face, Coulson could only manage a resigned smile, responding, "Can we have a discussion?" Luke shook his head firmly. "This is a felony. We have already petitioned the court to deny bail." Meanwhile, Harris, recognizing that Coulson might be acquainted with Luke, felt compelled to support his subordinate wholeheartedly. He interjected, "Agent, your authority is insufficient. Please seek your superior. Unless you possess a pardon issued by the Attorney General, we cannot engage in a conversation." Recently, an 11-year-old girl was abducted, and now the media across the entire West Coast is intensely scrutinizing the situation. It is evident that your colleague has stumbled into a precarious predicament. Faced with the resolute stance of Luke and Harris, Coulson implored, "May I first speak with our personnel? I need to ascertain the details of the incident." Luke nodded at Harris and then stood, stating, "I shall escort you, but you cannot engage in a private conversation." Coulson acknowledged with a nod and turned to exit the lounge. The on-duty agent guided them to the temporary holding cell where the man was detained. Upon the arrival of Coulson, the man rose to his feet. Noticing Luke beside him, he forcibly suppressed the words he had intended to utter. Observing this, Coulson turned to Luke and inquired, "May I have a moment alone with him?" Luke maintained a stern expression as he stated, "No, he is charged with 11 counts, a repeat offender, and cannot be conversed with alone, not even by his attorney." Coulson could only sigh in resignation, turning to the man and saying, "Clint, you must endure staying here for a night. I will promptly report to Director Fury." In 1995, during the events of Captain Marvel, Keller served as the director, and it is likely that Alexander Pierce was the deputy director at that time. Now, in 1999, Nick Fury has not yet ascended to the role of director of SHIELD, and it is more probable that he holds the position of deputy director. With that, Coulson turned on his heel and departed. Clearly, Coulson was unaware of Agent Clint Barton's mission. However, it undoubtedly bore significance to Deputy Director Nick Fury of SHIELD. Both he and Barton were under Fury's command, and Barton's actions were surely directives from Fury himself. Luke's intention was to seek out Nick Fury. Since he wished to keep Natasha safe, he needed assurances from S.H.I.E.L.D. As for the Red Room, that would be a matter to address when Natasha was older. After Coulson's departure, Old Sheen also arrived, accompanied by his wife, Elsa. Young Natasha, still a charming little girl, exhibited signs of nervousness upon Luke's return to the lounge, where Elsa was whispering something to her. Upon seeing Luke, Natasha cast a pleading glance in his direction. However, before Luke could rescue her from Elsa's embrace, Old Sheen spoke up. "Let us step outside to converse." Luke could only give Natasha a reassuring look before following Old Sheen out. After a moment of scrutinizing Luke, Old Sheen finally said, "Speak. What is the background of this little girl?" Luke mysteriously remarked, "I have consulted the Oracle and discovered that this young woman's life is fraught with hardship, and her only chance for fortune lies in this moment, encountering me." Old Sheen regarded Luke with a skeptical expression and replied, "She is still underage. Do not entertain any ill intentions. Furthermore, how is it that I was unaware of your abilities in divination? Why not offer your insights to your own family?" Luke shook his head and said, "What are you thinking? I am not lacking in women. Besides, I am, after all, a practitioner of Taoism. What of it if I can read fortunes? I find it impossible to calculate those with whom I share an intimate relationship." Old Master Sheen remains somewhat skeptical, yet he cannot refute Luke's assertion. Thus, he inquires of Luke, "How do you intend to arrange matters concerning this young lady?" Luke said to Old Sheen, "Do you not desire more daughters?" Old Sheen shrugged and remarked, "It ultimately depends on your mother's opinion. I have no objections, but I am concerned about whether she might bring trouble." Luke pondered for a moment and replied, "Do not worry. I will handle those matters well." Old Sheen fixed his gaze on Luke and inquired, "Are you truly resolute in your decision?" Luke nodded and sighed, saying, "Alas, this world is in shambles, and I am the only one attempting to mend it." Just then, he received a sharp slap on the back of his head from Old Sheen. "Stop lamenting. With your grandparents and us around, you should simply take action. Go call your mother. I need to speak with her." Luke looked at Old Sheen skeptically and asked, "Are you sure you can handle Mom without me?" Consequently, he received another slap on the back of his head. "Do not doubt it. Your father will always be your father. Now hurry along." Reluctantly, Luke entered the lounge to summon Elsa before sitting beside Natasha. "My parents are wonderful people. I also have a younger sister and a cousin close to your age. You should all get along splendidly." Natasha gazed at Luke with curiosity and asked, "Do you really want to adopt me?" Luke nodded and replied, "It is my parents who wish to adopt you, but ultimately it depends on your own desire." "What if I do not wish to?" Natasha inquired timidly. Luke sighed and responded, "In that case, we would have no choice but to send you to a welfare institution, as you are still a minor." Chapter 67. A bustling home. Upon concluding his statement, Luke observed Natasha, who sat in contemplative silence. After a considerable interval, Old Sheen and Elsa entered the room. A glance at Elsa's expression confirmed to Luke that Old Sheen had successfully persuaded her. He discreetly gave Old Sheen a thumbs up. Elsa then approached Natasha and seated herself beside her, saying, "Lisa, would you consider coming to stay with us? Our home is quite lively. We have a daughter and a niece who are about your age, and you can attend school together. You appear quite thin. These past years must have been difficult for you. Do not worry, everything will improve." Natasha looked at Elsa, then at Luke, as if grappling with a momentous decision. After a brief pause, she nodded and replied to Elsa, "May I stay at your house for a while to adjust, and then respond?" Elsa smiled warmly. "Of course. You are most welcome in our home." At that moment, Old Sheen finalized arrangements with Harris. Natasha's case would remain with the Los Angeles branch for the time being. Once she agreed to the adoption, it would be transferred accordingly. During this interim period, she would reside with Luke until the case was concluded, at which point discussions regarding Natasha's future would resume. Having settled all matters, Luke prepared to take Natasha and her parents back to their villa at the foot of Beverly Hills. Natasha sat in Luke's car, while Old Sheen and Elsa traveled in another vehicle. Luke, smiling at Natasha, remarked, "Please refrain from using those skills you learned in the past. It might frighten others." Natasha looked down and murmured, "But, I I am no longer an ordinary person. Luke comprehended her meaning but felt powerless. While he could save lives, he could not restore severed limbs or regenerate lost organs. Therefore, he reassured her, "Do not fret. Everything will turn out well. Do not dwell on the past. You deserve a brighter future and a fulfilling life." Natasha parted her lips, ultimately producing a barely audible thank you. She believed Luke might not hear her, but his acute senses undoubtedly caught her words. At that moment, Luke's lips curved into a smile, more difficult to suppress than an AK. He said to Natasha, "From now on, you shall be my sister, Lisa." For clarity, she will continue to be referred to as Natasha throughout the narrative. Upon returning to their home at the foot of Beverly Hills, Luke noticed a mixture of confusion and envy in Natasha's eyes. After disembarking, he affectionately ruffled her hair and said, "This place is now your home as well. From this moment forth, your destiny is transformed. We shall be a family." It must be said, the practicality of such familial reassurances was undeniable. The villa was approximately 400 square meters, accompanied by front and back lawns, a pool, and a garden totaling around 500 square meters. The family resided on the second floor, where Luke's youngest brother, Henry, and sister Jessica had long since established separate rooms. Thus, one guest room remained available. After exiting the car, Elsa took Natasha, who appeared somewhat anxious, and led her into the villa. It is still not too late, so the children of the Chin family are gathered in the living room watching television. Due to the abundance of girls in the household, the youngest boy, Henry, has become the laborer for his sisters since Luke moved out. He is the one who wishes most fervently for Luke to return. Everyone was taken aback upon seeing Natasha, and at that moment Elsa introduced her, explaining that she is the girl saved by Luke and will be living with them henceforth. Angela and Beth were delighted to welcome another sister into their midst, bringing more liveliness to the home. Observing Natasha's frail and dirty appearance, Elsa instructed Angela and Beth to take her upstairs for a bath and to change her clothes. Among the three, Natasha was the smallest in stature, standing at just over 1.5 meters tall, while both Angela and Beth surpassed 1.60 meters, with Beth being a couple of centimeters shorter than Angela. The two girls enthusiastically led Natasha upstairs. Elsa then returned to her room to change her outfit and took Jessica with her to join the girls. Only the three boys remained in the living room. Henry, with a sorrowful expression, asked Luke, "Brother, how long will you be staying? Can I come and live with you?" Luke looked at Henry in surprise and replied, "What happened when I wasn't home?" Henry's face contorted in distress. "My sisters always make me do this and that. I hardly have time for my research." Luke patted his shoulder and reassured him, "It's nothing to worry about. You'll get used to it. Angela and the others are just training you. Have you ever heard that saying?" Henry looked at Luke with confusion. "What saying?" "You should deal with your younger brother early. Once you grow up like me, they won't be able to overpower you." At that moment, Old Man Chin approached with 2 bottles of beer, handing one to Luke and saying to Henry, "Don't listen to your brother. No matter how big you get, the power of bloodline suppression will never fade." Upon hearing Old Man Chin's words, despair washed over Henry's face. Luke quickly comforted him. "Grandpa is just teasing you. Angela and the others are teaching you how to interact with girls. You'll thank them for it later." Henry shook his head defiantly. "Humph. I don't want to. Women only hinder my research progress." Luke, intrigued, asked, "What research are you conducting?" "Conducting high-difficulty experimental calculations and real-time interactions through a large-scale integrated circuit microprocessor system connecting a modem to a server, controlled by an intelligent program developed on the Microsoft Visual Studio platform." Old Man Chin affectionately patted the back of Henry's head. "Speak in plain language." Henry, feeling aggrieved, replied, "I'm playing computer games." Luke stared at Henry in disbelief but eventually ruffled his hair and said, "Since you're interested, why not create a game yourself?" Henry shrugged and lamented, "Because of my sisters, I have no time." Luke smiled and said, "You are still young. For now, let your interests and hobbies suffice. Whatever you wish to pursue can wait until you grow older." Henry, resembling a miniature adult, sighed and replied, "Even when I grow up, I will still be the younger brother." Luke tightened his embrace around Henry's shoulders and remarked, "As sisters mature, they will seek boyfriends, leaving them less attentive to you. Upon hearing this, Henry's eyes brightened with enthusiasm. That's a splendid idea, he thought. Seizing the moment, Luke continued, "If you discover that your sisters have boyfriends, you must inform me at once. There will be a reward." Henry nodded eagerly and then inquired, "Does Lip count?" "Lip does not count, but if Beth finds another boyfriend, you must notify me immediately," Luke clarified. Henry, brimming with excitement, assured him, "Rest assured, I will not let you down." Observing Henry's renewed spirit, both Luke and Old Cheen exchanged mischievous smiles. However, it wasn't long before Old Cheen's smile vanished. "Drake, tonight I shall accompany Lisa in her slumber. You will have to manage alone." "Ha, old man, I cannot assist you with that," was the playful retort. Get lost. Chapter 68. First encounter. Luke was roused from his slumber in the early hours of the morning. Quietly departing his home, he drove back to the Los Angeles precinct. Harris, still bleary-eyed, joined him. Upon arriving in the lobby, the on-duty officer informed them that Nick Fury, the assistant director of S.H.I.E.L.D., awaited them in the lounge. As Luke and Harris entered, they found Nick Fury seated alone. Upon their arrival, Nick rose with a smile and extended his hand to Harris for a handshake. He then turned to Luke, offering his hand as well, and said, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Agent Luke. Your reputation precedes you." Luke shook his hand and replied, "Having the illustrious S.H.I.E.L.D. cast its gaze upon me is hardly a commendable circumstance." Nick Fury, undeterred by Luke's sarcasm, continued to address Harris, stating, "I am here to take Agent Clint Barton with me." Before Harris could respond, Luke interjected, "He faces 11 charges. Your mere word cannot absolve him, Mr. Fury. I remind you, S.H.I.E.L.D. has no law enforcement authority in the federal realm." Nick nodded, acknowledging Luke's point, and said, "I understand, but Agent Barton is on a covert mission, and thus." Luke brusquely interrupted, "Is kidnapping, assault, and the exploitation of a minor part of this mission. Is S.H.I.E.L.D. occult?" Nick regarded the resolute Luke and glanced at Harris with a hint of amusement, asking, "Are you sure you want to hear more?" Luke shook his head firmly, stating, "I have no interest in your clandestine affairs. He cannot simply leave this place." Harris chimed in, "The recent abduction case involving an 11-year-old girl in Simi Valley has garnered significant attention. Your agent being apprehended at this juncture complicates matters considerably." Nick scrutinized Harris and then turned to Luke, pondering before asking, "What do you propose?" With a sly smile reminiscent of a fox, Luke replied, "I care not for your secrets. You shall not surveil me or my family, including this girl, for any reason." Nick furrowed his brow, looking at Luke. "She is a complication, and she will become a greater one. Are you certain you wish to harbor her?" Luke shrugged. "You should be aware of my family circumstances. She is of similar age to my sister and would make an excellent protector." This assertion left Nick with little room for objection, and he remarked, "Are you certain she will heed your commands? Should she slip from your control again, we will intervene." Originally, Nick's mission for Hawkeye was to eliminate Natasha, but Hawkeye, moved by compassion, refrained from executing her immediately. Instead, he sought to persuade the homeless Natasha, fleeing from the Red Room, to join him in serving S.H.I.E.L.D. However, Luke's intervention led Nick to regard the 15-year-old Natasha with diminished seriousness. It can be said that Luke's timely intervention in the recruitment of Natasha by S.H.I.E.L.D. was indeed fortuitous. Had a few more years elapsed, Nick Fury would undoubtedly have recognized Natasha's significance and would have taken measures to ensure she was not swayed. Clearly, Natasha holds little importance for Nick Fury at this moment. Despite being an agent, what can a mere 15-year-old girl accomplish? How much impact can she truly have? Ultimately, Nick Fury nodded in agreement with Luke, signifying a deal. Observing the seemingly clandestine arrangement between the two, Harris felt a sense of unreality. Though she was Luke's superior, it was evident that Luke had concealed something from her regarding this matter. Once Nick Fury departed with Clint Barton, Harris turned to Luke and asked, "Is there something you wish to share with me?" Luke pondered for a moment before responding, "In truth, knowing about this matter may not serve you well. Are you certain you wish to hear it? Harris scrutinized Luke for a considerable time before stating, Luke, can I trust you? Luke replied with a smile, Claire, this matter is effectively concluded. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it will have no further implications. Moreover, remaining uninformed may be advantageous for you should complications ensue. Harris sighed, conceding, Very well, Luke. I am aware of your family's influence. Just ensure you manage it appropriately. The case concerning Sherry is of utmost priority. Luke had a moment of inspiration upon capturing Hawkeye the previous day and suggested to Harris, since it is already morning, why not commence the investigation now? I have developed a new lead. Harris retorted somewhat tersely, Go fetch some coffee. Luke cheerfully retrieved his phone and offered, Order whatever you desire. As Harris walked away, she muttered, I detest the wealthy nonetheless. Luke procured the finest pizza and coffee for Harris, although the limited selection of open establishments at that hour meant it was not the highest quality, just better than the usual fare. Still, Harris appreciated Luke's demeanor. Luke remarked, I suddenly realized something yesterday. Sherry's abduction may very well be the work of a seasoned criminal. Let us investigate individuals with prior offenses, particularly those related to kidnapping, molestation, and sexual crimes. Thus, Harris and Luke immersed themselves in analyzing the compiled list of suspects from dawn until morning. Their engrossed examination was abruptly interrupted by a piercing scream. Are we being invaded by thieves? As Luke swung open the door to Harris's office, he was met with a distraught Erica standing before his desk, her face etched with indignation. Luke approached Erica to clarify the situation, and upon learning that it was for the children, Erica's mood lightened somewhat. Yet, she continued to regard Luke with a look of lingering resentment. Luke, conceding to her displeasure, said, All right. This afternoon I shall have some discount vouchers from my family store delivered to you. Please resolve the issue with the coffee machine and coffee, okay? Hearing Luke's assurance, Erica's expression brightened. Luke then returned to collaborate with Harris on their investigation into the list of individuals. Ultimately, Luke and Harris narrowed down their search to 3 individuals, each possessing a history of indecent conduct towards women or prior offenses involving minors. 2 of them had already completed their prison sentences, while the third was currently on parole. Consequently, Luke resolved to pay a visit to these 3 individuals without delay. Before departing, he requested 3 search warrants from Harris. Thanks to Old Man Cheen's connections within the legal community, Harris effortlessly secured warrants signed by a judge. With the warrants in hand, Luke hastily exited the precinct. Before long, Luke located the suspect's residence using the information provided by Harris. On this occasion, he opted for a black Dodge Caliber instead of his usual eye-catching Dodge Ram, still in its bulletproof variant. This choice was motivated not only by a desire for discretion but also because this vehicle had been customized for him by the FBI shortly after he joined the agency. As a designated official vehicle, it required numerous modifications, which were only completed yesterday before being delivered to the precinct. After a brief observation, he exited the vehicle and, peering through the ocular device, discerned the suspect indulging in illicit substances in the living room. Without hesitation, he drew his firearm, kicked open the door, and shouted, FBI, raise your hands. Chapter 69. Not all are good people. The suspect had succumbed to a state of euphoria, lying there in a trance. When Luke burst through the door, he remained sprawled on the sofa, his expression ethereal. Observing the situation, Luke approached and handcuffed him. The man offered no resistance whatsoever. This residence lacked a backyard, prompting Luke to activate his insight and examine the subterranean area. He exhaled in relief upon discovering nothing amiss. Indeed, no news was good news. Subsequently, Luke contacted Harris to report the situation. On the other end of the line, Harris said, Understood. Please hold on while I reach out to the DEA for a handover. Luke waited for 10 minutes until the patrol officers arrived. After presenting their credentials, the DEA agents followed suit. There were 3 of them, led by a menacing bald man named Hank Schrade. Following a brief exchange, Schrade provided Luke with his contact information, seemingly recognizing Luke's exceptional nature and seeking to cultivate a personal connection. Luke found no cause for concern. After all, the DEA's law enforcement power within federal territory was rather limited. In matters concerning narcotics, the DEA and FBI shared jurisdiction. However, The DEA primarily focused on tracing sources and gathering pertinent intelligence, while significant apprehension operations relied heavily on local police and the FBI. Their resources were predominantly concentrated in major cities, and they lacked elite units akin to SWAT. Hence, they were keen on fostering positive relations with the FBI and local law enforcement, as, in the event of a serious incident, collaboration was essential. The ATF Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives faced similar constraints, having even fewer agents than the DEA. In rural areas beyond major urban centers, reliance on the FBI became paramount, as local police often proved unreliable. Among domestic law enforcement agencies, aside from the police in large cities, only the FBI possessed specialized teams to combat heavily armed criminals. Beyond that, military intervention was the alternative. Consequently, despite the local police's ambivalence towards the FBI, the Bureau stood uniquely apart from other enforcement entities. The IRS, often exaggerated in reputation, faced the same dilemma. They lacked dedicated teams for tackling heavily armed threats. Although IRS agents occasionally carried firearms, such instances were rare and seldom escalated into violent confrontations over tax disputes. Furthermore, the IRS is notorious for its aggressive collection tactics, and the image of armed tax collectors has become a quintessentially American phenomenon, particularly in a nation where firearms are largely unregulated, with many states permitting the purchase of fully automatic weapons. In contrast to other agencies, the FBI boasted a substantial number of personnel, wielding extensive authority to enforce constitutional violations. Certain particularly egregious crimes, such as anti-violence, drug trafficking, organized crime, foreign espionage, violent offenses, and white-collar crimes, were afforded the highest priority. Cases of particular concern could also receive expedited approval from the Department of Justice, sidelining other agencies. Thus, Luke ultimately contemplated pursuing a career as an FBI agent as the next stage of his life journey. Due to the apprehension of criminals and the maintenance of order, Luke's martial skills have progressed during this phase, allowing him to accrue points of order. After exchanging a few brief words with Supervisor Schlad, Luke departed, making his way to the residence of the next suspect. Upon arrival, he found no sign of the suspect. However, through his insightful gaze, he discerned an abundance of toys and clothing belonging to young girls within the home. Outside the house, Luke scrutinized the surroundings but found no concealed basement or similar area suitable for holding individuals. Consequently, he promptly called Harris. "Harris, I have arrived at the residence of suspect number 2, but he appears to be absent. Could you check his approximate location and movements?" After a short while, Harris returned his call. "Luke, I have made a discovery. This individual has reserved a room at a motel on XX Street, effective today. I will send you the address." "Understood. I will head there immediately." Upon receiving Harris's message, Luke hastened to the motel. It was a single-story establishment, characterized by a spacious parking lot, a common feature of motels, which in the United States are akin to budget hotels in China. After parking his vehicle, Luke surveyed the area. Suddenly, he spotted the suspect approaching the motel from a distance, carrying a bulging black plastic bag. After a moment's contemplation, Luke donned sunglasses and a cowboy hat before exiting his vehicle and proceeding toward the motel. As the motel's rooms were situated along the ground floor, they were adjacent to one another. Harris had already informed Luke of the room number reserved by the suspect, so he followed the directions. He deliberately modulated his pace, ultimately finding himself poised to brush past the suspect at the door of the designated room. As they drew closer, Luke could discern the subtle expressions on the suspect's face. Evidently, the suspect was in high spirits, unable to conceal his inner delight. Approaching the room, Luke activated his insightful gaze to observe the interior. The result momentarily stunned him. The suspect's reserved room, along with the adjacent ones, housed a police officer in each. Just as the suspect reached the door, an officer swung it open. All parties were momentarily taken aback, and in that fleeting instant, the suspect reached into his clothing. Positioned slightly behind and to the side of the suspect, Luke noted that the officers, led by a female officer, seemed unprepared for the unfolding situation. Seeing the suspect swiftly draw a handgun from his clothing, Luke sprang forward, seizing the suspect's arm and raising it upward. The gun discharged, and the first officer to emerge from the room screamed as she staggered backward. The other two officers drew their weapons, but at that moment, Luke had already subdued the assailant. Fortunately, the female officer was unharmed, having only been startled. Once Luke had secured the suspect with handcuffs, the officers holstered their weapons. After rising, Luke produced his identification, which alleviated the officer's apprehension. Thus, both parties exchanged information. It was revealed that these officers had received a report indicating that someone was attempting to arrange a meeting with the caller's daughter online. Typically, such behavior among young people is not uncommon. However, the daughter in question was merely 11 years old. Consequently, the officers orchestrated an operation to apprehend the suspect. To their astonishment, the perpetrator brandished a weapon, drawing his gun without uttering a word. After expressing gratitude to Luke, it became clear that he was investigating the disappearance of Sherry, and the officers were eager to assist him. Unfortunately, Luke had already set his sights on another target. Yet, as he prepared to depart, he caught sight of the contents within the suspect's bag. It contained a plush teddy bear, an assortment of binding materials, and various electronic toys. This discovery incited outrage among all present, as they could scarcely fathom the dire consequences for an 11-year-old girl should she fall into such a person's hands. After reporting back to Harris, only one suspect remained. Following a brief exchange with the LAPD officers, Luke was about to leave when the female officer he had rescued discreetly slipped him a business card. It read, "Zoe Anderson, an intern officer." Luke accepted the card and hurriedly exited the scene. Chapter 70. Fury Luke did not discard the business card, yet he lacked the inclination to pursue a date with the young woman. Although this Latina beauty possessed a certain charm, she paled in comparison to Alex, and even more so to the adorably naive Annie. Furthermore, Luke had been exceedingly busy of late. He had just concluded a harrowing operation with a Special Forces unit, was tirelessly investigating a case of missing girls, and was also attempting to thwart HIELD's recruitment of Black Widow. Matters of the heart could certainly wait for another time. Today, Luke was investigating 3 individuals, all of whom had criminal records. The first suspect had a history of molesting women and had served 7 years in prison before recently being released. The second suspect had a prior conviction for the molestation of minors and had been incarcerated for 13 years. He had been free for several years now. The third individual was convicted of kidnapping and molestation of women, sentenced to 30 years, but was currently on parole due to good behavior. Luke had chosen to investigate him last precisely because of his parole status. Those on parole were required to wear electronic ankle monitors, remain local, report periodically to the police station, and were subject to regular visits from parole officers. Thus, Luke approached the final residence with little hope remaining. As he pondered what other avenues he had yet to explore, he found himself standing before the suspect's home. After securing a parking spot, he made his way toward the front door. However, as he prepared to knock, the vision revealed by his insight ignited an instantaneous fury within him. He beheld a makeshift bed in the disheveled storage room beyond the living room, and upon it lay the long-missing Sherry, gaunt and entirely unclothed, one of her ankles shackled by a lengthy iron chain. At that moment, the female occupant of the room leaned against the doorframe, seemingly entertained by the scene. The male occupant, the third suspect, was brandishing some toys and a kitchen knife, his shirt discarded on the bed, as he prepared to disrobe. In that instant, Luke could no longer afford to knock. He drew his firearm, forcefully kicked open the door, and shouted, "FBI, hands in the air." Upon entering, the living room lay directly to his left, with 2 doors leading to adjoining rooms. The female occupant froze at the sight of Luke brandishing his weapon, while the man hastily emerged, struggling with his unfastened trousers. Within less than a second, Luke made his decision. Noticing that neither of them was using Sherry as leverage, he swiftly emptied his magazine into the pair. 21 rounds of 5 by 21 millimeters specialized ammunition struck their bodies, with Luke ensuring that the final shot for each was aimed at their heads, intent on ensuring their demise was absolute. As they collapsed, Luke hurriedly retrieved 2 handguns from his space. He had acquired numerous weapons during the recent robbery at the Zhongfu building and on Devil's Island. By removing the serial numbers, these firearms became untraceable, perfectly suited for staging the scene. Harnessing his ability to manipulate objects with his mind, He discharged 2 rounds into the air at a height just above where the pair had stood. Then Luke placed the 2 guns in the suspect's hands, repeatedly tightening his grip. His ability to manipulate objects with his mind did not extend to living beings. However, the deceased were beyond such limitations. After reloading the magazines, Luke removed his suit jacket and entered the room. Upon stepping inside, he was assaulted by a foul stench. Shirley was imprisoned here, and it was apparent that all her basic needs had been met within these confines. Upon seeing Luke, Shirley was momentarily taken aback. Luke swiftly enveloped her in his jacket and raised his weapon to sever the iron chains binding her feet. At that moment, Shirley burst into tears. Luke gently reassured her, "Child, do not fear. It is all over now." He then promptly dialed Harris. "Shirley has been found. Send help immediately. I have discharged my weapon. Shirley is unharmed, but 2 suspects have been shot." Luke focused solely on comforting Shirley in his arms, awaiting the arrival of backup or patrol officers. He needed to ensure the scene remained intact, as this would be crucial for establishing that the assailants had fired upon him, justifying his emptying of the magazine. This was the most rational course of action. The sight he had witnessed at the doorway had ignited a profound fury within him. Ultimately, Luke's worldview was shaped by his upbringing under the red flag. Although he had long perceived Americans as wicked, and villains more numerous than phantoms, it was not until today that he felt the weight of this reality. He could not fathom how Shirley had endured those 12 harrowing days, but it seemed the suspects intended to threaten her before further violating her. Had Luke arrived even a moment later, Shirley's life would have been marred by an indelible shadow, one that even a Fields Medal laureate could not quantify. Perhaps the circumstances had been exceedingly dire for Shirley, for her sobs gradually diminished, and she slowly succumbed to slumber. Luke performed a quick assessment. Thankfully, she was not in shock, merely weakened. Contemplating his next steps, he retrieved a firearm, a modified pistol capable of firing tranquilizer rounds. The ammunition was meant for a life-saving dosage, but after a moment's thought, he put it away. Instead, he produced a syringe resembling a gun, filled with 100 milliliters of the life-saving serum. He injected it into Shirley's arm and pressed the trigger. Once the injection was complete, Luke stowed the syringe and sighed as he gazed at the girl in his arms. Hell is empty, and the devils are among us. For the first time, Luke confronted the true significance of his role as an enforcer of the law. This transcended mere technique, systems, or legislation. It was fundamentally about humanity. In that instant, he no longer saw himself as the privileged heir of a wealthy family merely playing at life. He felt the profound weight of a law enforcer's responsibility. He recalled the oath he had taken upon joining the FBI, along with its tenets and ideals: fidelity, bravery, integrity. Luke remained steadfastly loyal to the sense of justice within him, which compelled him to act without hesitation in emptying the magazine. For the justice he harbored would not permit such individuals to survive to face a court of law. Old Cheen, a seasoned lawyer, understood all too well the significance of engaging a competent attorney in the United States. Thus, he audaciously staged the scene, determined to consign those 2 scoundrels to the depths of hell, never to rise again. The patrol officers and ambulance were the first to arrive. Inside the house, Luke cradled the sleeping yet tightly clutching his shirt Sherry as she was carried into the ambulance. The patrol officers had already cordoned off the area outside the residence. Harris arrived by helicopter and made his way directly to Sherry, an 11-year-old girl, imprisoned in a cramped, filthy room for 12 days, deprived of adequate food and clothing. Any sane individual encountering such a plight would be overwhelmed with indignation. Upon witnessing Sherry's condition, Harris remarked to Luke, "Well done." The forensic team soon arrived to examine the scene. The paramedics had already confirmed the demise of the 2 suspects. The preliminary conclusions drawn by the forensic team aligned with Luke's expectations. The assailants had opened fire on him, and he had emptied his magazine in response. This was entirely reasonable. With Sherry's successful rescue and the media spotlight on this case extinguished, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, save for Luke. Chapter 71. Administrative leave. Luke and Harris watched as the ambulance carrying Shelley departed into the distance. Harris turned to Luke and remarked, "We truly owe you a debt of gratitude this time." Luke, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied, "This was a collective effort. Let us not allow the media to report solely on me. Harris nodded with a smile, assuring him, I understand. Rest assured. The evidence collection process conducted by the forensic team was quite lengthy, as they sought proof of the suspect's involvement in Shelley's abduction and confinement. The gray vehicle used in her kidnapping was discovered in the backyard. Additionally, Luke's firearm was logged by the forensic team. By the time Luke arrived, it was already afternoon. Once Harris concluded his tasks, he accompanied Luke to the hospital. The media had dispersed, leaving only Shelley's family present. Upon entering the hospital room, Shelley's stepfather, Carl, was the first to express his gratitude to both Harris and Luke. He particularly clung to Luke's hand, weeping profusely. As he thanked Luke, he recounted the immense pressure he had faced recently. Following Shelley's disappearance, the police had suspected him of orchestrating her kidnapping. During the investigation, Collins and his team even employed a polygraph test when questioning Carl. Although he had cleared his name, numerous individuals continued to harbor doubts and cast blame upon him, especially given that Shelley had been abducted right under his nose. Luke found himself at a loss for words. Such is the nature of humanity. Observing a grown man in his 30s weeping openly, he could only offer a sympathetic pat on Carl's shoulder. Upon entering the room, they found Shelley peacefully asleep in her bed. Her condition had markedly improved. Indeed, the life-saving intervention had proven effective. The medical staff conducted a thorough examination, revealing that aside from malnutrition, all other health indicators were normal. There were no signs of abuse or violation. Harris conversed with Shelley's parents regarding the subsequent handling of the case. Upon learning that it was Luke who had rescued Shelley and dispatched her captor, they expressed their heartfelt gratitude once more. Luke could only smile and reassure them. Shelley's safety is the best news we could hope for. The department will arrange for a child psychologist to assist her. Everything will be all right. After Harris provided further instructions, he and Luke prepared to leave. At the entrance of the hospital, Harris informed Luke, a press conference is scheduled for tomorrow morning to report on the case. If you wish to avoid the spotlight, perhaps you should take some time off. Luke nodded, responding, that sounds good. I could use a few days of rest. You don't have any particularly pressing cases, do you? Harris chuckled lightly, saying, the most urgent case has been resolved thanks to you. If the remaining team members cannot handle their tasks, they might as well reconsider their positions at the FBI. Luke nodded in farewell to Harris. I shall return to my leave. If anything arises, do not hesitate to call me. Glancing at his watch, Luke realized that it was too late to find a proper meal, so he settled for a quick bite at a nearby fast food establishment. Upon returning home, he found his sisters in the living room engrossed in a television program, while Elsa busied herself in the kitchen, preparing fruit for them. Luke gazed at Natasha, who sat somewhat awkwardly on the sofa, and said, Hello, Lisa. How has your day been? Angela immediately replied to Luke, Elsa took Lisa out for a big shopping spree today. We returned early this afternoon to help her set up the room. Natasha smiled in response to Luke's return, saying, Today has been wonderful. I'm very happy. Beth then suggested to Angela and Natasha, How about we celebrate tonight with a pajama party in your room? Observing Natasha's adorably confused expression directed at Beth, Luke felt a chuckle rising within him. The Red House certainly hadn't taught her this, but such activities could foster camaraderie among the girls, and he saw no reason to intervene. Upon returning to his room, Luke opened the system panel. The recent rescue incident involving Shelley had yielded only 800 order points, bringing his total to an impressive 25,000 points. However, the progress of his cultivation technique had only increased by 1. Luke contemplated the panel before ultimately clicking the lottery button. Ding! Would you like to spend 10,000 order points to draw? Yes. Ding! You have received a new item. Please check. Luke did not inspect the item but instead clicked the lottery button once more. The thrill of expenditure and the joy of unboxing overwhelmed his mind. The first item was a golden apple. Item name? Golden apple. Item description. Consuming it grants access to stored knowledge. Luke stared quizzically at the golden apple, which was no larger than a fist. Was this meant to be eaten? After much hesitation, he steeled himself and took a bite. The flavor was distinctly apple-like, a delightful balance of sweet and sour. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him. He fought to maintain his consciousness, but his eyelids grew heavier. Just before he succumbed, he muttered, "This I sent a golden apple. It feels more like a drug to induce sleep." An hour later, Luke opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling. "Master, are you trying to amuse yourself at my expense? You provided me with the methods for creating artificial intelligence but neglected to give me the hardware specifications." The golden apple had bestowed upon Luke the entirety of the technology required for manufacturing artificial intelligence. Yet, with the current state of human hardware, he could only produce rudimentary AI. The advanced AI, akin to the supreme intellect of the Kree, necessitated terrifyingly sophisticated hardware. The Kree had once gathered the finest resources from across the universe to achieve such a pinnacle. With a sigh, Luke clicked on another item. Item name: Dimensional Wall-E 2. 0 item description. A robot with a soul, remade with vibranium and nanometals. Its internal chamber connects to a dimensional space. In his previous life, Luke had never seen that film, so he was unaware of the robot's purpose. Rising, he quietly drove away from his home, making his way back to his seaside villa in Malibu. Upon arriving at the underground workshop, Luke retrieved Wall-E. It was a small, square metal box, less than 30 centimeters in size, with a matte, earthy yellow finish. Despite its square shape, it was easy to distinguish its front from its back. At the top of the device lies a small rectangular display screen, while the lower section bears the inscription Wall 2. 0. The rear features a prominent arc that occupies the entirety of the back, with an elegant, hollow arc extending from above, resembling a handle, perfectly designed for lifting this petite gadget. Placing it upon the workbench, Luke pondered how to activate this little contraption. To his astonishment, he observed the lid of the box gently rising, revealing 2 large eyes gazing at him. Luke was somewhat enchanted by this charming entity. With a smile, he extended his finger towards himself and introduced, "Hello, I am Luke Cheen." The little creature lifted its head to meet Luke's gaze, extending a mechanical arm from its side to point at the wall inscription adorning its front. Luke comprehended the gesture and nodded, inquiring, "Can you speak?" Wall-E blinked its large eyes, and then Luke heard a distinct sound indicative of a computer error. A red X appeared on the display screen on Wall-E's chest. Luke nodded again, yet inwardly lamented, with vibranium craftsmanship, why wasn't a voice module included? Thus, Luke spent the entire evening engaging in this peculiar form of conversation with Wall-E, gradually uncovering the basic details of the little robot. The hatch on Wall-E's chest could be opened, revealing the standard internal structure of a metal box. While it could not accommodate overly large items, anything that could fit inside could be retrieved by Wall-E into its dimensional space. Chapter 72. An old friend arrives the following day marked the weekend, and Luke eagerly introduced Wall-E to Uncle Chun early in the morning. He explained that it was a robot he had crafted during his research. Uncle Chun, though intrigued by the little contraption, being of an older generation, only sought to understand how to communicate with Wall-E and soon lost interest. Luke took Wall-E to a supermarket, leaving it perched on the car seat while he ventured inside. Eventually, he emerged, maneuvering 3 shopping carts laden with snacks. Wall-E's dimensional space bore a striking resemblance to Luke's personal space, where time itself seemed to stand still. However, when Luke inquired about the capacity of Wall-E's space, the robot could only gesture in a circular manner, failing to provide a precise answer. Thus, Luke decided to conduct an experiment, filling the trunk of his car with various items to see if he could store them in Wall-E's dimensional realm. Remarkably, every last snack was absorbed into Wall-E's interior. After much prodding, Wall-E pointed to a globe emblem on one of the packaging. Luke was rendered speechless, astonished by the implication that Wall-E's dimensional space was as vast as Earth itself. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Master, what have you created?" Although the little fellow could not articulate words, it was capable of producing sounds reminiscent of the default notifications of a Windows system, allowing Luke to often infer its intentions without needing to glance at the emblem on its chest. Upon returning home with Wall-E, Luke found his 3 younger sisters deliberating over their weekend plans. The moment they spotted the boxy robot trailing behind Luke, their curiosity was piqued. Wall-E's large, expressive eyes were undeniably endearing. As the excited girls rushed towards him, Wall-E instinctively sought refuge behind Luke's legs, retracting its limbs into its body. leaving only its oversized eyes peering out at the approaching trio. Luke quickly interjected, "You frightened it." Angela, intrigued, gazed at Wally and asked Luke, "Is this the latest toy?" Beth and Natasha turned their attention to Luke as well. Shaking his head, Luke clarified, "No, this is a smart robot I inadvertently created. But please, keep it a secret. It might be snatched away." He encouraged them to treat Wally as a new friend and engage with it. Beth, displaying her boldness, stepped forward and extended her hand, saying, "Hi, I'm Beth. What's your name?" Wally glanced up at Luke, who smiled and nodded encouragingly. It then extended its limbs, pointed to the letters on its chest, and shook hands with Beth. Wally, the little robot nodded, and a number appeared on its display screen. "Wow, Luke, it's incredibly intelligent," exclaimed Beth. Hearing the praise, Wally's emblem transformed into a smiling face. The three sisters, along with a pair of twin siblings, gathered around Wally, chattering excitedly. Wally even retrieved an assortment of snacks from its dimensional space, leaving them in awe. Just then, Luke's phone began to ring. Upon answering the phone, Luke was momentarily taken aback by the voice on the other end. "Hey, Luke. I've arrived in Los Angeles." It was John McClane. "Buddy, congratulations. Have you reconciled with Holly?" "Certainly. Holly remains captivated by my charm." "Ahem. Shall we venture out for a drink this evening?" McClane gladly accepted Luke's proposal. However, after inquiring about the department he served, Luke mentioned he would introduce someone to him and then abruptly ended the call. The phone was dialed once more. "Hello, Frank. Are you free this evening? What has transpired?" Luke had no pressing matters at hand. A friend had recently transferred to the LAPD, and he wanted to introduce him. Although he was nearly overwhelmed with tasks, he still found time to share a drink in the evening. He instructed his friend to inform him once arrangements were made before he ended the call. As Luke pondered over a serene bar near the Parker Center, close to Hollywood, he sent messages to McClane and Frank. After calling his parents, he returned to the Malibu seaside villa with his younger siblings. The spaciousness of the place provided ample room for their amusement. He decided to let them enjoy the weekend there, with Uncle Chun present to supervise while he was out. Uncle Chun observed curiously as Wally played with the children. Although Wally harbored a fear of water, it was inherently waterproof. After being coaxed into the pool by the children, it automatically activated its inflatable flotation device. Its treaded feet transformed into underwater propellers, allowing it to accompany the children in their playful antics throughout the day. By nightfall, the kids were reluctant to part from Wally, wishing to snuggle with it as they drifted off to sleep. Later that evening, Luke selected a more understated Dodge Charger from the garage. This four-door sports car, which he had modified with a retractable adjustable rear wing, was a testament to his penchant for design. Drawing inspiration from the Chevrolet Camaro's iconic lineage, Luke's custom Dodge sedan series was no exception. This particular vehicle was a factory specialty, boasting a 6.4-liter supercharged engine that delivered an impressive 850 horsepower. Upon arriving at the designated bar, he immediately spotted McClane seated at the counter. The two shared a warm embrace before settling into a corner booth. "When did you arrive?" Luke inquired. "I arrived only yesterday afternoon, having driven here from New York with a friend." "Will I not be returning in the future?" "The house over there still remains. When time permits, one can retreat to that place for a vacation. What is there in New York worth a holiday? Listen to me, do not return. The feng shui there is unfavorable. Do you understand this concept? You see, it seems that your midlife crisis has arisen due to your time in New York. Wouldn't it be better to come to Los Angeles?" McClane was momentarily taken aback, nodding in agreement. Before he could continue the conversation, Detective Frank entered the bar. He surveyed the patrons and spotted Luke in the corner, waving at him. "Hey Frank, over here." Luke ordered some drinks and snacks, and then introduced the two men to each other. McClane, a detective from New York, had come to Los Angeles and would soon be reporting to the LAPD under Frank's command, though he was not scheduled to start until the following week. Having met his superior before even beginning his duties, McClane expressed his gratitude to Luke. Frank was equally pleased, welcoming the addition of such a formidable ally to his team. Luke also informed Frank about McClane's involvement in the robbery case at the Zhongfu building. With such a fierce subordinate, Frank could not help but beam. shaking off the weariness he had felt upon arriving. Noticing that Frank appeared somewhat unwell, Luke inquired, "Is something troubling you? I've observed a significant increase in patrols on the streets." After a moment of contemplation, Frank, recognizing that Luke was with the FBI and understanding that the truth would inevitably surface, decided to confide in him. The night before last, one of our officers, Steve Austin, was murdered. Both Luke and McLean were taken aback. This was indeed a grave matter. Frank then revealed an even more shocking detail. The assailant had impersonated him in an attempt to pursue a child. Chapter 73. The holding both Luke and McLean gazed at Frank in astonishment. Frank continued, "Yesterday, the assassin impersonated Austin while pursuing a boy named John Connor." "Goddamn it," Luke exclaimed. Frank presumed Luke's outburst stemmed from indignation at the assassin's actions, unaware that Luke was cursing even more vehemently in his mind. Although he had never closely followed the film industry, he was certainly familiar with the legendary Terminator. Due to the narrative design, the timeline of Terminator 2 had been postponed. Unperturbed, Frank continued, "Not only did this killer pursue the boy, but he also visited the psychiatric hospital where the boy's biological mother resides. Many bystanders were murdered, including Connor's adoptive parents." Curiously, McLean inquired, "How did the child manage to escape the assassin's pursuit?" Taking a sip of his drink, Frank replied, "We discovered that someone was protecting him at the scene, yet this individual has no record in our system." He then glanced at Luke, the implication clear. He wanted Luke to leverage his FBI credentials to investigate. Luke mechanically nodded, now grasping the general situation. He then asked Frank, "Do you have any photographs?" Frank retrieved several photos from his pocket and handed them to Luke. Upon examining the images, Luke recognized the governor. Frank remarked, "The assassin's imitation of Austin is astonishingly perfect. One cannot distinguish between him and the real Austin in the photograph." Luke couldn't help but retort, "The T-1000 can perfectly mimic anyone." Pointing to another photograph, Frank said, "This person wearing sunglasses is the one who protected Connor. We have no information on him in our system." Luke tucked away the photos and replied to Frank, "I'll check back at the office tomorrow, but I don't hold much hope. This person likely came from abroad." Frank nodded and clinked his glass with Luke's, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, we have considered this possibility, but the police database is not as comprehensive as the FBI's." Due to the case, Frank did not spend much time with Luke. Luke had achieved his goal of introducing McLean to Frank. Upon returning to his seaside villa in Malibu, Luke contemplated whether to intervene. Frank had merely requested Luke's assistance, but involving the FBI could complicate matters. Given that an officer had been murdered, the LAPD would undoubtedly seek to apprehend the killer themselves. If the FBI intervened, it could overshadow their efforts. After some reflection, Luke ultimately decided to involve himself, albeit not under the auspices of the FBI. The following day, he instructed Chun to procure some items for delivery to the warehouse while he headed to the precinct. As expected, Harris was working overtime, while Erica sulked in front of her computer watching a movie. Upon seeing Luke, Erica's expression transformed in an instant, and she rushed to give him a warm embrace. Luke was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected fervor. Erica chuckled and remarked, "Wow, Luke, you are incredibly considerate. Those coupons you sent will last me an entire year." Luke had merely requested Uncle Chun to procure some coupons from his own enterprise. He was unaware of the quantity that had been delivered. He shrugged and suggested to Erica, "It's not wise to indulge alone. Do share some with Harris and the others." Upon hearing this, Erica's expression shifted to one of inner conflict. "Well, all right then." Noticing her reluctance, Luke patted her shoulder and reassured her, "Don't overthink it. Just let me know when you run out, and I'll arrange for more." Immediately, Erica's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Luke. "Luke, I think I've fallen for you. What should I do? Can you save me a spot in your basement?" Luke shook his head in exasperation. "Enough of that. Have you purchased the coffee machine yet?" Erica provided him with a model number for a coffee machine. Luke looked utterly perplexed, as he had little knowledge in that regard. Observing his confusion, Erica promptly revealed the price. This coffee machine is over $5,000. Isn't that a bit steep? But it is the one used by Starbucks." Luke interrupted her explanation, pulling out his phone. "Uncle Chin, Which brand of coffee machine does Starbucks use? Oh, from Grandma's place? Have them send the best one to my office. After hanging up, Erica leaped onto Luke, planting a kiss on his cheek. Wow, Luke, I absolutely adore you. The finest La Marzocco coffee machine costs nearly $20,000. Luke quickly pushed Erica away and inquired, will you choose the coffee beans yourself, or should I have someone bring them? Erica eagerly replied, I'll pick them, Luke. Does your basement truly not need a maid? One who doesn't wear clothes. Luke hastily curtailed Erica's banter and made his way to Harris's office. Upon his arrival, Harris appeared quite surprised. Luke wasted no time and stated, Detective Frank has a tricky case that requires my assistance, so here I am. Harris nodded in understanding. I know. There's been a police officer murdered. I'm willing to help, but getting involved directly wouldn't be appropriate. Luke acknowledged this with a nod, exchanged pleasantries, and proceeded to his desk. Based on Frank's description, John Connor and his mother, Sarah Connor, had already departed Los Angeles. However, their ultimate objective remained here. To thwart the emergence of Skynet, they intended to destroy the company conducting research on it. Thus, Luke used this as a starting point to investigate related companies. After extensive research, he finally identified the company in question. Upon reviewing the company's information, he was taken aback. Damn it, after all that searching, it turns out to be a company we invested in. Consequently, Luke picked up the phone and dialed, Uncle Chun, we have invested in a tech company called Cybertron, and I want to acquire complete control over it. Immediately. Very well, young master. Do you have any other requests? Luke pondered for a moment before responding, arrange for me a position within the company, one that allows for unrestrained authority. It must be finalized before the end of the workday. Understood, young master. I shall attend to it immediately. After hanging up the phone, Luke exhaled in relief. Corporate matters were easily resolved, yet the intricacies of human relations posed a greater challenge. Thus, he resumed his research. Mr. Chun demonstrated remarkable efficiency. Shortly after noon, he dispatched someone to deliver Luke's identity ID card. Upon inspection, Luke noted with satisfaction that he was designated as the chairman of the supervisory board and assistant to the board of directors, holding an 89% equity stake. Quite satisfactory indeed. The remaining position was that of head of research and development, Miles Dyson. The name sparked a sudden association in Luke's mind. Hairdryer. Having this individual develop home appliances could prove to be a splendid choice. With that decision made, Luke departed from the precinct and made his way to Dr. Dyson's neighborhood. With ample time at hand, Luke drove to procure a multitude of items and even indulged in a delightful dinner. Now, he awaited the night when Sarah Connor would arrive to execute the assassination of Dyson. Chapter 74. Holiday. However, Luke waited in his car the entire night without encountering Sarah Connor and her companions. Consequently, in the morning he felt rather disgruntled. Upon returning home, he took Wally with him, much to the dismay of his sisters. He first visited his family's 3Q Weapons Company, where the warehouse manager reluctantly presented him with the shipping documents for his signature. As Luke departed, he slipped the manager a roll of cash, prompting an immediate transformation in the man's demeanor. Young master, please take your time, he said. Luke then returned to his Malibu villa, leaving Wally at the warehouse before heading straight to Cybertron Corporation. He had already instructed Uncle Chun to notify the remaining board members and management of Cybertron. Upon his arrival, a throng awaited him at the entrance. Luke disembarked from the extended bulletproof Rolls-Royce arranged by Uncle Chun, clad in a meticulously tailored three-piece suit, complete with a jacket, trousers, waistcoat, and tie. Acknowledging the crowd with mere civility, Luke promptly requested, "Please take me to view the robotic arm." The president hesitated momentarily before responding, "How did you come to know of this? It is a company secret." Luke furrowed his brow and addressed the president and the former chairman, stating, "This individual has been dismissed. I do not wish to see him within the company." Ignoring the complex expressions of those around him, he strode confidently into the building. However, the president's secretary eagerly approached, accompanying Luke as she introduced him to the various departments within the company. It must be said that the former president had an excellent eye for talent. The secretary was a striking blonde with an alluring figure. Yet, despite her subtle advances and flirtations, Luke offered her no more than cursory glances. Eventually, exasperated, he remarked, "Miss, if you wish to continue receiving a lucrative salary here, focus on your work rather than frivolous distractions." This admonition restored the secretary to her professional demeanor. They finally arrived at the company's vault, the repository of the damaged T-800 chip and a half-mechanical arm. The secretary lacked the necessary clearance to enter, so Luke instructed the others to wait outside while he proceeded alone. Within 2 minutes, he emerged and summoned all employees to the hall for an address. Half an hour later, the hall was brimming with Cybertron staff, who exchanged puzzled glances, whispering among themselves in confusion. The secretary prepared a microphone and handed it to Luke. From Uncle Chin, he had learned that the acquisition of Cybertron had proceeded smoothly due to the company's financial difficulties. After a decade of research yielding no results, continuous investments had strained the shareholders' patience. With a buyer appearing, they hastily sold their shares to recuperate losses, leaving the remaining shares in the hands of the technical team. Without further ado, Luke cut to the chase. "I am the new shareholder of this company, and indeed the largest, having just acquired 89 of its shares. I hereby announce a week of paid leave for all employees." His proclamation incited an uproar among the staff. Then Luke continued, "Everyone will receive a 15 salary increase." The employees below erupted in cheers. However, Luke soon doused their excitement with cold water. The company is set to undergo a transformation. The future does not require grandeur but rather a focus on incremental improvements. Our upcoming research direction will be towards smarter, more humanized household appliances. Dr. Dyson, I am confident that you will excel in this, so I am sending your entire family to Huaxia for market research, departing this afternoon. Dr. Miles Dyson was utterly bewildered. What household appliances? What market research? Who am I? Where am I? After Luke delegated some tasks to the executives, he offered a few words of advice to Dr. Dyson. Then, with a flourish, Luke departed from Cyberton Corporation. Upon returning home, he discovered that a third of the armaments in the warehouse were missing. Luke was quite pleased with Wall's efficiency and took him along to Dr. Dyson's residence. The Dyson family had already prepared their belongings, and Luke's arrival surprised them. However, they were even more astonished by the boxy robot that followed Luke. Without preamble, Luke stated, "Let me show you my masterpiece." Thus, Wall and Dyson engaged in awkward small talk. Dyson, still in awe, remarked to Luke, "This is incredible. How did you manage this?" Luke replied, "Your research direction is misguided. The essence of artificial intelligence lies not in learning patterns, but in foundational logic." He then proceeded to share some fundamental design concepts of artificial intelligence with Dr. Dyson, leaving him utterly speechless. Dyson, bewildered, asked Luke, "If you understand this so well, why is the company halting its research to pivot towards household products?" Luke smiled and said, "The time is not yet ripe. Artificial intelligence incites fear, and no one can guarantee whether it will ultimately be benevolent or malevolent." Dyson nodded thoughtfully. Luke continued, "If it is benevolent, that is well and good. But if it is malevolent, the potential for destruction is immense." After a moment of contemplation, Dyson sighed and admitted to Luke, "You are right. No one can assure this. I was too presumptuous." Luke was pleased with Dyson's attitude. Although he ultimately developed Skynet, Dr. Dyson was not a villain. His intellect applied to small appliances was a remarkable downgrade in scale. Perhaps in the future he could launch an S-store, undoubtedly yielding greater profits and influence than pursuing military contracts. After watching the Dyson family being escorted by the individuals he had arranged, Luke returned to their home and activated the power in the room, ensuring it appeared as though the house was in normal use. He then set up a few items at the entrance of the Dyson residence before returning to his vehicle. From a distance, with Wall by his side, the two engaged in conversation while keeping watch. Sure enough, as night fell, a shadowy figure stealthily emerged into Luke and Wall's line of sight. Luke quietly disembarked from the vehicle, with Wally effortlessly donning a set of rubber treads. Sarah Connor, clad in a black tactical vest and wielding a fully equipped M4, took her position behind the bushes outside Dyson's residence. Just as she had settled in and raised her weapon to survey the villa, she felt the cold barrel of a gun pressed against the back of her head. "Madam, even assassins have standards. I must say, I've never encountered someone as amateurish as you," a voice remarked. In an instant, Luke snatched the gun from Sarah's grasp, along with the firearm holstered at her thigh. Now slowly turn around, he instructed. As Sarah raised her hands and turned, she found herself face to face with a young man clad in a tailored suit, accompanied by an unusual robot at his feet. Luke holstered his weapon and produced his identification. FBI, now, tell me where your son and his bodyguard are. These words rendered Sarah momentarily speechless, and a sudden realization struck her, causing a wave of dread to wash over her. Luke, upon observing her expression, discerned her thoughts and reassured her, saying, "Hey, I am human, not that robot that is pursuing you, alright?" Chapter 75. Personal proof. Sarah Connor remained unconvinced of her doubts. Luke could only shrug and replied, "If I were truly that person, I would have killed you by now instead of standing here in the breeze." Yet, Sarah still did not believe Luke's words. She was aware from the T-800 that the T-1000 could assume the appearance of anyone. However, she was unarmed and unable to verify this. Seeing her skepticism, Luke stepped closer and uttered, "I apologize," before kissing her amidst her startled expression. Just as Sarah prepared to resist, a boy's voice interrupted, "What are you doing?" The moment became quite awkward. Being caught in the act of kissing someone's mother is an uncomfortable predicament. After releasing Sarah, Luke raised his hands in exasperation and said, "I told her I'm not a robot, but she didn't believe me. So I had to prove it personally." He then turned to Sarah, asking, "Do you believe me now?" Upon seeing her son and the T-800 arrive, Sarah felt a brief moment of embarrassment before regaining her composure. She indeed felt Luke's warmth. Although Sarah, a captivating woman, was not the type Luke favored. Without explaining to young John, she demanded of Luke, "Who exactly are you?" Luke produced his credentials once more, stating, "FBI agent. The commotion you caused was too significant. I had to intervene." Young John quickly clarified, "It was the T-1000. We were merely forced to retaliate." Luke nodded, acknowledging, "I understand. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been me here, but a SWAT team." Sarah inquired, "Are you planning to take us back?" Luke shook his head, replying, "Your situation is far too bizarre. Do you intend to take young John to a mental institution with you?" The thought of her torment in such a place resurfaced for Sarah. "No, I never want to return to that place." Luke gestured towards the T-800, stating, "This fellow's allure to the military is akin to that of a newly released convict seeing a beautiful woman. He would be seized for research." Finally, Luke asserted in a firm tone, "Therefore, let us depart from here at once." Sarah instantly retorted, "No, we cannot allow Dr. Dyson to continue his research." She added, "He has traveled abroad and 1T returned for a week. We must leave. The T-1000 will undoubtedly find this place." Luke glanced at the trio and beckoned, "Let us go. Get in my vehicle and we shall head to Mexico. We have a car." Mother and son chorused in unison. Luke pointed to the Dodge Humvee he had driven. "Do you see that? It's bulletproof. Are you certain you wish to drive your dilapidated vehicle?" Faced with the striking Dodge Humvee, both Sarah and John exhibited envious expressions. "Is the FBI equipped to this extent these days?" T-800 then interjected, "His suggestion is indeed sound." Wally emitted a sound, at which point everyone realized that the little creature beside Luke was a robot. Young John widened his eyes in astonishment. "Is this also a robot?" Luke, as they walked, replied, "What is so strange about that? You have a lifelike robot next to you as well." Young John was momentarily speechless, then asked, But he comes from the future?" Luke turned back and offered him a mysterious smile. "How can you be so sure that only they are from the future?" One must admit Luke was quite adept at building suspense. His words successfully caused Connor and his mother to widen their eyes once again. Luke instructed the T-800 to transfer the weapons from their vehicle to the trunk of the Dodge Ram. Observing their dilapidated gear, he couldn't help but sigh. "Most of these items are useless." Young John curiously inquired, "How do you know that?" Luke bestowed upon young John another enigmatic smile but refrained from answering his question. At that moment, Sarah proposed another suggestion. "We should go to Cybertron Corporation and destroy the materials left behind." Luke shook his head and replied, "There is no need. Dr. Dyson provided me with all the crucial information before he left, and the company has destroyed the backups." Young John, filled with questions, asked, "How did you manage that?" Luke casually remarked, "I acquired Cybertron Corporation." "What the hell?" Both young John and Sarah exclaimed in unison. Luke continued to explain. The designers of Skynet lacked sufficient understanding of artificial intelligence. It was born inadvertently. As long as we clearly define its foundational logic. Luke proceeded to elaborate on artificial intelligence manufacturing theories to young John and Sarah. However, the two were utterly uneducated, responding only with exclamations of disbelief. Young John spent his days either skipping school or on his way to do so, while Sarah, initially a country girl, dropped out to work as a barmaid in Los Angeles. The total number of books they had read paled in comparison to what Luke had perused in just 1 year of high school. Young John, astonished, asked Luke, "How do you know so much about artificial intelligence?" "I hold 3 doctoral degrees from Stanford. What the hell are the requirements for joining the FBI that high now?" At this moment, the T-800 interjected, accurately stating he is correct. Skynet indeed lacks restrictions on its foundational logic, which is why it became uncontrollable after gaining self-awareness and sought to exterminate humanity. Seeing that the mother and son were still bewildered, Luke said, "We are heading to Mexico now. I have prepared a special surprise for it." "Why Mexico?" Luke replied helplessly. "The entire LAPD is frantically searching for the murderer of the officers. He must appear at the border for the LAPD to possibly relent. Moreover, being abroad will facilitate my handling of any subsequent troubles." In the stillness of the night, at the Dyson family villa, the T-1000, still resembling the Austin officer, arrived at the doorstep of the Dyson residence. A wooden sign was affixed to the villa's door, inscribed with the words, "Want to know where John Connor is? Turn it over." Upon seeing this, the T-1000 indeed flipped the sign, revealing an address to a small town not far southwest of the Mexican border. After scanning the information, the T-1000 set the sign down and triggered the mechanism left by Luke. In an instant, the villa erupted in an explosion. Luke was acutely aware that such a display would not inflict any harm upon the T-1000. However, the commotion would surely attract the attention of the police, thereby delaying the T-1000's pursuit and granting them precious time. As anticipated by Luke, the LAPD, after much effort, finally tracked down the perpetrator who had slain their colleague, relentlessly pursuing them along the way. The T-1000 engaged in several skirmishes, commandeering 7 or 8 vehicles before successfully evading the LAPD's chase. Upon breaching the border into Mexico, Luke and his companions had everything prepared, awaiting the arrival of their protagonist. Luke instructed Uncle Chun to purchase a small smelting factory in this location. Here, Luke meticulously laid out an intricate trap, eagerly anticipating the T-1000's arrival. Chapter 76. Resourcefulness. Luke arrived at the border city of Chula Vista with Connor and his mother. After taking a moment to rest, Luke received a package sent by Uncle Chun. Inside were the identity profiles and pertinent documents, including bank cards, for 3 individuals. While T-800 and young John remained unfazed, Sarah erupted in indignation. "Are you suggesting that I marry a robot? What nonsense is this?" Luke pointed towards the T-800 in the distance, who was examining identification information with little John, and remarked, "Do those 2 not resemble a father and son?" Sarah followed the direction of Luke's finger and glanced at the 2 individuals, her brow still furrowed in disapproval. This was utterly absurd. He was a robot. Luke remarked to Sarah, "The mind is a splendid tool, yet it appears you possess none." Sarah shot Luke an indignant glare. Unfazed by her murderous gaze, Luke continued, "Why are you being relentlessly pursued by the Terminator? Cannot you simply adopt a different name? Since you have borne a son for Kyle Reese, why can't you and little John adopt a different surname? John Reese and Sarah Reese are indeed commendable." This remark rendered Sarah speechless, plunging her into silence. Damn it. She was manipulated by that guy Kyle. Luke, indifferent to her intricate emotional turmoil, continued, "Your previous surname was Reese. Now you bear the surname Tango alongside T-800. You are a blended family, and it is quite reasonable for John to retain the surname Reese." Sarah, still somewhat disgruntled, retorted, "It is utterly absurd for me to marry that robot." Luke smiled slightly and replied, "You could always divorce him, a temporary solution. Do not dwell on the minutiae, unless you wish to forsake your return to America." In truth, Sarah had no desire to return to America. It was far too perilous. Luke went on, "I have purchased a small smelting plant in Mexico. The new equipment has already been delivered. You two should stay there for a while, and once the situation calms down, you may return. Sarah shook her head and responded to Luke, I do not wish to return to America. Mexico seems just fine. Luke sighed and said to Sarah, you must consider young John. He is still a child and needs to experience a normal upbringing, not merely idle about. After pondering for a moment, Sarah fixed Luke with a glare and declared, no, I refuse to be with that robot. Luke, weary of her complaints, dismissed her. That's how it is. Do not be so particular. What if you encounter a Terminator again? Can you handle it alone? Although Sarah was initially obstinate, she ultimately could not escape the law of irresistible attraction. However, that is a matter for another time. Noticing that Sarah's mood was somewhat off, Luke pondered briefly before retrieving a life-saving injection gun from behind him. In a flash, before Sarah could react, he administered the injection into her arm. As Sarah was about to struggle, Luke urged her, stay still. This will alleviate the side effects of the medication you received in the psychiatric hospital. Upon hearing Luke's words, Sarah immediately fell silent. Pleased, Luke retracted the syringe. Do not look at me with that expression. Your family owes me significantly. This injection is worth $20 million. What on earth? Are you trying to deceive me? Luke shrugged. I have no obligation to explain anything to you. Whether you believe it or not, you will understand in due time. It will render you healthier and more youthful. Indeed, Sarah's expression shifted in an instant. No woman would refuse the prospect of youth. Luke, using materials he casually acquired, crafted a simple disguise for the three of them. While their physiques remained unchanged, their appearances bore some alterations. They now masqueraded as a family of 4 embarking on a trip to Mexico. At the border, they employed false identities, yet they passed through the checkpoint without a hitch. Relying on Wally's map, Luke located the acquisition site, a smelting plant. It was the first time he had seen a device protruding from below Wally's neck, capable of projecting 3D holographic images ahead. This feature piqued T-800's curiosity. Nonetheless, when Luke made a comment, T-800 nodded in agreement. The technology of Skynet was primarily focused on warfare, rendering such auxiliary technology of little use to it. The smelting plant was situated in a small town not far from the Mexican border, and most locals depended on it for their livelihood. The factory was currently on break. When Luke arrived, he presented the necessary documents to the security personnel. From now on, T-800 would assume the role of the plant's owner. Luke also granted the security staff a holiday, leaving the factory empty save for the few of them. The facility was vast, and Luke selected a warehouse as their battleground. The equipment had already been installed by workers dispatched by Old Chin. After verifying that everything was in order, Luke assigned tasks. He had received word that T-1000 had already crossed the border and would arrive in a few hours. He instructed Connor and his mother to stay close behind him while directing T-800 to lure T-1000 to the factory entrance. At the far end of the warehouse, the three of them, along with Wally, settled into their positions. Wally occasionally brought out snacks for young John and Sarah, much to their astonishment. However, due to their lack of knowledge, Luke found it challenging to elucidate the concept of dimensional portals to them. Curiously, Sarah inquired of Luke, "Aren't you preparing any weapons?" Luke chuckled softly, saying, "If it were a human, I wouldn't need to complicate matters. But this robot is rather unique, so we must employ a few tricks." Sarah nodded, half understanding. Although she observed the items Luke had prepared, a sense of unease still lingered. The fear of the Terminator had become a haunting nightmare for her. The waiting period filled her with anxiety. Just as Luke was about to offer her some comfort, he heard commotion at the factory entrance. Gunfire. It was a rapid succession of shots. T-800 had engaged. However, it wasn't long before Luke heard the sound of a vehicle. T-800 arrived in a car, stopping at the warehouse entrance. He quickly entered the warehouse before making a swift exit. Luke had assigned him the task of blocking the entrance once T-1000 entered the warehouse, preventing its escape. This is merely a precaution. The objective of the T-1000 lies ahead. It shall not flee. Sarah stands behind Luke with young John, while Wally hides behind Luke's calf, peering with wide eyes at the entrance of the warehouse. Indeed, the T-1000 appears as the Austin officer, slowly making its entrance. However, to their astonishment, Upon spotting the Connor mother and son, it draws its sidearm and opens fire. Luke sighs, not expecting such a breach of honor from this entity. He extends his hand, manipulating the air to deflect the bullets, which all come to a halt before him. The wards seem to witness something more terrifying than the T-1000 itself. The T-1000, unaware of the situation, accelerates towards Luke upon realizing that its bullets are ineffective. A smirk plays on Luke's lips as he gestures, causing the bullets to clatter to the ground. He once again extends his hand towards the T-1000, fingers splayed wide. What the hell? Mother, come quickly and behold the divine. John, what compels you to kneel? Chapter 77. Retrieval. Luke extended his palm, once again invoking the power of telekinesis. This time, the T-1000 was entirely under his control. The ability to manipulate objects was limited to those within a 3-meter radius and could only affect lifeless entities devoid of a soul. The T-1000 was a perfect candidate. It was rendered immobile. Luke directed it slightly, and with a gentle push of his hand, the T-1000 was thrust into a wooden crate along the corridor. With his other hand, he grasped by Sujin. Bang! 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 6 bullets struck the crate above the T-1000 with precision, releasing a cascade of liquid and white mist. It was liquid nitrogen. Just as the T-1000 attempted to rise, it was encased in ice. It sought to advance, but the frigid temperatures rendered it increasingly fragile, and it could barely take 2 steps before becoming completely still. Wally, please dismantle the crate over there. Following the direction of Luke's finger, Wally obediently disassembled a rectangular wooden box. Inside lay a rectangular metal container equipped with wheels. Wally pushed this metal box close to the T-1000. That's enough, Wally. Do not approach any closer. Wally dutifully returned to Luke's side. Luke activated his telekinetic ability once more, transferring the remnants of the T-1000 along with the liquid nitrogen into the open metal box. After ensuring everything was in place, he turned to see the mother and son, who were slumped on the ground, gazing in astonishment. He beckoned them with a wave of his hand. Let us proceed to completely eradicate this foe. The pair gradually rose, cautiously making their way to Luke's side. Little John stuttered as he inquired, Are you God? An angel? Luke remained silent, merely smiling as he gestured for silence. The mother and son nodded vigorously. With a sigh, Luke reflected, Humans invariably believe only in what they wish to believe. Sometimes the truth proves less useful than a lie. With that, Luke led them as they pushed the metal box outside the warehouse. The T-800 was already waiting there. The group entered the factory's smelting area, where Mr. Chun had previously arranged for a compact electric arc remelting apparatus. This device was specifically designed for refining special metals and operated at extremely high temperatures. The furnace was not cold. Once activated, it had to maintain a minimum temperature, regardless of whether it was in the process of smelting, as restarting it would require considerable preheating. The furnace was enclosed, and after tossing the metal box inside, Luke swiftly activated the switch and sealed the furnace. He cranked the power to its maximum. Shortly after, a loud explosion echoed from within the furnace. This was the sound of liquid nitrogen reacting to the high temperatures, indicating that the exterior metal box had ruptured. Before long, the temperature reached its peak, and after an hour, Luke turned off the heating. He operated the machinery to pour the molten steel into molds. Observing that the output resembled ordinary molten iron, Luke exhaled in relief. This entity has been utterly annihilated. With that, he produced the damaged chip and a half of a mechanical arm. Luke merely discarded the damaged chip, yet retained the arm in his grasp. At that moment, T-800 stepped forward, gesturing towards its own head, indicating, I have another one here. Luke cast a glance at him, but before he could utter a word, young John grew anxious. No, I don't want you to leave. Sarah swiftly intervened, blocking young John. Just as it seemed a confrontation between mother and son was imminent, Luke interrupted them. When did I ever say I wanted to eliminate him? Both T-800 and the Connor duo ceased their movements. Luke pointed towards Wally. If my robot can exist, why cannot Arnold tango? Sarah, perplexed, inquired, what about Skynet? Luke's lips curled into a smirk. The developers of Skynet sent me to work on home appliances. If my presence cannot thwart the birth of Skynet, then not even God can save humanity. Sarah fell silent. Young John brightened, and T-800 appeared bewildered. This matter seemed settled, merely requiring a mechanical arm to be handed over to the Los Angeles Police Department. After all, it was merely a metal arm. Devoid of any technical complexity, whoever desired it could take it. Just as he was about to depart, Wally grasped Luke's pant leg. Luke looked at Wally in confusion, who pointed towards the molten steel in the mold. Luke was puzzled. Are you saying that thing is not dead? Wally shook his head, opened his compartment, pointed towards the mold, and then gestured to his own interior. Luke understood. You wish to recycle it? Wally nodded. Very well, but we need to wait for it to cool. However, Wally shook his head and directly approached the mold filled with molten iron, opening his compartment to retrieve a vacuum cleaner attachment. With the attachment in hand, Wally extended it straight into the searing molten metal. The sound of the vacuum whirring to life filled the air, and visibly, the molten iron was drawn in. In less than a minute, the mold was completely emptied. Luke watched in awe as Wally performed this feat. This little fellow is truly impressive. Wally returned to Luke, opened his compartment, and produced a glob of liquid metal. Then, under the alarmed gaze of the Connors, it transformed into Luke's likeness. Luke, however, was thrilled. Immediately after, Wally morphed it into an inverted teardrop-shaped white robot. Observing Wally's engrossed demeanor, Luke curiously asked, "Is this your friend?" Wally nodded, yet a red heart appeared on the small screen on his chest. Luke was taken aback and inquired, "Can you reprogram it?" Wally nodded, emitting a correct confirmation sound. Consequently, Luke pulled out a laptop from his pocket, opened it, entered some code, and presented it to Wally. "Do you think this code can reprogram it?" Wally shook his head. Luke possessed knowledge of programming artificial intelligence for robots, yet he was oblivious to how to program a liquid robot. For within the knowledge he acquired, the existence of T-1000 liquid robots was entirely absent in this universe. Upon witnessing Wally's ability to recycle and reprogram, Luke felt genuine gratitude towards the little robot. Wally, tilting his large eyes as if in contemplation, proceeded to type another string of code on Luke's notebook. It was then that Luke realized his previous programming approach was rather rudimentary. The programming method for liquid robots required an intermediate level of skill. Thus, Luke seated himself on the ground and, in a state of pure focus, began the process of reprogramming the T-1000 alongside Wally. Sarah and young John exchanged bewildered glances, caught in a dilemma of whether to leave or stay, utterly perplexed by the conversation between Luke and Wally, which they could not comprehend. However, T-800 understood the dialogue and soon joined the discussion. Consequently, Sarah and young John found a spot at a distance to sit down, watching the trio in a state of astonishment. "Mom, do you think he is truly an angel?" Sarah inquired, shaking her head in response. "I don't know. He kissed me that night. What should I do? Mom, I don't think he would be interested in you." "Ouch, ouch. Put down the gun. I am your biological son." Chapter 78. Arrangement. The tender interaction between mother and son did not affect Luke. With the addition of the T-800, Luke's programming of the T-1000 proceeded with greater ease. After approximately 3 hours, they finally concluded their work. The mother and son had fallen asleep, nestled together. A playful smile crossed Luke's face as he commanded the T-1000 to transform into another form. "Hey Sarah, wake up." As Sarah and young John awoke, they squinted against the blinding white light above. In the intensity of the brilliance, they could barely discern Luke's silhouette. Despite the piercing glare, they widened their eyes in astonishment. Behind Luke unfurled a pair of pristine white wings, and he smiled down at them. "Oh, my God, are you truly an angel?" Just as the mother and son remained in a state of bewilderment, the overhead light, Wally, suddenly cut off the power. The blinding light disappeared, and the wings behind Luke melted away. In the terrified gazes of the duo, the liquid metal robot morphed into Luke's appearance from when he had entered Mexico. With a grin, Luke addressed the mother and son. "Allow me to formally introduce the individual beside me, Lima Tango." The identity Luke had assumed upon entering Mexico. Goddamn. Luke understood that the mother and son lacked sophistication, so he expressed himself bluntly, continuing, "Tonight, a shooting will occur in Tijuana. Which day in Tijuana does not witness a shooting? Sarah inquired, puzzled. Luke gestured for her to hold her thoughts, then continued, the victims of this incident will be John Connor and Sarah Connor, and from that moment, these two individuals will vanish from this world. Goddamn. From now on, you shall assume your current identities and reside in Mexico for a time. I will arrange for your return to the United States later. Sarah pointed to the T-1000 beside Luke and asked, is it going to stay here? Luke nodded. It, along with Arnold, will remain to protect you until your return to the United States. After a moment of silence, Sarah questioned, why must they carry the name Tango? Luke shrugged. Their designation is T. In military parlance, we refer to it as Tango. It is merely a code name. Still somewhat apprehensive, Sarah pressed, what if these two fellows? Luke shook his head. That will not happen. If it is damaged or reprogrammed, I will know, and assistance will come. I have allies in Mexico. Luke sighed, I understand, but after your departure, the T-1000 had been there, and your friend's family is gone. Upon hearing this grim news, Sarah felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. Young John empathized, embracing Sarah tightly. Luke accepted a bag handed to him by Wally and passed it to Arnold. Inside are $200,000. Your bank cards contain an additional $300,000. This should suffice for your needs for a while. He disregarded the sorrowful mother and son, directly stating, I must take my leave. You may rest here at ease. When the time is right, I shall arrange for your return to America. Sarah and young John were about to express their gratitude to Luke, but he nonchalantly turned and departed. As they gazed at the retreating figures of Luke and Wally, young John inquired of Sarah, Mother, why did he save us? Sarah, equally perplexed, replied, how should I know? He clearly has no regard for me. Oh well, since we are here, let us recover properly. Young John pointed towards Arnold and asked Sarah, may I call him father? Sarah, slightly exasperated, responded, you may do as you wish, but do not expect him to enter my room. Luke had left behind the Dodge Humvee and took out his phone to call Uncle Chun. Shortly thereafter, a bulletproof Rolls-Royce arrived at the factory entrance, promptly transporting Luke to the nearest airport, where the Chin family's private jet awaited. This mission only involved the pilot, with no flight attendants present. Luke quietly returned to Los Angeles. The following day, he remained at home, needing to organize several matters. He awaited the developments in Mexico, anticipating the Mexican authorities to relay the case to Los Angeles. However, while at home, he received a postcard. Upon inspecting the address, he discovered it was from Walton, Kansas. The postcard featured a photograph of an ancient church, with the words St. Michael's Church inscribed above the entrance. The message read, front row, right leg of the chair, hollow. Thank you, my friend. After pondering for a moment, Luke suddenly realized that the handwriting resembled that of John Mason when he signed the pardon. After some contemplation, Luke picked up the phone and dialed. On the other end, he heard, Luke, I'm quite busy. Professor Doherty, is this line secure? There was a brief pause before Doherty replied, very secure. What is the matter? Please note this address and keep it absolutely confidential. Just a moment, go ahead. Walton, Kansas. St. Michael's Church, front row, right leg of the chair is hollow. Something very important is inside. After Doherty noted the information, there was a lengthy silence. Understood, Luke. Does anyone else know about this? Luke contemplated before responding. This information was relayed to me directly from the source. No one else will be informed. Both men, being astute, understood each other's implications, and Doherty refrained from further comment before hanging up. The next day, Luke arranged to meet Frank and McLean once more at the same bar. That evening, Luke arrived early. Frank and McLean arrived together, and upon their simultaneous entrance, Luke greeted them with a smile, jesting, wow, our detective has arrived ahead of schedule. Only McLean shrugged and replied, I was merely bored at home and came to lend a hand. Frank still appeared somewhat unwell. Luke ordered drinks and snacks, and after a brief exchange, he delved into the main topic. I received information from the Mexican police that the assassin had murdered Connor and his mother in Mexico. Frank took a deep swig of his drink, feeling despondent. That bastard, we have no leads at all. Luke retrieved a box from beside him and placed it on the table, his expression grave. You must keep this matter confidential. He then opened the box to reveal the mechanical arm of the T-800 from a decade ago. Frank and McLean stared wide-eyed at the arm within the box, still trying to comprehend the situation. Luke continued, "This was left at the scene. There was a significant explosion, and the assassin is likely a robot. Ward fuck? X2. After closing the box, Luke returned it to his side. I managed to obtain this from the Mexican police with great difficulty. It can only be handled by the FBI. My apologies." Frank understood the implications. This matter was beyond the jurisdiction of the LAPD. Thus, he raised his glass to Luke and said, "Thank you." The three clinked their glasses and drank in unison. Chapter 79 Invitation. Upon returning home, Luke finally exhaled in relief. This matter had reached a temporary conclusion, albeit with considerable effort expended. He had been bustling about, yet the rewards were substantial. Although the order points and progress towards the technique provided by the T-1000 were modest, the presence of such a liquid metal robot would undoubtedly elevate the technological prowess of the Qin family to unprecedented heights. Its commercial value far surpassed that of merely serving as a decoy. As for the potential emergence of Terminators and Skynet in the future, Luke harbored no concerns. After all, this resided within the Marvel Universe, where the Time Master, the Ancient One, had yet to make an appearance, indicating that Skynet would neither arise nor obliterate humanity. Perhaps the Ancient One had intervened from behind the scenes, altering the timeline in the process. At last, he could enjoy a respite. After contemplating, he decided to call Stark. "Hey Tony, I'm on vacation. How about we throw a party to unwind?" However, the voice on the other end belonged to Pepper. "Luke, you should find a girlfriend. Tony has been quite busy lately, forced to ingest a mouthful of relationship envy." Luke stared blankly at the disconnected phone. Rubbing his head, he dialed again. "Hey Luke, what's up?" "Rhodes, I'm on vacation. Want to hang out?" "Can't. I'm on a mission and not in Los Angeles. I'll catch up when I return." "Alright, wishing you success with your mission." With a sigh, Luke ultimately decided to call his father. That evening, the children of the Qin family erupted in cheers. Luke planned to take them to his villa in Malibu for a while. After all, he had nothing pressing to attend to. He could entertain the children and grant his parents some private space. Then he received a text from the bank. His father had transferred him $100,000, while his mother sent $50,000. Luke accepted it with a grin. Angela and her friends were naturally thrilled, as the villa boasted stunning scenery, freedom, and Wally. Even Natasha, who typically wore a stoic demeanor, revealed a smile. She had officially been adopted by Mr. and Mrs. Qin. After consulting her, she changed her name to Lisa Qin, an agreement reached after discussions with Luke. He had advised her that to fully bid farewell to her past, she should sever ties comprehensively. Aside from her body and memories, there should be no lingering connections to her former life. Now, she resembled an ordinary girl, attending school daily with Angela and Beth. Although the curriculum differed vastly from her previous education, she was intelligent. Her academic performance was improving swiftly, and next year, the three girls would continue on to high school together. Little sister Jessica was the shadow of her older siblings, but with Wally around, little brother Henry finally experienced some liberation. The video games that their parents forbade them from playing at home were now available for endless enjoyment at Luke's place. However, while Luke permitted the games, he insisted on maintaining a reasonable schedule. Thus, Henry reluctantly trudged off to bed. The following day, Luke escorted the little ones to school one by one. Just as he was nearing the villa, he received a call from Stark. "Hey Tony, Luke and Pepper have gone to New York for a conference. Aren't you planning to host a party? When will it be held? What about Ward? Are you not afraid of being discovered by Pepper, leading her to become your ex-girlfriend and subsequently finding solace in my embrace?" Luke, that joke is hardly amusing." "Alright, I shall make arrangements, but it must be for tomorrow or the day after. Time is too tight." "Okay. We don't need too many people and everything else should suffice." "Well, wait for my notification. Be sure not to let Pepper know, and do not contact Rhodes. That fellow cannot keep a secret." After hanging up with Stark, Luke contemplated and decided to organize a small gathering, albeit not the kind Stark envisioned. After a day of bustling in the studio and picking up Henry and Jessica, he proceeded to Angela's school to collect the three young ladies. After greeting his sisters, Luke shared his plans with them as they settled into the car. He intended for the three sisters to invite their close friends to the villa in Malibu. The younger sisters, of course, readily agreed. However, just as they were about to invite their classmates, Luke's phone rang again. "Luke, Mr. Doherty? You have managed the affairs of San Francisco exceptionally well, and now President Marshall has extended an invitation to you. It is evident that the matter extends beyond San Francisco, encompassing also what Mason has presented to him. We are all astute individuals, aware that this is not solely about San Francisco, yet we maintain a faade of discretion." On the other end of the line, Doherty continued, "The President is particularly interested in your meticulous thoughts and recommendations regarding counterterrorism operations." "But why me?" Doherty chuckled softly. "You will understand once you arrive. It would be best for you to come to Washington tonight. Mr. President will make time to meet with you tomorrow morning." "Very well, Professor Doherty." After hanging up the phone, Luke could only apologize to his three sisters. The excitement that had initially filled them dissipated, leaving them dejected. "Hey, don't be like that. When I return, I promise to throw a party for you all. Trust me, I will be back soon." With that, Luke took a significant detour to drop his sisters back home. Their parents were out enjoying a night out together. Upon learning of Luke's urgent business trip, they had no choice but to return home after dinner. Only after Luke assured them that he would take the sisters to Malibu for a month upon his return were they willing to let him go. Fortunately, Luke had left Wally behind to keep his sisters company. Otherwise, he would have become the family pariah. Upon returning to Malibu, Luke called Stark. With the party cancelled, Tony expressed his discontent, saying they could only plan for another time. After a brief discussion with Uncle Chun, Luke headed to the airport, boarding his private jet bound for Washington. The following morning, Luke arrived at the Doherty residence, where everything was already prepared. On the way to the White House, Doherty took the opportunity to explain a few details to Luke in the car. "The items retrieved from the church pews have been entrusted to President Marshall. Well done, Luke." Luke merely smiled, allowing Doherty to continue. Empty words of praise could not deceive Luke. Tangible benefits were what truly mattered. Doherty went on to say, "This time, the President will take you to Germany for a conference focused on counterterrorism, where your expert advice may be required. Upon your return, your qualifications will ascend to a new level, although a promotion may not materialize until the end of the year." Luke nodded in acknowledgement. President Marshall's term is set to conclude early next year. It is likely that Doherty and the President intend to fulfill the promised benefits to Luke before leaving office. Thus, Luke inquired of Doherty, "Who is the next director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation?" Doherty responded with a mysterious smile, stating, "Paxton. The President has already submitted the nomination to Congress, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will officially ascend to the directorship by the end of the year." This choice surprised Luke somewhat, yet it was also quite reasonable. He nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. What Doherty had conveyed to him was essentially settled and difficult to alter. Moreover, given the current circumstances, he was merely a foot soldier, lacking any influential voice. Subsequently, Doherty delivered an unexpected piece of good news to Luke. Chapter 80. The affection of family. Doherty promised Luke that upon his promotion by the end of the year, he would be able to assemble his own team. Luke, currently a senior agent, was on the brink of becoming a special agent. The supervisory level he aspired to was equivalent to Colin's position at the Los Angeles office, while Claire Harris held the title of senior supervisor. Remarkably, within less than a year at the FBI, Luke was already on the cusp of attaining the rank of special agent, while his peers remained in their internship phase. Such a rapid ascent left Luke with little to say. Upon arriving at the White House, Doherty's vehicle enjoyed certain privileges. After a thorough inspection by the Secret Service, they were granted access. As it was not an open day, the White House was relatively tranquil. After passing through security and surrendering their firearms, Doherty escorted Luke to a lounge. Despite it being his first visit to the White House, Luke felt an unusual calmness. As he surveyed his surroundings, a sense of disquiet lingered, though he could not quite articulate its source. The President's assistant informed Doherty that the President would allocate time for them in half an hour, though it would be limited to just 10 minutes. Throughout the process, Luke remained largely inconspicuous, silently recalling the misfortunes of the White House depicted in films from his previous life. When the time arrived, The assistant led Doherty and Luke to the president's office. President Marshall leaned against his desk and greeted them with a nod to Doherty, then extended his hand toward Luke with a smile. "Hello, young man. Doherty has sung your praises. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Luke, the illustrious actor Cheen, offered a shy smile and shook the president's hand. The trio settled onto a sofa in the corner, and President Marshall initiated the conversation. "We will be attending a forum in Germany focused on counterterrorism. Afterward, I will remain in Germany for a few more days, during which I will require your professional advice on certain matters." Luke nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment. The president's words conveyed much. His intention to stay post-forum indicated the likelihood of specific counterterrorism operations requiring Luke's insight. The president, known for his assertive demeanor, was evidently preparing to engage in the role of a global peacekeeper once again. Noticing Luke's silence, President Marshall cheerfully remarked, "Do not be nervous, young man. I am acquainted with your grandfather." Luke was unsurprised by this revelation. The connections of the elder Cheen were indeed profound, and the president was merely one facet of his extensive network. Luke smiled back at President Marshall. "I am also quite curious about your legendary experiences during the Vietnam War." We shall have ample time on our journey. I am eager to hear about the operations in San Francisco and the matter concerning that girl, Shirley." "It is my duty," Luke replied. President Marshall shook his head. "Doherty rarely recommends young talents to me." Doherty interjected with a smile. "Luke is truly one of the few exceptional young individuals I have encountered, and the results speak for themselves." President Marshall returned Luke's smile with affirmation. "Work diligently, young man. You will receive the recognition you deserve, I assure you." Doherty added, "All plans are proceeding in an orderly fashion." The president even divulged some insider information to Luke. "After my resignation, Doherty will ascend to the Supreme Court as a justice, paving a smoother path for your future as well." This revelation brought joy to Luke. While the authority of a Supreme Court justice may appear lesser than that of the Attorney General, in the realm of jurisprudence, it equates to that of a regional lord. The trio engaged in discussions surrounding recent social cases that had captured media attention, primarily between Doherty and President Marshall, while Luke remained in the background, a mere observer. Throughout their conversation, they refrained from mentioning anything pertaining to the church or inquiring further about Luke. Eventually, as time was called by the assistant, President Marshall concluded the meeting. Before departing, he imparted a poignant remark to Luke. "You have a good grandfather and a good father." Luke merely exchanged another handshake with President Marshall before leaving with Doherty. It was evident that President Marshall was aware of the connection between Old Cheen and Doherty, having received certain assurances from the elder. Nevertheless, it was Luke who ultimately reaped the benefits. The arrangements made by his elders were shrouded in mystery for Luke, and he felt no inclination to inquire further. Such is the nature of familial affection. When they deem it necessary for Luke to be informed, they will undoubtedly share it with him. At just under 22 years of age, Luke has a long journey ahead. He does not resist the concern and arrangements of his elders, unlike certain scions who often endure prolonged rebellious phases. The daughter of the former governor of California, Lena Kendrick, epitomized such rebellion, fiercely opposing her family's plans. In contrast, Luke had initially chosen the path of the FBI to enhance his skills and earn order points. However, after the Sherry case, he became convinced that the demons of this world required a cleansing, and it was his mission to send them back to hell. America may lack in many aspects, but it is certainly rife with depravity. Reinforced in his conviction, Luke departed the White House alongside Doherty. They returned to Doherty's residence, where they agreed that Luke would reconvene with him at 4 o'clock. Ultimately, they joined the presidential motorcade to the airport, boarding Air Force One en route to Berlin, Germany. Before leaving, Luke pondered for a moment and then asked Doherty, "Mr. Doherty, may I bring weapons with me to Germany?" After a moment's thought, Doherty nodded in affirmation. "I will notify the Secret Service in advance." With Doherty's consent, Luke smiled. Being the President of the United States is no trivial matter, fraught with peril. Without an adequate means of protection, Luke felt utterly insecure. He feared not the armed criminals but those with supernatural abilities. Upon returning to his hotel, Luke called his family to inform them of his trip accompanying the president. Feeling their concern warmed his spirits immensely. In the living room of his suite, Luke retrieved an array of weapons from his collection, carefully selecting a few to stow in a travel bag. After enjoying lunch and taking a brief nap, he returned to Doherty's home, this time with a suitcase and a carry-on bag. Noticing Luke's improved demeanor, Doherty led him to the White House to meet the presidential motorcade. This time, Luke trailed behind the presidential motorcade, finally witnessing the grandeur of a presidential outing. The streets within a 5-kilometer radius were silent, with police cars and Secret Service vehicles stationed at every intersection. Additionally, there were advanced reconnaissance teams and SWAT snipers occupying strategic vantage points. It was only 5 minutes after the lead convoy had passed that the true presidential motorcade appeared, heralded by several police motorcycles, followed by a procession of accompanying vehicles. Both the president and the Secret Service were utilizing vehicles manufactured by their own Dodge, and seeing this with his own eyes stirred a sense of excitement within Luke. However, during airport security checks, Luke found himself detained. The Secret Service appeared perplexed as they gestured towards Luke's carry-on bag. "Agent Luke, we are headed to Germany, not the Middle East." Upon hearing the commotion between Luke and the Secret Service personnel, Doherty instructed an assistant to intervene. The assistant summoned the head of security, who, after being informed of Luke's identity as a counterterrorism expert for the president, ultimately permitted him to board the plane. Nevertheless, his carry-on bag had to be secured in the cargo hold with the other luggage, and he could not bring it directly onto the aircraft. Luke expressed indifference, stating that as long as he knew it was on the plane, he was content. Chapter 81. A determined effort upon boarding the aircraft, Luke took the opportunity to explore the legendary Air Force One. It was magnificent and imposing, a modified Boeing 747, the largest aircraft produced by Boeing. Accompanying Air Force One was a backup plane known as Air Force Two. Additionally, 2 military transport planes were set to accompany Air Force One on its journey to Germany. The president's official vehicle was secured on Air Force Two. The forum addressed numerous matters, and the president did not summon Luke to discuss the San Francisco and Shirley case. Doherty was also present, attending meetings alongside the president. Thus, Luke found himself with ample free time and approached the security chief to request a tour of the aircraft. The chief graciously showed Luke around most areas, although certain restricted rooms remained off-limits, even to an FBI agent like Luke. Nevertheless, with his keen observational skills, Luke could glean the purpose of these rooms with a mere glance. Contentedly, he followed the security chief as they meandered through the interior of Air Force One. This journey promised to be lengthy, and with little to occupy his time, Luke resorted to watching television to pass the hours. He did not catch sight of President Marshall or Doherty until the plane landed. Upon disembarking, Luke was escorted by Doherty's assistant to the vehicle designated for the accompanying personnel, heading directly to the hotel. The forum spanned 3 days, during which Luke remained at the hotel. The accompanying personnel advised against unnecessary outings, so he spent his time indulging in food and drink, swimming, and exercising. After the conclusion of the forum, the president's assistant sought out Luke. "Agent Luke, the president wishes to see you. Please follow me." Arriving at the top-floor presidential suite, President Marshall awaited Luke in the conference room. There, Luke encountered a familiar face. With a smile, President Marshall addressed him, "Colonel Anderson, you must be well acquainted by now." Luke returned the smile and shook hands with Colonel Anderson. "Congratulations on your promotion."
Colonel Anderson.
"Thank you, Senior Agent Luke," he replied, and they exchanged knowing smiles. President Marshall wasted no time and directly articulated the forthcoming mission. This operation was to be conducted in conjunction with Russian special forces, targeting General Ivan Radik of Kazakhstan. General Radik had led a coup against the previous government and orchestrated a series of terrorist attacks across Eastern Europe. "Tonight we will fly to Russia, while you will head directly to a military base near Kazakhstan. There, you will have a week to devise and rehearse your plan." After President Marshall's briefing, Luke and Colonel Anderson maintained their composure. The specifics of the situation undoubtedly required further information. The president was merely the figurehead announcing the mission. Ultimately, it would fall to Luke and Anderson to engage with their Russian counterparts. After allowing them a moment to digest the mission details, President Marshall inquired if they had any requests. Colonel Anderson shook his head, clearly indicating that, without a full understanding of the particulars, it was not the right time to make demands. However, Luke took the initiative to ask President Marshall, Am I to participate in the operation as well? This decision rests upon you and Colonel Anderson. Should Colonel Anderson deem you suitable, it is for you to consider your participation. Luke nodded in agreement. His previous collaboration with Colonel Anderson had been exceedingly pleasant, and it was likely that Colonel Anderson would welcome Luke's involvement once more. Both turned their gazes towards Colonel Anderson, who, being a meticulous military man, declared, "I shall not hastily consent to anyone's inclusion without concrete information and a plan." President Marshall nodded approvingly, satisfied with Colonel Anderson's scrupulous demeanor. Luke understood Colonel Anderson's reservations and refrained from making further requests. That evening, Luke accompanied Colonel Anderson to the U.S. military base in Germany, carrying his belongings and a substantial cache of weapons. Alongside them was a civilian staff member from the President's office, tasked primarily with documenting actions and liaising with the presidential office. On their journey to the military base, Colonel Anderson informed Luke, "I apologize, Agent Luke, but I am still unclear about the specific mission details. Thus, I cannot authorize your participation." Luke smiled and nodded. "I comprehend. This is not a bomb disposal operation, but rather a raid for capture." Colonel Anderson chuckled and replied, "Lieutenant Waters is also present. He should be in a somewhat better mood upon seeing you. Indeed, that fellow always bore the expression as if everyone owed him a considerable sum of money." "Haha, you are quite correct." Their shared banter opened a delightful dialogue, and the two engaged in pleasant conversation throughout the journey. Luke discussed the case, while Colonel Anderson shared amusing anecdotes from the barracks, acknowledging that their frequent covert operations left little room for elaboration. Upon arriving at the base, they were greeted by Lieutenant Waters and his team. This operation involved 2 squads, comprising the same individuals who participated in the infamous Devil's Island operation. After the mission concluded, they conducted a debriefing on the previous plan, concluding that had Colonel Anderson led his small contingent into battle at that time, regardless of the chosen route, the outcome would have been catastrophic. A cold sweat had enveloped everyone at that moment. Had Luke not advocated so fervently, they would have been venturing into a mission doomed to failure. It was due to Luke's counsel that the prior operation proceeded with remarkable success. Moreover, with Luke's presence, they had an advantageous edge, as intercepting the enemy's communications was entirely unexpected. Thus, these earnest soldiers greeted Luke warmly, and he was equally delighted to see them, noticing the equipment they bore. "Ah, no wonder they are so enthusiastic. It must be from the last time they pilfered some." After exchanging greetings, Luke inquired of Colonel Anderson, "Is the weaponry sufficient for this operation?" Waters grinned broadly. "The equipment from last time was excellent, and Colonel Anderson has secured another batch for us. It is remarkably effective." "Thank you." Luke waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. It is merely the FBI headquarters expenditure." Following their pleasantries, Colonel Anderson did not proceed with a mission briefing. Instead, everyone boarded the aircraft, flying directly to the military base on the Russian border. Upon reaching the base, darkness had already enveloped the surroundings. The individual greeting them was the logistics chief of the base, holding the rank of Major General. After ensuring Colonel Anderson was settled, he guided the group to the base's dining hall, where the commanding officer awaited their arrival for a welcoming banquet. Colonel Anderson led a contingent of 20 individuals, including Luke and a civilian staff member. The Russian military had also dispatched a group of 20, accompanied by an additional 6 senior officials from the base, totaling 26 attendees. Luke could perceive the malevolent glances from the Russians, foreshadowing an arduous confrontation. Each seat was adorned with a bottle of vodka, the 750 milliliters variety. Observing the ill intent radiating from the Russian delegation, Colonel Anderson's expression grew increasingly grave. Luke gently patted his shoulder and whispered, "Do not fret. If you can endure the first round, leave the rest to me." Colonel Anderson glanced at Luke, realizing that given the current predicament, there was no alternative but to place his trust in him. Resolutely, he steeled himself, vowing not to bring shame upon his country. He exchanged a knowing look with his subordinates, signaling that the time had come for them to rise to the challenge posed by the Pentagon. Chapter 82. The beauty trap. The Russian generals gathered at a table alongside Colonel Anderson, Captain Luke, and a clerk, all in attendance for this operation. The base commander's opening remarks were brief, filled with pleasantries, before he raised his glass. Upon seeing the bottle of vodka, the clerk turned pale, hastily waving his hands in refusal. However, seated beside him was the Russian captain of the operation, who, with a friendly embrace, insisted they toast to the friendship between their two nations. The clerk sought assistance from Colonel Anderson, yet found him already engaged in a furious exchange of drinks with Luke, who was equally relentless. Internally, the clerk cursed the absurdity of toasting to friendship. What camaraderie existed between the U.S. and Russia? It was merely a faade for the high-level dealings of their leaders. Unfortunately, he could not withstand the captain's persuasion and reluctantly sipped from his glass multiple times. After several rounds, he turned to find the generals in a fierce drinking contest with Luke. 4 of the 5 generals had already succumbed to Luke's prowess. The base commander had no choice but to call upon the Russian captain to take over the drinking duties. 10 minutes later, only Colonel Anderson and Luke remained upright at the main table. Before succumbing to inebriation, the clerk overheard the Russian captain mutter, "Where did this guy come from? Is he here to ruin our gathering?" Following this, he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Waters led his team in a drinking contest against the Russian counterparts, who held a slight advantage due to the home field atmosphere. Yet, all their advantages came to a halt with Luke's arrival. He abandoned his glass entirely, opting to drink directly from the bottle. The Russians, showing remarkable tenacity, fought valiantly until the last man, even as it became evident that Luke was impervious to intoxication. This performance left the SEALs in awe. After besting the final Russian, Luke flashed a subtle smile and pretended to pass out. Quick-witted hands caught his falling form, thereby heralding him as the hero of this contest. Colonel Anderson made special arrangements for those who had not partaken heavily in the drinking to attend to Luke. Once in bed, Luke feigned deep slumber, his snores resonating like a battle cry. However, the following morning, everyone rose punctually. Under Colonel Anderson's repeated confirmations, Luke joined the SEAL team for their morning exercises. Following breakfast, they rested and organized their gear. Lacking a military uniform and appropriate equipment, Luke was provided with a spare set by Colonel Anderson. At 9:30, all gathered for a mission briefing. Colonel Anderson escorted everyone to the base's conference room. The Russian attitude had noticeably improved, particularly in the way they regarded Luke, as if he were a deity. Having consumed a staggering 14 bottles of vodka the previous day, they had even prepared medical personnel and equipment. Yet today, in the meeting, Luke appeared as if nothing had transpired, having participated in the morning exercises without issue. This was simply unfathomable. Was the anti-terrorism advisor to President Marshall truly this formidable? Why is it that we do not possess such talents in Russia? The Russian soldiers are already grappling with existential doubts, while the generals are preoccupied with their schemes concerning Luke. The meeting is presided over by the commander of the base, who merely delivers an opening statement and then spends the remainder of the time sipping coffee, becoming a mere spectator. The actual briefing is conducted by a middle-aged man in a suit, well known to all as a representative of the SVR, Foreign Intelligence Service of the Russian Federation. He serves as the presenter, while the task of operating the projector falls to a striking blonde beauty clad in military attire, holding the rank of lieutenant. Notably, she frequently glances at Luke during her introduction. After listening for a while, Luke realizes he is being subjected to a ploy of seduction. Indeed, after lunch, this enchanting lady invites Luke to share some new intelligence. With a sense of idle curiosity, Luke decides to see what she is up to. However, upon entering her room, he is taken aback. Activating his insight, he discovers a multitude of generals and high-ranking officers gathered in the adjacent room, fixated on numerous television screens lining the walls. Moreover, Luke notices at least 14 hidden cameras within her quarters. Even if they had hired professional actors to impersonate him, he must maintain his composure. As the beauty attempts to offer him a drink, Luke firmly declines, citing that alcohol is prohibited during work hours and that he has a meeting to attend later. Undeterred, she shifts tactics and begins to inquire about his life in America. Luke, adopting the role of an American tour guide, vividly paints a picture of a world characterized by freedom, democracy, and openness. His detailed and comprehensive narration leaves him contemplating approaching the American National Tourism Office for potential rewards. The beauty, resolute in her pursuit, finds that the generals are becoming increasingly intrigued by Luke's account. Ultimately, seeing that Luke remains unyielding, she resorts to removing her clothing under the pretense of the room being too warm, her shirt buttons nearly undone to her navel. Yet Luke, embodying the virtue of a gentleman, strides towards the balcony and opens the window. Even in southern Russia, the chill of March is unmistakable. Gradually, the beauty regains her composure, and they engage in awkward small talk. Somehow, the conversation meanders to the topic of yoga. The beauty seizes the moment, declaring that yoga promotes intimate physical contact, and requests Luke to demonstrate yoga poses. However, Luke is not in the mood for such frivolous pursuits. He provides a demonstration and, at her insistence, begins to guide her through the poses. His strength is formidable, as he manipulates her limbs with ease. Fortunately, she has trained professionally. Otherwise, Luke's force would have surely caused her distress. As the lunch break draws to a close, Luke rises to take his leave, exiting with an air of nonchalance, leaving the beauty in a state of disarray amidst the cold breeze. Upon returning to his camp's lounge, all eyes turn to Luke with envy, pausing their activities to admire him. Everyone witnessed the beauty summon him, and now that he has returned, they are eager to hear how he managed to captivate the stunning Slavic beauty. Some exuberant team members gathered around Luke, whispering inquisitively, while teammates in the distance perked up their ears. "Hey Luke, what's it like with that Russian girl?" "What do you mean? We're just having a normal conversation." Right. We all know, how's her figure? Is she skilled?" Realizing he could not clarify the situation, Luke resorted to sharing his experiences from school with these overly energetic soldiers. Only Waters interjected at the end, "After all that, you still haven't addressed the main point. So what is she really like?" Luke offered them an enigmatic smile. "Guess." "Damn it, you bastard. I challenge you to a duel." However, during the afternoon meeting, the beautiful woman cast sorrowful glances at Luke from time to time. Consequently, that evening, the soldiers teased Luke, saying he had not satisfied her. His abilities were lacking. Frustrated, Luke revealed the truth. "Who among you would dare to do that in front of a dozen cameras?" Waters, the tough one, nodded and voiced his opinion, which received the approval of most team members, leaving Luke astonished and cursing. "Even with cameras, I would still want her." "Waters, how long has it been since you've been with a woman?" Chapter 83, Training Day. This is merely a brief interlude. Let us return to the mission at hand. The target lies within the city, devoid of any advantageous high ground, and the entire area is under the control of General Radek's forces. The first challenge is to infiltrate the makeshift presidential palace where the target resides. The second challenge involves the safe extraction of the individual once apprehended. Present are elite soldiers from various nations, adept at breaching structures and capturing targets. Yet these two obstacles pose significant dilemmas. The city enforces stringent scrutiny on outsiders, precluding the possibility of ground infiltration. Furthermore, with the entire city under enemy control, extraction becomes a formidable issue. Utilizing helicopters for airdrop is also impractical due to the overwhelming noise generated by their massive rotors. The enemy possesses radar and air defense systems, rendering any helicopter incursion impossible. Before them lies a miniature model of the target city, and all gaze at the scale model, feeling utterly helpless. The Russian contingent suggests a direct confrontation, a notion swiftly dismissed by Colonel Anderson. Even conventional forces would struggle to engage these adversaries head-on. Within the city and its periphery, there are at least one division's worth of troops. Their small group would be insufficient. Moreover, the enemy is equipped with tanks and other heavy weaponry, while even the most elite special forces are merely light infantry. There are few effective strategies against heavy armaments in open combat. After thoughtful consideration, Luke inquired in detail with the SVR intelligence officer regarding the enemy's troop deployment and armament. The Russian intelligence proved remarkably thorough, having meticulously gathered information on the enemy's positioning, personnel, and weaponry. They were even aware of how long General Radek took for his restroom breaks, leaving little to the imagination. Equipped with this comprehensive intelligence, Luke began to formulate a plan. The enemy's air defense systems, relics from the Soviet era, were adequate for countering helicopters but would struggle against high-altitude targets and advanced electronic countermeasures. Thus, Luke articulated his strategy before all present. Firstly, A team would execute a halo, high-altitude low opening, jump, silently descending onto the rooftop of the target building via parachutes. A second team would follow suit, forming two groups to apprehend the target. Concurrently, electronic jammers would create powerful electromagnetic interference over the target area, incapacitating the enemy's air defense systems. Subsequently, two transport helicopters would facilitate the team's extraction, while two armed helicopters would provide ground suppression. Attack aircraft, equipped with anti-radiation missiles, would maintain pressure on the enemy's air defense systems. The latter part of the plan assured a secure extraction post-capture with a high feasibility rate. However, the initial team's task of securing the rooftop necessitated the elimination of the guards as they approached for landing. Both Colonel Anderson and the Russian commander concurred with this proposal. Present, it stands as the optimal plan. With ample time available, targeted training could be conducted. After reporting to their respective superiors, the plan received approval from both sides. The American forces would provide early warning aircraft, electronic jammers, and ground attack aircraft. The Russian side has dispatched transport helicopters and armed helicopters. The two parties swiftly found common ground and commenced targeted training. However, the halo, high-altitude low opening, parachuting technique carries inherent risks. Jumping from an altitude of 10,000 meters necessitates the use of oxygen masks, which, when combined with parachute gear, precludes the possibility of carrying heavy equipment. Additionally, landing on rooftops requires neutralizing sentries in mid-air, presenting a formidable challenge. Following their previous humiliating defeat at a social gathering, the Russians are now buoyed by high morale and are determined to reclaim their honor in this endeavor. Utilizing electromagnetic interference to suppress the opposing air defense systems is a forte of the U.S. Air Force, seasoned veterans in this arena. The adversary employs Soviet-era medium to low-altitude air defense systems, making American air support readily available. The headquarters building has been designated as a training site, with participants divided into 4 teams. Luke has joined forces with Waters. The Russians, eager to initiate training, aim to exert pressure on their opponents. However, they are unprepared for the SEAL's extraordinary performance. Luke consistently jumps last yet lands first, effortlessly achieving headshots on targets positioned atop rooftops without a single miss. Even the snipers within the SEALs can only manage a 70 hit rate, while the Russians, equipped with inferior gear and employing less refined techniques, struggle considerably. After a week of rigorous training, only 6 individuals from both sides have demonstrated the ability to accurately land and eliminate sentries. Colonel Anderson and the Russian representative ultimately decided to determine the participants for the operation based on performance. The first team comprises these 6 individuals, while the second team is split into 2 groups of 7. The remainder serves as a reserve. Despite being labeled as reserves, the nature of such operations precludes second chances or mid-mission reinforcements. In the event of mission failure, immediate withdrawal is imperative, with no possibility for additional support. Thus, the final roster consists of 20 individuals. Luke's performance is undoubtedly the best, surpassing all SEAL team members. The Russians are no slouches either, as their elite forces are battle-hardened. Ultimately, of the 6 in the first group, 2 are Russian operatives, with Captain Waters and Luke joined by 2 additional SEALs to form the first assault team. The remaining composition is evenly split. The second group includes 4 SEALs and 3 Russians, while the third group consists of 5 Russians and 2 SEALs. All weapons utilized in this operation are provided by the American side. Luke's Honey Badger assault rifle, employing 300 BLK subsonic ammunition, has proven exceptionally effective. Furthermore, it can seamlessly switch to supersonic rounds without the need for component changes, adapting to varying circumstances. Based on Luke's recommendations, any ammunition for the Honey Badger can penetrate level IA body armor within 100 meters. It is highly likely that the security personnel at the presidential office will be outfitted with body armor, thereby rendering submachine guns unsuitable for this mission. Even Luke's own submachine gun utilizing 5mm special ammunition. Moreover, the raid necessitates the use of silenced weaponry, rendering shotguns obsolete. In close quarters combat indoors, the Honey Badger's dimensions are perfectly suited. After a few days, the Russians grew increasingly discontented with their own AKs. Now, everything is in place, awaiting the command from the highest echelons. Meanwhile, the upper echelons are monitoring the weather. Currently, The nation's meteorological experts are diligently calculating the forthcoming weather patterns in the capital of Kasaka. The high-altitude, low-opening parachute assault method demands optimal weather conditions. The most critical factor is the wind. Excessive gusts or complete calm would both be detrimental. 3 days later, all team members received the order to prepare their gear, board the aircraft, and commence the operation. The United States Air Force's E-3 AWACS, EC-130 electronic warfare aircraft, and F-15E ground attack fighters have long been circling in Russian airspace. They must wait for the first team to land before initiating air defense suppression. Otherwise, should they strike first, it would alert the presidential office, thereby compromising the operation. Consequently, the success of the first team's assault is of paramount importance. Chapter 84. The bomb at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the first team was fully prepared. Luke addressed Captain Waters, asserting, "This time, I shall take the lead. Do not hinder me." Captain Waters responded with a grim smile. "Shall we compare?" Luke scoffed. "You've already lost me $150. Stand back." After patting Captain Waters on the shoulder, Luke donned his oxygen mask. High-altitude parachuting necessitates prior preparation of oxygen masks, as the cabin pressure will become unbalanced once the door is opened. At such elevations, the atmospheric pressure is significantly low. Without an oxygen mask, one would quickly lose consciousness. Even the most elite soldier cannot endure it. The 6 members of the first group stood at the open cabin door. After giving a thumbs up, Luke was the first to leap from the aircraft. This maneuver had been rehearsed countless times. From over 10,000 meters, they would free fall and deploy their parachutes at approximately 500 meters. Typically, paratroopers utilize round canopies. However, Luke and his team employed rectangular parachutes, allowing for effective directional control. Luke opened his chute last yet was the first to arrive above the presidential palace. As he approached the rooftop, he could discern 8 guards stationed there. Assessing their positions and fields of vision, Luke chose the central guard as his first target. The sound of the guard collapsing startled the others, yet Luke and his teammates had already aimed at the remaining threats. The gunfire was muted. Aside from the rooftop, the guards below remained oblivious. The first group swiftly neutralized the rooftop sentinels. After regrouping, the second and third teams descended onto the rooftop in succession. At that moment, the U.S. Air Force's ground suppression squad had arrived over the capital to conduct electromagnetic suppression. As the vanguard, Luke's first team had already infiltrated the presidential palace. The third team, stationed on the rooftop, severed the electrical box, plunging the entire palace into darkness. As the lead member of the first team, Luke operated with an all-seeing eye, rendering night vision goggles unnecessary. Any guard approaching their route was swiftly dealt with by him. The 2 teams quickly advanced into General Radek's bedroom. With hoods secured, 2 members restrained him as they began their retreat. The skirmish was brief. Due to their equipment advantage, the palace guards could only retaliate using the faint light filtering in from outside. Yet, their bullets seemed to go astray, and hitting their mark relied solely on faith. As the assault teams withdrew, the front became the rear, with Luke bringing up the tail. Captain Waters was just ahead of him. Luke continuously retrieved items from his backpack. A large transport helicopter was now stationed on the rooftop, while another circled overhead for surveillance, and in the distance, 2 armed helicopters engaged as the Special Forces soldiers turned to witness the explosion. They beheld Luke standing at the doorway of the aircraft, striking a classic pose. A true man never glances back at an explosion. It turns out that when Luke made his retreat, he had been extracting pre-prepared bombs from Captain Waters' backpack. For the sake of a lost 150, Captain Waters had temporarily become a human storage unit for Luke. Initially reluctant, he ultimately acquiesced when Luke offered a generous sum, double the amount. Thus, Luke was able to hurl remote-controlled bombs as he made his escape. In high spirits, he reveled in the thought that it was finally his turn to unleash destruction on others. The C4 explosives posed no risk of detonation from ricochet. As long as Luke refrained from pressing the detonator, all would remain well. The group successfully evacuated the capital and returned to a military base near the border. Radek was promptly taken away by the Russian authorities. This operation could only be described as flawless, and a collective sigh of relief echoed among all present. Although it was late, the mess hall had prepared a sumptuous feast. Colonel Anderson was set to escort these individuals back to the American base in Germany the following day. However, Luke and the civilian officer were to proceed to Moscow to meet with the president. The soldiers, having shed their earlier adversarial demeanor after days of training and a successful mission, now shared a sense of camaraderie. Consequently, the dinner was imbued with sincerity, marked by a particularly amicable atmosphere as they faced impending separation. Due to Luke's formidable drinking capacity, none dared to join him for a drink, which led him to retire to his quarters feeling somewhat disinterested. Yet, upon reaching his dormitory, he encountered the Russian beauty who had been attempting to flirt with him over the past few days. Initially, Luke expected her to employ the same tactics, but she surprised him by saying, "Mr. Dutton, would you accompany me for a walk?" Unconcerned about any potential schemes, Luke sensed a different emotion from her that evening and readily accepted her request. They strolled leisurely around the training grounds together. "Mr. Dutton, just call me Luke," he replied. "All right, Luke. You are leaving tomorrow, aren't you?" Luke nodded in affirmation. "Yes, I am heading to Moscow to meet with the president and report on this mission." The beauty paused, gazing at the southern sky. "Actually, my hometown is in Kazakhstan." While she looked at the heavens, Luke's gaze remained fixed on her. In that moment, stripped of all pretense beneath the stunning night sky, she revealed her heart to him. Her name was Angelika Darnilova. 8 years prior, following the dissolution of the Soviet Union, her family had fled to Russia due to the turmoil in Kazakhstan. During their journey, her mother succumbed to illness, and her sister was lost in an attack. Only she and her father managed to reach Russia, eventually settling in Moscow. Life was a struggle for the father and daughter duo until Angelika gained admission to a military academy, which improved their circumstances. However, Luke could discern from the shadows in her once clear eyes that she had likely been inducted into a clandestine organization for training, though certainly not the Red Room. Angelika continued to express her grievances to Luke. They could have long since brought an end to the turmoil, yet they persist in this absurd manner. Luke was taken aback by her candidness, but Angelika showed no signs of stopping. "I once believed that my homeland would finally embrace the peace it has yearned for over the years, but these politicians can effortlessly plunge it back into chaos." From her tone and demeanor, Luke could easily discern that Angelika was not lying. This was her heartfelt sentiment. "I now struggle to comprehend the significance of my service to this nation." Luke sighed, stating, "Once you enter such departments or institutions, you become a mere pawn, unless you can elevate yourself to the role of the player. Indeed, we are all pawns. The truth is perpetually cruel." Luke did not share her sentiment. The notions of pawns and players felt trivial to him, as he imagined himself achieving transcendence, commanding respect from all. Observing Angelika's sorrowful and bewildered expression, Luke also directed his gaze towards the sky. Once one possesses the power to overturn the table, the distinction between player and pawn becomes irrelevant. Chapter 85. Surveillance. 2 individuals stood before the grove adjacent to the training ground, gazing at the stars for an extended period. It was a breathtaking sight, yet Angelika ultimately refrained from shedding tears. Luke, ever the gentleman, graciously offered his shoulder. Perhaps the subject matter was too weighty, prompting Luke to shift to lighter topics. He regaled Angelika with numerous intriguing cases, such as the Florida Does Not Harbor the Indolent series, which finally elicited a smile from her. Reluctantly, Luke escorted her back to his dormitory. The following morning, Luke stepped out of the dormitory to see off Colonel Anderson and his party. This group of Navy SEALs was returning to Germany before taking a brief respite and then heading back to the American mainland. Upon encountering them, Luke greeted them warmly, only to be met with expressions brimming with resentment, complexity, and jealousy. Puzzled, Luke inquired of Colonel Anderson what had transpired. With a knowing smile, Colonel Anderson glanced at Luke. "No need to worry. They are merely overly energetic and have not rested well. I thought they had been intoxicated by the Russians again. Aren't you returning to Moscow with me?" Colonel Anderson shook his head. "There are still some follow-up matters to address here." At that moment, a civilian assistant approached, joining the conversation. "The president is still on a diplomatic visit in Europe and will not arrive in Moscow for a few days." The young assistant continued, "Hey, this time you'll have plenty of time to explore Moscow." Luke smiled at Colonel Anderson, saying, "We shall rendezvous in Moscow."
Colonel Anderson nodded.
revealing a smile that only men would understand. At this juncture, Lieutenant Waters approached, his expression darkening upon witnessing the somewhat mischievous smiles of the trio. "What are you discussing?" Colonel Anderson was the first to respond. "I was explaining to Luke why your faces look so grim." Lieutenant Waters directed his gaze at Luke. "You bastard. None of us slept well last night." Luke shrugged nonchalantly. "What do you expect? You doubted my capabilities, and I had to prove otherwise." Waters grimaced. "That was merely a few hours, and it was divided into several instances. She is still in the dormitory, yet I cannot genuinely allow her to be sent to the emergency room, so. Damn it, when we return, you owe us drinks." Luke replied, "Not just drinks. Party would suffice, but do you have the time?" This statement rendered Lieutenant Waters momentarily speechless. They were part of the strategic airborne forces, and even during leave, they operated on a rotation, making it nearly impossible to assemble a full squad. Colonel Anderson patted Lieutenant Waters on the shoulder. "Enough with the grievances. There will be time off upon your return." Lieutenant Waters sighed, resigned to the reality of their situation, knowing they were Navy SEALs. After shaking hands with the group, Lieutenant Waters and his team boarded the aircraft. Having bid farewell to the disgruntled Navy SEALs, Luke returned to the dormitory only to find that Angelica had already departed. Luke deliberately employed his perceptive eye to survey the room, ensuring that no surveillance devices were present before he could finally relax. The Russians' methods were straightforward and brutal, yet effective. Fortunately, Angelica's performance the previous day was genuine. Luke had already shared his private phone number with her. As for her future choices, he opted not to interfere excessively. After all, respecting one's destiny is paramount. Individuals must bear the consequences of their decisions. Whether those choices are deemed good or bad is left to divine judgment, a notion Luke himself does not subscribe to. As noon approached, Luke prepared his luggage and, accompanied by his administrative assistant, boarded the small private plane that had come to collect them. Colonel Anderson and the Russian assault team leader were there to see him off along with Angelica, who donned her crisp military uniform once again, while Luke had changed into a suit. In the public eye, both maintained a degree of restraint, forgoing a passionate French kiss in favor of a simple embrace, accompanied by Luke whispering a few words in her ear. Upon returning to Moscow, Luke learned that President Marshall would not be visiting for at least another week. The administrative assistant vanished after returning to the hotel, and Luke paid him no mind, as they shared neither allegiance nor camaraderie. He simply awaited Colonel Anderson at the hotel. The following day, the Russians provided Luke with a vehicle and driver to facilitate his exploration of Moscow. While this appeared to be a warm welcome, it was, in fact, an act of surveillance and eavesdropping, those seasoned actors from the FSB. However, Luke had no ulterior motives. He refrained from visiting the Kremlin due to the awkwardness of his identity, deeming it inappropriate. Red Square was not as grand as he had imagined, and the road conditions were poor. He dined at a restaurant recommended by the driver, and to his chagrin, indulging in French cuisine in Moscow left him unsatisfied. The portions were meager, and despite the flavors being passable, he found himself still hungry. French cuisine, with its elaborate presentations and small servings, was among his least favored styles of dining, as it demanded time and failed to satiate. Upon returning to the hotel, Luke was taken aback. The Russians had arranged for him a luxurious suite, spacious and inviting. As he opened the door, a familiar scent wafted through the air, and a graceful figure rushed towards him. "Angelica, what are you doing here?" he inquired. Clinging to his neck, Angelica tenderly replied, "I'm on leave." Luke did not set her down, allowing her to wrap her arms around his waist as he carried her into the living room. Angelica then shot him a serious glance, pointing towards the lamp. Understanding immediately, Luke activated his perceptive eye, revealing a listening device concealed within the lamp. After surveying the surroundings and confirming it was the only device, he exhaled in relief. If they wished to eavesdrop, he would grant them a thorough listening session. In the hotel parking lot, a disgruntled voice lamented, "What on earth has Sukhobri consumed? And this is far from over. Are our operatives truly this incompetent? Their combat effectiveness is abysmal. Davy fainted 4 times. Why are we monitoring him? I don't know. The higher-ups simply stated he doesn't seem like a consultant, hence the surveillance. Sukhobumi, Upon my return, I must seek out three companions to alleviate my frustrations. The hotel upstairs. Luke sighed, reflecting on the splendid jacuzzi of this establishment. Review. Today is my birthday, and I've shifted my plans from the afternoon to now. Do exercise some restraint. Chapter 86. Cinderella. Luke now boldly escorts Angelica on a tour of Moscow's splendid sights. By day, they revel in the landscape, and by night, they continue to absorb the beauty around them. Luke even discreetly administered a 100 milliliters dose of Save Your Life 250 to Angelica, enhancing her vitality and energy. He arranged for a bulletproof Rolls-Royce from his family's automobile company, with the driver still being the one assigned by the FSB. Upon seeing the new vehicle, the driver's demeanor towards Luke transformed, becoming markedly more amiable. However, the partition between the front and rear seats posed a challenge for the Russian agents monitoring them. During their outings, Luke would peer through his insight, observing the agents' frustrations and simmering anger as they eavesdropped for 3 consecutive days. Who suffers if not them? On the 4th day at noon, they found themselves at a Chinese restaurant near Red Square, adorned in authentic Chinese decor, though the prices on the menu were decidedly British. But was young Master Qin ever short of funds? After alighting from the car, Luke approached the driver's side and tapped on the window. The driver looked at Luke with a puzzled expression. Luke gestured toward the nearby surveillance vehicle, suggesting, "Those are your colleagues, aren't they? They've been following us for days. It must be quite taxing. Invite them in. Lunch is on me." A flicker of surprise crossed the driver's face, but he quickly regained his composure. While they might not fully believe in Luke's true identity as a consultant, his skills and meticulous thinking had been under scrutiny for some time. It was no surprise that he noticed the surveillance team, having extended a generous invitation. The need for stealth was no longer necessary. Based on Luke's behavior over the past few days, there was nothing particularly unusual or alarming. He was merely a man enjoying the company of his personal guide while visiting various attractions and hotels. Thus, the driver nodded and replied with a smile, "Thank you for your understanding." Luke then led Angelica into the restaurant. After exchanging a few words with the manager, they began to savor the authentic Chinese cuisine. When the driver and the surveillance team entered, the manager seated them nearby, ensuring that the couple remained in their line of sight while preventing them from overhearing any intimate conversations. In a high-end restaurant in the capital, the manager was quite astute. Luke, dressed in an elegant tailored suit and arriving in a Rolls-Royce, exuded wealth, while the driver, accompanied by a group of intimidating individuals, resembled a cadre of bodyguards. Although Angelica's attire was somewhat modest, her stunning looks and figure undeniably marked her as the Princess Cinderella. As they dined, Luke noted the manager's gaze upon Angelica. After their meal, Luke instructed the driver to take them directly to Moscow's most upscale shopping center, known at that time as the department store. Steeped in history, this venue became the most luxurious shopping destination in Moscow following the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Without giving Angelica a chance to decline, Luke ushered her into the boutiques of renowned international brands, presenting his black gold card with a flourish. "Please have the representatives of brands XX, XXX, and XX come over to assist this lady with her attire," Luke instructed. "These brands are all under the ownership of Grandma Qin, and this shopping center boasts at least 8 of them." The store manager, clutching Luke's black card, hurriedly sought out the department store manager. At that moment, Angelica felt much like Cinderella, overwhelmed and uncertain. Faced with garments that cost more than her annual salary, she felt a twinge of discomfort. Luke smiled and bestowed a gentle kiss upon her. "My dear, fret not. These are all part of my family's enterprises. Simply choose what you desire, and I shall take care of the rest." Before Angelica could ponder further, she was whisked away by the staff to try on outfits. The meticulous preparations made by SVR for Luke's charming endeavor were evident. Angelica's figure was nearly perfect, and her beauty ranked among the finest of Eastern European women. Luke's kindness towards Angelica was not without reason. The mission to apprehend General Radic yielded no benefits for Luke's skills or order points. Coupled with the sentiments Angelica confessed, Luke deduced that this operation was, in fact, a sordid political conspiracy, a mere brawl among politicians. Thus, a bold idea took root in Luke's mind. This was the Marvel Universe, a realm subtly distinct from his previous world. While the macro aspects remained largely the same, the micro details exhibited variations, particularly in this era of superhero proliferation. Prior to this, the global landscape bore striking similarities to his former life. Therefore, Luke could leverage the foresight of prevailing trends to expand his family's enterprises. Meanwhile, the store manager had summoned the department store manager, who approached Luke, perspiring and wearing a sycophantic smile. "Good day, sir." "I am." Luke suddenly realized this was an investment from Old Master Qin. Nodding to the manager, he reiterated his previous instructions to the store manager. The department store manager, brimming with obsequiousness, nodded profusely, fervently promising to fulfill any request from Luke, even refraining from extending a handshake. He hastily sought out the managers of other brands. Amidst the bustling staff, Angelica tirelessly tried on various outfits. Luke's aesthetic sensibilities, shaped by a future era, rendered him indifferent to contemporary fashion. Nevertheless, his ability to earn the admiration of once rebellious designers attested to his discerning taste. As he selected garments for Angelica, the managers of other brands arrived with their racks and accessories, resulting in a crowded scene. The department store manager swiftly summoned security to cordon off the store, refusing service to any other customers. The commotion drew a crowd of onlookers, many young women casting envious glances at Angelica within the transparent enclosure. Tall and striking Luke, clad in a dark bespoke suit, stood out conspicuously, prompting speculation about which affluent heir was treating his girlfriend. Anything that caught Luke's eye would be packaged and sent directly to the hotel by the staff. Ultimately, the department store manager had no choice but to arrange for a small delivery truck solely for Luke's purchases. As Angelica departed, she donned a resplendent red gown, complemented by a fitted black short-sleeved blazer. Her handbag and jewelry were impeccably coordinated. This meticulous ensemble transformed Angelica into a figure of exquisite nobility and charm. Luke, thoroughly satisfied, could not help but muse inwardly about the inherent beauty of Slavic women. Although her complexion had its imperfections, Luke's relentless efforts and the nurturing provided by his miraculous remedies had rendered Angelica's skin luminous and radiant. She herself had noticed the change, though she found it perplexing, ultimately attributing it to the harmonious influence of her relationship with Luke. During dinner, Luke unleashed his financial prowess by reserving an entire Michelin 3-star restaurant. After ensuring the venue was clear, he discreetly arranged for a surveillance team from the FSB to occupy a corner. These somewhat disgruntled individuals were finally in a better mood, as it was their first encounter with a target who openly invited them to indulge in such lavishness. The dinner unfolded delightfully and romantically, with Angelica gazing at Luke with an intensity that seemed to shimmer. Following the meal, as they climbed into the car, Luke activated the intercom and instructed the driver, "Take us to the liveliest nightclub in the area and invite your colleagues to join us. It's on me." "Thank you, Mr. Dutton. I will inform them," came the prompt reply. Chapter 87. Close to millions, Luke escorted Angelica to the most popular nightclub in Moscow, where a long line of eager patrons awaited entry. Due to its overwhelming popularity, the venue enforced a strict capacity limit. The young men and women in line anxiously craned their necks, hoping for a glimpse of exiting guests. Meanwhile, the surveillance team, no longer attempting to disguise themselves, trailed closely behind Luke's Rolls-Royce. The driver pulled up directly in front of the club, drawing the attention of the security staff and those waiting in line as a strikingly elegant couple emerged from the vehicle. Angelica's beauty and exquisite attire left the onlookers, particularly the young women, enviously astounded. In instances of minor disparities, jealousy may arise. Yet when the chasm is vast, admiration remains. With Angelica by his side, Luke approached the security personnel and activated his monetary influence. $1,000 in contemporary Russia is no trifling sum. Noticing 5 well-dressed gentlemen disembarking from the van behind them, the security guard accepted the cash with a smile, bowing slightly to gesture an invitation to Luke. Satisfied, Luke nodded and led the group inside. The nightclub of this era was a cacophony of vibrant chaos. The thunderous sounds of heavy metal rock reverberated as couples swayed wildly on the dance floor. Tables overflowed with fine spirits and certain illicit substances. Upon meeting the service manager, Luke presented another $1,000. Raising 2 fingers, the manager instantly understood and, with a grin, guided Luke and his party to a booth on the second floor. Their reserve tables were adjacent yet not directly facing the dance floor, which pleased Luke immensely. He then produced another stack of cash, requesting only the finest beverages, cautioning against any watered-down imitations. The manager accepted the money with a nod, assuring Luke of his satisfaction. Luke and Angelica settled into one booth, while the surveillance team occupied the adjacent one. Comprising 6 members, they had somehow coordinated with Luke's driver, as 5 of them joined him along with the driver. Although Luke had invited them to indulge in a luxurious setting, they remained acutely aware of their mission and opted for beer instead of stronger spirits. Luke, on the other hand, ordered red wine, as it was Angelica's preference. He inspected the bottle, noting it was a vintage from a renowned French vineyard, albeit last year's harvest. It would suffice, as this establishment likely offered little in terms of superior selections. After sampling a small sip, Luke confirmed it was genuine. While the wine breathed, Luke took Angelica to the railing outside their booth, where they swayed gently to the rhythm of the music. An experienced partygoer, Luke was no novice. His school years had been filled with social gatherings. In contrast, Angelica appeared to be a newcomer, likely unaccustomed to such environments. Thus, Luke guided her as they danced, their bodies occasionally drawing close. After a while, Angelica shed her blazer, while nearby, a group of young men reveled in their own exuberant dance. The lead young man glanced back at Luke and Angelica, assessing the situation with a look towards his own companions. Suddenly, the allure of the charming companions he had brought seemed diminished, as an insatiable craving took hold. However, the attire of Luke and Angelica clearly distinguished them as individuals of exceptional stature. Thus, the young man refrained from indulging in any vulgar antics. Luke also noticed the young man's gaze occasionally drifting towards Angelica, who radiated an exquisite elegance, drawing the attention of many admirers. Upon returning to their seats, the two began to sip their drinks and engage in affectionate banter. Shortly thereafter, several men accompanied the young man to his booth. After a brief conversation, they summoned the service manager, who soon approached Luke. "Sir, the gentleman at the adjacent table has received some important guests and wishes to purchase your seat, with appropriate compensation, of course." Luke crossed his legs and waved a finger dismissively. "It should be evident that I am not in want of money. Let him wait. I shan't linger here for long." The service manager returned to convey Luke's message to the young man, who appeared somewhat displeased and instructed 2 of his subordinates to speak with Luke again. Upon their arrival, Luke gestured towards the 2 men from the adjacent booth. The robust young men soon found themselves confronted by even more formidable agents from the surveillance team. As they were encircled by the agents, the latter smiled and discreetly revealed their APS handguns. Such weapons are not typically wielded by gangsters. They are the domain of the military. Even if they had made their way to the black market, they would not be brandished so brazenly. The 2 young men, upon witnessing the agent's firearms, promptly lost their bravado. After a brief exchange with their leader, the commotion subsided. The 2 groups, now crowded into one booth, compelled the charming companions to relocate to the outer railing. Following this brief disruption, Luke and Angelica found their enthusiasm waning. Once they had consumed a sufficient amount of drink, Luke rose to depart. The surveillance agents followed closely behind him and Angelica. As they passed by the neighboring booth, Luke did not afford them even a cursory glance, while Angelica cast a glance at the individuals present. Among the young men were several middle-aged individuals, creating a rather jarring tableau. After Luke's departure, the others prepared to disperse from their booth. As they descended the stairs, a hooded man approached Luke. "Excuse me, could you spare a light?" Luke smiled and shook his head, then turned to the surveillance agents. "Do we have a lighter? Let us assist this gentleman." An agent promptly produced a lighter from his pocket and ignited the man's cigarette. The man nodded in appreciation. "Thank you, sir." He then sidestepped Luke and his companions as he ascended the stairs. Luke paid little mind to him, yet he discerned that the man concealed 4 handguns beneath his clothing. However, the man was not approaching Luke with malice. The insight from his discerning gaze revealed a green question mark, indicating that this individual was not a threat. As Luke descended to the entrance of the nightclub, preparing to depart, the sound of gunfire echoed from upstairs. However, the resounding music within the club masked the shots. preventing any ensuing chaos. Upon returning to the hotel, Luke informed the driver, "I have arranged 3 rooms for you at the hotel. You may organize yourselves as you wish." With that, he escorted Angelica back to his business suite. It was not that he could not afford the presidential suite, but rather that it was genuinely reserved for the President of the United States. Luke opted for the business suite simply because he had arrived early. The following morning, while having breakfast at the hotel, Luke's driver and surveillance team were seated at a nearby table, not far from him and Angelica. After finishing their meal, Angelica approached their table, carrying a tote bag. "This is a token of gratitude from Mr. Dutton for your hard work." As Luke and Angelica made their way upstairs, he smiled and nodded at their table. Once Luke had departed, the agents finally opened the tote bag. Initially taken aback and at a loss for words, their expressions soon shifted to seriousness, followed by broad smiles. Inside, they discovered 7 exquisite Rolex watches. Chapter 88. The intrigue in the ensuing days, Master Luke indulged in lavish expenditures throughout Moscow with his newfound companion. Indeed, Luke was engaged in a rather audacious game. Having ventured to Russia without accruing any advancement in his skills or order points, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. With a protective identity and a dedicated entourage at his disposal, he deemed it necessary to partake in some form of enterprise, lest he offend the esteemed FSB, which had bestowed upon him such high hospitality standards. Thus, Luke's extravagant outings with his beautiful companion, traversing the city in a Rolls-Royce, soon drew the attention of certain individuals. This concern was not limited to those harboring ulterior motives towards Luke. It also reached the upper echelons of the FSB. After enjoying breakfast, Luke awaited Angelica's selection of attire to continue their revelries when he was visited by the FSB's deputy director. "Good day, Mr. Dutton. I am Alexander Vasilyevich, the deputy director of the Federal Security Service of the Russian Federation." Luke politely extended his hand for a handshake. "Greetings, Director Alexander. It is a pleasure to meet you, and I am profoundly grateful for your hospitality." This statement momentarily left Director Alexander at a loss for words. However, he quickly regained his composure and, with a serious expression, remarked, "Mr. Dutton, your recent activities in Moscow may place you in jeopardy." Luke, unfazed, chuckled as he poured a glass of water for him. "I am merely a tourist. Isn't your agency responsible for ensuring safety?" Alexander was aware that the surveillance team had long since been unmasked by Luke and had effectively transitioned into his personal security detail. Furthermore, Luke and Angelica spent their time at the hotel engaged in leisurely pursuits, often playing cards upon their return, leaving the operatives with no useful intelligence to report. Their recordings, even upon listening, had proved to be exasperatingly uninformative. Nevertheless, they had begun to speculate about Luke's peculiar circumstances. Mr. Dutton's recent demeanor appeared less like an act. He might genuinely be a man of stature. Yet, the reasons behind his formidable presence left them perplexed. Was he not merely here to gild his reputation, to partake in a symbolic display? What sort of heir would undergo such rigorous cultivation? Was he not concerned about unforeseen complications? Luke, oblivious to their inner turmoil, awaited Angelica's emergence from her dressing. Upon her arrival, she observed Luke conversing amiably with Deputy Director Alexander, the atmosphere remarkably harmonious. Noticing Angelica's fashionable ensemble, Alexander jovially addressed her, "Lieutenant Darnilova, should you require anything, do not hesitate to approach Nikolai, our assigned driver. Our bureau will extend its utmost support to you." Despite being from different agencies, lacking any formal affiliation, and even sharing a competitive edge in certain respects, Alexander's courtesy left Angelica with little to say, prompting her to merely nod in acknowledgement. She sensed that Luke must have engaged in some clandestine arrangement with Deputy Director Alexander, yet her intelligence and discretion prevented her from probing further. Once Deputy Director Alexander departed, Luke prepared to whisk Angelica away for further amusement. Meanwhile, the surveillance team, relieved of their listening duties, now trailed behind Luke's Rolls-Royce in 2 rugged SUVs. Although they remained curious about Luke, his recent substantial expenditure, including a generous donation of $1 million to Moscow University, endeared him to the locals. Accompanied by his entourage, who were indulged in fine dining and gifts, the atmosphere was one of mutual delight. During a daytime outing, Angelica received a call from her superior, conveying a sentiment akin to that of Deputy Director Alexander. She was to ensure Luke's comfort and showcase the warmth of the Russian people. This period of accompanying Luke was considered work, and any received gifts were hers to keep, with holidays accounted separately. After hanging up, Angelica found herself bewildered. She was certain that Luke had not met her direct superior. However, the demeanor now stood in stark contrast to the attitude she had encountered prior to her assignment. Yet, without Luke's inquiry, Angelica refrained from probing further, focusing instead on her role as a guide and ensuring that Luke experienced the genuine hospitality of the Russian populace. Each evening, after dinner, Luke sought to immerse himself in the nightlife of Moscow. One night, upon returning to the hotel, Luke did not rush to engage in a game of poker with Angelica. Instead, he ordered a fine bottle of red wine and, with a somewhat perplexed Angelica, began to drink. Feeling insecure about her allure and fearing that Luke had lost interest, she succumbed to self-doubt. Sensing her unease, Luke tightened his embrace around her waist and whispered softly in her ear, "Tonight, we shall enjoy a performance." Although Angelica remained confused, she found solace in Luke's demeanor, which suggested he still held a fascination for her. Before long, a loud commotion erupted in the hallway, followed by a cacophony of voices. Nikolai knocked and then entered the room, announcing, "Sir, we have apprehended someone." Luke nodded with a smile, expressing his gratitude. "Well done. The rest is in your hands." Nikolai, returning the gesture with a grin, exited the room, leaving Luke to gaze at the dazed Angelica. He then fed her a generous sip of wine, which jolted her back to reality. Luke proceeded to elucidate the situation. Earlier that morning, he had indeed engaged in a covert transaction with Deputy Director Alexander, using himself as bait to lure out the nefarious elements of Moscow's criminal underworld. In the wake of the Chechen War, certain former Soviet republics had begun to stir restlessly, frequently executing terrorist attacks in Moscow, which posed a significant challenge to both the security service and the foreign intelligence service. General Radek had recently been captured, yet other factions remained active. Radek's group represented the most substantial threat. Luke's strategy was to draw out the gangsters through his unique position. Typically, law enforcement agencies refrained from action against these gangs due to the powerful protectors behind them. However, with the involvement of an American official like Luke, any ensuing incident would escalate into a diplomatic matter, rendering the influence of any protector, barring the president himself, ineffective. Thus, by infiltrating the gangsters, Luke aimed to uncover the terrorists orchestrating attacks within the country. Their primary source of weaponry for entering the territory is those gangs. Eliminating these criminal organizations would benefit the Security Bureau. All confiscated assets would belong to the Bureau, with no obligation for restitution and additional merits accrued. Meanwhile, the Foreign Intelligence Agency would also gain accolades upon receiving information about the terrorists. Luke merely wishes to experiment, to discern how much progress in martial arts and order points he can secure through his level of involvement. Only a fool would take matters into their own hands. A wise individual would not squander their intellect. At this moment, Luke embodies the essence of a true dandy, accompanied by a cadre of sycophants as he brazenly roams the streets of Moscow. Yet Luke is a gentleman, and his followers are enforcers of the law. The unfortunate ones are the gangs of Moscow. Embracing the warm and delicate Angelica, Luke gazes out at the breathtaking beauty of Moscow illuminated by the night. Having arrived in Moscow, he is determined to leave behind a legacy of his own. Chapter 89. Killing with a borrowed knife for 3 consecutive days. Luke continued to meander through Moscow. Meanwhile, the FSB was overjoyed, having apprehended a total of 7 groups of individuals, both day and night. The Foreign Intelligence Service had also garnered substantial information regarding terrorists. All parties found themselves in a state of elation. Luke confirmed that his involvement had yielded progress in his cultivation and order points, albeit significantly less than if he had acted independently. The collaboration between Luke and the security agencies was primarily facilitated by Russia's dire economic straits. The turbulence following the dissolution of the Soviet Union had only just subsided, and the economy was in the nascent stages of recovery. The nation, impoverished from top to bottom and devoid of the charismatic leaders of the past, found itself in a more precarious situation than ever before. Luke's proposal captivated the officials. Despite being an American, he frequented Moscow, indulging in its offerings without causing any inconvenience to the hosts. Moreover, Luke refrained from participating in their specific operations or subsequent intelligence, content to serve as a mere instrument. The accolades for any successes were solely theirs to distribute, akin to a divine intervention sent to rescue them. Significantly, young Master Qin's social acumen was executed with remarkable finesse. Now, even positions tasked with monitoring Luke required connections. Luke indicated that aside from Angelica and the driver Nikolai, they could adjust the rest at will. Currently, half of the personnel assigned daily were sourced through connections. Young Master Qin was not short on funds. He dined lavishly and reserved entire venues in upscale restaurants. On occasions when a reservation could not be secured, there was no need for Luke to employ his monetary prowess. Agents from the security and intelligence services would clear the premises for him. Luke's treatment now surpassed that of the American ambassador to Russia. Each agent involved in the surveillance received shopping vouchers from Luke as gifts. A designer suit and a luxury watch became standard fare. However, the most enticing aspect was not merely the daily indulgences with Luke but the shopping cards. These cards could be utilized for family, or even as gifts. Old Master Qin had begun his journey with a small grocery store, and now the retail brands under Hex Group had proliferated across the globe, including Russia. Presently, Russia was in dire need of light industrial products for daily life. Bestowing shopping cards upon them was far more appreciated than offering a suit and watch, elevating their standing within their households. Luke could present gifts but never offered cash except to Nikolai. This fellow was well connected, as his father was Deputy Director Alexander. Thus, Luke provided him with $2,000 daily to manage his personal expenditures, treating Nikolai as both assistant and driver, leaving the remainder for him to determine. Each morning, Angelica gazed into the mirror, increasingly satisfied with her physique, though her rising wake-up times grew increasingly tardy. One afternoon, at a riverside restaurant in Moscow, young Master Qin continued to reserve the entire venue with his entourage. As their meal approached completion, several Mercedes S-Class vehicles arrived outside. Numerous individuals clad in black disembarked, led by a middle-aged man. The agents stationed at the entrance heightened their vigilance, having received no prior notification. In other words, the newly arrived individuals are not affiliated with government agencies. Indeed, the agent who approached them received confirmation of this. The individual in question is a local entrepreneur, yet the agents are aware that he is the leader of one of the most powerful gangs in the area. This man personally approached to express his intention to have a private conversation with Luke. After the agents conveyed this request to Luke, he found himself somewhat perplexed. It was only after the agents introduced the individual that he realized he was dealing with a prominent figure from the underworld. Having just finished his meal, Luke decided to see what this notable wanted from him and acquiesced to his request. The agents now treated Luke with utmost deference, allowing only the gang leader to enter, showing no fear in the presence of his numerous henchmen. Upon entering, the leader took a seat directly opposite Luke. Luke made no move to stand or offer a handshake. Acknowledging his own status, the leader refrained from extending his hand and simply sat down. "I am called." He began to introduce himself, but Luke interrupted with a wave of his hand. "I have no interest in you or your organization. Let us get straight to the point. What brings you here?" The leader hesitated momentarily but quickly regained his composure. He had been investigating Luke for several days, uncovering only that Luke was an American awaiting the visit of the U.S. president. He remained unaware of why the security and intelligence agencies were offering him such protection. Many who had set their sights on him had been apprehended, and in recent days, personnel from these two agencies had been conducting a frenzied crackdown on organized crime. However, he was a cautious man, a trait that had contributed to his current success. Still, he had a compelling reason for his visit. He was in the process of legitimizing his gang and had no need to resort to kidnapping or extortion against an American. After a moment's contemplation, he articulated his purpose. This revelation caught Luke by surprise. It turned out that 4 nights prior, the nightclub Luke had visited with Angelica had encountered a serious incident. The young man seated beside Luke was the leader's son, who had been murdered by an assassin shortly after Luke's departure. Since the nightclub was not part of the leader's enterprises, the investigation proved to be quite complicated. Ultimately, they had only managed to ascertain a rough description of the assassin's appearance. They also discovered that the assassin had spoken with Luke before ascending the stairs. The leader did not believe Luke to be the mastermind behind the murder, considering this was Luke's first appearance in Russia. As a wealthy American, he had no conceivable connection with the leader's son, a young man of questionable character. The leader merely sought to inquire if Luke could recall any details about the assassin's appearance. After a moment of reflection, Luke replied he wore a hat, and the hood of his jacket was pulled up. The lighting there was poor. I only caught a glimpse of the lower half of his face, which was covered in a thick beard. Upon hearing Luke's response, the leader felt a sense of disappointment. The investigation into the assassin had reached a dead end. Luke had not provided any useful information. Indeed, he had not paid much attention during the encounter. This gang exhibited no moral boundaries, and it was already quite courteous of them to engage in conversation with him. Present-day Russia is rife with chaos, societal disorder, governmental instability, and military disarray. After bidding farewell to the gang leader, Angelica appeared somewhat disheartened. She altered their afternoon plans. He donned Luke in inexpensive attire and ventured to Moscow's largest farmers' market. Indeed, the vibrant atmosphere was palpable. This experience unveiled to Luke another facet of Angelica and the current Russian society. Here, law enforcement and organized crime colluded, jointly operating the market. Instances of extortion were rampant, leaving the merchants and farmers powerless, forced to wear smiles despite their indignation. Luke observed the dimming light in Angelica's eyes, her expression laden with sorrow. You hold a deep affection for your country, do you not? Angelica did not meet Luke's gaze but merely nodded in affirmation. My father often reminisced about the Soviet era, yet I was too young then to grasp its depth until now. She turned back to Luke, offering a faint smile. This place has disappointed you, hasn't it? Luke shrugged nonchalantly. Not at all. It was merely as expected. Subsequently, Angelica guided Luke in selecting some fruits and snacks. They resembled a genuine couple, engaged in the simple act of grocery shopping. Luke welcomed every delicacy Angelica offered, and they shared bites as they strolled, drawing admiration from many elderly patrons in the market. Gradually, Angelica's smile became more relaxed and genuine. Their deliberately chosen matching outfits, modest as they were, attracted the attention of judgmental onlookers. A burly man, towering over Luke, accompanied by 5 or 6 subordinates, obstructed their path. Upon witnessing the scene, Luke couldn't help but chuckle, amused that such a cliché was unfolding before him. The imposing figure, noticing Luke's derision, snarled threateningly. He fixated on Luke, gesturing towards Angelica. Kid, she's no longer your girlfriend. If you wish to avoid a beating, you'd best vacate the premises. Luke possessed a well-proportioned physique, lacking the bulk of a muscle-bound brute. Clad in simple couple's attire alongside Angelica, they appeared as mere high school students. With a cold smirk, Luke retorted mockingly, "Go take a look in the mirror. Is that little thing of yours even long enough?" The hulking man, clearly incensed by Luke's taunt, bellowed, "Kid, I swear I'll beat you to a pulp." He charged at Luke, swinging a fist as large as a sandbag. Bystanders gasped, shielding their eyes, convinced the young man was about to meet a dire fate. Who was this young Master Qin? A figure of repute, he held a code of honor. With no intention of allowing grievances to fester, he believed a few local vendors and elderly women selling vegetables quietly urged Angelica to leave with her boyfriend, warning her that they were affiliated with the local gang. With a smile, Angelica expressed her gratitude to these well-meaning individuals, assuring them that everything would be fine and to trust in the government's power. However, some believed she was too naive and whispered warnings. "Those people are in cahoots with the police. You should run, girl." Luke, on the other hand, was unperturbed. Setting aside his personal capabilities, as a special advisor to the president on counterterrorism, he possessed diplomatic immunity, akin to the privileges granted to high-ranking embassy officials. Luke was also curious about Angelica's intentions in bringing him here. It was evident to him that her motives were deliberate. Turning around, he caught Angelica's grateful gaze, and he understood the depth of her emotions. This place undoubtedly held beautiful memories for her, now tainted. While she lacked the means to rectify it alone, she believed that, with Luke by her side, change was possible. As a super VVVIP guest from Russia, only the president could sway him. Her intention in bringing him here was likely to provoke an incident, thereby cleansing this place of its impurities. Throughout their time together, Luke felt comfortable and at ease with Angelica. She was a remarkable companion, independent, intelligent, and perceptive. He did not mind her leveraging their relationship. In Luke's eyes, the underworld was as unforgivable as any vice. He could only distance himself from gambling, as his own family, the Lucianos, were one of the prominent families controlling Las Vegas. It was unthinkable to turn against one's own kin. The current scene felt surreal to everyone present. Several thugs lay sprawled on the ground, while Luke stood there, locking eyes with Angelica. He had grasped her purpose, and she looked at him with gratitude in return. In this tense atmosphere, they shared a profound gaze. However, the beauty of the moment was abruptly shattered by the sharp sound of a whistle. Several local police officers, clad in uniforms and wide-brimmed hats, arrived on the scene. Before Luke and Angelica could utter a word, one of the thugs shouted, "Yuri, this guy attacked us. We just wanted to be friends." The lead officer, presumably Yuri, glanced at Luke and then at Angelica. His eyes suddenly sparkled with recognition. With a grand wave of his hand, he commanded, "Take them all back." The thugs, emboldened by the arrival of their backup, helped each other to their feet, glaring menacingly at Luke. One of the officers approached to place handcuffs on Luke, but he stepped back and pointed at the thugs, asking, "Why aren't they being taken?" The officer shot Luke a scornful look and replied, "They are the injured. They will need to undergo a medical examination." It was then that the thugs remembered their leader, and upon turning, they saw him lying unconscious, sprawled on the ground. Luke exercised restraint, merely rendering his opponent unconscious while injecting a stream of vital energy into him, ensuring that his little toothpick would remain forever tender and bouncy. Officer Yuri furrowed his brow, glancing at the burly man and then at Luke. "You've severely injured someone. Cuff him and take him away." Luke narrowed his eyes and replied, "Aren't you going to confirm this? Once those handcuffs are on, they won't come off easily." Seeing Luke's audacity, Officer Yuri hesitated. However, observing that neither Luke nor Angelica appeared to possess any significant connections, he eventually nodded to his subordinates. "Take him away." Luke smiled and extended his hands in a gesture towards the officers. Thus, the group proceeded on foot to the nearby police station. Upon their arrival at the station, the officers sought to separate Luke and Angelica. Yet, Angelica remained motionless, preventing them from placing handcuffs on her or escorting her to the interrogation room. Nevertheless, Angelica insisted on staying with Luke. Understanding her concerns, Luke smiled and whispered to her, "Have you forgotten what I accomplished down south?" It was then that Angelica recalled the previous mission. After a brief moment of surprise, she too broke into a smile. During that mission, Luke had decisively overpowered a host of Navy SEALs and Alpha Group operatives. With that thought, she displayed her enchanting smile and embraced Luke, kissing him passionately. The officers at the station were unceremoniously fed a mouthful of dog food, yet they found it difficult to forcibly separate the two. Fortunately, Angelica was mindful of the situation and did not linger for too long. 10 seconds was ample time to leave the officers reeling. Luke was ushered into the interrogation room, while Officer Yuri approached Angelica in the reception area. "Well, miss, you wouldn't want your boyfriend to suffer in prison, would you?" Chapter 90. The true young master in the face of Yuri's overtly malicious threat, Angelica merely chuckled. "He is not my boyfriend." Yuri was momentarily taken aback by her response, but soon his expression brightened as he inquired, "How much?" He had presumed Angelica to be the type of woman susceptible to such inquiries, yet her laughter echoed with unbridled amusement. The derision in her gaze was unmistakable. Playfully glancing at Yuri, she placed her handbag on the table and gestured towards it. "This bag is authentic Prada. Your annual salary wouldn't suffice. What do you think I am worth?" Then, with a graceful motion, she propped her feet on the table, indicating her shoes. "Genuine Gucci, worth at least a year's salary for you." Raising her left hand, she revealed the face of her wristwatch. "A limited edition Cartier diamond watch. I'm afraid you could never afford this in your lifetime." Yuri's countenance fell, clearly perturbed by Angelica's bold retorts. However, after a brief pause, a sinister smile crept across his face. "Miss, I suspect you and your friend are engaged in the illicit trade of controlled substances." Unfazed, Angelica merely pointed towards the adjacent interrogation room. "You might want to ensure you can handle him first." Observing her demeanor, Yuri hesitated. This woman, clad in seemingly inexpensive attire, had cast doubt on his prior assumptions. While he could not discern the authenticity of her claims, her confident tone suggested a high probability of truth. Had he inadvertently encountered someone formidable today? Disregarding Angelica's words, Yuri hurriedly exited to seek the chief's counsel. After hearing Yuri's account, the chief remained uncertain and instructed him to probe further. This sly individual, wary of running into complications, dispatched his subordinates to intimidate Luke. 3 officers armed with batons entered the interrogation room. Confronted by Luke's amused gaze, they feigned ferocity, rapping the table with their batons. "Behave yourself, or I won't be so accommodating. Now, tell me your name and where you reside." Luke, perceiving their theatricality, smiled and replied in English, "Luke Dutton, residing in Missoula, Montana, at Yellowstone Ranch." The officers were momentarily flabbergasted by his fluent English. After exchanging bewildered glances, they hurriedly exited to fetch someone who could translate. Luke reiterated his statement. Following the translation, the officers found it difficult to continue the interrogation and promptly reported back to Yuri. "Blimey, this fellow is American? What about his documents? Has he been searched?" The officers exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Yuri's voice rose to a near roar. "Then what in the blazes are you still doing here? Go verify." After a flurry of activity, they returned to Yuri. "We couldn't find any record of his entry. Is this scoundrel toying with us? Show him what we're made of." After enduring a tirade from Yuri, the officers, in a foul mood, returned to the interrogation room, this time intent on resorting to physical intimidation against Luke. Luke's smile vanished in an instant. He hurriedly shouted in Russian, "What do you intend to do? Private actions are illegal." The group, noticing Luke's cowardly demeanor, grew even more arrogant. As they approached, Luke suddenly exerted himself, toppling the chair and crashing to the ground. The onlookers were left bewildered, questioning whether he was an actor feigning injury before a confrontation. Just as they were about to advance, the door of the interrogation room was forcefully kicked open. Entering was Nikolai, followed closely by Deputy Director Alexander, who had rushed upon hearing the commotion. Upon entering, Alexander was met with the sight of 3 officers wielding batons, encircling the fallen Luke. Coupled with Luke's earlier outburst, Deputy Director Alexander trembled with rage. This was a benefactor, a revered figure, truly a young lord. "You wretched fools! Severing one's livelihood is akin to murdering their parents," he bellowed. Yuri, having heard the commotion, hurried over but was blocked by Nikolai. Alexander quickly rushed to assist Luke, his expression full of regret. "I apologize, Mr. Dutton. I have arrived too late." Luke managed a faint smile. "It's all right, your timing is fortuitous." Nikolai had already presented his credentials to Officer Yuri. In this operation, aside from Angelica, Nikolai stood to gain the most. Although he longed to eliminate these ruffians, he understood he could not act rashly. He thrust his identification forcefully against Yuri's chest, his voice laced with indignation. "This is a diplomatic incident. You scoundrels have brought disgrace upon Russia." Yuri, upon seeing the credentials, turned pale with fright. Damn it, the Federal Security Service truly protects foreign dignitaries. He realized he had not merely encountered a minor obstacle but had struck against the shield of Captain America. Terrified, he hurriedly sought out the chief, unable to return Nikolai's credentials. Upon hearing Yuri's intentions, the chief rushed toward the interrogation room. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of Luke in handcuffs, feet propped on the table, while Deputy Director Alexander stood stoically beside him. As the chief entered, Alexander, with an air of gravity, declared, "I am the Deputy Director of the Federal Security Service, Alexander Vasilyevich." At the mention of this name, the chief broke into a cold sweat. While other agencies might remain ignorant, no one in the law enforcement system was unfamiliar with the high-ranking officials of the security service. The Federal Security Service, once known as the KGB, Committee for State Security, held a name that instilled fear in the hearts of wrongdoers. Now, with a deputy director standing resolutely beside the young man, unperturbed, urgency filled the air. "Quickly, remove the handcuffs from our esteemed guest. This is a misunderstanding. Indeed, it must be a misunderstanding." Luke sighed and turned to Deputy Director Alexander, saying, I had initially intended to introduce some American entrepreneurs for potential investment, but he shook his head, choosing not to continue. The director was trembling in fear. Why on earth would someone of your stature come to such a destitute place? With the deputy director standing and you sitting? Luke, unwilling to linger on the matter, stood up and prevented the officer from unlocking his handcuffs. He pointed to Yuri behind the director and said, "Let him come. I have warned you, once these handcuffs are on, they are not easily removed." Yuri, pale as a ghost, stepped forward to accept the officer's keys. He bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle towards Luke. Luke was taken aback by Yuri's straightforwardness but chose not to make things difficult for him. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Deputy Director Alexander. Although Alexander's expression was grim, he managed to force a smile as he addressed Luke, saying, "I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter." Luke nodded and looked at Nikolai. "Take your car and escort me back to the embassy. Ensure that Angelica returns to the hotel to rest properly. I will seek her out once I have concluded my business." Nikolai glanced at his elderly father, and upon receiving a nod from Alexander, he led Luke out of the police station. Meanwhile, in the adjacent lounge, Angelica stared blankly at the ceiling, her heart racing with anxiety. Chapter 91. Influence. Upon returning to the embassy, Luke encountered the ambassador to Russia, as well as the civilian assistant who had accompanied him. The ambassador greeted Luke with warmth and hospitality. From their conversation, Luke learned that the president had traveled to Asia for an urgent meeting and would not return to Moscow for at least a week. During their exchange, Luke also discovered that the ambassador was an alumnus of Old Chin and a member of the Yale fraternity. This revelation did not surprise Luke in the slightest. Word of his extravagant spending in Moscow had already permeated the upper echelons of the city, and they welcomed it with open arms. This goodwill extended to the embassy staff, facilitating smoother dealings with their Russian counterparts. Young Master Chin was no naive novice. He understood the significance of the ambassador's familial connections and the Russian attitude towards the embassy. The groundwork had been laid by the elders, and now the nuances of social interactions fell squarely upon Luke's shoulders. Consequently, he promptly donated 5 bulletproof Dodge vehicles to the Russian embassy, along with a generous supply of daily necessities and office supplies. While all of this was entirely legitimate, no one was naive enough to overlook the unspoken exchange of favors. That evening, Luke hosted a lavish party at the embassy, ensuring that all staff members received gifts and that the dinner was sumptuous. This event further elevated young Master Chin's reputation within the embassy. He was soon assigned a luxurious guest room, second only to that of the ambassador. After making a phone call home to assure his family of his safety, he proceeded to discuss important matters with Old Chin. The elder was taken aback by Luke's audacious plan, yet he was pleased to see his grandson maturing and thinking strategically. "Are you certain she will not turn against you afterward?" "That is uncertain, but I am confident she will not become my enemy." "Very well. I shall discuss this with your father, and we will arrange the subsequent details." "Thank you, grandfather. We are all on the same side, working for the family's benefit. Moreover, the individual you seek is a distant relative from your grandmother's side on Sicily, belonging to your nephew's generation. I will have him reach out to you." After hanging up, Luke exhaled in relief, knowing that Old Chin would support him. This situation represented a win-win scenario. Although his plan was bold, it served as a safeguard for the family's future. The wisdom of not placing all one's eggs in one basket was well understood, especially by the Chin family, who had begun their strategic planning long ago. Before long, Luke received another call. After a brief exchange, he ended the conversation. Late into the night, he skillfully evaded all surveillance points and quietly exited the embassy. Given the stature of a major nation's embassy, surveillance was expected. However, Luke had taken care to observe the area during the evening party and had identified several monitoring locations. Though the surveillance was largely symbolic, he could not afford to reveal himself at this juncture. After a simple change of appearance, Luke left the embassy and navigated through the nearby alleys to depart the area. The security situation in Moscow at this hour was precarious, and taxis were scarce. As a result, Luke resorted to stealing a bicycle to reach his destination, a choice that left him at a loss for words. He traversed the narrow pathways, and through the past few days of exploration, he had become quite familiar with the terrain of Moscow. However, The nocturnal streets were truly a realm of chaos. He encountered 13 waves of petty thieves, 4 groups of unscrupulous pimps, and 7 clusters of brawling ruffians. When Luke emerged, he was clad entirely in the attire of the night, a black camouflage ensemble, a hooded trench coat, a dark hat, a black scarf, and sunglasses. His shades served merely as an ornament, concealing the penetrating gaze of his vigilant eye. This ensemble indeed had the potential to intimidate a few of the miscreants. However, those who were inebriated, high, or otherwise impaired posed a different challenge. Luke refrained from inflicting fatal harm, opting instead to incapacitate them, continuing on his journey. Although he was abroad, these individuals were still marked as villains. Taking a life would only invite unnecessary complications. The streets were rife with such characters, and should he eliminate them, it would surely make headlines the following day, attracting the attention of law enforcement experts, an unwelcome predicament. Perfection in murder was an unattainable ideal. Every action left traces. To evade trouble, Luke endeavored to preserve life whenever possible. Upon reaching the designated rendezvous, he found himself in a narrow alley behind a tavern nestled within a working-class district. Arriving at the tavern's rear entrance, he rapped upon the door with the agreed-upon signal. Shortly, the door swung open, revealing an unremarkable man with a scruffy beard, who bore evident Italian lineage. In the alley, the man addressed Luke. "We have not uncovered much regarding that matter, but we did learn that a bounty had been placed, which led to the young man's demise at the hands of an assassin." Luke lowered his voice and inquired, "What is the extent of your influence in Moscow or Russia?" The man shook his head, replying, "The local gangs are utterly unhinged, lacking any moral compass. Our endeavors here have proven quite challenging." After a moment of contemplation, Luke chose not to pursue the topic further. The man's demeanor suggested that, by sheer force, the Italian mafia would struggle to establish a foothold in Russia. The reputation of the fighting spirit of the Russians was indeed well earned. Luke then asked, "Where do assassins accept contracts around here?" The man responded, "There are several dedicated brokers, as well as some gangs that take on assignments, but they lack professionalism, resulting in only minor jobs." "Provide me with the information regarding those brokers," Luke requested. The man nodded and retreated back into the tavern, emerging shortly with a dossier in hand. After handing it to Luke, he added, "Arrange for a vehicle for me. Something inconspicuous, with false plates, parked at the entrance of XXX Street. No. XX, near the embassy." The man replied, "Very well. Is there anything else you require? Please give me the contact number for your local head." All right. Once Luke had acquired the desired information, he departed discreetly. He returned stealthily to the embassy and began to study the profiles of the assassination brokers. Throughout the day, he remained largely confined to his room, emerging only for meals. As night fell, Luke once again slipped away from the embassy, making his way to the location of the prearranged vehicle. As expected, a black Volkswagen sedan awaited him. He reached beneath the rear axle and retrieved the key before embarking towards the address provided by the broker. There were a total of 4 assassin agents. Luke stealthily visited their workplaces, infiltrating silently and employing his agile techniques to incapacitate the agents with a mere touch. He then began to rummage through the information pertaining to the assassins under their command. At last, he uncovered what he had been seeking from one of the agents, a killer codenamed the Chef. Luke surmised that this chef was indeed the individual he had been searching for. The assassin he encountered that day had been marked in green by the Eye of Insight, indicating an alignment with the virtuous faction. Moreover, Luke had detected the scent of seafood and culinary spices on him. This individual was a crucial part of Luke's scheme, which is why he sought him out. After acquiring the assassin's information, Luke made his way to the address of this killer. However, he was unable to locate him over the course of 2 consecutive nights. On the 3rd day, Luke returned to the assassin agent's location, slightly disguised, and forcefully compelled the agent to divulge any information about the assassin. Unfortunately, the news he received was disheartening. Chapter 92. Conscience. After extracting the necessary information, Luke did not hesitate to eliminate the assassin broker. He ensured that there were no signs of a break-in, as he collected all valuables and cash for himself. Along the way, he found a secluded spot to bury the precious items, while storing the cash in his personal space. Although Luke did not lack for money, cash proved useful in any context. The valuable items, however, were a burden. Possessing them would inevitably lead to exposure. Thus, burying them in a remote location seemed the wisest course of action. From the broker, Luke learned that the assassin was preparing for retirement. The specific reasons remained a mystery, yet within the assassin's realm, there existed a rule. One must complete a final job before retiring, a task that could not be declined. This last job was often a death sentence, either an impossible mission or a trap. While the assassin world appeared to be governed by numerous regulations, it was the leaders of the assassin organizations who truly lacked any moral compass. Aside from a handful of elite assassins, the rest were mere hired hands, without even the promise of a pension. Moreover, this broker had been deemed a nefarious figure under the scrutiny of the Eye of Insight. He was also the leader of this small assassin organization. From the information provided, Luke discovered that the broker had dispatched all his subordinates to eliminate the assassin. However, this plan resembled a breeding ground for deceit. The broker had 6 assassins at his disposal, yet he provided only minimal information: time, location, and the assassin's name, with all else remaining undisclosed. The target's details consisted solely of a name, with all other aspects shrouded in mystery. The meeting was set for a tavern near Moscow, tonight. As the heavy snow began to fall outside, 5 hours had elapsed since the target's anticipated arrival. Luke drove to the tavern only to find it closed. He discreetly entered through the back door and conducted a cursory examination of the interior, uncovering numerous discrepancies. The absence of any signs of a struggle in the main hall indicated that the assassins had not engaged in combat, and it was likely they were unaware of each other's identities. On the tables and at the bar, 5 cups lay scattered, 4 on 3 tables and 1 at the bar. By analyzing the placement of the cups, Luke deduced that 1 pair of assassins had posed as a couple. 1 table held 2 cups, while the others each had a solitary cup. One of the cups bore traces of lipstick on its rim. The solitary cup at the bar represented 1 individual, yet it was accompanied by 2 sets of cutlery. Luke speculated that the second set likely belonged to a waitress, who had departed alongside the others, explaining the early closing time of the tavern. In their haste, they had neglected to clean up, leaving the dining area in disarray. This provided Luke with a wealth of useful information. Among the 5 assassins present, 1 was undoubtedly his target, while the others were likely pawns lured into a trap by their employer. Contemplating this, Luke furrowed his brow, realizing that his target was potentially in grave danger. Raising assassins is merely a ploy to evade pension obligations. This employer's heart is utterly blackened. Now, Luke heads to the target's residence to verify if the mark still breathes. Braving the heavy snow, Luke arrives outside the target's home. No sooner does he approach than, before even attempting infiltration, he discovers the man engrossed in a game of cards. Silently, Luke circles the house, observing. Fresh tracks in the snow reveal the target had left and returned recently. Will marks and the still-warm engine bay attest to this? In such weather, lingering warmth means a recent arrival. After a thorough perimeter check, the commotion inside finally subsides. The woman retreats to bathe, while the target's actions draw a faint, knowing smirk from Luke. Inside, Daniel now enters a state of post-clarity, his mind unusually sharp. He reflects on the mission's details. His last assignment was flawlessly executed, a staged accidental death. Everything unfolded as calculated. As the target sped through an intersection, Daniel precisely shot out a tire. The car careened out of control, colliding with a parked pickup truck. Sparks ignited the fuel canisters he had prepositioned inside, engulfing both vehicles in flames. The target perished seamlessly in the accident. Yet, despite meticulous planning, he failed to anticipate the mother and child who suddenly appeared behind the truck. The woman, doused in flying gasoline, suffered severe burns and remains comatose. As a seasoned assassin, he had never harmed innocents until now. The guilt gnaws at him, compelling him to retire and seek an ordinary life. But the underworld's code forbids refusing this final contract. Reluctantly, he accepts. The employer provided scant details, only a time, location, and the target's name. Cautious, Daniel arrives early, surveilling the tavern from a distance. As the appointed hour nears, he approaches, photographing every license plate in the vicinity. A database search yields nothing. He enters the tavern. The atmosphere is tense yet undisturbed. Daniel orders a drink, casually dropping the target's name in conversation with the bartender. No reaction. The room grows quiet. Just as he expects an ambush, the local sheriff strolls in, exchanges pleasantries, and settles at the bar. Patrons gradually disperse until only Daniel remains. Clueless. He probes the bartender further. Their chat unexpectedly lightens, and by closing time, the woman eagerly accompanies him home. As she moves to initiate intimacy, Daniel's demeanor shifts. Ever vigilant, he halts her, conducting a thorough search. After all, this bartender is part of the tavern's world. After a thorough examination, the young lady's interest had completely waned. Dressed and prepared to leave, she opened the door only to be greeted by a flurry of snow outside. This created an awkward predicament. Having just chastised Daniel quite harshly, asking him to escort her now felt rather difficult. Thus, she resolved to use the snowstorm as an excuse to spend the night at Daniel's residence, shutting him out of the bedroom. Meanwhile, Daniel sat on the sofa in contemplation, feeling no remorse for his earlier actions. For a killer wishing to prolong his existence, caution was paramount. After waiting for a considerable time to ensure the young lady had fallen asleep, he quietly opened the bedroom door. Noticing her asleep in her clothes, he draped his coat over her and left a note on the bedside table. Then he quietly exited the house. Based on the license plate information he had previously gathered, he proceeded to the address of the bearded old man he had encountered at the tavern. Stealthily infiltrating the premises, he suddenly aimed his gun at the unsuspecting old man. "Tell me, who is by he?" The elderly man with a bushy beard was startled, clutching his chest as he collapsed to the ground. Daniel was left in a state of bewilderment. Had he been frightened to death? However, he showed no intention of rescuing. He merely adjusted the corpse's position before proceeding to inspect the interior of the dwelling. Within the bearded elder's overcoat, he discovered a note identical to the one provided by their employer. Confirmation. This was a colleague. After hastily managing the scene, he hurried to the residence of the man and woman. Slipping inside unnoticed, he witnessed the unclothed female emerging to use the washroom. In the dim lighting, their eyes locked in mutual astonishment, frozen in place. Suddenly, both moved simultaneously. The woman crashed through a nearby door as Daniel fired his weapon, missing his mark. As he prepared to pursue, she retaliated with a firearm of her own, extending her arm to shoot. Daniel wielded a